A vehicle exuding an unpleasant odor was stationed at the entrance, while the ceiling echoed with the sound of marbles colliding. Footsteps resonated in the corridor, and it appeared that something was being cut in the adjacent room. The lock on the bedroom door trembled gently, and although the faucet in the bathroom had been tightly turned, it continued to drip incessantly. Faintly beneath the bed, it seemed as though a ball was rolling back and forth. Water-stained footprints gradually emerged on the floor, slowly advancing closer. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Chun-gu clutched a kitchen knife, hiding beside the radiator, as the call he had just placed connected. "Landlord, is this what you meant by a lively night? Let us embark on this bizarre journey. I've never encountered such a non-frightening haunted house before. The props are too fake." After wandering around, I not only felt no fear, but even found it somewhat amusing. Materialists fear nothing. I've told you all that it's pointless. I'd rather play games in the dormitory. My character has already reached level 80. At the entrance of the haunted house in the western suburbs of Zhejiang City, several students pedaled away on shared bicycles, leaving without a trace of nostalgia. Witnessing this scene, Chun-gu, holding a flyer for the haunted house, felt a sense of helplessness. Creating fear is indeed an art form, yet modern individuals, having been desensitized by an array of horror films, possess an extraordinary psychological resilience, rendering a visit to a haunted house akin to a stroll in one's own backyard. "Boss." A clear female voice rang from behind. Chun-gu turned to see a petite figure clad in a nurse's uniform, with a strikingly prominent chest, storming out of the haunted house. "What happened, Xiaowan?" The girl, named Su-wan, was one of the temporary actors in the haunted house. "The rascals just now were trying to take advantage of me," she exclaimed, her sharp canine teeth clenching as she tightened her fist. So they had come to lodge a complaint. How outrageous. They even dared to lay a hand on a zombie. Chun-gu, as the proprietor, naturally stood up for Xiaowan. "I will speak to the park administrator about this situation and review the surveillance footage. No need for such trouble. That I preemptively dealt with it when I sensed their intentions and gave one of them a good thrashing." Su-wan shook the hem of her nurse's outfit, revealing a stain of blood. "This isn't makeup, you know." "Well, that's understandable. A girl should learn to defend herself." Chun-gu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at the setting sun. "Let's call it a day. There probably won't be any more visitors. Inform the others to leave early." However, the girl, adorned with zombie makeup, did not move from her spot. "Is there anything else?" "Boss." Su-wan hesitated, slowly pulling a letter from her pocket. "This is the resignation letter from Tao Ming and Xiao Wei. They think highly of you and felt too embarrassed to tell you in person, so they asked me to deliver it." "They're leaving?" Chun-gu was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the envelope. "Everyone has their own aspirations. You should head home early as well." "Okay, I will go remove my makeup." Watching the adorably naive little zombie depart, Chun-gu silently lit a cigarette. 6 months prior, his parents had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind this haunted house. In pursuit of their memory, Chun-gu had resigned from his job and devoted himself entirely to managing the haunted house, striving to make it even better. Regrettably, the rapid changes of the times have rendered the haunted house industry rife with intense competition, inherently niche, and fraught with numerous limitations. The same terrifying scenes, once witnessed, lose their allure upon repetition, and the continuous renovation demands substantial financial investment. For several weeks now, the operations of the haunted house have been in the red, with daily ticket sales barely covering even the most basic utilities. "I wonder how much longer I can endure this," as Chun-gu extinguished his cigarette and prepared to return to the haunted house. A middle-aged man clad in the attire of a New Century amusement park approached him. Upon seeing him, Chun-gu quickened his pace, akin to a mouse evading a cat. "Pretending not to see me?" The middle-aged man grasped Chun-gu's shoulder firmly. "Today, we need to settle this matter. You've been delinquent on your utilities and venue rent for 2 months. The higher-ups have been pressing, and it has placed immense pressure on me. Uncle Su, it's not that I am unwilling to pay. I am genuinely facing financial difficulties. Please grant me another month. Last month, you said the very same thing. I assure you, this will absolutely be the final month." Chun-gu declared earnestly, thumping his chest. "The haunted house business is currently languishing, failing to attract visitors. If I may offer my candid opinion, it would be prudent for you to abandon this endeavor." Uncle Su eyed the envelope in Chun-gu's hand, his grip loosening gradually. You're still so young, there are countless opportunities out there. Why burden yourself with such toil? Uncle Sue, I understand that you have my best interests at heart, but this haunted house holds a significance beyond mere business for me. It is a cherished remnant left by my parents. Chun Guest's voice fell to a somber whisper, as if he wished to shield his sentiments from the ears of others. The matters concerning Chun Guest's parents were well known to the middle-aged park administrator. He remained silent for a few moments, then let out a soft sigh, his heart softening. I can somewhat comprehend your sentiments. Very well. I shall endeavor to extend my assistance for a few more weeks. Thank you, Uncle Sue. Do not thank me. Instead, focus on selling more tickets for the haunted house. After bidding farewell to the park administrator, Chun Gu returned to the haunted house, diligently resuming his daily tasks, inspecting equipment, wear and tear, maintaining props, and tidying up. The artificial blood in the repair room is nearly depleted. I must procure another batch. This passage should be tilted inward slightly. It may better obstruct the visitor's line of sight. The puppet has been torn. It needs mending. Where on earth has my decorative lamp gone? Who has stolen it? To outsiders, he appeared as the proprietor of the haunted house, a promising young entrepreneur. However, the underlying struggles were known only to him. The haunted house represents a form of horror consumption, wherein individuals experience heightened muscle tension and mental strain within a terrifying environment. Once released, it provides a sense of satisfaction akin to a massage. Moreover, haunted houses are typically a form of one-time consumption. Many establishments traverse various cities, continually attracting new visitors. In contrast, Chun Guest's fixed location haunted house must possess significant renown to draw patrons, otherwise it cannot endure for long. It is already a remarkable feat that he has managed to sustain himself for such an extended period. Dragging the tattered puppet, Chun Gu entered the repair room. He had majored in toy design and manufacturing during his university years, and many of the puppets and mechanisms in the haunted house were his own creations. The restoration process was intricate and monotonous, requiring the stitching of the puppet's exterior, along with repainting and aging techniques. Almost out of blood plasma, I recall there are still supplies in the attic. The haunted house spanned 3 stories, with the first and second floors dedicated to crafting terrifying scenes, while the third floor served as a storage room. Pushing open the dust-laden wooden door, he found the attic brimming with various discarded equipment, most of which had been left behind by his parents during their management of the haunted house. The sight of these objects evoked memories, which is why Chun Gu seldom visited this place. More than half a year has swiftly passed. Gazing at the familiar assortment of tools, Chun Gu reminisced about his childhood. Back then, they operated a traveling haunted house, with his parents taking him to various cities. Occasionally, when the couple was preoccupied, they would leave Chun Gu alone in the backstage, surrounded by an array of ghostly props, fostering his resilience from a young age. After all, while his peers were engaged with alphabet puzzles, he was already running around with a model head in his arms. Such cherished memories. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Gu found himself standing beside a wooden box containing his parents' belongings. Inside lay a rough cloth doll and a pitch-black mobile phone. The doll was the first toy Chun Gu had ever made, while he had no recollection of the phone. These 2 items have been discovered by the police in an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of town, and the reason for his parents' presence there in the dead of night remained a mystery to all. It has been such a long time. Where on earth are you? Chun Gu cradled the plush toy, gently pinching its face, and sighed softly. I should hasten to find someone to produce blood plasma. If we cannot endure this off-season, the haunted house may truly have to cease operations and be transferred. Although Chun Gu was merely speaking to himself, the moment he mentioned the prospect of closing down, the black phone nestled within the wooden box, which had remained silent, suddenly flickered to life, emitting a faint, cold glow. What is happening? Advanced technology? A supernatural phenomenon. While another person might have felt their heart race, glancing around nervously and sweating profusely, Chun Guest's reaction was refreshingly straightforward. He picked up the phone and brought it closer for a second inspection. That I have attempted to turn on this phone 100 times before without success. Why has it suddenly activated on its own today? This was found at the location where my parents disappeared. Could it be that they are aware of my current struggles and are reaching out to me, suppressing the excitement bubbling within? Chun Gu swiped the screen. The pitch-black phone's home screen displayed only a single application, which bore the icon of a haunted house. It is not quite what I envisioned. Yet this icon seems oddly familiar. It resembles the entrance to my very own haunted house. Furrowing his brow, Chun-Gu tapped on the application, and a line of blood-red text materialized on the screen. Do you believe in ghosts? Whether ghosts exist in this world is a philosophical question steeped in surrealism, presenting a considerable challenge for a science and engineering-minded individual like Chun-Gu. There must be some truth to it. Chun-Gu made his choice, and moments later, new text appeared on the phone screen. What you contemplate is indeed the answer. From this moment forth, you shall officially assume the mantle of the new master of the haunted house. Of course, this is not an occasion for celebration. At the concluding stage of a novice tutorial, I wish to impart a piece of advice. Suicide is the most cowardly act. Strive to endure and live on. The information is quite overwhelming. Yet, his melodramatic tone seems oddly reminiscent of my father. Chun-Gu reopened the Haunted House application, revealing an entirely new interface. Haunted House of Shijiang City West Suburb. Status: on the verge of bankruptcy. Rating: none. Visitors today: 4. Visitors this month: 10. My ghostly team members: none. My props inventory: none. Achievements unlocked: none. Current facilities and scenes: zombie. Resurrection night: subpar props, mediocre actors, devoid of narrative and logic. Scream index non-existent. Ghostly marriage: not a couple in life, buried together in death. A. Ghostly wife haunting the soul. Scream index half a star. Unlockable horror scenes. Midnight massacre: a deranged mental patient resides in a dilapidated apartment building, brandishing scissors and a hammer, lurking outside your door. Scream index 1 star. Ward 3. This abandoned hospital emits strange sounds at midnight. You, a newspaper journalist, shall venture inside to investigate. Scream index 3 stars. Deathly a hearse carrying the deceased is now in motion. Should you fail to escape within an hour, you will be forever trapped inside. Scream index 2 stars. Daily tasks. Completing the daily assignments of the haunted house will yield corresponding rewards and unlock additional horror scenes. Conditions for the expansion of the haunted house. The number of visitors in the month must exceed 100, and the positive feedback rate must surpass 60%. After 3 expansions, the haunted house will transform into the Thrill Labyrinth. The horror roulette utilizes the fear value generated by visitors in the haunted house to spin the wheel. Life and death are predetermined. Wealth and nobility lie beyond one's control. Here, one may find fruits of longevity as well as vengeful spirits brimming with resentment. Other features, not yet unlocked. Chapter 2. Unconventional daily tasks. On his phone, the application adorned with the icon of a haunted house resembled the popular simulation management games prevalent in the market. However, instead of managing restaurants, aquariums, or pet parks, this game centered around a haunted house. Chun-Gu stared intently at the screen, utterly perplexed by the presence of such a peculiar little game on the phone left behind by his parents. He meticulously navigated through the application interface, discovering that all the information therein aligned perfectly with his own haunted house, including daily visitor numbers and the internal facility scenes. This game evoked an uncanny sensation within Chun-Gu, as if the haunted house he was tasked with managing in the game mirrored the one he owned in reality. Both faced dire circumstances and were on the brink of closure, with an abundance of shared attributes between the two. Could it be that this game was modeled after my haunted house? If I were to alter the haunted house within the game, might it also yield benefits in reality? Continuing to delve deeper, Chun-Gu noted that the existing facility scene, Zombie Resurrection Night, had been rated as utterly worthless, while the once sensational Ghost Marriage Project, which had even made headlines, garnered a mere half-star rating in the game reviews. If the Ghost Marriage received only half a star, it was unfathomable what the subsequent unlockable horror scenes must entail. He attempted to click to unlock more scenes, but upon selecting this option, a line of text emerged on the screen, indicating that he needed to complete a certain number of daily tasks to qualify for unlocking. It appeared that daily tasks formed the very foundation of the game. Only by consistently completing these tasks could one unlock the terrifying scenes. The presence of more terrifying scenes is likely to attract a multitude of visitors, thereby increasing the footfall and facilitating the expansion of haunted houses, ultimately fostering a virtuous cycle. In his leisure time, Chun-Gu had indulged in numerous mobile games and swiftly grasped that the completion of daily tasks would impact the overall development of the haunted house. Upon accessing the daily tasks, Three options materialized on the screen. 1. Easy difficulty. The three essential elements of haunted house design: story, setting, and emotion. A haunted house devoid of a narrative lacks a soul. Please enhance the background stories of the zombie resurrection night and ghost marriage horror scenes. 2. Moderate difficulty. Repair all the mannequin models within the haunted house before midnight. 3. Nightmare difficulty. Surely, you are still curious whether ghosts truly exist in this world. Partake in a little game, for the truth shall reveal itself the moment you open your eyes. The daily tasks refresh at the stroke of midnight, allowing only one task to be claimed each day, with varying difficulties and corresponding rewards. Note: some tasks are exceedingly perilous. Please choose wisely. After perusing the daily tasks, Chen-gu was taken aback. The tasks within the game required real-world completion. Did this imply that the game could influence reality? To validate his suspicions, he resolved to undertake a task. The daily tasks were categorized by difficulty, permitting the selection of only one each day. If he wished to maximize his benefits, he would undoubtedly opt for the most challenging task. However, the warning regarding the extreme danger of certain tasks left Chen-gu feeling apprehensive. It was a difficult decision, as the description of the nightmare difficulty task was exceedingly vague, clearly indicating a potential trap. Perhaps it would be prudent to commence with a moderate difficulty level. Completing the repairs on all the puppets before midnight is indeed a daunting task, yet it is not insurmountable. Chen-gu is a decisively resolute individual. Once he has made a decision, he acts without hesitation. He wastes no time, grabbing his toolbox and a bucket of unopened artificial blood, and begins his inspection of the puppets throughout the haunted house. As the night deepens, Chen-gu wanders alone through the vast expanse of the horror house. To conserve electricity, he refrains from turning on the corridor lights, clutching a flashlight under his arm while dragging the puppets in need of maintenance. Should an unsuspecting outsider witness this scene, they might be compelled to call for help, terrified by the sight. I am utterly exhausted, he muses, realizing the multitude of puppets requiring attention. Clearly, prior maintenance had been inadequate. At 11:45, Chen-gu receives a notification on his phone. You have completed the daily task of moderate difficulty. Focus on the details to create the perfect atmosphere of terror. Congratulations, you have earned the task reward, the background track Black Friday. I sent Black Friday a forbidden song overseas. Rumor has it that excessive listening can lead to suicidal thoughts, and the original version has long since vanished. In the props library on his phone, Chen-gu discovers an icon resembling a CD. It is rather unusual to consider such a thing as a task reward. Could this be some sort of prank? He casually taps the CD icon, and an unfamiliar melody begins to resonate in his ears. This sound appears to have been born from darkness itself. Imbued with solitude and sorrow, Chen-gu feels as though everything is drifting away from him. He seems to plunge into the depths of the ocean. Or perhaps he is traversing an interminable tunnel. As the final notes faded away, Chen-gu found his back soaked with sweat. He felt an immense relief for not opting for a repeat play. Otherwise, he truly doubted his ability to extricate himself from the haunting melody. It was genuine. There was no doubt it was the original piece. Completing the in-game tasks promised tangible rewards in reality, revealing a potential shortcut to alter the dismal state of the haunted house. After silencing the music and meticulously saving his progress, Chen-gu retreated into the staff lounge. Lying on the bed, he felt utterly exhausted, yet was devoid of any inclination to sleep. The events he had encountered today would require time to process for any ordinary individual. Unbeknownst to him, midnight had long since passed, and he remained fixated on the ceiling, utterly sleepless. In his boredom, he retrieved his black phone. Surely, with the stroke of midnight, the daily tasks would have refreshed. Upon opening the application, he discovered changes in the daily tasks section. For simple difficulty, to provide visitors with a truly terrifying experience, one must first pay heed to the pacing of the tour. If actors or mechanisms appear too early or too late, it could dampen the visitor's enthusiasm. Therefore, I recommend installing sound detectors and surveillance within the haunted house to continuously monitor the guest's progress. For medium difficulty, alone, one cannot prevail. An exceptional haunted house necessitates a talented team to operate effectively. Recruit more skilled individuals, for they will assist you in overcoming challenges. For nightmare difficulty, you must still be curious whether ghosts truly exist in this world. Engage in a little game, for the truth awaits you at the moment you open your eyes. Every day at midnight, the routine tasks refresh, allowing only one task to be claimed, each varying in difficulty and reward. Note: certain tasks are exceedingly perilous. Please choose wisely. The emergence of 3 new daily tasks left Chen-gu in a quandary. The simplest task involved installing sound detectors and surveillance in a haunted house, a task easily accomplished with sufficient funds. However, Chen-ji's budget was severely constrained, making it impossible to allocate such a sum. The moderately difficult task was equally unkind to Chen-gu, an experienced colleague who had weathered many storms alongside him, had resigned just yesterday, leaving him to recruit new personnel today. Setting aside the uncertainty of finding suitable candidates, the extensive training required would consume a considerable amount of time. And by the time the newcomers were equipped to handle the responsibilities, the haunted house would likely be in disarray. Having dismissed both the simple and moderate tasks, Chen-ji's attention shifted to the final daily task. The greater the difficulty, the more substantial the reward. Should he dare to attempt the nightmare-level task? Chapter 3. Nightmare-level task. Surely, you remain curious about the existence of ghosts in this world. Let us engage in a little game. The truth awaits you the moment you open your eyes. The description of the nightmare-level task is shrouded in ambiguity, leaving one perplexed as to what is truly required. Merely evoking an eerie sensation. According to the task introduction, it appears one must partake in a game. Yet can a mere game warrant the classification of a nightmare? To fulfill a task of ordinary difficulty, he had labored for several hours without rest, barely managing to repair all the puppets within the time limit. As he scrolled through his phone, Chen-gu found his curiosity intensifying. Why not give it a try? The moment that thought emerged, it spiraled uncontrollably through his mind like an unwieldy vine. The rewards for nightmare-level tasks are substantial, and given that he harbored no confidence in completing the simple and ordinary tasks available today, he felt it wiser to take a gamble. Aware that the haunted house was on the verge of closure due to the off-peak season, Chen-gu understood his precarious situation. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for change, he was unwilling to squander any opportunity. Thus, he made his decision. Sooner or later, he would have to experience a nightmare-level task. Rising from his bed, Chen-gu selected the final task. Confirm acceptance of the nightmare difficulty daily task. Acceptance may lead to unforeseen circumstances. He confirmed. The screen of his phone flickered, revealing the true task information. To glimpse another world, one must possess extraordinary courage, remarkable luck, and a touch of assistance. The game is titled You in the Mirror. At precisely 2:04 a.m., one enters the bathroom alone, locks the door, extinguishes the lights, and faces the mirror, igniting a candle between oneself and the reflection. Subsequently, one must close their eyes, concentrate deeply, and softly whisper their own name. In the enveloping darkness, anything is possible. Perhaps a stranger's visage will manifest in the mirror, or a pair of crimson eyes may lurk in the shadows, or blood could seep from the walls and doorframe. The only task is to remain undisturbed, standing quietly before the mirror. After half an hour, the task will conclude successfully, provided that one does not open their eyes, regardless of what transpires in that time. Upon reading the task description, Chen-gu felt a shiver run down his spine. Could there truly exist another ordinary world, unseen by the naked eye? With time still lingering before the stroke of 2:04 a.m., he refrained from starting immediately and instead delved into the internet to uncover more about this game. Before long, he stumbled upon various accounts. Some recounted misfortunes linked to the game, while others spoke vaguely of disfigured faces and even cases of individuals mysteriously disappearing, suspected of being dragged into the world within the mirror. Each narrative was detailed and vivid, akin to ghost stories. The more he read, the more his curiosity piqued. After all, he operated a haunted house, continually contemplating how to terrify visitors and provide them with a thrilling experience within safe confines. After perusing the myriad descriptions of the game, he felt as though a new door was creaking open. The notion of engaging in a horror game alone in a haunted house at such an hour was exhilarating. He checked the battery level of his phone, believing that this historic moment warranted documentation. Soon, he planned to record the entire experience, if it proved to be as terrifying as anticipated. Perhaps his haunted house could gain a new attraction. He rummaged through his belongings in search of candles and a lighter, and by 2 in the morning, he arrived at the first-floor restroom of the haunted house, equipped with his preparations. The decision to conduct this game in the first-floor restroom was a calculated one. Should any frightful entity manifest during the experience, he could swiftly leap through the window to safety. The haunted house was enveloped in an eerie silence under the cover of night. A young man, willing to forego his own safety for the sake of conserving power. Locked himself into the cramped and confined restroom with nothing but a flashlight and a candle. The oppressive darkness of the enclosed space serves to amplify the primal fears within one's soul, and the restroom, laden with an unsettling atmosphere, was the most sinister location within the entire house. The mirror, the grating door, and the sink, though seemingly mundane, were, in truth, the very objects that could evoke profound psychological suggestions in everyday life. The architect of this game possessed remarkable insight, skillfully exploiting the vulnerabilities nestled deep within the human psyche, crafting an environment that elicited the utmost dread from its simplicity. Chun-Gu harbored a unique and profound understanding of horror and terror, analyzing and absorbing every detail. True fear, he realized, does not necessitate extravagant props. It merely requires the amplification of the unease lurking within the visitor's heart, leading them to their own demise. Chun-Gu took a deep breath, activated the camera function on his phone, and spoke to the screen. I am uncertain of the consequences this game may bring. Should any misfortune befall me, I implore the finder of this phone to preserve this video. It shall serve as a key to unlock the door of deception. After uttering these words, Chun-Gu secured his phone beside the sink, ensuring that both he and the mirror opposite were captured in the frame. The clock struck 2:01. Only 3 minutes remained. The anticipation of death proved far more terrifying than death itself. In the hushed confines of the bathroom, even the slightest rustle was magnified, and as time inexorably approached, Chun-Ji's heartbeat quickened. He gazed at the time displayed on his phone, and when the minute hand pointed to 4, he extinguished the flashlight, lit a candle, and placed it between the mirror and himself. The flickering flame became the sole source of illumination in the darkness, standing as a guiding light between reflection and reality, seemingly beckoning forth something from the mirror. Chun-Gu cast a glance at his reflection, feeling an unsettling strangeness. Has the game commenced? He slowly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and softly recited his name. Chun-Gu, Chun-Gu, Chun-Gu. Repeatedly chanting his name induced a gradual sense of unfamiliarity, akin to the process of writing a character in Chinese until one no longer recognizes it. To avert such a predicament, Chun-Gu would silently count to 3 after uttering his name, a practice that also served to measure time. After all, the prerequisite for success in this task was to refrain from opening his eyes for any reason within half an hour. In the early hours past 2, he found himself alone in a haunted house, lighting a candle and standing before a mirror with his eyes closed, engaging in this peculiar game. Were it not for my first-hand experience, I would scarcely believe that anyone would partake in such an endeavor. Chun-Gu silently recited his name, striving to suppress any errant thoughts. This game was rife with psychological suggestions. The greatest challenge lay not in confronting the so-called specters or various legends, but in mastering self-restraint. As long as he kept his eyes shut, there should be no peril. This notion was easy to articulate, yet arduous to execute. After enduring the initial 10 minutes, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Chapter 4. An unexpected reward. Perhaps it was due to the bathroom window being ajar, for the night breeze swept into the room, resembling an invisible hand gently caressing Chun-Ji's face. The door of the stall swayed lightly, creaking ominously, while droplets of water from the ceiling trickled down the pipe onto the floor, and it seemed as if there were insects crawling in the drain, creating a soft rustling sound. In the profound silence, every noise was amplified. Many would feel uneasy in such an environment, yet Chun-Gu was an exception. His childhood experiences had forged within him an extraordinary psychological resilience and a robust constitution. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of thoughts, as he silently counted the minutes. After nearly 20 minutes had elapsed, Chun-Gu sensed an inexplicable drop in the room's temperature, as if several ice cubes had been placed around him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Stay calm. Do not ponder the reasons. Do not frighten yourself. There were only 10 minutes remaining, and he must endure, no matter what. A faint current of air brushed past his ears, as if something was lurking around him. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands standing out. Yet his body remained as steadfast as a pine tree, rooted to the ground, utterly motionless. Chun-Gu, 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 he whispered to himself. As the final 5 minutes approached, he felt as though the flickering flame within the bathroom had extinguished, and in the darkness, it seemed another presence was echoing his name. An echo? Impossible. Chun-Gu. That voice appeared to be calling out to him, urgent, as if it bore news of utmost importance. The sound seemed to emanate from outside the door. Should he investigate? However, Chun-gu quickly dismissed the thought. The rules of the game were unequivocal. He simply needed to remain in front of the mirror. He mentally calculated the passage of time as the sound around him grew increasingly dissonant. He could ascertain that another person was calling his name. That very individual seemingly standing outside the door. The person appeared to be in a state of urgency. Yet he was the one engaged in the game. Why should he be concerned? It was evidently a trap, far too simplistic. Chun-gu smirked. The ambience was impeccably set. But the methods of intimidation were rather monotonous. In the final 3 minutes, a shrill sound reverberated against the bathroom door, akin to nails scratching and teeth gnawing. The door trembled, as if it could burst open at any moment. 1,798 seconds, 1,799 seconds, 1,800 seconds. Half an hour had elapsed, and the noises outside dissipated completely, restoring tranquility. To avoid any miscalculation, Chun-gu refrained from opening his eyes immediately. He counted an additional 300 seconds before stepping back, placing his hands on his chest and fluttering his eyelids. The candles in the bathroom had long extinguished, enveloping the space in darkness. Chun-gu sensed that something had shifted. Upon illuminating the area with his flashlight, he found himself frozen in astonishment. The surface of the bathroom mirror was marred with cracks, his reflection fragmented into countless pieces, appearing surreal. What shocked him further was the presence of a dilapidated doll that had inexplicably materialized before the mirror. The button eyes glimmer with an eerie light, and the patched body is stuffed with cotton, rendering this rag doll far from charming. Yet, for Chun-gu, it holds profound significance. It is the first doll he ever crafted and a relic from the time of his parents' mysterious disappearance. The doll leans against a shattered mirror, as if attempting to prevent whatever lurks within the glass from emerging. The bathroom door is locked, so how did the doll gain entry? Through the window? No, that cannot be the case. The real enigma lies in how it moves on its own. Chun-gu feels his worldview fracturing, his thoughts in disarray. For 3 tense minutes, he and the doll remain in a standoff until he finally regains his composure. He flexes his icy fingers and cautiously approaches. The button eyes seem to fixate on him from every angle, and as he gazes at the toy he created, his lips involuntarily twitch. With great care, he maneuvers around the doll and retrieves his phone from the side. Fortunately, he had taken precautions and was prepared. The phone's recording has been uninterrupted. Once he safely saves a backup, he begins to review the footage. The video is somewhat unclear, with the candlelight flickering. Chun-gu, standing in front of the mirror, appears somewhat stiff, while the reflection in the glass exhibits a more vibrant life. The first 10 minutes unfold without incident, but a shift occurs starting from the 11th minute. The sound of the night breeze is absent from the recording. The footage merely captures the door of the restroom stall gently swaying a few times. As the video commenced, an unsettling noise began to permeate, transforming an otherwise mundane scene into an inexplicable source of terror, perhaps driven by humanity's intrinsic fear of darkness and the unknown. Observing the footage, Chun-ji's complexion appeared rather pallid. He recalled keeping his eyes closed while maintaining a distance from the mirror. However, the recorded imagery revealed that his body was gradually leaning forward, as if drawn inexorably closer to the glass surface. By the 25th minute, his upper body had bent to an alarming 70 degrees, his nose nearly grazing the mirror's surface. Moments later, without any forewarning, fissures began to emerge across the mirror's face, a sight that sent chills down Chun-ji's spine. Then, the most astonishing event unfolded. The reflection of Chun-gu in the mirror contorted into a grotesque expression, baring its teeth and violently crashing against the glass. Simultaneously, the candle extinguished, and the video abruptly ceased. Due to the angle of the recording, there were no glimpses of the doll within the footage, leaving Chun-gu bewildered about the events of the final 5 minutes. It appeared that whatever resided within the mirror sought to escape, yet was seemingly thwarted by the doll. If one were to entertain this notion, it could be said that it had saved him once. With a serious demeanor, Chun-gu cradled the doll from the sink and earnestly inquired, "Can you comprehend my words? Do you know where my parents ultimately went?" The doll remained silent, its button eyes glimmering faintly. He held the doll close, casting a glance at the bathroom door, hesitating to venture outside. Instead, he curled up beneath the windowsill and retrieved his black phone, where a message confirming the completion of his task had already appeared. "It must be said that you are fortunate. Congratulations on completing the nightmare difficulty daily task. You have been awarded the initial talent skill of embalming. Embalming. I hope that as you inherit this talent, you approach it with a greater sense of seriousness and gravity. Unlike beauticians, an embalmer applies makeup solely to the deceased. The beauty you wield transcends the realms of life and death, breathing new life into the cold and lifeless, bestowing upon them eternal beauty. Having successfully completed the nightmare difficulty daily task for the first time, you have earned the title of newcomer in the City of Nightmares. Along with an additional reward, the unlocking of the one-star horror scene, Midnight Escape Trial. Upon completion of this trial, the scene's facilities will be incorporated into the haunted house. As Chun-Gu perused the messages on his black phone, he contemplated deeply. The development of a haunted house is inextricably linked to makeup artists. Whether for actors or props, makeup artists are essential for the second transformation, and a skilled makeup artist can effortlessly create a more lifelike effect. Chapter 5, 25 minutes and 14 seconds. Talent skills. The rewards for tasks of nightmare difficulty differ significantly from those of other missions. They seem to directly transform me. After noting this, Chun-Gu felt a spark of anticipation ignite within him. He had glimpsed the existence of another world, one shrouded in shadows, fraught with danger and terror, teeming with lethal threats. With his current abilities, he found it exceedingly challenging not only to seek out his parents, but even to ensure his own survival. Fortunately, he possessed a black phone, suggesting that the possibility of a comeback was not entirely out of reach. However, contemplating these matters seemed premature. He needed to stabilize the business of the haunted house first and address the immediate predicament. He retrieved his phone. Tonight was harrowing, nearly culminating in disaster, which underscored the formidable nature of nightmare difficulty tasks. Ultimately, my strength alone is limited. It would be wiser to involve others, seeking their advice and strategies. He logged onto several prominent paranormal forums in the country and uploaded the original video. Within minutes, the video he titled "Who is in the Mirror?" garnered extensive views and shares. Perhaps people, weary of entertainment gossip, sought a change of pace. The video's popularity surged like a rolling snowball, with dozens of new comments appearing with each refresh. A front row alert. 25 minutes and 14 seconds of high energy. The video uploader is either a lunatic or mentally unstable. What kind of sane person would engage in such activities at night? Why did the mirror develop cracks on its own? What was that thing crashing against the mirror from the inside? The mirror shattered due to thermal expansion and contraction, a consequence of the uneven temperature within the room. You know nothing. Mirrors are associated with the Een in metaphysics, making them particularly susceptible to malevolent forces. This video should not be titled "Who is in the Mirror?" but rather "There is a Ghost in the Mirror." It's infuriating. At such an hour, I was drenched in cold sweat. I truly admire the courage of the original poster. This video is undoubtedly fabricated. If it is not, I, Zhang Deju, will publicly declare my name and perform a complete 360-degree inverted spin while consuming excrement. Am I the only one who has noticed this? The uploader's avatar is the facade of a haunted house in the western suburbs. So hold your excitement. This could merely be a promotional advertisement. Chun-Ji's forum account has been inundated with private messages. Some are curious, while others are skeptical. Yet he disregards them all. His video is entirely authentic. Those who understand will comprehend, and they will not resort to insults. Why waste time explaining to those who do not understand? Observing the steadily rising attention, Chun-Gu astutely recognized an opportunity. He split the original video, extracting the final 14 seconds, and published it on the largest short video application in the country. Amidst a plethora of singing, dancing, jokes, and culinary delights, his supernatural video stood out remarkably. Within mere seconds, unsuspecting passers-by fell victim to its shock. Unlike the psychologically resilient forum members, those who were directly frightened by Chun-Ji's potent revelation began to unleash their fury in the comments section. In this world, there exists neither unprovoked love nor unfounded hatred. The inexplicable vitriol has drawn a larger crowd to observe, resulting in the comment section of Chun-Ji's short video descending into chaos. Gazing at the comments, Chun-Gu could sense the palpable anger of passers-by even through the screen of his phone. However, his psychological resilience far surpassed that of the onlookers. He remained unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation. He empathized with those viewers, at 3 a.m, cocooned in their blankets. They sought the solace of a beautiful lady to alleviate their fatigue, to indulge in a playful demeanor, and to whisper sweet nothings before drifting into a peaceful slumber. Yet, upon clicking the video, They were met with the sight of a living person engaging with candles and a mirror in a game that was utterly incongruous. To make matters worse, the video lasted merely 14 seconds, and before they could fully comprehend the situation, the ultimate horror unfolded. The mirror shattered, and the reflection seemed to lunge outward, as if attempting to breach the screen. Excuse me? Such an action was simply suffocating. The comments section buzzed with activity, the attention lingering longer than expected, indicating that the audience was indeed captivated by his video. A mischievous smile crept across his face. His follower count had surged by over 100. In light of this, it would be remiss not to promote his haunted house to the enthusiastic spectators. With that thought, he modified the title and included the detailed address of the haunted house in the most prominent section of his profile, cheekily adding a note that it was a haunted house that is not scary at all. Chun-Gu felt a sense of satisfaction with his personal homepage, and, after a final glance at the comment section, he dozed off beneath the windowsill. The sunlight graced his face as Chun-Gu stirred his aching body, rising from the corner of the bathroom. It was 8:30. He tidied up briefly, stowing the plush toy in his pocket, and grasped his phone, pushing open the bathroom door. The wooden door bore noticeable scratch marks along its edge, reminiscent of rodent gnawing. What had truly lingered outside his door last night? Observing these signs, he felt a sense of relief that he had refrained from venturing out. Nightmarish tasks could evoke unpredictable variables. Henceforth, he resolved to exercise greater caution. The other props within the haunted house remained relatively unchanged, and Chun-Gu paid them little heed as he pushed open the ominous entrance. Marking the commencement of a new day, New Century Paradise opened its doors at 9, and at 8:45, a petite, charming girl with a voluptuous figure approached, her backpack bouncing as she ran from afar. Boss. The girl radiated youthful vitality, her delicate features illuminated by the early sun, resembling a sun-ripened peach that one might be tempted to bite into. Xiaowan, you're just in time. I've added a new background track to our playlist. Let us go listen to it together. Before Chun-Gu could finish, he noticed Su-Wan, her face alight with excitement, clutching his arm. What are you up to? I just heard a multitude of people discussing the haunted house at the park entrance. Some are queuing specifically to experience our attraction. Su-Wan's words were laced with thrill. Boss, we have visitors. Isn't it quite normal to have visitors? You look as if you've never seen a crowd before. Chun-Gu feigned calmness as he nonchalantly took out his phone to browse through his short video profile. To his surprise, he had amassed over 500 followers, and the fervor in the comments section had propelled him into the top 10 of the newcomer rankings. However, unlike the flourishing comments found on others' pages, his was rife with tension. One user even lamented about being so scared last night that they wet the bed, while another boasted about sharpening their blades and being en route. It seemed the stakes had escalated. Clearing his throat, Chun-Gu tugged Su-Wan into the haunted house. The amusement park opens in 15 minutes, and it appears we are the only staff members in the haunted house today. We must prepare ourselves for a formidable challenge ahead. Chapter 6. The Beauty Makeup in the Eerie Abode of Chun-Gu. There exist but two scenes, the night of the resurrected zombies and the ghost marriage. The former, deemed utterly inadequate by the black mobile phone, prompted Chun-Gu to engage in introspection. Indeed, that terrifying scenario was fraught with numerous shortcomings. Furthermore, to fully enact the latter scene, the collaboration of at least 3 staff members was essential. Xiaowan, today our theme is ghost marriage. I will adjust the background music shortly. When you portray the ghost, remember to plug your ears. Additionally, I shall personally apply your makeup today. Boss, you can do makeup too? Xiaowan chuckled mischievously. All right then. But please don't turn me into a hideous creature. Rest assured, I shall render you breathtakingly beautiful. The two entered the makeup room, where Chun-Gu positioned Xiaowan before the mirror, gently caressing her face with his palm. Utilizing his fundamental talent skill, embalming beauty, he observed the youthful and charming girl in the mirror. Gradually, an array of memories not belonging to him began to surge within his mind, chaotic yet vivid, encompassing not only color application and makeup techniques, but also fundamentals of oral science, human anatomy, skeletal studies, and mortuary science. Boss, do you truly know how to apply makeup? After 30 seconds had elapsed, Su-Wan sat in front of the mirror, feeling the unfamiliar warmth on her face. As she gazed at her manipulated reflection, her heart raced, inexplicably filled with a sense of embarrassment. A skilled makeup artist designs distinct styles tailored to various face shapes. Xiaowan, your foundation is excellent. In Chun-Ji's mind, there were no distractions. After applying the mortuary makeup, Su-Wan appeared to him merely as a lifeless corpse. With no tweezers, razors, medical clamps, sutures, alcohol, or embalming needles at his disposal, it seemed he could only proceed with the most rudimentary of cosmetics. Chen-gu muttered to himself, unintentionally startling the girl seated before him. Su-won racked her brain, unable to comprehend why such terrifying tools were necessary for the makeup of haunted house performers. A tinge of fear gnawed at her heart, yet she felt too embarrassed to decline. Thus, she tilted her head, discreetly stealing glances at her boss while silently praying. The foundation was monotonous in hue, the blush too vivid and glaring. Where was the lipstick? Chen-gu grumbled to himself, ultimately resorting to mixing his own colors. His movements were deft, fingers nimble, with an exceptional ability to discern shades, entirely at odds with the image of a reclusive man unaccustomed to cosmetics. The scene before Su-won was astonishing. The entire process of self-mixing and applying makeup was something she had never encountered before. Boss, I believe you needn't be so hard on yourself. It's quite dark in the haunted house, and the visitors want to be able to see clearly. Less chatter and don't move around. Before Su-won could finish her thought, Chen-gu had already applied the foundation and was now adding the eyeshadow he had concocted. With just a few strokes, a mere application of simple eyeshadow, Su-won's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, exuding an air of cool elegance and mystery. Though she initially wished to continue her protest, upon seeing her reflection, her mouth slowly fell agape. Every woman possesses a desire for beauty. The solitary cherry red, monotonous in hue and lacking in depth, transforms entirely when paired with the delicate hue of hibiscus purple. The seamless gradient of these two colors intertwines as if they were destined to complement one another. Chen-gu casually elucidates, applying blush to the back of his hand with a brush. Boss, what are you doing? Our haunted house's subpar blush is excessively vivid and saturated to create a visual impact. I'm simply blending it on my hand first, Chen-gu replies gently. Moments later, the blush indeed becomes refined, revealing a subtle sheen within its powdery texture. At this juncture, Su-won's mouth forms a perfect ta shape. You're quite the enigma. Where did you learn all this? I possess many such skills. Beauty and hairstyling are merely my hobbies, Chen-gu responds with a slight smile. The joyous occasion invigorates his spirit, and the newfound memories reaffirm that mobile games can indeed influence reality. In just 10 minutes, Chen-gu has perfected Su-won's makeup. Take a look in the mirror. Are you satisfied? As she raises her gaze, it appears as though a gossamer veil has been lifted. The reflection reveals a woman who seems to have stepped from the pages of a classical poem, embodying the grace of an Eastern beauty. Yet there is an intangible difference that lingers. Captivated by her reflection, Su-won instinctively rises, her expression transitioning from astonishment to enchantment, before suddenly shivering. Boss, I have never been this beautiful. Is the person in the mirror truly me? Of course. Yet, she hesitates, extending her hand toward the mirror. Why do I feel as though I am gazing at a specter? Su-won's words took Chen-gu by surprise, and he finally grasped what was amiss. The mortuary makeup was designed to restore the deceased's beauty to the greatest extent possible. The makeup Chen-gu applied was not intended for the living. Stop looking around. The amusement park is about to open. Quickly change your outfit and head to the second floor for the ghost marriage venue. Remember to wear your Bluetooth headset and follow my commands, he instructed, skillfully diverting the topic to dismiss Su-won. Utilizing the limited time he had left, he meticulously reworked the paper figures and dolls in the ghost marriage scene. With the enhancement of the mortuary skills, the paper figures seemed to come to life, exuding a vitality that contrasted with their deathly appearance. Let us leave it at this for now. I'll redo all the colors when I have more time. Chen-gu packed away his toolbox and hurried downstairs. As he approached the haunted house entrance, he could hear the voices of the visitors outside. Did you also fall victim to that deceitful smoking guy? Exclaimed one. Damn, I shattered my phone screen. What about you? You all are lucky. I totally lost my pants. My hand slipped, and I accidentally pulled out something like this. It scared me so much that I jumped up like a carp. My parents thought I was having a nightmare and rushed over. Damn it, I was completely undressed, holding a roll of toilet paper, and my parents looked at me in utter confusion. Listening to the visitors' lamentations, Chen-gu barely stifled a laugh, took a deep breath, and maintained a serious expression as he pushed open the door to the haunted house. Welcome, everyone, to my haunted house. Upon seeing the long queue and the fully armed visitors, a smile crept onto Chun-ji's lips. Early in the morning, Xiao Chun found himself queuing up, much to the astonishment of the carousel staff nearby. Initially, he intended to greet Chen-gu, But upon approaching, he sensed an unusual atmosphere among the visitors. It's just average, primarily because the tourists enjoy it. Chunga shrugged, stepping aside the protective barrier. Who enjoys it? How shameless. I am here to seek trouble, not to merely observe. At last, he had located the culprit. You were the one who posted that short video last night, weren't you? Where's my knife? Where is it? The enthusiasm of the tourists escalated to an uncontrollable level. Chun Gu swiftly interjected, since you all have gathered here, why not step inside and experience it? The best way to quell fear is to stimulate the senses. Let's counteract fear with a dose of thrill to numb ourselves. Admittedly, the short video from last night was a thoughtless oversight on my part. Therefore, today, all tickets for the haunted house will be half price. Don't let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 7. Ghost Marriage to Counter Poison with Poison? I find that utterly unbelievable. Brother, compensate me for a smartphone screen, and we shall consider this matter settled. You think a half-price ticket could sway me? Absolutely not. Amidst the clamor, several minutes elapsed. Yet no visitors dared to enter the haunted house. They huddled outside the protective railings, too timid to venture forth. Even the cowardly Chun Gu found it hard to bear. Is there truly no one willing to experience this? My haunted house is hardly terrifying, if you doubt it. Check the reviews online. Prompted by his words, some began searching online. Indeed, every review claimed it was not frightening at all. The sole positive comment noted that the actress portraying the ghost was exceptionally beautiful. How about we give it a try ourselves? After a prolonged wait, finally, someone stepped forward. It's merely a haunted house. How frightening can it be? I have seen real corpses. Why should I fear this? The speaker was a young man with a crew cut, possessing bold features and an earnest demeanor. Brother, spare us the nonsense. Even pretense has its limits. How old are you to have witnessed a corpse? We are all timid souls. Why deceive ourselves? Just as the crowd dismissed him, an incongruous voice rang out. He speaks the truth. Corpses have long since become commonplace for us. Following the voice, a tall woman, donning a sun hat and a white dress, approached from the entrance of the amusement park. Her facial expressions were few and far between, and wherever she passed, the ambient temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Senior, a young man hurried over, eager to assist the woman with her bag, only to be deterred by a single glance from her. He stood there, at a loss, maintaining an awkward yet polite smile. You call her senior? Are you still students? Chen Ji's attention was drawn to the two young individuals. We are from the Forensic College of Jiuzhong Medical University. My name is Hashan, and this is my senior, Gao Rushua. The young man flashed a smile at Chen Gu. I shared your video on the school's forum last night, and my senior decided to come for a visit after watching it. This Ice Queen was a forensic expert. One could not help but remark how well her demeanor suited her profession. Miss, may I add you on WeChat? Nearby tourists gathered around the woman, but as her self-appointed protector, Hashan stood by with a grin. My senior is extraordinary. She dissected frogs and mice this morning, and after washing her hands, she can casually head to the cafeteria for braised pork. Late at night, passing by the dissection room, she can yawn and greet the cadaver preserved in formaldehyde. You might be wasting your efforts. The number of men she has dissected likely surpasses the number of women you have ever held hands with. This unusual introduction had an immediate effect, creating a 2-meter radius of space around the woman. Upon hearing the young man's words, Chen Gu felt a slight headache coming on. He completed a nightmarish task and earned a reward, finally preparing to stage a comeback. However, as he opened the door, he was met by a visitor who happened to be a student from the Forensic Academy. To pursue a study in forensics, one must possess an exceptionally strong psychological resilience. Are we permitted to enter? A woman impatiently approached Chen Gu, towering over him in her high-heeled shoes, nearly meeting his gaze. The original ticket price was 20, but with a 50% discount, it became 10. Before we proceed, I have some background stories and essential details to share with you. Chen Gu recalled the 3 fundamental elements of haunted house design mentioned in his black phone, among which the background story holds great significance, influencing the visitor's sense of immersion. First, allow me to introduce my haunted house. Although many reviews on public platforms claim that my haunted house lacks fright, I must convey a crucial fact with a sense of responsibility. The ground beneath our feet was once the largest mass grave in Jiuzhong City, 50 years ago. 30 years ago, the city planned to construct Jiuzhong People's Hospital here. The subsequent events, which you can research online, involve numerous phenomena that defy scientific explanation, ultimately leading to the hospital's forced relocation. My haunted house has been transformed from the old hospital site, concealing many secrets and archives left behind from the hospital's departure. After sharing this, Chun-gu pointed to the warning sign by the door. Visitors with cardiovascular diseases, arrhythmias, or similar conditions are prohibited from entering. Adolescents aged 12 and above, but under 16, must be accompanied by a parent. Now, if there are no further concerns, you two may follow me inside. Chun-gu lifted the opaque black curtain and closed the rusted iron gate, leading Hishan and Gao Ru Shui into the pitch-black corridor. In the ancient city of Zhejiang, a tale has long circulated about those who are not united in life, yet share the same grave in death. The Marquis of Pingjiang sought to arrange a ghostly marriage for his prematurely deceased child and summoned a master to consult the birth charts. After careful consideration, a girl was chosen. However, she was already devoted to another. In a bid to compel her compliance, the Marquis cast her beloved into the river and threatened her family's lives. Ultimately, to safeguard her parents, the girl consented to wed a deceased man. Amidst the blood candles and lacquered coffin, the red and white funeral rites were held together. After the girl was entombed alive, strange occurrences began to plague the Marquis's estate. A copper rooster bled, paper effigies opened their eyes, and at midnight, a woman would invariably appear within the house. This experiential project is called a ghost marriage, featuring an open-ended scenario where you need to find the correct exit within 15 minutes to successfully escape. Should you feel overwhelmed with fear, simply stand near the surveillance camera and shout, "I will come to your aid." Chun-gu paused at the entrance to the second floor, gesturing for them to proceed. "I wish you a delightful experience." It sounded rather intriguing, yet to truly frighten me, they still needed to refine their approach. Hishan shamelessly hid behind her senior, proclaiming courageously that he was unafraid, while his body betrayed him, refusing to take a step forward. In stark contrast, Gao Ru Shui exhibited no signs of trepidation. Resolutely, she pressed onward. "Senior, wait for me." Upon entering the second-floor corridor, Chun-gu securely locked the exit door and dialed Su-wan's number. "Xiao-wan, the tourists have entered. Prepare yourself, and remember to block your ears." After relaying his instructions, he hurried towards the central control room, a small chamber housing the monitoring screens, sound control panel, and remote control devices for special effects. Initially, he had not intended to use this particular piece of music, as it was undeniably eerie. However, encountering medical students disrupting the event on opening day was simply intolerable. He activated the sound control panel, added Black Friday to the background music library, and selected it for continuous playback. Having completed these tasks, he settled in front of the monitoring screen, vigilantly watching Hishan and Gao Ru Shui, ready to intervene the moment they exhibited any signs of distress. Chapter 8. Black Friday. 3 entrances and exits: the main house, the side chambers, the east and west wings, the winding corridors, the cascading flower curtains, the auspicious gates, the inverted lintels, the thunder god pillars. The details of this haunted house are quite impressive, meticulously crafted to mimic an ancient courtyard, evoking a strong sense of immersion. Gao Ru Shui wandered through the scene, pausing intermittently, her demeanor relaxed, occasionally offering her commentary. "Senior, we are in a haunted house, not strolling through the gardens of Suzhou. Could you perhaps consider my feelings?" The desolate courtyard exuded a palpable chill, with ghostly banners fluttering and paper money swirling in the air. For Hishan, the haunted house presented a starkly different experience. He treaded cautiously, fearful that something might suddenly emerge from the shadows. "We should find the exit quickly. I have an ominous premonition. Since we are here, we might as well explore thoroughly. We are here to enjoy the haunted house, not to be outwitted by it. Do you not remember what the haunted house owner said before entering? We must find the exit within 15 minutes. I have a strong suspicion that person is up to no good. If we fail to escape in time, something dreadful is bound to occur." Hishan endeavored to persuade Gao Ru Shui, but alas, she remained indifferent. The methods employed by haunted houses to instill fear are rather limited. At best, they employ staff to play the role of ghosts, chasing us around. If we are unafraid of the dead, why should we fear the living? Gao Ru Shui aimlessly traversed the corridor, casually pushing open the door to the left side chamber. The setting for the ghost marriage adhered to the standard courtyard layout, with the main house designated for the elders and the head of the family, the side rooms for the eldest son and the younger generation, while the side chambers flanked the main house, serving as quarters for the servants and maids. Pushing the door open, he was met with a scene of chaos: overturned tables and chairs, tattered bedding strewn across the bed, and cotton fluff scattered about. In the center of the room, a strip of white silk hung suspended, Senior sister, I'm waiting outside for you. Please be careful. Before he could finish his warning in the dialect of Hashan, he was pulled into the room by Gao Rushua. His face contorted in distress as he gazed at the white silk that swayed gently without any breeze. His body stiffening slightly. How intriguing, he mused. The white silk hung at a height of 1.5 meters, insufficient to hang oneself. The overturned furniture and the remnants of struggle on the floor suggested that this haunted house was deliberately crafting an illusion of forced suicide. The side room housed servants, and it appeared that the vengeful spirits spared no one, not even those without blood ties to the family, indicating a sinister intent to torment everyone in the mansion to death. Gao Rushua remained composed, yet a glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes. The design of the haunted house was intricate, possibly concealing other surprises. She rummaged through the room, swiftly tossing the bedding aside, revealing a paper doll lying beneath the worn quilt. A paper figure resting on a living person's bed. Disregarding the doll, she lifted the bedboard, only to find it empty beneath. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. It seemed she had overestimated this haunted house. Let us go. The exit is not in this room, she proclaimed, gesturing dismissively as she strode towards the door. Left alone in the room, Hashan stared at the paper doll on the floor, a shiver running down his spine. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he could have sworn that the paper doll was smiling back at him. The copper chicken bleeds, and the paper figure opens its eyes. Wait for me, senior sister. The door to the side room closed tightly once more, and the white silk within ceased its gentle sway. Could you lower your voice? Why are you shouting? A grown man behaving timidly like a girl. Gao Rushua cast a glance at Hashan, pausing at the edge of the corridor. It's not that I'm timid. This place truly unsettles me. The longer I stay, the more intense the feeling of unease becomes, as if my deepest fears have been unearthed. Upon hearing Hashan's words, Gao Rushua hesitated for a moment, sensing that something was amiss. The foremost qualities of a forensic expert are composure and steadiness, yet when she spoke of Hashan, her tone had noticeably shifted to one of impatience, a reaction she had never exhibited elsewhere. Could it be that I am afraid? I know that everything in this haunted house is merely an illusion. Why should I feel fear? A crack appeared in Gao Rushua's psychological defenses, and neither of them could identify the source of their apprehension. Under the weight of self-doubt and psychological suggestion, the seed of terror began to take root. You don't think this place actually harbors anything unclean, do you? This haunted house is built on a mass grave, not to mention that it's a repurposed hospital building. Be quiet. Our school's underground morgue is no less frightening than this place, is it? You're also a medical student. Why are you so cowardly? Despite her dismissive words, Gao Rushua spoke increasingly rapidly, seated beside the railing of the corridor, scanning her surroundings. The ancient mansion, the morning hall, the withered trees, the scattered paper money, none of these were particularly terrifying. What am I truly afraid of? Both were captivated by the eerie atmosphere, oblivious to the haunting melody that played on a continuous loop in the background. The ominous melody entitled Black Friday has subtly entwined itself around the hearts of the two individuals, akin to a shadowy river eroding their souls, inexorably drawing them into an abyss of despair. Xiaoshan, how long have we been here? I have no idea, but I certainly feel that we won't escape within the next 15 minutes. Do not panic. Allow me to reflect on this. Gao Rushua, disregarding the dust, strode towards the opposite end of the corridor. There is nothing to fear in this haunted house. It is primarily the proprietor who has been instilling negative psychological cues. From the moment we entered, he has incessantly emphasized terms like mass grave, live burial, and female ghost, seeking to frighten us into terrorizing ourselves. What makes this individual even more cunning is the imposition of a time limit without specifying what we might encounter, which leads us to place undue pressure upon ourselves, allowing our minds to conjure the most horrifying scenarios. So what do you suggest we do now? This haunted house feels distinctly different from others. Hashan, a rather earnest young man, unconditionally believed everything his senior said. Your intuition is correct. In a conventional haunted house, professional actors don costumes to embody apparitions, employing a plethora of apparatus to craft gruesome and terrifying scenes, guiding us through a structured experience. Yet, this establishment deviates from that norm. It has meticulously prepared the environment, permitting us to explore freely, devoid of guidance and constraints, leaving no one aware of what may transpire next. I comprehend your perspective now. It is the unknown that instills the deepest fear. In the serene ambience of the room, Hishan exhibited an expression of sudden enlightenment. At this juncture, there was no other explanation. Gao Rushua subtly furrowed her brow and remarked, "Very well, let us proceed to the next chamber." The ear room was adjacent to the main hall, the dwelling of the head of the household. Upon pushing open the wooden door, one could find a discarded ceremonial robe of coarse linen, and in the center of the hall stood a lacquered wooden shrine. A crimson coffin lay within, adorned with a large character for happiness affixed in white paper at its center, while on either side knelt a neat row of paper figures. Each figure bore a name inscribed on its back, their faces painted with lively hues, and their eyes appeared almost animated, each displaying a distinct expression as if they were surreptitiously observing the two individuals at the doorway. Chapter 9. The medical student was frightened to tears. Sister, why do I feel as though those paper figures are watching us? Hishan clutched the door frame, refusing to step inside the house. This is no joke. There's definitely something off about those paper figures. Could they be humans in disguise? I swear, I feel like if I get too close, they will rise from the ground. The paper figures, having been subjected to Chun Ji's embalming technique, exuded an indescribable eeriness, although they were inanimate. They seemed to emanate a hint of vitality. Gao Rushua shot Hishan a fierce glare, wanting to call him a foolish companion. Fear is indeed contagious. Though she had not been particularly frightened, Hishan's words began to unnerve her. Could you please say a little less? If you keep babbling, I might just leave you here all alone. She stepped into the house first, surveying her surroundings. The windows on the walls of the main room were mere decorations, providing no escape to the outside world. Sister, let us leave quickly. This place feels sinister. It's completely sealed off, and the exit must not be here. The haunted house owner was adept at psychological manipulation and understood the human psyche. Thus we must act contrarily. The more improbable a location seems, the more we must investigate it thoroughly. As Gao Rushua moved about the room, the breeze she stirred caused the paper figures on the ground to sway. Hishan, watching from outside, felt a chill run down his spine, but there are no hiding spots inside. It's clear as day where the exit could be. No hiding spots. Who told you that? Gao Rushua stood in the center of the main room, lifting her long, pale leg to place a foot atop the red coffin. Come help me. I need to open the coffin. Open the coffin. Hishan Zue's lips quivered, and he felt utterly unwell. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Are you truly planning to remain in this haunted house for eternity? Under the coercion of Gao Rushua, Hishan cautiously advanced inch by inch into the room, meticulously avoiding the paper figures strewn across the floor. He bent down to support the other end of the coffin lid. On the count of 3, we shall exert our strength together. Ready? 1, 2. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed through the room before Gao Rushua could finish counting. What was that noise? Hishan trembled, clutching the coffin lid tightly. Shoo! Gao Rushua gestured for silence, her eyes darting around, finally resting on the crimson coffin before her. It seems the sound originated from within the coffin. Upon hearing this, Hishan's face drained of color, his throat quivered, and his grip on the coffin lid felt as if he were grasping a searing hot iron plate. Sister, you are my flesh and blood. Let us leave at once. Calm down. When we attempt to open the coffin, a sound emanates from within. Do you not find that peculiar? That is not peculiar at all. It is downright terrifying. With the influence of Black Friday looming over him, Hishan's underlying dread intensified exponentially, and all he desired was to escape as swiftly as possible. Think carefully. If a sound is coming from the coffin, it could only indicate 2 possibilities. First, there may be a staff member concealed inside, ready to leap out and frighten us when we open it. Second, it could house some sort of mechanical contraption. Opening the coffin might trigger a hidden mechanism, leading to unforeseen consequences. Regardless of the circumstances, the coffin serves as a crucial prop in the scene of a ghost marriage, if we wish to escape. Opening the coffin is one of the essential steps. Gao Rushua tapped on the coffin lid and urged, "Do not hesitate. Simply open it." Although I was uncertain of her exact words, they resonated with a sense of reason. Hishan and Gao Rushua exerted their strength simultaneously, and the heavy coffin lid began to slide open. As it reached a quarter of the way, an unexpected explosion erupted from within the dilapidated coffin. Bang! The coffin toppled, releasing a multitude of paper figures and joss money, while the room was filled with the eerie laughter of an unfamiliar woman. To my astonishment, the door of the room began to close automatically. Run! Hishan, startled and very close to the door, could hardly think of his senior sister. He darted to the entrance. However, before he could even poke his head outside, a woman's face intruded. Pale, exquisite, and breathtakingly beautiful. What the hell? Caught completely off guard, Shanshan swung his fist towards that visage, but the owner of the face seemed to have anticipated his reaction, as if rehearsed countless times. Before his fist could descend, she had already evaded. There are ghosts. With his punch missing its target, he panicked and scrambled towards the opposite side of the courtyard. Shanshan, stop running wild, Gao Rushua shouted, just as she caught sight of a red figure closely trailing Shanshan into the side room. The left and right side chambers were designated for the juniors. This was disastrous. Shanshan had ventured into the very room of the malevolent spirit in life. Gao Rushua hurriedly rushed outside, only to find the main door of the room firmly shut, trapping her within. Was this an attempt to separate us? To dismantle us one by one? It was merely a visit to a haunted house. Was such madness truly warranted? The coffin lay shattered, paper figures scattered across the floor. And amidst it all, Gao Rushua's heart was in turmoil. She kicked and pounded on the door, and after more than a minute, managed to force it open. Yet, in that brief span of time, the outside world seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. Xiaoshan, Hashan, Gao Rushua called out twice, but there was no reply. Apart from the eerie background music of the haunted house, the only sound was the rustling of paper money against the ground. What was happening? The haunted house was not vast. It was inconceivable that Hashan could not hear her. Had something unfortunate befallen him? Images of crime scenes flashed through her mind, and she was at a loss as to why these thoughts suddenly surfaced. Following the corridor, she recalled that Xiaoshan had run in this direction. Creaking, she pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, from which a paper-cut character for happiness fell away. Gao Rushua stepped into the chamber. The room was adorned as a bridal chamber, yet disturbingly. Every decoration was white, devoid of any festive spirit, instead evoking a sense of eeriness. Where had he gone? The atmosphere of the room was peculiar. The only source of light emanating from the white lantern hanging outside the door. Gao Rushua advanced cautiously, a chilling wind brushing against her back, causing the skin exposed to the air to tingle as though an invisible hand were gently caressing her. As her shoes tread upon the paper offerings, her instep occasionally brushed against something peculiar. The dim light rendered her vision unclear, compelling her to grit her teeth and quicken her pace. Lifting the curtain to the inner room, Gao Rushua paused at the threshold. The chamber lay desolate, save for a bed swathed in drapery and two facing copper mirrors pressed against the walls. She had witnessed Hashan dart into this very room, and yet, after merely a minute or two, how could he have vanished? Was it possible that the exit was concealed within these confines? Had Hashan inadvertently slipped away? A flurry of thoughts raced through Gao Rushua's mind as she inhaled deeply and stepped inside. To her astonishment, with each footfall, two sets of footsteps echoed in unison. Who was behind me? She spun around abruptly, only to be met by a copper mirror reflecting her own image. A moment of false alarm. Gao Rushua's chest heaved, her heart pounding with an intensity she had not felt in ages. An eerie melody drifted through the air, and in the dim light, she gazed into the mirror, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks. In the mirror's depths, the drapery behind her was inexplicably parting. A paper figure's face slowly emerged, its grin unmistakably directed at her. Who was in there? In the depths of extreme terror, one may become irritable and impulsive. Gao Rushua turned abruptly, grasping the edges of the curtain, eager to unveil the mystery within. Yet, the curtain was designed with intricate complexity, layered with veils and canopies, intertwining in a chaotic manner. After a prolonged struggle, not only did she fail to glimpse the innermost scene, but her arm also became ensnared. As if fate conspired against her, just then, footsteps echoed within the room. I remained motionless. From where did these footsteps arise? With the younger student missing, and under the influence of the atmospheric rendering and the ominous Friday the 13th, Gao Rushua's psychological defenses had already developed numerous fissures. She had reached her limit, and the footsteps that resonated within the room became the final straw that broke her resolve. Her legs weakened, robbed of strength, as fear, akin to a beast released from its cage, began to devour her sanity. Gao Rushua struggled to turn her body, attempting to free herself from the grip of the curtain, but the footsteps drew ever closer without revealing their source. It was inconceivable. The room was so small. If someone approached, I would surely see them at a glance. Her mind spiraled into chaos, as the simplicity of the room's decor instilled an indescribable, profound terror within her. The white lanterns outside began to sway, casting an increasingly dim light, while the reflection in the bronze mirror grew blurred. Gao Rushue's pupils trembled, her beautiful eyes fixating upon the bronze mirror, where, unbeknownst to her, her reflection had vanished, replaced by the image of a stranger clad in a bridal gown. In the passage of time, beauty remains unparalleled. The captivating allure of a fair lady stirs the heart. That pale, surreal beauty rendered one breathless, akin to gazing upon a long-forgotten masterpiece. Gazing at the woman in the mirror, Gao Rushue's shoulders trembled, her face betraying an expression of terror for the first time. Having dissected numerous corpses, she was all too familiar with the sensation that the woman in the mirror evoked, a feeling that could only arise in the presence of the dead. The haunted house concealed a genuine corpse. The moment this thought crossed her mind, fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. She desperately tried to distance herself from the copper mirror, only to collide with an unseen object as she retreated. Simultaneously, the footsteps within the room came to an abrupt halt, and Gao Rushue's thoughts froze in that instant. Without any further contemplation, she instinctively turned her head amidst the eerie background music. Their eyes met. Behind her stood a woman clad in bridal attire, her face painted for the funeral, smiling at her. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the haunted house, audible even from outside. Bound at the arms, Gao Rushue's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor. Her complexion drained of color, the oppressive fear transformed into tears that flowed uncontrollably. For a long while, she dared not open her eyes. Her cheeks marked by tear stains, her mouth slightly agape as she coughed reflexively. "Shaoan, please bring her out." "All right." The ghost in front of Gao Rushue removed the Bluetooth earpiece hidden within her hair and squatted before her. "The tour ends here. Take a breath. I will escort you out." Moments later, the door to the ghostly wedding scene swung open, and Chun Gu rushed in, flustered. Where is the other person? He could not find Hishan's figure in the surveillance footage, and fearing an unforeseen incident, rushed inside. The individual, overly timid, fainted upon standing before the bronze mirror after entering. Concerned that his state might disrupt the experience of other visitors, I dragged him behind the bed. Fainting? Chun Gu was at a loss for words. The safety of the guests is always paramount. Should this occur again, notify me immediately. Understood. He instructed Su Wan to assist Gao Rushue while he pulled Hishan, who lay unconscious on the floor, out from behind the bed. This large fellow was utterly unresponsive, oblivious to whatever ordeal he had just endured. "Let us find a ventilated area." He hoisted Hishan onto his back and dashed outside the haunted house, descending to the first floor. He lifted the opaque curtain and kicked open the protective barrier, exclaiming, "Make way." Chun Gu placed Hishan at the ventilation point of the haunted house, applying pressure to acupressure points and using ice packs. A scene that left the surrounding visitors in astonishment. What is happening? Entering on foot and exiting in a faint. This is the first time I've heard of someone losing consciousness while touring a haunted house. Was he scared to death? Didn't the reviews say it wasn't frightening? Oh my, I'm starting to panic. Before long, Su Wan emerged, supporting Gao Rushue, who looked entirely different from when they had entered. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, her steps unsteady, and tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. It was as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. What on earth had she experienced inside? Hadn't she claimed to have seen corpses without a hint of fear? Su Wan assisted Gao Rushue onto the steps, offering her a bottle of water. She remained slightly shaken, her hand trembling as she grasped the bottle. "Don't block the wind. Everyone step aside." Chun Gu felt a twinge of frustration. It was somewhat expected for Gao Rushue to be frightened to tears, but why did this big fellow suddenly faint? If he was timid, he should simply admit it. Why persist in entering the haunted house for thrills? Good news seldom travels, but bad news spreads like wildfire. An increasing number of onlookers gathered at the entrance of the haunted house. Even Uncle Su, the park administrator, was alerted and rushed over on his electric scooter. "Xiaochun, what is going on? Why has a visitor fainted?" Uncle Su maneuvered through the crowd with his scooter. "I'm not sure. Perhaps he suffered from heat stroke." Chun Ji's explanation was hardly convincing, even to himself. In this weather? Uncle Su approached, swiftly lifting Hishan and placing him onto the scooter. "Give me a hand. Let us take him to the infirmary." Before they had ventured too far, it was uncertain whether the earlier pressure point technique had worked or if it was due to other reasons, but Hishan gradually regained consciousness. His eyelids fluttered as he abruptly sat up on the scooter, his eyes bloodshot, repeatedly murmuring, "Mirror, mirror, calm down." Is he possessed? Sunlight streamed onto his face, and after a few moments, Hashan finally returned to his senses. He touched the back of his head, realizing he was surrounded by curious onlookers. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Are you feeling better? How did you faint in the haunted house? Uncle Sue, in his park uniform, displayed great diligence as he handed Hashan a bottle of water. I am also uncertain about the specifics of the situation. I was utterly terrified at that moment. Upon rushing into a room, I encountered a brass mirror on the wall, within which a figure was calling my name. Beyond that point, my memory fades. Hashan appeared utterly bewildered. This must be some sort of experiential attraction within the haunted house. Is there truly an element involving mirrors in such a place? Uncle Sue gazed at Chun-gu, whose complexion was far from favorable at that moment. Chapter 11. Does your conscience not ache? When Hashan mentioned that his fainting was related to the mirror, Chun-gu felt a jolt in his heart. He recalled the game he had played the previous night, where the entity in the mirror was obstructed by a puppet and did not emerge. Now, according to Hashan's assertion, that creature likely had not departed but remained concealed within the mirrors of the haunted house. Boss, is this a new project in the haunted house? How come I was unaware? Su-won inquired, drawing closer, while many bewildered onlookers turned their attention to Chun-gu. He found himself in a precarious situation. It was impossible to directly inform everyone that there might indeed be ghosts in the haunted house, inviting them in with the nonchalant assurance of their safety. Such a revelation would not only lead to the closure of the haunted house, but could also result in him being sent to a psychiatric facility. It can be considered a new project. The specifics are outlined in the short video I posted last night. However, I strongly advise against engaging in this game without the guidance of professionals, Chun-gu said, gently patting Hashan on the shoulder. To recklessly participate could lead to a fate similar to that of this brother here. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to visit? Do not be afraid. Unexpected occurrences can happen in a haunted house, which only adds to the thrill. Thrill my foot. Someone has fainted. We merely came to enjoy a haunted house experience. There is no need to risk our lives. Exactly. And as for the damage to my phone screen, I want to hold you accountable. But I implore you to refrain from posting such videos late at night in the future. Not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble. I take my leave. As Chun-ji's words echoed, the crowd collectively took a step back. He wore a wry smile. Surely it's not that frightening. My haunted house is genuinely not terrifying. My dear brother, 2 forensic students, who are accustomed to dealing with corpses, have been so frightened by you that one wept and the other fainted. Yet, you remain remarkably composed, asserting that your haunted house is utterly unfrightening. Are you deceiving yourself? Does your conscience not ache? Brother, one must always act with kindness. The surrounding tourists engaged in lively discussions, leaving Chun-gu speechless. When the haunted house was deemed non-threatening, no one visited, claiming it was uninteresting. Now that it has become frightening, it appears to have backfired. Have you traveled all this way merely to loiter at the entrance? Courage can indeed be cultivated, and occasionally experiencing terror and excitement can invigorate one's blood circulation. Even if you wax poetic, I shall not enter. And as for enhancing blood flow, why not claim your haunted house can cure cancer? The fellow whose phone screen was shattered waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man beside him suddenly spoke up, his voice booming as if he had come to a well-considered decision. Boss, give me a ticket. Goodness, there truly are those unafraid of death. Sir, do not be rash. Others charge for their haunted houses, but his demands a life. I commend your bravery. Rest assured, I shall take care of your wife and niece. The uncle appeared to be in his 40s, slightly balding. He stepped out from the crowd and handed Chun-gu 10 yuan. ID like a ticket, please. Are you going in alone? Chun-gu regarded this uncle with newfound respect. What a bold move. Knowing full well the dangers, he boldly ventures forth. Having received the payment, Chun-gu handed the ticket to the elderly gentleman and was about to impart some essential guidelines regarding the haunted house. To his surprise, the gentleman took the ticket and proceeded in the opposite direction of the haunted house entrance. Sir, the entrance is this way. I know. The gentleman replied without turning back. He returned to his original position, took out his phone, snapped 2 photos of the haunted house ticket, and began to post on his social media. In the verdant embrace of April, the season for outdoor excursions has arrived. I highly recommend the West Suburb Haunted House. It's truly exhilarating. After my visit today, I emerged drenched in cold sweat. The surrounding tourists could hardly contain their disbelief. You spent 20 minutes loitering at the entrance, and now you think buying a ticket counts as a visit? Before the tourists could voice their thoughts, the elderly gentleman's post had already garnered likes, along with comments from his friends. Lee from the HR department remarked, Zhang, you're afraid of mice. Yet you dare to enter a haunted house. Impressive, my friend. Wang Dayo from the modeling section quipped. Old Zhang must have ventured into a children's haunted house, smirking. His wife chimed in, hurry home and cook. Their daughter, Wang Jing, added, ha ha, Dad, we all know your courage. Spare us the futile struggles QAQ. Unfazed by the comments, the elderly gentleman smiled and replied to each one, you all should give it a try. After all, your bravery surpasses mine, and you surely won't find it frightening. His actions left the nearby tourists utterly astonished. Sir, you are truly a man of profound depth. In order to avoid being labeled as timid, even by his own wife and daughter, the young man with the shattered phone screen stood beside the uncle, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached Chen Gu and declared, I want a ticket too. Chen Gu was bewildered as to how the situation had escalated to this point. He accepted the payment and handed the young man a ticket. Moments later, he saw the young man, holding his broken phone, begin to take photos and post on Weibo, accompanied by the caption, oh dear, what should I do? I feel like my courage has diminished again. It's just a haunted house, yet I've broken out in a cold sweat. As the young man perused the comments on Weibo, filled with cowardly and feeble remarks, a peculiar smile spread across his face. Give me one too. I want one. It's half off, right? I'll take two. The haunted house was eerily empty, devoid of any visitors, yet half of the tickets had already been sold. The crowd slowly dispersed, and Chen Gu, holding the cash in his hands, began to count it with a sense of joy. Boss, we sold more tickets this morning than we did in the past 2 weeks combined, Su Wan exclaimed, squatting beside Chen Gu, her excitement palpable. However, we must remain vigilant. Today's success is merely a stroke of luck. To genuinely retain visitors, we need to offer substantial content. Chen Gu carefully tucked the counted ticket money away and glanced towards the perimeter of the haunted house, where the weary Hishan and Gao Rushui had yet to leave. Are you two feeling any better? Chen Gu approached them with a bottle of mineral water, acknowledging that today's ticket sales were largely due to the presence of these two forensic students. Thank you. I apologize for the trouble, they replied. Hishan sat awkwardly on the steps, her companion Gao Rushui appearing somewhat pale beside her. Her gaze oscillated between Chen Gu and Su Wan. I have 2 questions I would like to ask, if I may. Please, go ahead, Chen Gu replied, not dismissing her inquiry. First, in the West Wing, I distinctly saw this woman in the mirror. How could she suddenly appear behind me? Gao Rushui inquired, her determination to unravel the mystery evident as she struggled to accept the reality of being frightened to tears. You believed it to be an ordinary mirror, but it is, in fact, a triangular prism formed by 3 mirrors, with the remaining 2 sides hidden within the walls. A forceful push can pivot it, revealing the exit of the ghostly marriage game behind the mirror. As for the woman in the mirror, she was merely a life-sized photograph, expertly illuminated to create an illusion of reality. Shaowan was concealed behind the other mirror, and the footsteps you heard were merely sound effects. Upon hearing Chun Ji's explanation, Gao Rushui nodded gently, and my second question. She pointed towards Su Wan. Why does this person, although alive, evoke such an eerie sensation in me, as if I were gazing upon a corpse? Chapter 12. The Roulette. Having devoted years to the study of human anatomy, Gao Rushui spent more time in the company of cadavers than with her roommates. She found social interactions challenging, and her understanding of the deceased surpassed that of the living. The makeup worn by us actors in the haunted house is quite peculiar, coupled with the complex environment of the haunt and one's own psychological cues. It leads to a distortion of perception. The mortuary aesthetics and the dark allure of Black Friday are matters shrouded in secrecy, and Chen Gu would never divulge them to outsiders. He glossed over the topic without delving deeper. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to the forensic students, he instructed Su Wan to tidy up the props for the ghostly wedding scene and hastily retreated to the control room. The truth behind Hashan's fainting spell remained known only to Chen Gu. The creature lurking behind the mirror had not departed but continued to hide within the haunted house. Retaining it was ultimately a liability. This was his first encounter with a nightmarish level of task, and he had not anticipated such dire consequences. As he silenced the background music of the haunted house, Chen Gu accessed the surveillance footage, replaying the moment Hashan entered the West Wing, frame by frame. Soon, a revelation emerged. At precisely 9:24:11, Hashan entered the room, his fear overwhelming him as he dashed about in panic. By 14. He arrived in the inner chamber and beheld the copper mirror for the first time. At that moment, an exceptionally bizarre scene unfolded on the monitor. The previously frantic Hashan suddenly regained his composure upon seeing the mirror, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He stood motionless before the reflective surface. In the surveillance footage, the numbers indicating time incessantly change until it reaches 24 minutes and 17 seconds, at which point Hashan suddenly raises his left hand and strides toward the mirror. His demeanor resembles that of someone being compelled by an unseen force, as if yanked by an invisible hand into the mirror itself. At 24 minutes and 20 seconds, Su-won, clad in bridal attire, hastily approaches from behind. By this moment, half of Hashan's body has already pressed against the mirror, and the footage reveals a fleeting glimpse of something within the mirror before Hashan collapses to the ground. Was it Su-won's arrival that thwarted the creature's sinister plan within the mirror? Chun-gu repeatedly scrutinizes the video. Within a mere 10 seconds, so much transpires. Rubbing his temples, he finds himself at a loss for an effective resolution. It appears the only course of action is to cover all the mirrors within the haunted house. And once I devise a strategy to confront this monstrosity, I shall eradicate it completely. He ventures into the props room, retrieves several pieces of black cloth, and proceeds to the site of the ghostly wedding. Boss, what brings you here? Just leave this to me. Su-won calls out from a distance as she busily reassembling scattered paper figurines and joss paper into the coffin. I have come to inform you that all props related to mirrors in the haunted house are to be temporarily suspended. Additionally, be cautious not to approach the mirrors while you are in character. Chun-gu instructs while assisting Su-won in reassembling the disarrayed coffin props with the black cloth in hand. Though Su-won finds Chun-ji's actions perplexing, she refrains from probing further. Once the main scene is properly arranged, Chun-gu ventures alone into the west wing. The white paper lanterns hung high, casting a dim light within the room. He stood at the place where Hashan had collapsed, silently gazing at the bronze mirror. Was there a person living within the mirror? Could it be that the mirror concealed another world? Chun-gu touched the cold surface of the mirror, observing his reflection. The longer he stared, the more he felt something was amiss. When he had offered Hashan a bottle of water, he instinctively reached out with his right hand, indicating that he was not left-handed. Yet, in the surveillance footage, he had immediately raised his left hand. Why would he act contrary to his habitual behavior? Had he already been under the control of whatever resided within the mirror, rendering him powerless? Chun-gu pressed his left hand against the mirror, aligning it with the reflection. After all, everything within the mirror was a contradiction to reality. Covering the mirror's surface with a black cloth, Chun-gu sat within the haunted house and retrieved his black phone. To untie the knot, one must confront the one who tied it. The monster had emerged due to the presence of the black phone. To eliminate it, he would likely require the phone's assistance. He swiped the screen and opened the haunted house icon. The application interface underwent a slight transformation, with the number of visitors today and for the month both increasing by 2. In the section for unlockable horror scenes, a new trial task had appeared. Upon clicking it, a notification indicated that completing the task would unlock the corresponding horror scene. This game was designed with remarkable fairness. Accomplishing tasks yielded rewards, and the richness of the rewards was proportional to the difficulty of the tasks. If he wished to swiftly develop the haunted house and cleanse the filth within the mirror, he needed to undertake as many tasks as possible. In the course of his daily tasks, Chun-gu could only accomplish one at a time, which naturally led his gaze to the trial mission. The Midnight Escape Trial. A perilous lunatic has taken residence in a dilapidated apartment building, armed with scissors and a hammer, lurking just outside your door. Location of the mission, Shi Jiaoping apartment. Mission requirements. Arrive at the designated site before 11 o'clock tonight. Locate the perpetrator and survive until dawn. Mission hint. He conceals himself within the crowd, his benevolent exterior shrouding a heart marred by torment. Do you accept the mission? Note: the trial mission is available for only 24 hours. Failure to accept within this time frame will be regarded as forfeiture, and this scenario will remain eternally locked. Initially hesitant, upon reading the final line, Chun-gu resolutely chose to accept the challenge. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Fate cannot be evaded. As the haunted house was beginning to flourish, he was determined to seize every opportunity to enhance its success. After accepting the mission, he continued to read, noticing that the terrifying roulette at the bottom had somehow been activated. With curiosity, Chun-gu opened the roulette interface, where a line of text materialized on the screen. Life and death are decreed by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. Herein lies the fruit of longevity, as well as vengeful spirits steeped in malice. Upon the initial collection of a visitor's scream, the roulette is activated. Granting a chance to spin, only screams exceeding 70 decibels can be collected. Accumulating 100 screams will yield a single opportunity to spin the wheel. Must one gather 100 screams to redeem a single chance at the lottery? Chen-gu held his phone, his expression peculiar. This wheel is truly a scam. The conditions are already difficult to meet, and the final outcome remains uncertain. If a vengeful spirit were to emerge, it would certainly be a spectacle. He glanced at the remaining attempts on the wheel, a restless sensation stirring within him, akin to the compulsive urge one feels upon seeing a notification for a message. Regardless of whether it is a spam text, it should be fine to give it a try, he reassured himself, his finger gently tapping the screen. Instantly, the wheel began to spin. As long as it's not a vengeful spirit, anything else will do. Chapter 13. Is the heavens conspiring against me? Chen-gu fixated intently on the screen of his mobile device, the spinning wheel slowing progressively until, with a soft chime, the pointer came to rest at a particular segment. The lottery concluded, and the screen declared, "Congratulations, you have obtained a rare special item, the cursed love letter, winning probability, 3 in 1,000. With bulging eyes and a pallid complexion, from the moment she plummeted from the high-rise, she became a taboo within the campus. The crimson dancing shoes, the blood-stained uniform. Even her name transformed into an unspeakable subject. People feigned forgetfulness until one day, another individual received her love letter. In this inaugural lottery, drawing a vengeful spirit unlocked the rare title, Harbinger of the Vengeful Spirit. Harbinger of the Vengeful Spirit. While bearing this title, there exists a certain probability of receiving aid from the vengeful spirit. Upon seeing the notification on his phone, Chen-gu experienced a sensation akin to suffocation. A cursed love letter? A probability of 3 in 1,000? A harbinger of the vengeful spirit? The monster in the mirror remained a mystery, and now he had drawn a vengeful spirit. Is this the heavens conspiring to doom me? He felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should not have jinxed himself before the draw. Stay calm. Do not lose composure. The situation has not yet reached its nadir. Drawing a vengeful spirit does not mean it will manifest immediately. I still have time to remedy this. Perhaps I should visit a nearby temple to seek guidance. He tucked away his phone, preparing to slip it into his pocket when his fingertips unexpectedly brushed against something. Leaning down, Chen-gu discovered a piece of yellowed stationery had found its way into his pocket unbeknownst to him. A foreboding sensation suddenly surged within him as he tremulously retrieved the letter, which bore a message woven from hair. I like you. Come, my foot. How could you possibly like me? Shall I change my profession instead? The characters on the letter were elegant and lively. Had they not been fashioned from hair, they would have undoubtedly been more aesthetically pleasing. Chen-gu stood in the west wing, clutching the letter, his complexion ashen. It was difficult to fathom that the first love letter he had ever received manifested in such an unusual manner. Boss, what are you mumbling about all by yourself? Xiaowan entered from outside, having just arranged the paper figures in the main room. Oh, nothing. I was contemplating whether a person, aware of their impending fate, ought to relinquish all attachments and pursue something of significance. Chen-gu lifted his gaze to meet Xiaowan's, whose face was adorned with the makeup of a mortuary. For instance, contributing to the continuation of humanity. Chen-gu spoke casually, yet he was taken aback when Su-wan displayed a pensive expression, her demeanor gradually shifting to one of seriousness. Xiaowan, could it be that you are considering acquiescing? No, I am not prepared for that. Doesn't that seem a tad too hasty? Although we share a profound understanding and have collaborated for quite some time, if procreation were to be on the table, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. An inexplicable tension began to envelop Chen-gu. No, boss, you misunderstand. When I entered, I noticed 2 shadows behind you and was merely curious about them. Su-wan pointed behind Chen-gu. Are these also part of our haunted house's new project? 2 shadows. Chen-gu turned his head to see 2 shadows, one large and one small, gradually approaching from behind, ultimately merging into one. In disbelief, he grasped Su-wan's hand and fled towards the exit of the haunted house. Once they basked in the sunlight, Chen-gu finally calmed down. He chose not to divulge the reason to Su-wan and simply sat on the steps at the entrance of the haunted house. Boss, you seem to be overly paranoid lately. Is the pressure too much for you? Su-wan inquired as she settled beside him. You shouldn't burden yourself so heavily. Everything will eventually improve. What would you like for lunch? I can fetch it for you. Upon hearing Suwon's words, Shingu found himself at a loss for a response, managing only a forced smile. Anything you have will suffice. Also, please remove your makeup first. We wouldn't want to frighten the cafeteria staff. All right, she replied before departing. Once alone, Shingu retrieved the love letter, his mind racing with thoughts. I witnessed two shadows merging together. Does this signify that I am now haunted by a vengeful spirit, lurking within my own shadow? He pondered, aware that where there is light, there are shadows. Staring intently at his own silhouette, he mused, I possess the title of a vengeful spirit's favored one, which grants me a chance to receive aid from such a spirit. If this title holds any merit, then encountering a vengeful spirit might not be entirely detrimental. This was the only consolation he could muster, yet deep down, he understood the grim reality. Vengeful spirits earned their ominous reputation due to their profound resentment at the time of death, exuding malice and curses. To coexist with such entities is perilous. Any misstep could lead to a dire fate. After finishing his lunch, Chun-gu sat at the entrance of the haunted house, clutching a promotional flyer. Although many visitors passed by, few expressed a desire to enter the eerie establishment. With time on his hands, Chun-gu opened his personal short video profile and discovered dozens of new private messages awaiting him. Excluding the insults and advertisements, he diligently responded to the remaining messages until he came across one from Ishan. This earnest and unassuming forensic science student had secretly messaged Chun-gu, informing him that their school's online forum had erupted with excitement. A group of male seniors, upon learning that the campus beauty had been frightened to tears, were sharpening their metaphorical knives, ready to storm the haunted house. Some even initiated a call to arms on the forum, with over a dozen individuals already signing up in response. The exuberance of youth. A smile crept across Chun-ji's lips as he envisioned a dozen hormone-driven young men trembling and huddling together in his haunted house. Once the trial task was completed, he would allow them to experience the new scenes firsthand, to discover just how terrifying the one-star horror scenarios truly were. Reflecting on the trial task, Chun-gu became serious. This task could only be attempted once, and failure would mean that the corresponding horror scenes would remain forever locked. He perused his black phone, committing the task details to memory. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in any battle. After confirming the task location, Chun-gu began to scour the internet for every piece of information related to this site. The Pingan Apartments in the western suburbs of Zhejiang. Simply entering the name yielded no results. After flipping through several pages, he finally stumbled upon relevant information on a local secondhand housing website pertaining to the apartment building. It was a complaint message, alleging that the seller had concealed the true nature of the property. This apartment building was, in fact, a haunted house. Upon peeling back the wallpaper, remnants of mottled bloodstains were discovered, and an inexplicable foul odor could be detected each night. The complaint went unaddressed, eventually fading into obscurity. Chun-gu noted that the message had been posted 9 months prior. Spending a night in such a haunted dwelling, while also attempting to uncover the hidden murderer, posed a considerable challenge for me. Chun-gu had majored in toy design during his university days and was adept at craftsmanship. Yet he was fundamentally clueless when it came to investigation and deduction. This was indeed a predicament. I harbored no fear of the haunted house itself, but I was apprehensive about the possibility of the murderer residing next door, potentially viewing me as prey in the dead of night. Chapter 14. Missing person notice. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chun-gu stood alone in the props room of the haunted house, gazing at the cluttered table, uncertain of what to prepare. What essentials were needed for an overnight stay in a haunted house? Identification, mobile phone, power bank, lighter, fruit knife, multi-tool hammer. Oh, the puppet must accompany me as well. Chun-gu stuffed the puppet that had appeared before him in the mirror last night into his backpack. Once he confirmed that nothing was forgotten, he zipped up his bag and exited the room. Xiaowan, I'm leaving early today. Please lock the door when you arrive. I have some matters to attend to. Boss, it's not even 5 yet. Are you off on a trip? The keys are on the table in the props room. See you tomorrow. Noticing Chun-ji's carefree demeanor, Suwon let out a resigned "oh" and tossed aside a promotional flyer for the haunted house before dashing into the props room. This girl. The evening breeze scattered the flyers, and Chun-gu shook his head, picking up a stone to weigh them down. I hope she doesn't see me on tomorrow morning's news. In stark contrast to his outwardly relaxed demeanor, Chun-gu was, in fact, extremely anxious, his mind restless throughout the afternoon. Last night's nightmarish task had opened a door to another realm, making him acutely aware of the inherent dangers posed by the missions issued by the Black Phone. The trial tasks were undoubtedly more challenging than the routine ones, and he knew to exercise caution tonight. In order to navigate through the night unscathed, Chun-Gu rode a shared bicycle to ping an apartment before darkness fell. The task information provided only a single location, and in order to locate the ping-an apartment, Chun-Gu combined the details from a complaint made 9 months prior, questioning passers-by as he walked, ultimately spending over 2 hours to reach his destination. Was it possible for anyone to reside in such a remote area? The overgrown dirt path meandered awkwardly into the depths of the woods, devoid of streetlights, with a distant glimpse of a dark gray building visible through the sparse branches. Along the way, Chun-Gu had inquired with numerous individuals, yet the vast majority had never heard of the ping-an apartment. It was only an elderly gentleman, in his 60s, who directed him towards a path and kindly cautioned him, mentioning that the place had once been the site of a death, rendering it inauspicious. Locals would avoid it even during daylight. Chun-Gu felt a deep frustration, if it were not for the task assigned on the ominous Black Phone. Who would willingly choose to lodge in such a place? The time was now 6:50. The task required him to arrive before 11 at night, leaving him ample time to discern the nature of the haunted residence. Following the winding dirt path, Chun-Gu ventured deeper into the woods, and after walking several meters, he finally beheld the notorious haunted house. The estate was encircled by tall, dark gray walls, with a solitary entrance. The rusted iron gate swung open on either side, adorned with a brand-new padlock. How curious it was that the gate appeared so dilapidated, yet the lock was in pristine condition. Wait, what is this? Next to the iron gate, a piece of white paper was affixed. Initially, Chun-Gu presumed it to be a trivial advertisement, but upon illuminating it with his phone, he discovered it was a missing person notice. Zhang Qing, a 27-year-old woman, stands at 157 centimeters tall and possesses a slender frame. A notable black mole is present near her right eye, and she has a penchant for wearing red clothing. A notice seeking information about her disappearance urges those with knowledge to contact Mr. Wang, promising a generous reward. At the bottom of the notice, the contact details and address are provided, which piqued Chun-Ji's interest, as Mr. Wang's address corresponds to this ominous residence. An unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to instinctively take a photograph of the notice with his phone before entering the premises. The building was far larger than he had anticipated, featuring a 3-story main structure, alongside a warehouse and a building resembling a water room. The peeling paint suggested it had stood for at least 2 to 3 decades. Despite the severe aging of the architecture, it had been kept relatively tidy, with no visible litter on the ground and weeds thoroughly removed. After securing his bicycle in the yard, Chun-Gu entered the main building, calling out, "Is anyone here?" The long corridor was enveloped in darkness. After several moments, a door near the staircase creaked open slightly. "Hello?" Chun-Gu approached the room, but the occupant seemed reluctant to engage, opening the door only a fraction. The room remained unlit, revealing a woman standing in the doorway whose eyes were bloodshot, hinting at sleepless nights and a poor state of mental health. "I would like to inquire about the cost of staying in this apartment for one night." Chun-Gu spoke softly, striving to appear amiable. To his surprise, the woman's reaction was peculiar. She offered him a fleeting smile before abruptly shutting the door. What does it mean? He had yet to comprehend why. When footsteps echoed from the second floor of the apartment, the sole motion-activated light at the corridor's corner illuminated, revealing a middle-aged man with a limp descending the stairs. The man seemed to have overheard Chun-Ji's earlier words and inquired, "Are you planning to stay here? How long do you intend to rent? Are you the landlord?" Chun-Gu approached him, stating, "I will only stay for one night." "One night?" The limping man scrutinized Chun-Gu from head to toe, his gaze as if attempting to see through him entirely. "Very well, let me see your ID. Come to the second floor to settle the payment." Just as Chun-Gu prepared to follow the man upstairs, an abrupt noise emanated from the iron gate at the entrance. Upon hearing this sound, the limping man's brow furrowed, and his expression soured instantly. He halted in his tracks, leaving Chun-Gu to wait in silence. Shortly thereafter, a weary-looking middle-aged man entered, his attire tattered, clutching a thick stack of flyers in his hands. "Wang Qi, I told you your girlfriend is not here. If you persist in your relentless pursuit, do not blame me for being impolite." The limping man obstructed the staircase. The middle-aged man ignored him, trudging up the stairs with his head down. "I am speaking to you." The limping man forcefully shoved him, causing the unsuspecting middle-aged man to crash against the wall, scattering the flyers across the floor, one of which landed at Chun Ji's feet. It was a missing person notice, identical to the one posted on the apartment building's entrance. Chun-gu narrowed his eyes, discreetly picking up the notice from the ground while secretly observing the upper staircase. The middle-aged man did not engage in a violent confrontation with the limping man. Instead, he rose from the ground and silently gathered the missing person notices, resembling a mere shell of a human. Pay him no heed. He is but a madman. The limping man gestured for Chun-gu to proceed to the second floor. A madman? As Chun-gu passed by the middle-aged man, he discreetly cast a glance at him. The introduction to the midnight escape scenario had mentioned the presence of a mentally unstable individual within the apartment building. If this man is indeed insane, could he possibly be the murderer I seek? Chapter 15. The landlord exhausted, numb, and emaciated. This was Chun Ji's first impression of Wang Qi. As they brushed past each other, Chun-gu returned the missing person notice he had just picked up from the ground. The man softly uttered a thank you, his voice hoarse and somewhat indistinct. No need to mention it. Merely a trifle, Chun-gu replied with a smile, following the limping man up to the second floor. In stark contrast to the first floor, the second floor appeared even more damp and gloomy, with cobwebs festooning the corners and the walls marred with what seemed like gouges from a carving knife. The limping man led Chun-gu down the corridor until they reached the end, where he opened the door to the innermost room, retrieving a long string of keys. 50 for a night's stay. You may choose any room on the second floor. 50 seems rather steep, doesn't it? Chun-gu remarked. I'm the only tenant for several kilometers. Charging me 50 is quite generous. As the limping man spoke, his eyes occasionally darted back, seemingly to observe something of interest. Fine, but why are only second-floor rooms available? Are the first and third floors unoccupied? Chun-gu inquired. Why do you have so many questions? If they're not available, they're simply not available. The limping man snatched the 50 yuan from Chun Ji's hand and casually handed him a key marked with a room number. Find it yourself, he instructed before retreating into the room. Just as the door closed, Chun-gu heard a faint, disconsolate sound emanating from within, reminiscent of an elderly individual struggling with a morsel lodged in their throat. A sense of unease prickled at Chun-gu, prompting him to press the door lock. Wait a moment. What now? The limping man spoke with an unfriendly tone, revealing his irritation. Chun-gu peered through the crack of the door and observed that the rented room was quite small. Besides the limping man standing at the entrance, there was an elderly man seated in a wheelchair, his back towards the door, from whom the earlier voice had emanated. I'm a bit thirsty. Do you sell water or beverages? Chun inquired. No, came the curt reply. Gentle dealings yield prosperity. Why are you so angry? The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving Chun standing alone at the threshold, increasingly perplexed. In a typical apartment building, the reception would be located at the entrance, yet here it was concealed deep within the corridor on the second floor. He glanced at the key in his hand, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Why were the first and third floors uninhabitable? Who was the elderly man living with the landlord? The key bore the number 208, coincidentally corresponding to the room adjacent to the limping man. Never mind, I'll settle in first, he decided, feeling weary after more than 2 hours of travel. Upon opening the door, a faint musty odor wafted out. It seemed the place had been uninhabited for quite some time. Dust coated the furniture, and the damp bed linens felt uncomfortable to the touch. Is this bed fit for sleeping? Before Chun could even set down his bag, a sharp sound erupted from the neighboring room, akin to a bowl shattering. He closed the door and leaned against the wall to eavesdrop. Soon, the limping man's curses could be heard, and in his fury, he interspersed his insults with a couple of dialect phrases, suggesting he was not a local. The elderly man, weeping softly, was rendered speechless, while the limping man hurled insults for several minutes before finally ceasing. What followed was rather peculiar. The volume of the television next door abruptly increased. What could be the reason? What was he up to? Why raise the volume of the television? Chun-gu continued to eavesdrop for a few more minutes, but the overwhelming noise rendered his efforts fruitless, compelling him to abandon his endeavor. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on his own affairs, for this night was destined to be sleepless. Chun-gu tossed his backpack onto the vanity, retrieving a fruit knife from within and concealing it in his pocket. The complaints on the second-hand housing website indicated that bloodstains lingered behind the wall plaster, and a foul odor wafted through the air each night, leading to suspicions that this place might be a haunted residence. However, My online searches for any incidents related to the Ping An apartments yielded no results regarding any homicides occurring within this building. It was evident to Chun-gu that the selection of the Ping An apartments as a trial location by the black phone implied the existence of some unspeakable secret. Having secured the fruit knife, he then took out a multifunctional tool hammer, tapping and probing every corner of the room, yet found nothing of note. It was an exceedingly ordinary guest room, save for its deplorable state of disrepair, devoid of any significant oddities. Initially, the landlord allowed him to select a room only on the second floor, suggesting that the accommodations there should pose no issues. Otherwise, they would not be available for rent. Thus, it seemed imperative to explore the first and third floors for any potential discoveries. The trial task is set to commence at 11 o'clock in the evening, and with over 3 hours remaining until its initiation, Chun-gu is determined not to squander any time. He carefully stows away his tool hammer and stealthily approaches the door. Gripping the door lock, he pulls the door open halfway, only to suddenly come to a halt. Sweat beads form on his palm, and a chill rises within him. The limping man stands outside the door, having lingered there for an unknown duration. Neither had anticipated the abrupt opening of the door, and both are taken aback by the encounter. "What are you doing at my door, landlord?" Chun-ji's expression darkens. His suspicions about the landlord's character deepen. "Weren't you complaining of thirst? I brought you this." The limping man places a thermos at Chun-ji's doorstep, his demeanor slightly awkward. "Thank you." Chun-gu refrains from addressing the tension, smoothly taking the thermos inside. "Do you require anything else?" "Nothing. Just rest early," the limping man replies, casting a glance into the room as if speaking to himself, adding, "The corridor lacks lighting. It gets quite dark at night. You should refrain from wandering about." He turns and departs, and it is not until he has returned to his own room and closed the door that Chun-gu exhales in relief. The landlord, with his unattractive appearance, irritable temperament, and lack of conversational skill, despite his slight disability, possesses a robust physique capable of easily overpowering the middle-aged man from earlier. Chun-gu lacked the ability to reason. He merely began to indulge in conjecture based on the murder films he had previously watched. He pondered the notion that being born with a limp and having been bullied since childhood could lead to profound feelings of inferiority, which, when reaching a certain threshold, might distort and explode into thoughts of annihilating others and self-destruction. Upon reflection, he realized that this individual seemingly embodied all the characteristics of a psychopath. Chun-gu set down the thermos, grappling with a troubling question. If the landlord were indeed a murderer, would I not be compelled to spend an entire night as a neighbor to a killer in a haunted house? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. The old pervert might very well stand at his bedroom door all night. Even more alarming was the fact that as the landlord, he likely possessed spare keys to all the rooms. Chapter 16. Do not spend the night here. The landlord is under considerable suspicion, though other possibilities cannot be entirely dismissed. Chun-gu scratched his head, pondering how beneficial it would be to inquire with the tenant. Since entering the apartment building, he had encountered 4 individuals: the woman hiding behind the door, Wang Qi, who was posting missing person notices, the irritable landlord, and an elderly man seated in a wheelchair. The old man resided with the landlord, thus he was not a primary concern. The woman on the first floor exuded an unsettling aura, leaving only Wang Qi, who appeared relatively normal, as a potential source of information about the apartment's affairs. Chun-gu placed the thermos inside the room, secured the door, and made his way downstairs. As he descended, the motion-activated lights illuminated his path, revealing Wang Qi navigating the corridor, clutching the missing person notices. He slipped each notice into the cracks of the doors to the vacant rental units, seemingly indifferent to whether anyone resided within. This peculiar behavior piqued Chun-ji's curiosity. While others typically post notices in bustling areas, Wang Qi deliberately targeted unoccupied rentals. Quietly trailing behind Wang Qi, Chun-gu waited until the last notice was inserted before speaking. "Brother, I understand the anguish of having a missing family member. Yet you must find the strength to endure and refrain from subjecting yourself to this futile repetition." Upon hearing his voice, Wang Qi slowly turned, his clouded eyes seemingly incapable of ever focusing. "Understand? You may not comprehend, and I never expect you to." Chun-gu refrained from engaging in unnecessary conversation. Retrieving his phone to display the missing persons report he had filed at the police station months prior. "I am not deceiving you. My parents vanished without a trace 6 months ago. Initially, I was engulfed in despair." Upon viewing the photos saved on his phone, Wang Qi fell silent. And after a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. I deeply sympathize with your plight. However, our circumstances are disparate. My fiancée, will undoubtedly return. I can sense she has not ventured too far. Would you care to share your story? We are akin in our misfortunes. Perhaps I might be able to assist you. Chun Ji's demeanor was earnest, and his words were sincere. Wang Qi hesitated briefly, perhaps recalling how Chun Gu had previously helped him retrieve missing person notices. His gaze softened slightly as he regarded Chun Gu. You cannot assist me. You seem like a decent person. So heed my advice. Leave quickly and do not spend the night here. I have already paid. If you wish for me to depart, you must provide a reason. Chun Gu had come to fulfill his trial task, and leaving now would be tantamount to abandoning it. The harrowing scene of a midnight escape would remain forever locked away. Which is more important, money or life? Wang Qi glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and whispered, this apartment building was once the site of a massacre. The locals are well aware. I have heard of this haunted house, yet I found no records online regarding any such incident. It must be mere rumor. Chun Gu expressed his doubts. Previously, this building was known as the Fuan apartment. It was only after the incident that it was renamed the Ping'an apartment. The case back then stirred quite a commotion, and the perpetrator has yet to be apprehended. The spirits of the wronged souls remain restless, manifesting within the old residence as night descends. Wang Qi spoke with a grave expression, as if he were imparting a significant truth. How can you still believe in such tales in this day and age? Chun Gu managed a stiff smile, though internally, he was more anxious than anyone else. The specters in the mirror and the vengeful spirits were entities he wished to avoid entangling with further. Initially, I too was skeptical, until my fiancé mysteriously vanished nearby. He lamented, tugging at his hair, the weariness evident in his demeanor. Why would your fiancé come to this place? Chun Ji's attention sharpened. For the speaker's casual words struck a chord. The circumstances surrounding Wang Qi's fiancé bore some resemblance to those of his own parents. I am not certain. In truth, I had never heard of this apartment complex before. It was the police who informed me, stating that all leads had ceased here. Wang Qi released his grip, revealing several strands of hair caught between his fingers. I felt compelled to come here in search of answers. Have you uncovered anything? Chun Gu inquired with keen curiosity. Wang Qi opened his mouth as if struck by a sudden realization, yet hesitated to voice it. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and typed a message on the screen. It seems my fiancé has been abducted by someone in this apartment. Upon reading the message on the phone, Chun Gu was taken aback. The unfolding situation diverged from his expectations. Brother, missing persons and abduction are two distinct matters. Wang Qi gestured for Chun Gu to lower his voice, using his back to block the passage. He opened his email inbox on his phone, inviting Chun Gu to take a look. Initially, he merely glanced at it, but as Chun Gu focused on the message within the inbox, his eyes widened slowly. There was a text from Wang Qi's fiancée. The message contained only 2 words, save me. Strangely, the timestamp indicated it was sent around 2 o'clock yesterday morning. A person who was supposed to be missing had sent a distress message in the dead of night. After the initial shock wore off, Chun Gu quickly regained his composure. If you received the message, why not report it to the police? Your fiancé is clearly still alive. It may be hard to believe, but every night past midnight, I receive a text from my fiancée, and it always contains those same 2 words. Moreover, the most critical part is that whenever I wake up, the message vanishes, as if it had never existed at all. Wang Qi pointed to the bloodshot eyes. I have not slept for 24 hours to retain this message. Does the text disappear as soon as you fall asleep? This was the first time Chun Gu had heard of such a phenomenon. I understand you might consider me insane, but I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. Leaning against the wall, Wang Qi tucked his phone away. Even stranger occurrences unfold around me, such as my fiancée's belongings inexplicably appearing in my room, with no warning, as if she is constantly urging me to search for her. Upon hearing Wang Qi's final words, Chun Gu felt a twitch in his eyelids. Based on his experiences over the past few days, it appeared that his fiancée had not merely gone missing. Rather, she had met a tragic fate and transformed into a ghost, now entwining herself with him once more. This was the only explanation that made sense. Of course, this all hinged on the assumption that he was not lying. My fiancé disappeared within this very apartment building, and my life has been irrevocably altered because of it. This place is a haunted house, inhabited by the restless spirits of the wronged. Anyone who dares to approach will inevitably be tainted by misfortune. You should leave at once. It seemed that Wang Chi's pallor stemmed from the fact that he had not spoken so extensively in quite some time. Chapter 17. The Fuan apartment. Wang Chi persistently urged Chen Gu to depart, exhibiting an excessive enthusiasm from the perspective of a stranger. Chen Gu hesitated to acquiesce immediately. After listening to Wang Chi's tale, he sensed that the man was concealing something. I have shared all that I can with you. It is still not too late to leave. After midnight, the apartment building will transform into something entirely different. With that, Wang Chi brushed off the dust from his clothing and turned to exit the building. It was not until Wang Chi's silhouette faded into the night that Chen Gu realized his initial intention had been to inquire about the residents within the apartment. However, his confusion had only deepened. This man harbored significant issues. Was he truly insane? Recalling Wang Chi's murky eyes, Chen Gu felt a twinge of discomfort. Those eyes were laden with fatigue and anguish, emotions that could not be feigned. It appeared that he must have loved his wife dearly. Chen Gu retraced his steps, hesitating momentarily as he passed the room of the woman on the first floor. He tentatively knocked on the door. "Hello, newcomer." The door to the woman's room remained unyielding, while behind him, another door creaked open. A tall, slender man leaned against the threshold. He appeared to be in his 30s, unkempt, with hair and beard nearly merging, and a peony tattoo graced the back of his exposed hand. "Who are you?" Chen Gu inquired warily, turning to face him. "The fellow who just posted that missing person notice is not one of our tenants. There seems to be something amiss here." The tall, slender man tapped his temple and remarked, "Do not believe anything he says. Getting too close to him will lead to trouble." It was the first encounter for Chen Gu with this tall, slender man, though the latter appeared rather disheveled. His tone was the most composed among the few individuals Chen had met. The man's behavior was indeed peculiar, yet it could be attributed to the profound distress he had suffered due to his wife's disappearance. Did he mention that his fiancée went missing near the apartment building? Yes. Did he also say that the police informed him of this, which is why he has been searching here? Precisely. The tall, slender man chuckled softly. "I have resided in this place for 9 months, and I have never seen the police here. That lunatic is deceiving you, spouting nonsense about ghosts and vengeful spirits." He fished a low-quality cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world? At most, someone is merely pretending to be one. "Now, it is late. You should promptly return to your room." Chen Gu expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. As he ascended the staircase, he found himself in a quandary. One of the two must be lying. Who could it be? Perhaps lost in thought, Chen Gu did not realize he had already reached the 3rd floor. The chipped number marked the corner of the floor, and the motion sensor light above cast a dim glow. Chen Gu glanced around. This level had not been renovated. The floor was littered and dirty, bearing the scars of what appeared to be burns, while the walls exhibited severe peeling, resembling intersecting scars. Why has only the 3rd floor remained unrenovated? Is it due to insufficient funds, or are there other reasons at play? The motion-activated lights extinguished rapidly, plunging the entire apartment building into an abrupt darkness. Chen Gu, accustomed to the shadows from his years working in a haunted house, remained unperturbed. He retrieved his phone, ready to activate the flashlight, when suddenly he caught sight of a figure hastily traversing the pitch-black corridor. Who goes there? The beam of his phone illuminated the 3rd floor, yet the figure had vanished without a trace. With a desire to investigate further, Chen Gu was interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing from below. Could it be the landlord? If that irritable, limping landlord were to find him loitering on the 3rd floor, a reprimand would be inevitable. After a moment's contemplation, he tucked away his phone and quietly retreated to the 2nd floor. As he descended the staircase, he spotted a short, stout, middle-aged man emerging from a room on the 2nd floor, a basin in hand. The man, who had been humming a cheerful tune, immediately stiffened upon seeing Chen Gu, a scowl replacing his earlier demeanor as he hurried past, head bowed. What is the meaning of this? Do I appear so menacing? Back in his own room, Chen Gu lay on his bed with his backpack clutched to his chest. It felt as though there wasn't a single normal person in this apartment building. Every resident seemed like a potential murderer. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sat upright. The task assigned on his phone merely required him to identify the murderer, without specifying how many there might be. If one were to consider it, there could very well be more than one killer. Given the implications of a family annihilation case, the likelihood of a gang involvement was substantial. No, I must urgently investigate the case from years past. Chen Gu extracted his mobile phone, and his conversation with Wang Chi was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he gleaned that the Ping'an apartment was previously known as the Fuan apartment. Upon entering Jiujiang Fuan apartment into the search bar and scrolling through several pages, a series of shocking phrases assaulted Chen Ji's eyes. A family of 4 brutally murdered. The assailant vanished without a trace. Was it an accident or a premeditated act? What ignited the inferno at Fuan apartment? Bodies concealed within the building, unveiling a deeper mystery. As Chun Gu perused all information related to Fuan apartment, a chill enveloped his body. The reality often proves far more terrifying than fiction. For this was a true incident, one that could someday befall him. 5 years prior, a villager witnessed the fire at Fuan apartment and promptly reported it to the fire department. After extinguishing the blaze, the firefighters commenced an investigation into its cause and assessed the damage incurred. Initially a routine procedure, the investigation gradually revealed an increasing number of anomalies. Cracked concrete, small shards of glass from the windows, and faint soot marks indicated that the flames had not only raged fiercely, but also reached a high temperature, spreading swiftly. The fire scene exhibited multiple ignition points, each unrelated to the others, a hallmark of deliberate arson. The nature of the case abruptly shifted as local law enforcement intervened, subsequently uncovering 4 bodies amid the structural debris, precisely those of the family managing the apartment. The case at that time caused quite a stir, and the police exerted every effort. However, the fire had ravaged the scene, and despite searching diligently, they found no trace of a 5th individual, let alone apprehending the perpetrator. The apartment building was sealed off for an entire year, and subsequently, in accordance with relevant laws, it was handed over to the father of the original owner. It was from that moment that the Fuan apartment was renamed Ping'an apartment, with a family of 4 perishing in the flames and the murderer still at large. It is no wonder that legends of hauntings have emerged. Having unraveled the case from years past, Chun Gu felt a sense of clarity. As he gazed at the webpage on his phone, a particular detail caught his attention. The report indicated that the original owner had been 41 years old at the time of his death. Calculating the years, the true owner of the apartment should now be in his 60s or 70s. Chapter 18. The Haunted House live broadcast in the Ping'an apartment. The only individual who met the age criteria was the elderly man in the landlord's room, who struggled even to eat. Something felt amiss, according to the news. The owner of the apartment building should be an elder, yet the landlord who welcomed me was a middle-aged man. Chun Gu rose from his seat and approached the wall, pressing his ear against it. The television on the other side blared loudly, inundated with meaningless advertisements. Under normal circumstances, one would swiftly change the channel upon encountering commercials, yet they had been subjected to several minutes of incessant ads. Chun Gu pressed his ear closer to the wall, convinced he had overlooked something significant. He calmed his thoughts and retraced his memories. Upon entering the room, he had heard the sound of a bowl shattering next door, followed by the landlord's tirade of insults directed at the elderly man, and shortly thereafter, the volume of the television had suddenly surged. The old man, confined to a wheelchair, was immobile. It was undoubtedly the landlord who had increased the volume, but why would he do so? Chun Gu narrowed his eyes, a troubling notion surfacing within him. Was the landlord abusing the elderly man? Was the elevated volume a ruse to mask the sounds of violence? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Shortly after his arrival, the sound of the bowl breaking echoed from next door. The timing too coincidental. Could it have been a deliberate act by the elder? After all, shattering a bowl is an ordinary mishap, and the landlord had no reason to explode in such rage. Yes, he was fearful, afraid that the elderly man's plight might draw my attention. But why was he afraid? And what compelled the old man to seek assistance? A flash of insight coursed through Chun Ji's mind as he recalled a particular detail from earlier. The landlord, in a fit of rage while berating the elderly man, had inadvertently interspersed his tirade with phrases from a local dialect. The elderly family hailed from Jiujiang, whereas the landlord was an outsider, suggesting a tenuous connection by blood. Ordinarily, it would be inconceivable for the elderly individual to entrust his property to a stranger, unless the situation involved a nefarious usurper, perhaps a physically impaired individual taking advantage of the elderly. If this were indeed the case, the landlord's true identity could very well be that of a covetous caretaker, a burglar, or even a murderer from years past. The implications were chilling. Chun Gu clenched his fists. No wonder the landlord had suddenly appeared at his doorstep, eavesdropping. His guilt was palpable. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The mental gymnastics required to unravel this predicament were taxing, as he had never received formal training in criminal investigation or logic, and was left to piece together the puzzle on his own. What should he do now? Should he storm next door and bludgeon the landlord with a tool? Such impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences if his deductions were flawed. Gripping a hammer in one hand and concealing a fruit knife in his pocket, he paced restlessly within the confines of his room. Should he seek another opportunity to confirm his suspicions? That too seemed unwise. He risked alarming the serpent in the grass. The perpetrator might have accomplices, and a lone fist would stand little chance against a multitude. If he drew their attention, his own safety could swiftly deteriorate. At present, he possessed no tangible evidence. All was mere conjecture. Moreover, my paramount purpose for being here is to uncover the perpetrator of the massacre that occurred 4 years ago. Shin-gu found himself ensnared in distress. After a while, the sound from the television in the adjacent room abruptly ceased, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. What could be amiss? He cautiously opened his door and crouched down, peering through the crack of the neighboring room's door, which was engulfed in darkness, the lights extinguished. Was it already time for slumber at just past 8? Holding a hammer in hand, Chun-gu squatted at the landlord's door. Suddenly aware that his appearance might provoke misunderstandings, he quickly glanced back, relieved to find no one present, before tucking the hammer into his coat and retreating to his own room. Relying solely on news from the internet may not yield accurate conclusions. How I wish to have a professional assist me in analyzing the situation. Lying on his bed, Chun-gu retrieved his phone, noticing that apart from Su-won, none of the other contacts appeared to have ever conversed with him. To live a life to such an extent of singularity is quite enough, he mused. After considerable contemplation, he realized that the only individual among those he had encountered who could be linked to the investigation was that unfortunate child, Hishan, who had fainted from fright. Surely, a forensic expert would possess greater insight than he. He accessed his personal short video profile and was greeted by notifications indicating dozens of private messages awaiting him. Curiously opening one, he discovered it was from a studio manager on the platform, extending an invitation for him to join. Was this individual a talent scout? Yet, Chun-gu had no time to ponder this, as he immersed himself in searching for Hishan's ID, paying little heed to the matter at hand. Yet, who could have known that after a while, the studio sent another private message. Are you there? We have viewed your video, and it possesses remarkable potential. Do you have any intentions of collaborating with us? We can connect you with prominent streamers to drive traffic and enhance your visibility. It is quite challenging to thrive alone. Nearly all streamers on the platform band together, so you might want to consider this. Are you there? The incessant pop-ups began to irritate Chun-gu, who was currently engaged in a battle of wits with a notorious killer from 5 years ago. He had no time to entertain any studio offers and simply replied with 2 words, not available. Youthful arrogance. Do give our studio some thought. All you need to do is brand your short video with our studio's logo, and we will provide you with the finest channels to ensure that more people discover your work. Apologies, but I am not interested at the moment. Chun-gu believed he had been sufficiently polite. Had someone else been in the same predicament, they might have first lashed out before promptly blocking the sender. Your short video has the potential to become a sensation, but you must understand that it is merely a possibility. The platform sees an average daily upload of 1 million short videos, and you are simply among the fortunate few. Modern audiences crave rapid entertainment. They lack the patience to wait as the world continuously unveils more captivating spectacles and highlights. If not managed properly, your video will soon be lost amidst the sea of content. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I am quite occupied at the moment. Chun-gu had already located the ID of Hishan. Is there anything more demanding than the pursuit of wealth? If you are reluctant, we could consider an alternative collaboration, such as purchasing your filming techniques. Chun-gu did not engage in further conversation. He promptly blocked the individual and sent a message to Hishan. To his surprise, Hishan replied to the private message in less than a second. Boss, I have been eagerly awaiting your new video release. Please hold on. I have a crucial question to ask you. Chun-gu acquired Hishan's phone number, and upon dialing, he lowered his voice to convey the events that had transpired. Chapter 19. Rising popularity. Chun-gu spoke in hushed tones, concerned that the landlord in the adjacent room might overhear him. His intention was not to deliberately cultivate a sense of tension. After divulging everything, on the other end of the line, Hishan was momentarily stunned. This earnest university student, who had ascended from a remote village to medical school, had never anticipated that his first phone conversation with an online acquaintance would delve into the gripping subject of a massacre. Are you currently in that haunted house? Yes. The landlord next door could very well be the murderer from 5 years ago. Indeed, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Please allow me a moment to think. Hashan clutched his phone, acutely aware that the two sides of the call existed in utterly divergent realms. In his dormitory, his peers were fervently engaged in games like PUBG and League of Legends, while the other end of the line was enveloped in a suffocating silence, permeated by an air of palpable tension. Boss, I genuinely believe it would be wiser to alert the authorities. Though you lack concrete evidence, your personal safety far outweighs the implications of a false report. Hashan's words rang true, yet Chen Ge had his own considerations. The task of surviving in the haunted house was a mission assigned to him by the enigmatic black phone, which mandated that he spend the night there. However, any interference from the police could significantly jeopardize the likelihood of success, given that this involved the unlocking of an entirely new horror scenario. Relinquishing the task at this juncture would be regrettable. Thus, it was not yet the opportune moment to call for help. The foremost concern now is your safety. How about this? Hashan paused before continuing. Activate your phone's location services and keep the line open throughout the night. I shall remain vigilant for any sounds from your end. Should anything amiss occur, I will promptly alert the authorities. Maintaining a call is indeed a commendable method. As Chen Ge gazed at his phone, the short video page remained open, showcasing a scrolling advertisement for recruiting gaming streamers. An idea sparked in his mind. Rather than merely keeping the call active, he could initiate a live stream from the haunted house. In the event of an unforeseen incident, the viewers in the live chat could alert the authorities, and the recorded footage from the stream would serve as compelling evidence. Naturally, if all goes well, it would be even better, as he could attract more attention to his haunted house through the live broadcast. A short video from the previous night had garnered Chen Ge nearly 1,000 new followers, and the visitor count for the haunted house surged several-fold the following day, leaving him relishing the sweet taste of success. Furthermore, the primary objective of his venture into the haunted house was to obtain task rewards that would facilitate the better development of his ghost house. By initiating a live stream, he could ensure his safety while completing tasks, simultaneously drawing in viewers and increasing his follower count, an opportunity too good to miss. A fine wine is often overshadowed by a narrow alley. Lacking the funds for extensive advertising, Chen Ge could leverage live streaming and short videos to garner greater attention. What he lacked was a channel and accumulation. Concerning content, he felt no apprehension. Although the individual from the previous studio had an unpleasant demeanor, he did make one valid point. Modern individuals seek faster entertainment and more intense stimulation. In the vast landscape of the platform, is there anything more captivating and exhilarating than staying overnight in a haunted house and engaging in a deadly game of wits with a murderer? Traffic precedes all. Content reigns supreme. Compared to other streamers, Chen Ge possesses a unique advantage that none can replicate. Every moment he captures, every experience he undergoes, is entirely authentic. There is no script. Not even he knows what will transpire next. He is fulfilling the mission assigned to his black smartphone, with the live broadcast merely serving as a means to document the unfolding events. Shan, I'll hang up for now. Please come directly to my live stream room, which is named after my personal short video homepage ID. After ending the call, Chen Ge activated the location services on his phone, setting up a one-touch dial for emergency calls. Once fully prepared, he launched the live stream software from the back end of his short video platform. Short videos typically last only a few seconds, leaving no room for advertisements and offering limited avenues for profit. To maximize the monetization of fan engagement and maintain their loyalty, many streamers opt to go live even when no new videos have been released. Short videos are easily shared and disseminated, creating viral moments that capture attention, followed by personalized live streams that convert casual viewers into dedicated fans. Chen Ge, through a fortunate series of missteps, has inadvertently carved out the most effective path. Spending the night in a haunted house, an intimate exploration, unveiling the hidden scenes of this world. Chen Ge typed in his title, punctuating it with several exclamation marks to distinguish his live stream from the rest. In truth, such embellishments were unnecessary. The live stream software for short videos pales in comparison to professional platforms, with limited categories and a plethora of titles revolving around sensual and cutesy themes, such as healing chats with adorable young ladies or sweetheart goddesses lulling you to sleep. In comparison to others, Chen Ge is akin to a formidable torrent of mud and stones, making it nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention. As the live stream commences, followers on his page receive notifications, and announcements regarding his short video updates appear. Within mere seconds, viewers begin to enter the stream. Hishan exclaims, "Boss, are you serious about this? Are you certain you want to live stream this?" A furious viewer retorts, "You are the beast from last night's short video. I am ready to confront you. What on earth is happening upstairs? Quickly share your story." A user named I am but a small caterpillar adds, "Beastly streamer, I have followed you. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can inform us what this live stream entails? Could you refrain from troubling us and instead check the announcements yourself?" As Chun-gu begins his broadcast, those waiting for the short video update emerge, and the audience begins to gradually swell. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe there has been a misunderstanding," Chun-gu states, setting aside his multifunctional tool hammer with utmost seriousness as he gazes at his phone screen. The short video from yesterday was no jest, it was a personal experience. You may search for the original video on certain paranormal forums. I have not added any special effects. Everything is authentic, and there is indeed something in the mirror. I understand that you may find this difficult to believe, but I will gradually unveil the truth for you, revealing an entirely different world. Excuse me, is there a number for the Anomalous Human Research Center? I believe I have encountered a wild psychiatric case. I relish your earnest absurdity. Li Ming, I am aware that you are watching the live broadcast. Upon your return this evening, please bring me a serving of stir-fried cold noodles, without chili. Thank you. The patients from room 11, bed 3 of the Toyama Psychiatric Hospital collectively rally in support of the streamer, endorsing the reintegration of rehabilitated individuals into the workforce. A few fleeting comments drift across the screen, yet not a single soul believes Chun-ji's words. He remains unfazed. "It matters not if you perceive me as insane. I shall prove you wrong." The fervor and popularity gradually swell as Chun-gu gazes out at the deepening night. Lighting a cigarette and commencing his narrative about the tragic massacre that transpired 5 years ago at the Fuan apartment. Chapter 20. The crime scene: a sinister fire. A vanishing perpetrator, Chun-gu discovered for the first time his remarkable talent for storytelling. By intertwining online news reports with his own deductions, he was able to largely reconstruct the infamous massacre that transpired years ago. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. In search of new material for his haunted house, he ventured into the crime-infested residence, only to stumble upon astonishing revelations. Every inhabitant of this apartment building exhibited peculiar behavior, leading him to suspect that the murderer from 5 years prior was concealed among them. Chun-gu extinguished his cigarette and gazed at his phone screen. How intriguing, a real-life game of werewolf. He mused, "Let us hear from the seer." "I am but a little caterpillar," a commenter quipped. "Go ahead, streamer, spin your tale. Speak as if it were the truth. Should anyone believe you, I shall concede my defeat." Fuan apartment, Jiujiang City. I conducted an online search, and it appears to be genuine. Another user, Hashan, stated confidently. "I believe the streamer," Hashan added. "I am but a little caterpillar," reiterated the skeptic. Even if the streamer's claims hold merit, how can he prove that his room is indeed the infamous crime scene? As he mentioned, the apartment was ravaged by fire, yet the room he occupies boasts smooth walls, a pristine floor, and intact furnishings. Does that resemble a crime scene? I would never deceive you in this regard. The proof is remarkably simple to provide. Chun-gu moved aside the vanity, retrieving a fruit knife. With careful precision, he scraped away the paint from the corner of the wall. The apartment complex had undergone a name change and a complete renovation inside and out after the incident. But no matter how much it was altered, some truths remain irrepressible. He scraped away a layer of wall plaster, revealing the charred bricks beneath. This was one of the evidences of a past fire. Scoundrels deserve to perish, he mused. But now, I am curious as to why you would bring a hammer and a knife to a hotel. Are you attempting to impersonate a criminal's accomplice? The damaged wall plaster elicited a moment of sympathy for the apartment owner. How much does it cost to stay in this apartment for a night? There isn't even a television. Chun-gu glanced at the bullet comments, and after much restraint, he could no longer hold back. "Everyone, could you please refrain from being so pedantic? Can I receive a modicum of respect? I am currently risking my life to live stream for you. A scoundrel deserves to perish tipped a coin, a token offering, to show respect." Dealing with the viewers, Chun-gu was left with no choice. This group of seasoned viewers was quite audacious. All right, let us return to the main topic. In the apartment building, I encountered 6 individuals in succession, the first being a woman who may have mental health issues. She greeted me with an inexplicable smile through the crack of the door as I entered, a person I know nothing about, so let us set her aside for now. Chun-gu described the physical characteristics of the tenants in the apartment building to his viewers, interweaving his own analysis from a motivational standpoint. The landlord is the most likely suspect. However, he has a limp and moves slowly. Conversely, the tattooed man on the first floor and the short, stout man on the second floor are more probable suspects based on their physical conditions. Of course, we cannot rule out the woman on the first floor and the frail Wang Qi. The scoundrel deserves to perish. You have circled around the topic without truly addressing it. I find myself suspecting that the true culprit might well be the elderly man in the wheelchair, for he was the greatest beneficiary of the fire that occurred years ago. It is indeed a possibility. The old man may currently be incapacitated, yet this does not necessarily imply he was so 5 years prior. Furthermore, the murderer did not employ physical confrontation to commit the crime, but rather resorted to arson. Thus, the elderly gentleman could very well have had the opportunity to perpetrate the act. Indeed, his paralysis might even be a guise, and the most unlikely suspect could, in fact, be the perpetrator. In truth, my suspicions lean more towards the woman on the first floor. Her smile towards the host seemed to convey a hidden message. Host, do you recall the height of her lips when she smiled, the extent to which they parted? Allow me to analyze this through the lens of microexpression psychology. I do not remember. The enthusiasm of the viewers surged, and the popularity of the live stream began to escalate rapidly. Chun-gu quietly observed the barrage of comments, failing to discern any valuable insights. It appears I must personally seek out further clues. He positioned his phone before him. I previously conducted an on-site investigation and discovered that the first and second floors of this apartment building have been entirely renovated. Yet certain areas on the third floor still retain their appearance from 5 years ago. Shortly, I shall enter and meticulously search, striving to uncover something useful. Retaining the appearance of 5 years past? How unsettling. With the case unresolved, might the deceased be lingering in discontent, forever haunting the premises? A nocturnal expedition into the crime scene. How audacious. How else could one operate a haunted house? Allow me to recount an incident from our recent excursion to the host's haunted house, where a group of us ventured forth. To our astonishment, the two individuals with the greatest bravado were rendered utterly helpless. One was reduced to tears, while the other fainted outright. But pray tell, how could the boldest among us succumb in such a manner? What of those of lesser courage? Your assertions are nonsensical. Who among the timid would dare to enter such a haunted abode? There appears to be some merit in that reasoning. Shan chuckled softly. The atmosphere in the live broadcast had veered off course, yet Chun-gu remained unfazed. He tucked a utility knife into his pocket, practiced drawing it a few times, and then, holding his phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, approached the entrance. This time he had learned from past mistakes. He peered through the crack of the door to ensure the corridor was unoccupied before gently pushing it open. As he closed the door behind him, Chun-gu plucked one of his own hairs and placed it in the keyhole, ensuring that if anyone were to open the door while he was away, the hair would become lodged deep within. Prepared for the task at hand, he traversed the second-floor corridor and arrived at the staircase. He moved with utmost stealth, mindful not to activate the motion sensor lights, relying solely on the dim glow emitted from his phone screen to guide his way. Ascending the stairs, he noted that the hues of the walls deepened and an indescribable, eerie scent lingered in the air. Upon reaching the third floor, Chun-gu activated his phone's flashlight. Leaning against the wall, his focus sharply attuned to his surroundings. During a previous, unintended visit to this level, he had glimpsed a vague shadow darting through the corridor, a silhouette that bore the semblance of a human form. Whether it was a person or a specter, he resolved to proceed with caution. The luminous glow emitted by the mobile phone vividly resurrected the crime scene from 5 years prior. Chun-gu gazed at the deep scratches etched into the wall, instinctively tightening his grip on the tool hammer in his hand. The architectural style of the Ping-an apartment was quite distinctive, featuring only a single corridor entrance situated near the right side of the building, which rendered the left corridor exceedingly long and eerie. As he traversed this dim passage, a chill crept down his spine. Even pressed against the wall, he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. If the fire had originated on the third floor, it would have been impossible for this area to remain intact, suggesting that the third floor was likely untouched by the perpetrator. Holding his phone aloft, Chun-gu navigated the shadowy corridor where doors lay ajar on either side, many warped and charred by flames. Skillfully avoiding the clutter strewn across the floor, he stepped into the nearest room. The dilapidated and cramped space exuded a pungent mustiness, with water seemingly leaking from the ceiling, rendering the atmosphere damp and stiflingly uncomfortable. All windows had been boarded up with planks, which upon inspection appeared remarkably new, indicating recent installation. This was merely an ordinary guest room. The charred furniture had long been discarded, leaving the room barren and devoid of any valuables. It was understandable. After 5 years, any evidence would likely have deteriorated beyond recognition. Exiting the room, he wandered through the inky corridor, where most guest rooms had been stripped bare, the remnants of refuse and household waste mingling in disarray, leaving scarcely a place to step. Household refuse often reflects an individual's lifestyle and character. Perhaps within this chaos, some revelations might await discovery. Having shifted his focus, Chun-gu endured the unpleasant odor and meticulously searched for over an hour, eventually discovering some peculiar items. Why were there so many plush toys in the apartment building? There were no children residing within. To whom could these toys belong? He spent nearly 2 hours sifting through all the refuse, uncovering a total of 4 stuffed animals. In stark contrast to the clutter that adorned the corridors, these 4 toys appeared rather unremarkable, were it not for Chun-ji's major in toy design, which heightened his sensitivity to such items. He might have overlooked them entirely. The 4 toys had likely been discarded here for quite some time, their surfaces marred with stains and some areas already showing signs of mold. A gentle touch could dislodge a handful of fur. As Chun-gu scrutinized them repeatedly, more questions arose. Although the dolls varied in shape, they all originated from the same manufacturer. Could they have been left behind by tenants after the Peace apartment underwent renovations? Quickly dismissing this notion, Chun-gu pondered the improbability of a family with children residing in such a haunted abode. Even if a family did occupy the premises, it was unlikely they would bring along 4 plush toys simultaneously, especially considering that all 4 bore the same manufacturer and appeared to be several years old. The toy market evolves rapidly. Prior to assuming control of the haunted house, he had been employed by a toy company and maintained an understanding of the industry. If these toys were not left by tenants but remained within the haunted apartment, it was plausible they belonged to the original owner of the building. Chun-gu boldly speculated. The former proprietor of the apartment had 2 daughters. If his intuition was correct, these dolls must have belonged to them. Upon contemplating this, Chun-gu was struck by a perplexing question. How had the 4 dolls managed to escape the inferno that had mercilessly consumed the house and its furnishings? Was it mere coincidence, or had someone deliberately placed them in a safe haven? Chun-gu felt he had unearthed a pivotal clue. The only individual capable of relocating items amidst the raging flames was the perpetrator himself. Yet, what could compel him to risk everything to safeguard these 4 dolls? Were they of significant value to him? The zipper at the back of one doll was rusted and broken, prompting Chun-gu to tear it open. Amidst the foul-smelling, decaying cotton, he discovered a card, no larger than the palm of his hand, imbued with an overwhelming sense of affection. The sentiment sent shivers down his spine. A love letter concealed within a doll? Such a subtle proclamation of love seemed exceedingly indirect. He began to envision the character of the assailant, a shy, introverted man, too bashful to express his feelings openly, resorting instead to gifting dolls, hoping the recipient would examine them upon returning home. Driven by curiosity, Chun-gu proceeded to rip open 2 more dolls, each containing a card with largely similar sentiments. However, when he tore into the 4th doll, a chill quietly crept up his spine. The last doll harbored no love card. Instead, the moldy stuffing was filled with torn scraps of paper, each inscribed with the same 3 words, "Go die." The intense affection had inexplicably transformed into the most venomous of curses. What had transpired in between was a mystery beyond Chun-ji's grasp. The inscriptions on the notes were evidently left by the murderer, constituting crucial evidence. He selected a few slips of paper and tucked them into his pocket, preparing to delve deeper when suddenly, the motion sensor light at the stairwell corner illuminated. Someone was approaching. Chun-gu was momentarily startled. He quickly turned off his phone's flashlight and, clutching a few plush toys, concealed himself in the adjacent guest room. He dared not make a sound, holding his breath as he hid behind the door, peering through the crack to observe the outside. Footsteps echoed, accompanied by the conversation of a man and a woman in the dark corridor. It was imperative to swiftly dispose of that item. Further delay was not an option. The new tenant had previously ascended to the 3rd floor and had just retreated to the stairwell, nearly discovering my presence. I was acutely aware that more outsiders had been frequenting the apartment recently, and it was crucial to address this matter promptly. Indeed, I must summon others to act together. Tonight, we shall unearth it and bury it in the mountains behind. The newcomers carried an old-fashioned miner's lamp, and in its glow, Chungu finally discerned the identities of the two conversing in the corridor, the landlord and a woman from the first floor. Why were they wandering to the third floor at such a late hour? Adjusting his position to ensure he remained undetected, he pressed his body against the door. Before long, the tattooed man and the portly individual he had encountered in the apartment building ascended, bundled up tightly and armed with tools such as iron stakes, burlap sacks, and kitchen knives. What were they planning? The group stood in the corridor, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. The short, stout man at the rear appeared disgruntled. Are we really going to proceed with this? Once we unearth it, our fingerprints will linger, and at that point, clarity will elude us. Do you believe everything is clear now? The landlord shot a glare at the plump man. Stop dawdling and lend a hand. I think we should report this to the police. The stout man stood frozen. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man approached and seized him by the collar. Are you out of your mind? Are you intending to walk into the line of fire? When the police arrive, they will undoubtedly investigate us first. Your incident of drunk driving and hit and run, along with our occupation of the old man's apartment, will all come to light. Darling, don't be angry. The woman living on the first floor, opposite the tattooed man, approached. This matter concerns us all. No one can escape. We should get back to work swiftly. Each of us has our hands dirty. We've finally found a refuge. If any of you dare to entertain other thoughts, don't blame me for turning against you. The landlord thrust an iron rod into the stout man's hands. You take the first swing. Me? Sweat immediately began to bead on the plump man's forehead, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed as he cautiously grasped the iron rod and began to move. Observing the strange behavior of the group outside the door, Chungu felt an increasing sense of unease. What exactly are they planning to excavate? The stout man advanced to the deepest recess of the corridor, pushing aside clutter. Under the gaze of the other tenants, he trembled as he lifted the curtain behind the pile of debris. What lay before him was a thickened concrete wall, embedded within which was the body of a woman. Her back turned to the onlookers. Chapter 22, Midnight Escape. Chungu gritted his teeth, striving to stifle any sound as he beheld the lifeless body before him. In that instant, he promptly sent a message to Hishan. Call the police, hurry. The dim light and the barrier of a door rendered the viewers in the live stream utterly oblivious to the unfolding horror. At this moment, Chungu could not afford to consider them. He pressed himself against the doorframe, scarcely daring to blink. The revelation of a corpse concealed within the building was an unexpected discovery. They were unearthing something far more sinister than anticipated. Crouched behind the wall, he dared not make a single move, aware that he was in the most precarious and tense of situations. The tenants were mere steps away. Should they choose to turn and enter the room, they would undoubtedly uncover his presence. Quit dawdling, Dig. The landlord muttered under his breath, grasping his tools as he approached. He laid a burlap sack upon the ground and began to clear the cement surrounding the female corpse. Perhaps fearing to disturb the residents below, they worked with utmost caution, striving to minimize noise. As the wall was chiseled away, chunks of cement fell incessantly, and the group, whether from heat or fright, found themselves sweating profusely. They collaborated in their efforts, yet as novices to such grim tasks, they were plagued by fear, their movements frantic and their progress agonizingly slow. After a torturous 15 minutes, they finally extricated the female corpse from the wall, placing it within the burlap sack. Fatty, you stay behind to clean the wall. The rest of us will head to the back mountain to find a place to bury her, commanded the landlord, wielding a crowbar and directing the others. I will accompany you. The stout man, without a moment's hesitation, spoke up. After unearthing the female corpse, he felt utterly exhausted, too weary to remain in such a place alone. Look at your meager aspirations. Juan, stay with him to tidy up. We shall reconvene at our usual spot in the back mountains. The landlord gave a few instructions to the sole woman before he and the tattooed man descended the stairs. Carrying a heavy sack, he walked with a noticeable limp, his footsteps alternating between light and heavy. As they passed the room where Chungu was hiding, he suddenly paused. Why is there so much cotton fluff on the floor? Upon hearing the landlord's voice, Chunji's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. The doll had been torn apart, leaving some cotton and scraps of paper strewn about. The motion-activated light flickered on, but he had no time to gather the remnants. Forget about that for now. This thing is incredibly heavy. Let's bury it quickly, urged the tattooed man from behind. The landlord did not probe further, and as they passed by Chunji's hiding place, it seemed they had moved on. Come on, Don't just stand there. Get to work, the woman urged the stout middle-aged man. They began clearing away the refuse, wiping the blood from their tools. Minutes later, they emerged carrying a large bag and descended the stairs. As their footsteps grew fainter, Chungu finally dared to take a deep breath. Exercising utmost caution, he peered through the crack of the door. The corridor was enveloped in darkness. All the other tenants had departed. Damn, that scared me to death. After waiting for another 3 minutes, with no signs of disturbance outside, Chungu slowly pushed the door open, crouching as he stepped out. To avoid detection, he refrained from illuminating his phone's flashlight, gingerly placing one hand against the wall as he proceeded forward. Listening to the conversation among these individuals, it is evident that although they are far from virtuous, the corpse within the wall bears no connection to them. One must say, this group is rather unfortunate, having occupied the elderly resident's apartment. Who could have anticipated the discovery of a body within the rooftop wall? A person of sound mind would instinctively report such a find to the authorities. However, these individuals, tarnished by their own misdeeds, are caught in a web of fear, afraid that the police might uncover their criminal histories should they report the body, and simultaneously unsettled by the thought of sharing a building with it. Thus, they resort to the desperate measure of covering for the true culprit, opting instead to conceal the body themselves. It is no wonder that the landlord repeatedly cautioned against venturing outside after midnight. Chen Ji's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and he quickened his pace, eager to vacate the apartment building. Moving stealthily, he discarded his backpack and made his way to the ground floor. A sense of dread washed over him. The security door of the apartment had been locked, leaving him trapped within the building. Had those individuals locked the door on their way to bury the body? An ominous feeling began to settle within him. The corridor windows on the first floor were fortified with security bars, while the third-floor windows were boarded up. The only possible escape from the apartment building lay through the window of a room on the second floor. The atmosphere within the apartment was eerily unsettling, and Chungu was reluctant to linger any longer. He grasped his tool hammer and returned to the second floor. The corridor, shrouded in darkness, stretched on like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, ready to crush anyone who dared to enter. It was unsettlingly quiet. His own room was at the far left end of the corridor, adjacent to the landlord's quarters. Heightened vigilance coursed through him, for he feared that a door might suddenly burst open, revealing whatever lay within. Slowing his pace and regulating his breath, Chungu took over a minute to reach the threshold of his room. Fortunately, no unforeseen incident occurred. He planned to secure the bed linens to the window frame and descend from the second floor without any issues. As Chungu fished out his key, he utilized the faint glow of his phone screen to locate the keyhole. Just as he was about to insert the key, his arm abruptly froze in midair. Where has that half strand of hair I placed in the lock gone? Goosebumps prickled his skin as terror surged upon him like a tidal wave. He felt a chilling numbness enveloping his limbs. Someone has entered my room. They are aware that I am not inside. His breath quickened, feeling as though an ice block had lodged itself in his lungs. When did they come in? Was it after the body was unearthed? Or when they discovered the cotton fluff scattered on the floor? In truth, pondering the timing bore little significance now. Chungu stepped back, casting a glance at the space he once inhabited, and swiftly composed himself. I cannot return. Those intruders are likely in my room at this very moment. Perhaps they are lurking behind the door with a steel pike. His formidable mental fortitude enabled him to recalibrate his state of mind rapidly. He must escape in the shortest time possible. The longer he delayed, the greater the peril. Moving backward step by step, Chungu made not a sound. He was acutely aware that the only means of exiting the apartment building was through the second-floor window. All other routes had been sealed off. In the pitch-black silence of the corridor, he stealthily retreated to the far right corner, the most distant point from his room on the second floor. The group of tenants proved to be even more perilous than I had anticipated. Whether I could preserve my life tonight hinged upon this desperate gamble. Chungu gritted his teeth, hoisting the tool hammer, and struck forcefully at the lock of the door on the far right. Bang! The oppressive silence enveloping the peace apartment was shattered as Chungu, in a frenzy, relentlessly pounded the lock. With each resounding crash, the most unwelcome occurrence unfolded before his eyes. From the far left of the corridor, the door of room 208, which Chungu had previously occupied, swung open. Upon hearing the commotion, the tattooed man and the landlord emerged, wielding a steel pry bar and a kitchen knife, their faces contorted with menace. Hurry, open it. With a series of powerful blows, the lock finally gave way, and without a moment's hesitation, Chun-gu kicked the door open. Chapter 23: The True Culprit. The door slammed heavily against the wall as Chun-gu rushed into the room and flung open the glass window. What? This high? Peering down from the window ledge, he realized he was at least 3 or 4 meters above the ground. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. The landlord and the tattooed man were swiftly closing in. Chun-gu had no time to ponder. He leaped out the window, gripping the windowsill with his hands while his feet landed on the anti-theft netting of the first floor. He must have seen us moving the body. He cannot be allowed to escape. The landlord's grotesque, furious face appeared at the doorway, brandishing a kitchen knife, his expression menacing. You think you can get away? Faced with such a dire situation, Chun-gu dared not hesitate and let go, jumping down. His arms scraped against the wall, and his clothing was torn by the sharp edges of the anti-theft net. Upon landing, he rolled to the side, snatching up a tool hammer from the ground and sprinting towards the outer wall of the courtyard. Quick, capture him, the landlord bellowed, hurling the knife at Chun-gu. A chill ran down Chun-gu's spine as he watched the blade narrowly miss him, embedding itself deeply in the grass behind him. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. He must not fall into their hands. They have already resolved to kill. At that moment, the security door of the apartment building swung open, revealing the ambush of a hefty man and a woman armed with pruning shears charging from the first floor. A pack of lunatics. Chun-gu ran for his life, darting towards the iron gate of the courtyard like a bolt. He stepped on the landlord's newly replaced lock, grasping the rusted iron chain to vault over and escape. The apartment building was enveloped by a dense thicket, shrouded in darkness, rendering the path nearly invisible. Adding to the urgency, a group of pursuers was hot on his heels. In a state of panic, Chun-gu plunged into the woods. A game of cat and mouse ensued, the beams of flashlights sweeping across the landscape, accompanied by the shouts of the landlord and a tattooed man echoing behind him. Chun-gu dared not look back. His only thought was to escape as swiftly as possible. His clothes were torn by branches, his body smeared with mud and leaves. After a relentless 15 minutes, he finally managed to shake off his pursuers. Crouched among the underbrush, he observed the distant flickers of light, his fingers digging into the soil as he gasped for breath. It had been a harrowing experience, trapped within the confines of the apartment. A moment's hesitation or a wrong choice could have cost him his life. The difficulty of this trial was staggering. The mission issued by the ominous black phone wagered existence itself, and, more terrifyingly, it unfolded in reality. Though he had temporarily evaded the landlord, his situation remained precarious. Hidden in the thickets, he worried that turning around might reveal the landlord and his accomplices wielding pruning shears and kitchen knives lurking behind him. As his heartbeat steadied, Chun-gu cautiously rose from the bushes. The landlord's flashlight had vanished, leaving the midnight forest in eerie silence, with scarcely a chirp of insects or a call of birds. Which way should he proceed? In this unfamiliar terrain, after racing through the underbrush, he could no longer discern east from west. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain concealed until dawn. Chun-gu took out his phone and discovered that the live stream was still ongoing. After more than an hour of a black screen, the chat was inundated with question marks. Even the most seasoned viewers, accustomed to peculiar situations, found themselves perplexed. He refrained from engaging with the audience, glanced at the time, and was about to open He-shan's reply when he suddenly heard the sound of branches rustling from behind him. Chun-gu quickly shoved his phone back into his pocket to prevent the light from betraying his presence. Gripping his tool hammer tightly, his palms grew clammy with anxiety as he fixated on the thicket from which the noise emanated. Before long, a faint beam of light pierced through the darkness. Is someone there? Who could it be? Just as Chun-gu prepared to spring into action with his hammer, he heard a familiar voice. Wang Qi. Hadn't he left the apartment building long ago? Why was he back in the dead of night? Although curiosity gnawed at Chun-gu, he was acutely aware of the adage that curiosity killed the cat, and he remained frozen in place. Could I be mistaken? It seemed implausible. Wang Qi, wielding a flashlight, swept the area multiple times, unwilling to give up as he continued to wander in place. I must not approach. This individual harbors secrets as troubling as those of the residents of the Peace Apartment. Thus, Chun-gu not only refrained from approaching Wang Qi, but actively sought to evade him, retreating in the opposite direction. After a short distance, he realized the terrain was becoming increasingly steep. It appeared he had taken a wrong turn and inadvertently ventured deeper into the rear mountains. As he traversed through the thicket, a sloping terrain unfolded before him. Enveloped by trees, Chun-gu beheld a rather rudimentary wooden cabin. A sign affixed to the door caught his attention, and he leaned closer to read. Prevent fire as you would prevent an epidemic. Never let your guard down. Enhance the investment environment. Afforestation and greening must take precedence. This seemed to be the abode of a forest ranger. Tentatively, he pushed the door. It was unlatched, and with a creaking sound, an odd odor wafted forth. What could it be? He refrained from activating the flashlight on his phone, merely increasing the screen's brightness. The cabin was small, cluttered with various household items haphazardly strewn about, resembling a refuse heap. Wrinkling his nose, Chun-gu approached the source of the peculiar scent, lifting the bedboard to reveal a pile of moldy clothing beneath. A hoarding tendency? His eyes widened in horror at the severity of the situation. Most of the garments were women's wear, never washed, and stained with grime. He casually pulled out a few pieces to compare their sizes, discovering they were all of the same dimensions, likely belonging to the same individual. The dirt clinging to them had not fully dried, suggesting they had been worn within the last couple of days. Possessing the skill of embalming, Chun-gu had a profound understanding of human anatomical structures. As he measured the sizes with his fingers, the image of the female corpse encased within the wall instantaneously materialized in his mind. The dimensions matched perfectly. These garments could very well belong to the deceased woman entombed within the wall. Why would clothing worn by a corpse be concealed in this wooden cabin? Moreover, it seemed someone had donned them quite recently. Chun-ji's heartbeat began to quicken as he laid the women's garments upon the ground. From their pockets, he extracted a handful of crumpled scraps of paper, faintly inscribed with phrases such as "I love you." The handwriting. He retrieved another note extracted from the plush toy, and upon comparison, he was astonished to find the handwriting remarkably similar, almost identical. The note from the toy dated back 5 years, while these garments had evidently been discarded only in the past few weeks. How could there be such striking similarities across a span of 5 years? The same script, the same declarations of affection. Could it be that the perpetrators of both incidents were one and the same? As he lifted the garments once more, preparing to close the bed frame, a peach-colored mobile phone tumbled from one of the pockets. The deceased's phone? Reaching down to pick it up, Chun-gu pressed the power button, only to discover that the screen was in the midst of composing a text message. Help me? A foreboding sensation washed over him as he trembled while opening the sent messages folder, revealing a chilling array of texts, all bearing the 2 words, "Help me." Chapter 24. I have captured the murderer. Chun-gu meticulously examined the timestamps of all the text messages, noting that each was sent in the early hours of the morning, aligning perfectly with Wang Chi's account. Yet, this peculiar detail sent a shiver down Chun-ji's spine. How could a corpse, entombed within a wall, possibly dispatch messages each night? Was it a supernatural phenomenon? If indeed a vengeful spirit were at play, how could those who unearthed the body still be alive and well? Clearly, someone was orchestrating this sinister scheme. Chun-gu had connected all the dots, and he understood with utmost clarity. The individual utilizing the deceased's phone to message Wang Chi daily was none other than the murderer of his fiancée, and, simultaneously, the true perpetrator of the massacre 5 years prior. I believe I have discerned the identity of the killer, Chun-gu mused, clutching his phone within the confines of the room. Wang Chi was regarded as a madman by the tenants of the apartment building, and the landlord consistently sought to evict him upon each encounter. However, this individual was the sole person he had encountered that night who did not reside within the apartment complex, yet frequently appeared in its vicinity. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that his refuge must lie in close proximity to the building. The crux of the matter, however, rested in the fact that when I had a disagreement with the landlord regarding rent, he claimed there were no accommodations available within several kilometers. This implied that Wang Chi could not be residing in another apartment or hotel. It was plausible, therefore, that he often took refuge within the wooden cabin. If he were indeed the owner of the cabin, everything would fall into place. This pitiful soul, brandishing a missing persons notice and tirelessly searching for his vanished wife, was, in fact, the very murderer who had taken his fiancée's life. Chun-gu could scarcely believe that he had conversed with a murderer. Attempting to delve into the depths of the man's psyche, his throat tightened as a wave of trepidation washed over him. This lunatic had undoubtedly experienced some profound trauma, collecting the clothing of the deceased and messaging himself using the victim's phones. Perhaps, within him, lay a dormant second persona that took control whenever he succumbed to slumber. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Chun-gu scrolled through his phone, seeking additional clues. The pink device should harbor his fingerprints, serving as crucial evidence that must be preserved. As he gazed at the screen, he could not discern whether his vision was distorted by anxiety or some other cause. To his astonishment, he perceived a faintly blurred silhouette of a girl reflected upon the screen. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18, clad in a blood-stained school uniform. Rubbing his eyes, he was about to scrutinize the image further when he felt an icy chill creep up the back of his neck, as if something had brushed against him. This sudden jolt prompted him to whirl around. The air within the wooden cabin felt as though it had frozen. As he turned to face the source of his dread, Chun-Gu sensed his heart racing perilously close to escape. The door had quietly swung open, and standing over 2 meters away was Wang Chi, his eyes bloodshot, slowly raising an axe in his grasp. Time seemed to stand still as the two men faced each other across the room, frozen in their respective positions. Just a heartbeat away, Wang Chi's voice had transformed entirely, resonating with a suppressed madness akin to that of an uncontrollable beast. Chun-Gu remained silent, gripping the tool hammer tightly, harboring a flicker of gratitude towards the ghostly apparition that had appeared on the screen. Had it not been for the spectral warning, Wang Chi might have inflicted harm upon him by now. What a pity. Wang Chi took a step forward, prompting Chun-Gu to instinctively shield himself with the hammer. Do not be impulsive. Have you seen what the phone contained? Chun-Gu was uncertain of the madman's intentions and remained on high alert. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance. The weariness on Wang Chi's face vanished, replaced by a fervent excitement. He seemed a different person entirely. From the moment you entered the apartment building and we first conversed, I declared that my wife must be hidden within these walls. Am I not truthful? He lifted a piece of clothing once worn by his fiancée with the axe, adding, after all, it was I who entombed her within the wall. As he spoke, Wang Chi's tone suddenly shifted, his emotions oscillating violently as he appeared to recall some painful memory. With a fierce grip on the axe, he struck the garment mercilessly. I am not at fault. She is. She insisted on leaving, and I merely sought to exert my utmost effort to keep her here. Wang Chi stood blocking the doorway, axe in hand, staring at the shredded clothing on the floor. I did not wish to resort to this. Do you understand? I too desired something different. Regardless of Wang Chi's protestations, they could not alter the reality of his actions. Thus, Chun-Gu dismissed his words entirely. Clutching the tool hammer, Chun-Gu stealthily slipped the deceased's phone into his pocket, his gaze fixed on the wooden cabin door, ever vigilant, poised for an opportunity to flee. I am often regarded as an insufferable individual, a sentiment echoed by those around me. Even if they refrain from voicing it, I can sense their disdain. Wang Chi is not merely a psychologically troubled person. His mental state has deteriorated significantly. Each time he speaks, it resembles a soliloquy, as if he has ensnared himself in a bizarre cycle from which he cannot escape. As Wang Chi's voice sharpens, Chun-Gu subtly shifts his perspective, mentally devising 3 or 4 escape strategies, such as diverting Wang Chi's attention or enticing him closer. However, the confined space of the cabin renders these strategies largely impractical. Wang Chi's demeanor grows increasingly erratic, intensifying Chun-Ji's sense of peril with each passing moment. Resolving not to linger any longer or entertain futile plans, he tenses his muscles. As Wang Chi's emotions teeter on the brink of chaos, and he unwittingly brandishes his axe, Chun-Gu propels himself forward, akin to a cannonball. In a moment of desperation, akin to a cornered rabbit striking at an eagle, this marks perhaps the boldest decision of Chun-Ji's life, confronting a notorious murderer with a fervor surpassing that of the killer himself. The distance of 2 to 3 meters evaporates in an instant. In the dimness, Wang Chi is a heartbeat slow to react. With deliberate intent, Chun-Gu has already aimed for Wang Chi's head moments prior. Bang! The tool hammer crashes down, a warmth trickling from his wrist, and Chun-Gu swiftly delivers a kick to Wang Chi's abdomen before fleeing towards the door. Bursting from the cabin, he darts into the dense forest, this time with a clear sense of direction, as the trees gradually thin and his field of vision expands. Yet danger still loomed. He could sense the presence of someone trailing him through the woods. The flickering beam of a flashlight collided with the branches, the sound of snapping twigs serving as the most vivid testament to his plight. Not daring to pause for a moment, Chun-Gu sprinted desperately ahead, until he finally caught sight of the concrete road near the village. Only then did the sounds behind him gradually fade away. Those individuals must have departed. Along the concrete path, Chun-Gu continued to run for several hundred meters when suddenly the wail of sirens pierced the air. Looking ahead, he He beheld the flashing lights of police vehicles illuminating the end of the road as they sped toward him. Salvation had arrived. He stood in the center of the road, feeling as though he had encountered long-lost kin. It was I who called for help. I have apprehended the perpetrator of the massacre from 5 years ago. Chapter 25 scene unfolds. Upon the wooden table lay several used cotton swabs, a bottle of mineral water, and an unopened loaf of bread. Seated at the opposite end of the table, a young police officer set down his recording pen and retrieved his mobile phone, opening a particular folder. Is this the person you recognize? Chungu glanced at the photo, which depicted several men with their arms around each other, exiting a restaurant. Among them, the tallest individual bore a peony tattoo on the back of his hand. Yes, that's him. The peony blooms, bringing forth prosperity. This man is Zhang Peng, a gambler in debt for hundreds of thousands in usurious loans, suspected of burglary and robbery. The officer continued to sift through the photos. Take a look at this one. The subsequent image was extracted from a segment of surveillance footage. After several magnifications, Chungu discerned a plump man, visibly anxious, seated in the driver's seat of a van. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the short, stout man within the apartment building. He looks familiar. Based on your description, we cross-referenced with the public security database. The driver in the picture is named Feng Chunlei, a native of another province. Known for driving under the influence and fleeing the scene of an accident, his actions are exceedingly reprehensible. The young officer tucked away his phone and organized the documents in hand. I have completed the records here, but you cannot leave just yet. The criminal investigation team from the City Bureau will arrive shortly for a more detailed inquiry. We hope you can cooperate with the case investigation, as you are the sole eyewitness. Of course. Chungu sat on the bed, and only now did his emotions begin to settle. A few hours ago, the West City Police Station received a report indicating a suspected homicide at the Ping'an apartment in the western suburbs. The police acted promptly, encountering Chungu on the road adjacent to the apartment. After conducting a preliminary inquiry, the officers from the West City Police Station split into 2 teams. One team followed Chungu to the mountain cabin in pursuit of Wang Qi, while the other entered the woods to search for the apartment's residents. As Chungu arrived at the cabin again after traversing the dense forest, he found only a pool of blood on the ground, with Wang Qi having vanished without a trace. The officers from the West City Police Station, upon discovering the fresh bloodstains and a significant amount of the deceased's clothing within the cabin, finally came to believe Chunji's account. They immediately requested assistance from the City Bureau, mobilizing additional forces to seal off the mountain for an overnight search. As a key witness, Chungu was afforded close protection. Initially, the police intended to take him directly to the Bureau. However, Chungu insisted on remaining at the Ping'an apartment to document crucial evidence that he claimed was hidden within its walls, thus compelling the authorities to comply with his request. Subsequently, the scene unfolded as described above, within the confines of the apartment, safeguarded by 2 officers. Chungu lay at ease, awaiting the passage of time for his task. Shortly after 3 in the morning, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged officer in his 40s. He removed his cap and gulped down several mouthfuls of bottled water from the table. Uncle Sambao, that water is mine, Chungu said, rising from the bed to greet the newcomer. The man's full name was Li Sambao, the deputy chief of the West City Police Station. Interestingly, he was the very officer who had initially investigated the disappearance of Chunji's parents. At that moment, Chungu was engulfed in despair and anxiety. But thanks to the diligent efforts of the elder, he received considerable assistance. You calling yourself Sambao? How many times must I remind you? Either refer to me as Director Li or Captain Li. Li Sambao set down the water bottle, a smile that he could not conceal gracing his face. Well, considering the significant contribution you've made this time, I shall overlook it. Have they apprehended the suspect? Chungu sprang to his feet. The officers in the criminal investigation team were not to be trifled with. Not only had they captured Wang Qi, but several other tenants in the apartment building had also been taken into custody, leaving only Zhang Peng at large. Splendid. The body of Wang Qi's fiancée has also been discovered and is currently under the examination of the forensic team. If you have any inquiries, do hasten to ask, as I have other matters to attend to. Captain Li had come merely to provide Chungu with reassurance. Zhang Peng and Feng Chunlei are both fugitives. Are the remaining 2 also wanted individuals? Chungu, unreserved, directly posed his lingering doubts. The woman is Zhang Peng's wife, at most. She could be charged with harboring a fugitive. The landlord's situation is somewhat complicated. He is merely a caregiver who, lured by greed, conspired with others to occupy the elderly man's apartment. However, he has not inflicted any harm upon the old man, at least. We have not observed any evident injuries on him. Captain Lee adjusted his police cap. Why do you inquire about this? Oh, it's nothing, Chingu replied, mimicking the innocent smile of Hishan. I am merely throwing myself into the fray, assisting the police in capturing fugitives. I heard there might be a reward. Once the cases involving the banners are resolved, they will be delivered to your home. See you later. Upon witnessing Chun Ji's predicament, a nearby young officer chuckled. Lee is just teasing you. If Wang Qi truly is the perpetrator of the massacre from 5 years ago, the bounty you could receive would exceed 30,000, funded by the local treasury. Moreover, the elderly gentleman in the apartment building had previously offered a personal reward of 5,000 for any critical leads. Is there really a bounty? Chen Ji's lips curled upward upon hearing about the cash reward. I merely inquired out of curiosity. My initial motivation for acting was not monetary. Contributing to the harmonious and stable development of our city is a responsibility every citizen should embrace. The young officer smiled, not contesting his statement, dutifully stationed at the door. Later, Chun Gu underwent questioning by the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, producing 2 sets of written statements. The West City Police Station initially intended to escort him home, but he concocted various excuses to linger at the crime scene, insisting on retrieving his backpack from room 408 and requesting the officers accompany him to the 3rd floor to examine the secondary crime scene. He persisted until 6 in the morning, and only after receiving a notification on his black phone that the trial task was completed did he board the police vehicle to depart. As he gazed at the swiftly retreating scenery, Chen Gu felt no fatigue. He discreetly pulled out his black phone to check the task rewards. The player had arrived at the designated location within the stipulated time, successfully identified the culprit, and survived until dawn. The Midnight Escape trial task was accomplished. A brand new horror scene, Midnight Escape, has been unlocked, allowing players to freely manipulate all mechanisms within this setting. The completion rate of the trial task exceeds 90%, rewarding participants with a hidden item, the missing person notice for Wang Qi. Wang Qi's missing person notice. With an 11-point grudge value, I search daily for the person I have slain. I have killed her time and again, yet she seems to always find me. Each dawn, as I awaken, her belongings mysteriously appear on my bed. I thought I had entombed her within the walls, yet it feels as though she has burrowed deep into my heart. Chapter 26. Boss, you've appeared on television with a task completion rate exceeding 90%. An unexpected reward awaited. Chen Gu felt a flicker of excitement upon discovering a hidden item. However, his anticipation swiftly evaporated upon reading the item description. Was Wang Qi's missing person notice truly a reward? Surely, there must be a mistake with this ominous black phone. It appeared more akin to a curse than a blessing. Gritting his teeth, he finished the unsettling item introduction, only for another perplexing question to arise in his mind. What was this grievance value? Interpreting it literally, the promotional flyer for the black phone suggested it bore the remnants of Wang Qi's resentments. A rational person would surely find such a thing unnecessary. Was it not intended for the living? Chen Gu glanced back at his own shadow, shaking his head to dispel the troubling thoughts. By 7 o'clock, the police vehicle returned to the New Century Amusement Park. Chen Gu inquired at the gate for the spare key to the haunted house and made his way back inside. After a night of relentless activity, he felt utterly exhausted, as if his very bones might disintegrate. He retrieved his phone, only to discover its battery had long since drained, leaving him unaware of when the live stream had ceased. Connecting it to the charger, he powered it back on. The pedometer indicated he had traversed over 40,000 steps the previous night, ranking first among his friends. With Xiaowan having given him a thumbs up, it seemed prudent for him to engage in some physical exercise. He sought not to surpass others, but merely to outrun them. Chingu scrolled through his phone screen and found Hishan's number. Concerned about disturbing Hishan's slumber, he tentatively sent a text message. To his surprise, within mere seconds, Hishan called him back. Wow, boss, you're still alive. Hishan's loud voice echoed, causing Chun Gu a headache. Are you really hoping for my demise? Lower your voice. Don't disturb your dorm mates. Sleep? Not at all. They were all watching your stream yesterday, and we stayed up until now. Chun Gu felt a surge of gratitude at Hishan's words. Just as he was about to express his appreciation to his friends, Hishan blurted out his next statement. After the stream cut off, everyone claimed you had met with misfortune and insisted on betting me a meal. Well, now I don't have to worry about my meals for next week. Is my life worth just a meal? You need not share your joy with me, truly. Gu found himself at a loss for words in response to Hishan's forthrightness. In any case, it's just a relief that you're alive. I genuinely fear the day I might see you in our lab. You know, during our forensic internship. The instructor takes photos of the victims for us to study and analyze. All right. Gu rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. I'm fine. Thank you this time. I'll treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. After hastily ending the call, Gu opened his short video profile and was astonished to discover that his follower count had surged by over 3,000. What? Gaining followers even with a black screen during the stream? He then glanced at his inbox, which was overflowing with messages, the most frequent inquiry being, "Streamer, are you still alive?" This group of individuals lacks even a single person capable of uttering flattering words. Gu, upon noticing that the terrifying house advertisement on his homepage remained intact and that his live streaming room and personal page had not been banned, let out a sigh of relief. He cast his phone aside, buried his head in the pillow, and leisurely stretched. He decided to abandon all thoughts and indulge in a day of laziness, resolving to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Stripping off his clothes and closing his eyes, Gu soon drifted into sleep. As the sun rose, heralding a new day, golden rays illuminated the room, casting a gilded sheen upon the bed sheets. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the protective railing outside the haunted house swung open, and the sound of light, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. A key was inserted into the lock, the mechanism clicked, and the door to the staff lounge was forcefully pushed open. The bed frame shuddered violently. Startled, Gu sprang upright. Before he could utter a word, he caught sight of something graceful swaying before him, followed by a crisp, excited voice. "Boss, you're on television." It took Gu 2 or 3 seconds to process this revelation. He gazed at the alluring Xiaowan seated beside his pillow, inhaling the refreshing scent of the shampoo that enveloped her. Silently, he grabbed the bedsheet to cover his upper body. "Speak slowly. What has happened to me? This is the first time I've seen someone from real life in a video. Even though your face was pixelated, I recognized you immediately." Pixelated? Gu felt a peculiar nuance in Suwon's words. "Look," Suwon handed her phone to Gu, saying, "This is a segment I captured online." At the 23rd minute of the Jiuzhong Morning News, an urgent report was broadcast. Gu opened the video, and the scene revealed Ping an apartment. Justice prevails. There has been a significant breakthrough in the 5-year-old Fuan apartment murder case. Thanks to the assistance of a vigilant citizen, the police have apprehended the true culprit. Following this, there was a brief interview accompanied by images of Gu leaving with the officers from the Xiqing police station, although his face was heavily obscured by a mosaic. The subtitles indicated that due to one suspect still being at large, his identity would remain undisclosed for the safety of the witnesses. "Boss, that must be you. Your height, build, and even your clothes are identical." "Let me put on my outfit first," Gu replied, shaking his head. After dressing, he recounted the events of the previous night to Suwon, omitting the true reason for his visit to Ping an apartment, instead claiming he sought inspiration for renovating a haunted house. Upon hearing this, Suwon's expression shifted significantly. "Boss, you've worked hard. Why not rest a bit longer? I can handle the visitors outside." Although her intentions were good, the mention of visitors instantly re-energized Gu. "Are there many?" "Definitely more than yesterday." "Then what are we waiting for? Help me up." Gu urged Suwon to attend to the guests while he hurried to the bathroom to splash water on his face, then retrieved his black phone to access the terrifying scene of Midnight Escape. Midnight Escape, Scream Index. 1 star. The horror scene has been meticulously arranged and is now open for exploration on the 3rd floor. Please note, the internal space of the haunted house is currently inadequate. Expansion is necessary to unlock new terrifying scenarios. When was this setup completed? Gu initially believed he would need to prepare numerous items, only to realize he had gravely underestimated the capabilities of this ominous black phone. Donning his shoes, he hurried to the 3rd floor and pushed open the attic door, revealing a world that had transformed entirely. The discarded and damaged props had vanished, leaving only chilling corridors that emitted an eerie cold. The newly unlocked Midnight Escape scene occupies a vast area, encompassing the entire 3rd floor and encroaching upon portions of the 2nd floor's ghost marriage and the 3rd floor's zombie resurrection night scenarios. There are 3 levels in total. The 1st and 2nd floors serve as transitional spaces, while the most terrifying elements reside on the 3rd floor. How does this bear a slight resemblance to the peaceful apartment? Chapter 27. The new attraction. Gu familiarized himself with the new setting, which bore a striking resemblance to the peaceful apartment. An atmosphere of unease and torment pervaded the space, equipped with numerous traps and interconnected rooms adorned with secret doors, concealing several darkly whimsical surprises. It felt remarkably authentic. This venue was ideal for an escape game, and he could conduct some experiments with the visitors shortly. The events of the previous night still sent shivers down Chun Ji's spine, as he had undergone an exceptionally vivid experience. With limited time at his disposal, he merely strolled through the premises before heading downstairs, mindful that many guests awaited outside the haunted house. Please bear with us for a moment. The owner will be here shortly. In the meantime, feel free to explore other attractions in the park. He heard Su-1's voice from a distance. Hey, is your boss really inside the haunted house? We watched his live stream last night, where a dozen people were chasing him through the woods. How did he manage to endure that? That's nonsense. I caught the live stream too. The host was trapped in an apartment with a few perverts. Do you know what it's like to be a mouse in a cat and mouse game? The outcome is simply unimaginable. Are you sure we watched the same stream? Aside from the sounds, it was just a black screen for most of the time. How did you deduce so much from it? Let us not waste time on trivialities. The living must be seen, and the dead must be accounted for. The volume of their discussion gradually escalated, drawing Uncle Su closer, who observed the gathering crowd with a mix of delight and concern. From a certain point in time, this nearly defunct haunted house seemingly transformed into the focal point of a new amusement park, attracting numerous visitors who made the journey early in the morning. Ordinarily, this would be a positive development. However, each time he overheard the remarks of these tourists, a chill ran down his spine. He thought to himself, I must have a serious conversation with Xiao Qin next time. The youth are often impetuous and should not stray down the wrong path. With a swift motion, the protective barrier was lifted, and Chun Gu emerged from the haunted house, having completed his preparations. My apologies for keeping you all waiting. The admission fee for the haunted house is 20, fair for all ages. The chatter among the crowd momentarily ceased. A few fans, who had come after watching his live stream, rushed over to him, eager to inquire about the events of the previous night, allowing Chun Gu to indulge in the thrill of being an internet celebrity. Moments later, order was restored, and the crowd began to trickle into the haunted house for their experience. Having learned from the excessively terrifying previous encounter, Chun Gu refrained from playing Black Friday on repeat. Instead, he integrated it into the playlist for random playback. He transformed Xiao Wan into a ghostly figure for a ghost marriage scene while he stationed himself at the entrance to collect fees. The number of visitors steadily increased, and positive feedback surged. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he could meet the requirements for the haunted house's expansion. Chun Gu took out his black phone, eager to check how many more visitors were needed for the first expansion and to see the daily tasks that had refreshed today. To provide visitors with a truly terrifying experience, one must first pay attention to the pacing of the tour. The premature or belated appearance of actors and mechanisms can lead to a loss of enthusiasm among guests. Therefore, I recommend the installation of sound detectors and surveillance systems within the haunted house to continuously monitor the progress of the visitors. The true secret to inducing genuine fear lies in ensuring that participants remain oblivious to the impending scares. For instance, one could design scare points opposite to conspicuous objects and thoroughly check that all props within the haunted house meet the required standards. At the nightmare level, the bathroom at midnight invariably emits peculiar sounds. If one wishes to uncover the reason, heed my advice. Daily tasks refresh at the stroke of midnight, allowing only one task to be claimed each day, with varying degrees of difficulty and corresponding rewards. Caution: some tasks are exceedingly perilous. Choose wisely. Upon glancing at the 3 daily tasks, Chun Gu promptly dismissed the nightmare-level task. After 2 consecutive nights of toil, he desperately needed to rest. Furthermore, the mystery of the creature in the mirror remained unresolved. Should he attract other entities, he would find it exceedingly difficult to cope alone. The rewards of the nightmare-level tasks could directly enhance his physical being, endowing him with certain memories and abilities, yet the rewards are proportional to the dangers involved, making it prudent to set such considerations aside for now. The tasks at the simple difficulty level require a certain amount of funds. Currently, the bounty for capturing the fugitive has yet to be awarded, rendering the completion of this task exceedingly challenging. After much contemplation, Chun Gu concluded that a task of moderate difficulty would be most suitable, to design a scare point in the opposite direction of an eye-catching object. This idea seemed promising, and when applied to his haunted house, it should provide visitors with an abundance of surprises. After accepting the task, Chun-Gu stationed himself at the entrance of the haunted house to collect fees, occasionally exchanging a few words with Su-Wan inside. As noon approached, the number of visitors began to dwindle. Chun-Gu called Su-Wan out for lunch, while he ventured alone into the eerie marriage scene he had designed. This terrifying setting was crafted entirely by him, with each scare point meticulously considered. Having accepted a task of moderate difficulty, he utilized the midday hours to initiate improvements. Typically, visitors to the haunted house arrive with a psychological preparedness. Under such heightened vigilance, it becomes challenging to instill fear. Thus, it is essential to employ an unrelated distraction to capture their attention, leading them to mistakenly believe that danger lurks in that direction. Once they are fully engrossed, he can launch an unexpected attack from an entirely unforeseen angle. This task of moderate difficulty proved far simpler than Chun-Gu had anticipated. In just one afternoon, he received a notification on his black phone confirming the completion of the task. You have completed a moderate difficulty daily task. There are myriad ways to instill fear. Understanding human psychology and exhibiting adaptability are of paramount importance. Congratulations, you have been awarded the task reward, the Skull Doctor's uniform. The attire of the craniotomy physician, Clowery had devoted 2 decades of his life to working in a psychiatric hospital. The prolonged exposure to patients had gradually eroded his mental fortitude, and at last, he resolved to put an end to it all. The morbid and the insane had seeped into his very marrow, and wielding a hammer, he sought to fundamentally heal his patients. Following Black Friday, Chun-Gu acquired yet another prop. Upon clicking the icon, his dark mobile notified him that the item had been placed in the prop room. This costume prop arrived at a most opportune moment, promising a fascinating chemical reaction when intertwined with the midnight escape scene. As several ideas began to form in Chun-Ji's mind, he reached for paper and pen to meticulously design his thoughts, when suddenly, his phone vibrated. Helshan? Chun-Gu answered the call. What is it? Boss, do you recall the matter I mentioned to you last time? Helshan's voice was deliberately lowered, as if he feared eavesdroppers. After you frightened Senior Gao Rushua to tears, the seniors from our department have decided to band together for revenge. They have already set off. You must be prepared. Chapter 28. This is not what we agreed upon. They are coming over now? Chun-Gu had not truly given much thought to the seniors from Helshan. I am secretly notifying you. The seniors are preparing to film a comedic video in your haunted house and post it online to amuse the senior sisters. Do not blame them for their cunning. Our department consists of 5 classes with only 7 female students in total, and you frightened the most beautiful one to tears. Take care of yourself, boss. It seemed someone was moving around Helshan, and after finishing his words, he hung up the phone. Filming a comedic video in my haunted house. Chun-Gu tucked away his phone, his expression peculiar. Students of forensic science tend to have a stronger constitution. Perhaps it would be fitting to let them assist in testing the new scenes. I hope they can still find humor amidst the fright. As lunchtime concluded, Chun-Gu descended to the lower level, pushing open the protective barrier of the haunted house. The visitors who had the chance to explore in the morning immediately gathered around. Some had traveled from afar specifically after watching Chun-Ji's short videos and live streams. Others were recommended by friends and relatives, while some were simply drawn by curiosity. Noticing the long queue and assuming this attraction must be quite intriguing. The ticket price was 20, and to ensure an optimal experience, no more than 3 individuals were allowed to enter at once. Chun-Gu maintained order at the scene while communicating with Su-Wan, both of them busily engaged. Time slipped by unnoticed, and around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 7 fashionably dressed young people entered the New Century amusement park, seemingly on a mission, making their way directly to the haunted house. 7 individuals, each possessing a distinct personality, stood in quietude at the entrance of the haunted house, their lack of interaction casting a serious atmosphere over the entire queue. After a brief wait of several minutes, during which a group of visitors emerged, supporting one another, the tallest among the 7 approached Chun-Gu. Boss, 6 tickets, he stated with a steady voice. Chun-Gu glanced up at him, then surveyed the line. Aren't you all together? This one is merely the guide, the tall man replied, pushing Helshan forward. Boss, I won't be going inside, Helshan confessed, harboring a psychological aversion to haunted houses. He exchanged a quick greeting and retreated to the back. Since you've come all this way, you can't just stay outside. Consider this ticket a gift, Chun-Gu said casually, handing over 7 tickets. You are all from the Jiujiang Medical College, right? I look forward to your support in the future. Chun-Ji's demeanor was amiable and exceedingly warm, making the few medical students, yet to step into society feels somewhat embarrassed. Hishan, the boss has gifted you the ticket. You should accept it, the tall man insisted, distributing the tickets among the group. Their subsequent actions left the surrounding visitors in a state of astonishment. Rather than entering the haunted house directly, they gathered at the entrance. Hishan and I will be in one group, Monkey and Old Zhao in another, Old Song, Xiao Hui, and Shiling, you three are together. Did you remember the strategies from the forum before coming? Yes, we did, they affirmed in unison. The rudimentary map of the entire scene of Crane Mountain has been meticulously drawn, and we are well aware of all the mechanisms within. I urge you to prepare yourselves mentally in advance, suppress any hint of fear, and embody the formidable spirit of our Zhejiang Forensic Medical College. Understood? Excellent. From this moment onward, adjust your mindset and elevate your excitement. Accelerate your breathing, envision yourselves preparing for skydiving or bungee jumping, and invigorate every cell in your body. Yes, assume a fierce demeanor. You are more menacing than the average specter. Fear is not in your arsenal. Do you recall the oath we took upon enrollment? A heart untrue leads to a skewed blade. Zhejiang Forensic Medical College speaks for the deceased and defends the rights of the living. Onward, let us embark. The fervor among the group was palpable, even drawing applause from nearby tourists, and Chungu silently cheered them on. As the protective barrier was lifted, Crane Mountain and the tall individual stepped forward. We shall take the lead. We will share our experiences with you upon our return. The two approached Chungu with a commanding presence. Is it just the two of you? Is it not stipulated that a maximum of 3 individuals may visit simultaneously? Oh, that is merely the regulation for the themed scene of ghost marriages. Do not concern yourselves with it. Let all 7 of us proceed together to save time. Chungu replied as he guided the group into the haunted house, where the temperature was significantly lower than outside. Please sign the waiver on the table first, absolving this haunted house of any responsibility for unforeseen incidents that may occur within. Only then can I escort you inside for the tour. This was not a requirement during our last visit, was it? Hishan approached the table and took a glance. This was unprecedented. No one had ever fainted before you. Chungu smiled warmly at the 7 spirited forensic students. I trust Hishan has already informed you about the background of my haunted house, so I shall refrain from redundancy. My intent in keeping you here is merely to offer a word of caution. Gradually, Chun Ji's smile faded, and he retrieved his phone. Uncovering a news article from the morning, the massacre case at Ping, an apartment from 5 years ago, has finally been solved, yet one murderer remains at large. While this may seem unrelated to you, upon my arrival at work this morning, I found the entrance to the haunted house ajar, as if someone had sought refuge inside. Ping, an apartment, and New Century Paradise are both located in the western suburbs. Hopefully, I am merely overthinking. In just a few brief sentences, Chungu had sown the seeds of suspicion, requiring no belief from Hishan and the others, but merely providing them with a direction for contemplation. After all, no matter how vividly imagined, the horrors of the virtual realm pale in comparison to those of reality. Once all the students had signed the liability waivers, Chungu guided them to the 3rd floor, gently pushing open the door to the midnight escape theme scene. A chilling breeze swept through the eerie corridor, and behind the half-opened doors, it seemed as though eyes were lurking, observing. The labyrinthine passages, endless staircases, charred ceilings, and the terrifying scars of knives were all too evident. The fervor of the forensic students began to wane at the sight of this grim tableau. Stunned, they collectively turned their gaze towards Hishan. What about the courtyard? Is this not quite different from what was promised? In order to swiftly open the coffin, I practiced weighted push-ups throughout the night. A few individuals gazed at Hishan, almost bringing him to tears. This earnest university student could only seek assistance from Chungu. Yet Chungu offered him no response. The theme of this scene is a midnight escape. Please refrain from taking photographs or videos within the scene, and any violations will be at your own risk. The exit is concealed within the scene, and there is a time limit of 20 minutes. If you become truly frightened during this period, feel free to scream at the surveillance camera, and I will guide you out. Once everyone had entered the corridor, Chungu smiled at them. Finally, I wish you all an enjoyable time. Chapter 29. The Craniotomy Doctor. As the door to the midnight escape slowly closed, the sound of the creaking door echoed ominously, tightening the hearts of several medical students like a constricting chain. Hishan, based on your previous experience, what course of action should we take now? We must quickly find an exit, the sooner the better. After locking the scene's entrance, Chungu immediately called Xiao Wan, and the two made their way to the props room. Boss, Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Haven't the visitors already arrived? Suwon, adorned with mortuary makeup and dressed in the attire from the funeral scene, scurried about, imparting a rather eerie atmosphere. I have just created a new horror scene on the third floor titled Midnight Escape. These forensic students have quite the nerve. It's the perfect opportunity for them to test its effectiveness. Chun-gu pushed open the door to the props room and began searching according to the prompts on his black phone. Isn't the new scene supposed to undergo a park inspection before it can be utilized? Suwon approached, her ancient gown trailing behind her. What are you looking for, boss? I'm searching for the customized uniforms I ordered for you. Uniforms? Venturing deeper into the room, Chun-gu discovered a familiar wooden box nestled in the corner. An unexpected find that had originally been used to store the black phone and the cloth doll. Approaching the box, he peered inside and found an oddly shaped hammer, a robe soaked in blood, and beside it, a yellowed missing person notice. I found it. Chun-gu picked up the garment, and to his surprise, the seemingly ordinary Dr. S uniform was exceedingly heavy, entwined with chains intricately engraved with human faces. Boss, is this truly the uniform you had custom-made for me? Suwon retreated a step. Even from a distance, she felt the metallic scent of blood emanating from it. Must I wear it? Actors in a haunted house are still actors, Xiaowon. Recall what your instructors at the Drama Academy imparted. You must hold yourself to rigorous standards. Chun-gu shook out the garment, and a replica of a human skin mask fell out. Unaware of this concealed item, he picked it up and, upon a mere glance, was engulfed by a chill. The mask was stitched together from various male faces, the craftsmanship grotesque, exuding a palpable sense of madness. Boss, please do not tell me I must wear this as well. Suwon had retreated to the doorway. It is merely a trial. I wish to see the overall effect of the new scene. I shall don the guise of a ghost next time, all right? Chun-gu's tone was reminiscent of a wicked seducer from a fairy tale, enticing one towards temptation. Very well. I shall give it a try. Ultimately, Suwon's compassion prevailed, and she accepted the mask and the Dr.'s coat, not shying away from Chun-gu as she shed her historical costume and changed right there. Boss, to be frank, your interpretation of a uniform is truly enlightening. As the chains from the coat entwined around her, and she donned the blood-soaked attire, the moment Suwon placed the mask upon her face, she seemed to undergo a transformation, radiating an aura of madness, malice, and an extreme cruelty. Very well. Chun-gu refrained from allowing Suwon to gaze into the mirror, fearing that she might frighten herself. Here, take this, he said, retrieving a peculiarly shaped hammer from the box. The hammer measured approximately 40 centimeters, its handle resembling a human spine, with the end connected to a chain concealed within her attire. The hammerhead featured specialized sharp spikes for bloodletting, hollow, not excessively heavy. And should you find it cumbersome while in swift motion, you may drag it along as you run. Suwon had surrendered her resistance, nodding as she accepted the hammer. Her phone rested in her outer pocket. She checked the earphones to ensure constant communication. If all is well, it is time for us to take the stage. We? Suwon turned to Chun-gu, her melodious voice harmonizing with the fragmented features of her face, inducing a sense of unease within him. Of course, let us proceed swiftly. The guests are likely growing impatient. Chun-gu ushered Suwon into the midnight escape scene before returning to the central control room. Although it may sound lengthy, it had merely been a few minutes. He observed the figures of 7 medical students on the monitor, their demeanor far more timid than that of Gao Rushua. The expressions etched on their faces revealed palpable tension. After wandering for some time, they remained meandering in the initial rooms of the 3rd floor. It appeared that I must instill a sense of urgency in them. Chun-gu first changed the background music to Black Friday, then dialed Suwon's number, Xiaowon. This new horror scene is expansive, encompassing not only the entire 3 floors of the haunted house, but also parts of the 2nd and 1st floors. There are staircases on both sides. Please refrain from running around and listen to my instructions. Received. After communicating with Suwon, Chun-gu applied a simple layer of makeup on himself and entered the midnight escape scene through the staff passage. Armed with a black mobile phone, he could manipulate dozens of mechanisms within the scene at any moment, a feature that significantly enhanced the playability of the midnight escape compared to the ghost marriage and zombie resurrection night. In the cold, dark corridor, the door to a room's bath was pushed open as Chun-gu emerged and restored everything to its original state. Xiaowon, they are likely near room 207 on the 3rd floor. Please head to the left staircase and stand by for my next instructions. After speaking, Gu allowed his eyes to adjust to the darkness of the scene before ascending the right staircase to the third floor. At this moment, the students from the Zhejiang Forensic Medical College remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, diligently rummaging through various items in the room, hoping to make a discovery. This haunted house is merely a bit eerie and slightly cold. It doesn't seem particularly frightening. Are we being overly sensitive? The shortest among them, Monkey, who was also the most talkative, remarked, Brother Fong, I believe we should split into 2 teams. It would expedite our search. Crowding together is a waste of time. The tallest among them is Feng Gu, who, upon entering the midnight escape scene, finds himself slightly panicked, realizing that all his preparations have been in vain. However, as time passes, he begins to perceive that the scene is not as terrifying as he initially thought. It's fine to split up. Monkey Lao Song. You 2 take the girls and search the rooms on the left, while the 3 of us will explore the right side. It was about time to do it this way. I truly fail to comprehend what's so frightening about this place. Compared to our school's morgue, it pales in comparison. The speaker is a girl, the only one among them with dyed hair, possessing a completely different demeanor from Gao Rushua. With her makeup, she appears mature and sophisticated, not resembling a typical student. Sister Hui, Feng Gu, please don't let your guard down. It's best for us to stay together. Yishan, hiding among the crowd, wore a distressed expression. The owner of this haunted house never adheres to the norm. You haven't seen his live streams. He is a reckless madman. Chapter 30. Why is there one more? Hashan, with great earnestness, had expended much effort in articulating his concerns, yet the senior students remained unmoved. They perceived Hashan as deliberately exaggerating the situation to mask his own timidity. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. And after meandering through the haunted house for a few minutes, they concluded it was merely an ordinary experience. Xiaoshan, if you are afraid, you can hide behind your sister, remarked a woman referred to as Sister Hui, who boldly ventured into a nearby room. The decor was quite similar, and she mused that it was even less engaging than observing a crime scene in their dormitory. Let us proceed according to the earlier groupings, she declared. The monkey-like figure eagerly trailed after Sister Hui, expressing his desire to find the exit quickly, as he was already feeling a tad bored. Lao Song and a demure girl named Shirling followed suit, leaving behind only Hashan, Brother Feng, and Lao Zhao in the corridor. To be honest, Hashan felt a sense of disappointment. Lao Zhao, a rotund man with a complexion fairer than most women, exhibited poor physical stamina after only a few steps. Beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. All right, let's refrain from idle chatter and set off, Brother Feng commanded, gesturing as he strode forward, with Lao Zhao closely trailing behind. Before long, Hashan found himself entirely alone in the corridor, burdened by unvoiced anxieties. As he remained acutely vigilant, something was bound to go awry. He took a couple of steps forward, but suddenly halted. The background music seemed to have changed, evoking a peculiar sense of familiarity. There was no time for contemplation, as a crisp sound intermittently reached his ears, seemingly emanating from the path they had traversed. Someone is pursuing us. Hesitant, Hashan hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up with the students. As the ominous chime of Black Friday echoed, the midnight slaughter game truly commenced. The light dimmed further, and debris in the corridor occasionally tumbled down on its own. In the distance, the sound of clashing chains drew ever closer. A discovery. Leading the group, Sister Hui emerged from a room, holding a cloth doll. Look, there's a doll placed right in the center of this room. Sister, please don't disturb anything in the haunted house. Last time, we triggered a trap by touching a coffin, Hashan cautioned, imparting his prior experience. However, noticing that no one heeded his warning, he stood silently at the back, watching in dismay as his seniors recklessly endangered themselves. This doll must be significant. Could its placement in the center of the room be symbolic? The monkey lifted the doll's head, revealing its likeness to a 5- or 6-year-old girl, albeit without eyes and charred from flames. Could the absence of sight symbolize darkness? Is the singed body a sign of having descended into hell? Perhaps it foreshadows murder? Brother Feng pressed the doll's body. The stuffing isn't cotton. It feels rather firm. Let's see what's inside. The monkey unzipped the doll's back, revealing it stuffed with torn scraps of paper. He pulled one out, noticing the scrawled, childish handwriting, indicating the writer was quite young. What does it say? The only one to glimpse the note, the monkey's expression turned uneasy. He held the paper before the others, which bore a chilling message. You are all going to die. Each note seems to bear this ominous phrase. What deep-seated grudge could provoke such a sentiment? Dispose of it at once. It is most ill-fated. The usually reticent Shirling appeared particularly apprehensive of the doll, casting a fleeting glance before hastily retreating from the throng. It is merely a doll. There is no need for such alarm. Perhaps it is simply a decorative piece from the haunted house. The monkey stuffed the note back into the doll's body and carelessly discarded it on the corridor floor. Let us proceed to the next room, he suggested, his voice betraying a noticeable tremor, revealing that he was not as composed as he pretended to be. Wait a moment. Xiaowei raised her left hand, clutching several tattered sheets of paper. In the room where I discovered the cloth doll, I also found this. Take a look. It appears to have been torn from a diary. Let me see. Lao Zhao took the sheets and began to read aloud. I have noticed that the house seems to conceal a person. I do not know whether he is hiding beneath the bed or within the wardrobe. I informed my parents and my sister, but they seemed preoccupied with some troubling matter, leaving them no time to hear me out. As night deepened, my father inspected all the doors and windows of the apartment before retiring to bed. I do not know what they fear, but I sense that there truly is someone hidden within my room. What nonsense is this? Lao Zhao exclaimed, struggling to continue reading, and returned the papers to Xiaowei. This is merely a contrivance meant to disturb us. Take it seriously, and you will have lost. The details are well crafted, but alas, they do not frighten me. Xiaowei returned the paper to its original place, and the group continued to move towards the next room, unaware that the doll, which had been carelessly discarded on the floor, suddenly stirred. Hurry and find the exit. Stop dawdling. After searching through 4 or 5 rooms without success, they arrived at the right side of the corridor. The third floor was vast and still unsearched, but I felt the likelihood of finding the exit on this floor was quite slim. If I were the operator of a haunted house, I would certainly not place the entrance and exit on the same level. Brother Feng rationally analyzed the situation. Should we split up? No. If we are not on the same floor, we could easily be picked off one by one. Hishan interjected, but the others chose to ignore him. 10 minutes had already passed since they entered, and nothing had occurred. While the ambience of the haunted house was quite engaging, it lacked true terror. I think it would be better to split up. Old Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. Let us not forget our purpose for being here. Only by finding the exit within the allotted time can we restore our lost dignity. That makes sense. Let us proceed with the original plan to split up. Just as they were about to finalize their decision, Hishan, unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke up. Will you please listen to me for a moment? He stepped into the center of the group, pointing to the other end of the corridor. Since a few minutes ago, I have heard the sound of chains in the hallway. Something has been following us this entire time. Upon hearing Hishan's words, the others finally reacted, straining their ears to listen, and indeed, they could hear the increasingly distinct sound of chains. The proprietor of the haunted house declared that this scene was titled Midnight Escape. Given that it was an escape scenario, it was inevitable that a killer would appear. Lao Zhao patted Hishan's shoulder, saying, "Don't become too engrossed in the role. The pursuer is undoubtedly an employee of the haunted house in disguise. Knowing that it is merely a person pretending, what is there to fear? Don't you agree?" The group erupted in laughter, finding Hishan overly sensitive. "Do not fret. A senior is here to support you. We shall fear no one," Lao Zhao asserted, retrieving his phone. "Did we not agree to record a short video in the haunted house to mock the owner on the community page?" he remarked. "This spot seems quite suitable. Come, everyone, gather for the camera." He carefully selected an angle to include everyone, his gaze sweeping across the screen. Just as he was about to speak, an indescribable, chilling sensation surged to the top of his head. His body trembled in response, and Lao Zhao's hand shook, causing the phone to fly from his grasp. "You fool! Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? You startled me." Lao Zhao remained silent, his eyes scanning the group, his teeth chattering. "Count for yourselves. With me included, how can there be 8 of us?" Chapter 31. Who is he? 8. What a joke. As Lao Zhao's words escaped his lips, the heartbeat of everyone present quickened. In the dimly lit scene of a midnight escape, the atmosphere was thick with tension as they exchanged anxious glances, their bodies seemingly frozen in place. Where is the 8th person? Do not panic. At this critical juncture, Brother Feng retrieved his phone, poised to unlock it. The faint sound of chains from the other end of the corridor suddenly intensified. Someone is coming. Just as Brother Feng managed to unlock the screen, a blood-soaked monster emerged from around the corner of the stairwell. The timing was uncanny, as if the creature had foreseen their location. What in the world is that? Beneath the blood-stained doctor's uniform, a chain dragged upon the ground. The monster hung its head low, wielding a hammer dripping with crimson liquid. Tension escalated among the group, yet Brother Feng somehow managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Ignoring Chun-Ji's earlier advice, he boldly switched on his flashlight within the haunted house. A beam of white light illuminated the creature from across the corridor, drawing its attention. As the monster's long, dark hair fell to the sides, it slowly raised its head. In that instant, every hair on their bodies stood on end. The monster possessed a face composed of countless male visages, stitched together with scars marring its features. Simultaneously, as the light flickered on, the creature seemed to be provoked, descending into madness as it charged towards them, swinging the bloodied hammer with reckless abandon. The chains clashed against the wall, and the heavy, hurried footsteps reverberated through the narrow corridor. That morbidly frenzied figure drew ever closer. Among the forensic students, it was unclear who retreated first. But that singular step triggered a chain reaction. None dared to seek out the straggler. They fled in a panic, scattering in all directions. Some hastily sought refuge in nearby rooms. Others dashed up the stairs to the second floor, while a few sprinted into the first floor in a desperate bid for safety. The scene was shrouded in darkness, and fear gripped them all as the monstrous presence behind them loomed ever nearer. The clanking chains and the ominous footsteps sent them into a frenzy. The instinct to seek safety is a fundamental trait of living beings, a guarantee of their continuous evolution. When the brain perceives impending danger, the instinctual response is to flee. Xiaowei initially stood near the staircase, momentarily paralyzed by the approaching monster. Suddenly, the man beside her bolted down the stairs. Overwhelmed by terror, Xiaowei instinctively followed him, her sole thought to evade the creature's pursuit. Her phone had been discarded, lost in the chaos. The facade of calm and composure that the forensic students had previously maintained shattered, replaced by a cacophony of screams echoing through the corridor. Amidst the confusion, Xiaowei trailed the figure before her to the first floor, the screams from the third floor echoing relentlessly. The chains clattered against the steps, signaling the monster's entry into the corridor. Fearful of looking back, Xiaowei quickened her pace, clinging tightly to the shadow of the figure ahead, terrified of being left behind. The eerie background music echoed in her ears, accompanied by incessant screams, as unease and terror gradually engulfed Xiaowei. She finally succumbed to fear. The more she felt this way, the less she dared to linger alone. Desperately, she chased after the shadow ahead, which became her sole refuge in the dimly lit, terrifying haunted house. Together, they could face whatever horrors lay in wait. The thought of being left alone in such a nightmarish place was unbearable. To prevent this fate, she bit her lip and quickened her pace, grasping the fabric of the person in front of her. The clanking of chains behind her grew ever closer, and the figure led her to the first floor, where they hastily sought refuge in a random room. A dead end? Xiaowei hesitated at the door, while the man beside her unhesitatingly concealed himself in the room's solitary wardrobe. At this juncture, Xiaowei was left with two options: to flee alone or to join him in the cupboard. The dragging sound of chains became increasingly distinct, prompting her to slip into the wardrobe as well. As the doors shut, she felt as though she had entered another realm, silent, dark, and the only comfort being the presence of a companion. Her makeup had long since smudged. Xiaowei covered her mouth and peered through the gap in the wardrobe door. A blood-stained doctor stood at the threshold, the chains dragging ominously behind him. He raised a hammer to strike the doorframe, his stitched face looming into the room. Xiaowei's heart raced, and she bit down on her fingers, huddling in the corner of the wardrobe, silently praying, "Please don't come closer, please don't come closer." Perhaps God had heard her plea, for the doctor merely glanced at the situation before swiftly departing with his hammer. The weight of her anxiety finally lifted. Xiaowei let out a sigh of relief and gently touched the arm of the person beside her. "It seems the monster hasn't detected us. Let's join the others shortly." In the cramped confines of the cabinet, only Xiao Hui's voice echoed, but after a prolonged silence, she sensed something amiss and turned her head. The man hiding with her in the cabinet possessed a well-proportioned physique, neither too fat nor too thin. He was neither the monkey nor Lao Zhao. Feng Ge was taller, while He Shan was somewhat shorter. Tentatively, Xiao Hui called out, "Lao Song?" Yet, there was still no response, and her heart sank. Lao Zhao had mentioned that an extra person was among them. Blood surged to her head, and a feeling of suffocation enveloped her. It was as if she could not catch her breath. Xiao Hui fumbled for her phone in her pocket, illuminating the darkness with its dim, cold glow. In the stifling darkness of the cabinet, a face as pale as paper, entirely unfamiliar, fixated on her with unblinking eyes. The phone slipped from her fingers, and after a few seconds of spine-chilling silence, a scream erupted from the wardrobe, piercing through the air. Xiao Hui desperately recoiled, but the confined space offered little room to maneuver. She stumbled backward, her head colliding with the cabinet wall. Whether it was pain or fright, she could not tell. As this fashionably avant-garde senior collapsed onto the floor, clutching her head, looking utterly defeated. "I've warned you all, do not use your phones in my haunted house." Shingu opened the cupboard, retrieved the phone lying on the ground, and tucked it into the girl's pocket. He then took out his own phone to communicate with Su Wan. "Xiao Wan, please prevent anyone from coming to the first floor for the time being." After relaying his instructions, he carried Xiao Hui into the restroom, pushed open the bathtub, and discreetly escorted her out through the staff passage. Indeed, there was a shortage of personnel. After placing a towel beneath Xiao Hui's head, Shingu re-entered the midnight escape scene. Now, only 6 individuals remained. Shingu restored the entrance and dialed Su Wan's number. "Xiao Wan, where are you now?" "There is someone in the first room on the left corner of the second floor. I will draw him out, and you can flank him from the right side to give him a surprise." "Xiao Wan, you have become quite mischievous. Compared to the boss, I still have much to learn." Chapter 32. It seems to be haunted. The monkey secluded himself on the staircase of the second floor, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Positioned in the corner, he could observe the entrances to both the third and second floors, allowing for a swift escape regardless of the direction from which the assailant might approach. The lighting in the scene appeared to dim further, and the eerie background music in the pitch-black corridor instilled a sense of dread within him. The monkey pinched himself firmly, then took a deep breath. As a medical student, he understood that a slight sting and ample oxygen could rapidly restore composure. There was a peculiar timing to the monster's appearance. Just as old Zhao discovered the presence of an 8th person among them, the creature surged forward with alarming speed, an occurrence that could hardly be deemed coincidental. His mind replayed the events that had transpired. Upon old Zhao's revelation of an extra individual, panic had ensued. If Brother Feng had been able to retrieve his phone at that moment to scrutinize each person's face, they could have identified the 8th member. This was the first opportunity they had squandered. When the monster charged, had they all managed to remain still and not succumb to fear, they would not have been scattered. This constituted their second missed chance. The monkey let out a quiet sigh. Although fear enveloped everyone as the monster approached, they were not driven to flee immediately. It was the first individual to run who set this chaos in motion, disrupting their collective reasoning. If his instincts were correct, the initial coward was likely the very person who did not belong. Moments earlier, he had heard Xiao Hui's shriek. She was the second to flee, and being the closest to that individual further corroborated his suspicions. A bitter smile graced his face. Discerning the truth was one matter, yet the fear it invoked was another entirely. Concealed within such a foreboding environment, a chill crept down his spine. The monster, in concert with the unexpected 8th individual, exploited the psychology of the deserter and the herd mentality, allowing terror to proliferate, fragmenting their group before systematically dismantling them one by one. Was it truly necessary to elevate the act of mere intimidation to a strategic level? The monkey was astute, yet timid, never daring to enter the laboratory alone at school. "I must hasten to inform Brother Feng and the others, then reunite with them." As he retrieved his phone, the faint glow of the screen illuminated the space behind him, and he suddenly shivered. How did this doll end up on the staircase? Hadn't he discarded it in the corridor on the 3rd floor? Afraid of attracting the monster's attention, the monkey refrained from using his flashlight, instead increasing the screen's brightness to direct it toward the wall, where a tattered doll lay flat. Had someone inadvertently kicked it downstairs while rushing about? After much contemplation, the monkey settled on this singular explanation. The doll contained a slip of paper, but no mechanical components, rendering it incapable of remote manipulation. It appeared rather unsettling. Aside from its worn condition, the doll bore no particularly terrifying features, yet prolonged gazes conjured an odd sensation, as though it possessed a semblance of life. The monkey himself found this inexplicable. He stared at the doll on the ground, perceiving not merely a plaything, but rather a pitiable little girl, imbued with a hint of grievance. It must be an illusion. I need to distance myself from this place. Even visiting a haunted house is beginning to give me psychological issues. The monkey dialed Brother Feng's number, and the sound of a ringing phone echoed through the corridor on the 3rd floor. Is he on the 3rd floor? Or has he, like old Zhao, accidentally dropped his phone? The ringing within the haunted house intensified the atmosphere of terror. The monkey did not hang up. Instead, He placed the phone in his pocket and stealthily ascended to the third floor. He concealed himself at the stairwell's entrance, peering inside, only to find Brother Feng's phone discarded in the hallway. Both Old Zhao and Brother Feng were without their phones, leaving him to try contacting others. Standing alone at the third-floor staircase, the monkey gazed at the desolate corridor, flanked by doors that swayed ominously with the breeze, causing his legs to tremble with fear. He frantically scrolled through his contacts, searching for someone else's number, when suddenly, his phone vibrated and rang. What on earth? He looked down to see someone calling him. Shirling? What does she want? Could she be alone right now? In front of girls, the monkey always portrayed an image of fearlessness, a common trait among most spirited young men. Shirling, have you gotten separated from the others? Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm locked in a room on the third floor. I didn't catch the room number clearly. Hurry over, something feels off in here. Shirling, usually a quiet girl, sounded frantic, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. It was unclear what she had encountered. Take your time and explain how you ended up locked in there. The single rooms on either side of the corridor should indeed be unable to be locked. As the monkey walked down the hallway, he hoped to ascertain Shirling's location through sound. I don't know. After I hid in here and closed the door, I couldn't open it again. Moreover, this room was unlike the others. In the center sat two plush dolls side by side. Sitting. At the mention of plush dolls, the monkey's hair stood on end, fully aware of the sinister nature of the dolls within this haunted house. Hurry. Come quickly. Shirling's voice grew increasingly shrill, teetering on the brink of panic. Immediately. Stay away from those dolls, and follow what Hashan advised earlier. Do not touch anything in the room. I suspect those dolls. The monkey's words trailed off abruptly as he stared blankly ahead, where a doll lay flat on the ground, half a meter from his toes. He fought against the urge to smash his phone and cautiously approached the doll. Its long hair and the expression of anguish and self-reproach were markedly different from the doll in the hallway, seeming far more mature. After speaking, the monkey widened his eyes in astonishment. Good heavens, why am I able to deduce so much from a doll? Am I hallucinating from fear? Or is this doll crafted with such realism? It felt as though they were akin to living beings, possessing their own emotions. Now was not the time for such thoughts. As long as the doll before him was unlike the one in the corridor, it at least indicated that these dolls did not move on their own. The situation had not yet spiraled into the worst possible outcome. His immediate priority was to rescue Shirling. Shaking his head, the monkey encouraged himself, convincing himself that he was merely frightening his own imagination. If it were truly the puppet from the corridor pursuing him, it could not possibly appear before him. It should be trailing behind instead. It seemed this was merely a trick of the haunted house proprietor, and there was no need for fear. After speaking, he nervously glanced over his shoulder, affirming to himself that there was truly no cause for concern. However, his gaze froze a mere meter behind him, and the rest of his sentence was abruptly stifled, for there lay a puppet, quietly crouched. Chapter 33. The proper use of missing person notices his calves trembled. If it weren't for his body betraying him, the monkey might have delivered himself a resounding slap. He vowed never again to make such declarations in a haunted house. Separated from his teammates and utterly alone, he stood in the dimly lit corridor, facing the imminent threat of a potential murderer, compounded by the presence of an unshakable doll haunting his every move. This hellish experience within the haunted house left him gasping for air. How did it come to be here? When did it start following him? Why was it moving? His mind was inundated with countless questions, the experiences of his first 20 years of life shattered without mercy. Clutching his phone, his body trembled uncontrollably. Monkey, have you arrived yet? Hurry, get me out of here. I feel as though the doll in the center of the room is watching me. It truly seems to be looking at me. On the other end was a voice, frantic and nearing madness. Shirling's situation was equally dire. Big sister, I'm coming to rescue you. But who will save me? Instinctively driven by survival, the monkey took a step back, his ankle brushing against something. He instinctively glanced down, and to his dismay, the doll that had once been in front of him was now leaning against his shoe. Its glossy black hair exuded a palpable texture, while its face, marred by burn marks, tilted slightly upward. Though its features were indistinct, it emanated an uncanny sensation. It was smiling. The monkey could not comprehend why such thoughts surfaced in his mind. Now, he had no desire to ponder the reasons. In the brief span of 10 minutes, he felt he had undergone an overwhelming multitude of experiences. With a strained expression, he attempted to move away. However, perhaps due to standing for too long and the tension he had endured, His calf muscles knotted painfully, a sudden wave of agony piercing through him. Oh no, a cramp. The monkey collapsed onto the ground, disregarding all sense of dignity, clutching his leg and shouting in the corridor. Is anyone there? I'm done. I'm done. Meanwhile, Chenggu and Xiao Wan were on the first floor, having just escorted the bewildered Lao Song out of the scene. Upon returning from the staff passage, they were met with the heart-rending cries emanating from the third floor. To ensure the safety of the visitors, they dared not linger and hurried up to the third floor. As soon as they entered the corridor, Chenggu spotted the monkey rolling on the ground. He gestured for Xiao Wan to step back, then switched on his flashlight and approached. Are you okay? I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Just let me go. The monkey appeared utterly transformed from the person he had been moments prior. Chenggu did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he crouched down and pressed on the monkey's knee. Push hard. Straighten your knee joint. While assisting the monkey in alleviating his pain, Chenggu surveyed the surroundings. Puzzled, how could this guy be so frightened when neither Xiao Wan nor I were in the haunted house? Aside from 2 plush dolls on the floor, there was nothing amiss. Chenggu tentatively inquired, Brother, what did you see just now? What do you think I saw? Don't you have an inkling? The monkey's eyes were red, reflecting a visage of profound grievance. Those 2 dolls were chasing me. Are you controlling them? You must be hiding behind the surveillance. Secretly reveling in this, right? Dolls chasing you? Chenggu paused, refraining from revealing the truth to the monkey. He truly wished to spare the fragile psyche of his companion from further distress. I'll escort you outside. Wait, there's still someone locked in the room, on the verge of being frightened to madness. Let's take her out too. The monkey held his phone, speaking with Shirling, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted. Chenggu picked up the 2 dolls from the floor and cradled them in his palm. The dolls appeared rather simplistic, reminiscent of toys crafted by children in art class. Could these diminutive figures truly instill terror in an adult? Chenggu extended his finger and tapped the face of one of the dolls, and to his astonishment, he sensed an inexplicable feeling of disdain and discontent emanating from the toy, a helpless acceptance of its predicament. Intriguing. Amidst Shirling's cries for help, Chenggu and the monkey finally located her room and unlocked the door from the outside. Do not fear, I shall lead you both to safety. The demure young lady paid no heed to Chenggu. She cowered in the corner, her lips pale, stammering in fear. The dolls are watching me, wherever I hide. They follow my gaze. More dolls. Chenggu glanced towards the center of the room, where 2 larger dolls lay flat. They had been seated before. Indeed, in the beautiful eyes of Shirling, there was a profound sense of terror. I understood that this was all a consequence of our project. Chenggu comforted the girl and approached the dolls nearby. 2 figures, one adorned with a stitched mustache and the other clad in an apron. Judging by their attire, one could surmise that one represented a father and the other, a mother. He placed his own doll on the ground, creating the semblance of a family of 4. This perfectly aligned with the number of victims in the Pingan apartment massacre. The scene of the midnight escape mirrored the very events at Pingan apartment. Could it be that these 4 dolls symbolized the 4 individuals who had perished? Just as this thought crossed Chenji's mind, his black phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered a new message. Fortunate bearer of vengeful spirits, you have triggered the sole hidden quest of the midnight escape scenario. The deceased's lingering desires remain unfulfilled. Complete their wishes, and they shall be at your service. A hidden quest? The new scenario activated by the black phone came with an additional concealed task. This revelation was monumental for Chenggu. The lingering desires of the victims from Pingan apartment were undoubtedly connected to Wang Qi. Bringing Wang Qi to justice and ensuring he faced the retribution he deserved would surely fulfill their wishes, wouldn't it? As Chenggu helped Shirling and the monkey descend the stairs, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the hidden quest. After exiting through the staff passage, Chenggu did not immediately rush back into the midnight escape scenario. Instead, he made his way alone to the props room, retrieving the missing person notice for Wang Qi from the bottom of the box. This item should prove useful to the victims. Embracing a spirit of experimentation, Chenggu ascended to the 3rd floor and entered the room once occupied by Shirling. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a peculiar sight. 3 dolls, symbolizing his parents and sister, lay motionless on the floor, unchanged in their stillness. However, the smallest of the dolls was positioned at the doorway, as if poised to make an escape. Chenggu picked up a doll lying at his feet and held it to his gaze, scrutinizing it closely. The doll appeared to feign death, devoid of any fright. In fact, he found it somewhat endearing. It seemed that the lingering essence of the departed was encapsulated within these figures. Closing the door behind him, Chun-gu carried the doll to the center of the room. Perhaps we could engage in a conversation. Chapter 34. Benevolence. Chun-gu sat alone in the pitch-black room, conversing with the four dolls before him, creating a somewhat eerie scene, fortunately unseen by outsiders. I do not comprehend why you have materialized in my haunted house, nor do I know how to address you, but I assure you, I harbor no ill intent. His voice echoed within the confines of the room as he gazed at the four puppets, grappling with a profound contradiction. He yearned for them to respond, to affirm his words, yet he simultaneously feared that they might spring to life and enact some perilous deed. After a few moments, Chun-gu dismissed his overactive imagination and resolved to approach the matter differently. The Midnight Escape simulation mirrors the tragic events of 5 years ago at the Peace Apartment. You four must be the victims of that heinous massacre. Perhaps the mention of such a painful memory struck a chord, for he distinctly sensed the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. The door lock clicked shut of its own accord, and the surrounding furniture began to sway gently. That case has been solved, he proclaimed. The man who harmed you and shattered your idyllic lives is now facing the full weight of justice. A flicker of unease crossed Chun-ji's mind as he retrieved his phone and opened a news video online. Look, the criminal has been apprehended, and I am the one who captured him. Chun-gu understood that the doll's fixation was linked to Wang Qi, and he sought to use the video as evidence of his role in bringing the perpetrator to justice, though the impact was minimal. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tense, the air thick with unease. Chun-gu, feeling anxious and helpless, recognized that the primary issue lay in the inability to communicate between the parties involved. The situation was dire, yet Chun-gu was resolute. This haunted house represented everything to him. Allowing the four puppets to wreak havoc within would introduce too many unknowns, potentially leading to a grave incident at any moment. Stay calm. I am here to assist you. Yet, the puppets were utterly unresponsive to Chun-ji's words. His entreaties fell on deaf ears. It appeared that he had no choice but to try a different approach. He retrieved a missing person notice for Wang Qi from his pocket. The yellowed, fragile paper was marred with some bloodstains, but otherwise bore no remarkable features. Strangely enough, when Chun-gu produced the notice, the commotion in the room diminished significantly, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, as though the constricting grip around their throats had loosened slightly. Is this what you seek? The effect of the notice exceeded Chun-ji's expectations. He placed the paper amidst the four puppets. Upon contact with the aged document, it appeared to be stirred by an unseen wind, thrashing about desperately. The sight was bizarre, a mere sheet of paper encircled by four puppets, trembling despite the stillness of the air. Chun-gu watched intently, and moments later, a faint outline of a human face began to materialize on the notice, bearing a resemblance to Wang Qi. Before Chun-gu could scrutinize it further, the visage was torn apart, each fragment vanishing into the bodies of the four puppets, after which the room fell into complete silence. Was that all there was to it? The black phone in his pocket vibrated, and Chun-gu retrieved it, revealing a brand new message on the screen. The sole hidden task in the Midnight Escape scene has been completed. The ghost's favorability has increased by 1, and he has received the benevolence of the victim's lingering sentiments from the safe apartment. They will assist in clearing all refuse daily, preserving the original appearance of the Midnight Escape scene. Gazing at the message on his phone, Chun-gu stood in silence for a prolonged moment. Had he truly completed the unique hidden task? His mind was somewhat in disarray. The completion rate of trial tasks must exceed 90% to reward hidden items, which are pivotal for accomplishing the scene's hidden tasks. This implies that in order to fully master the newly unlocked horror scenes within the haunted house, he must achieve a completion rate of over 90% on the corresponding trial tasks. Reflecting on his experiences in the safe apartment, he pondered that had he not pursued the truth, he might have survived the night unscathed. However, such an outcome would yield a dramatically low task completion rate, rendering him incapable of obtaining any hidden items. Devious, this design blatantly encourages players to engage in perilous actions. Chun-gu scrolled through his black phone, eager to uncover more information. He first accessed the section for the ghostly team, only to be met with disappointment as the number of team members remained at 0. The task indicated that he had gained the benevolence of the victim's lingering sentiments from the safe apartment, yet the ghostly team section displayed no entries. Was this due to their incomplete submission? Or did the victim's lingering sentiments not qualify as ghosts, and thus were not eligible to be included in the Black Phone's records? Chen-gu found himself in a state of confusion as he reopened the prop inventory, discovering that Wang Qi's missing person notice remained, albeit with its resentment value now reduced to 0. What, exactly, is this resentment value? Why do the lingering sentiments of the victims consume and shred it? The gateway to the unknown world gradually creaked open, and Chen-gu, indifferent to the potential utility of these elements, committed them firmly to memory. He wiped the sweat from his brow and rose from the ground. Although the victim's lingering sentiments were incapable of communication, they nonetheless aided him in preserving the original state of the scene. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Maintaining the props of the haunted house proved to be a tedious endeavor, and the emergence of the victim's lingering sentiments saved Chen-gu a considerable amount of time. Gazing at the 4 puppets on the ground, the last vestige of fear in Chen-ji's heart slowly dissipated. Enlisting spirits to work in his horror house might indeed become a reality. He approached the door, glancing back uneasily. The puppets representing his parents and sister lay motionless, while the smallest puppet, however, was off to the side, sneaking away as if it were plotting an escape. Witnessing this scene, Chen-gu couldn't help but smile. Not all spirits in this world are malevolent and brutal. Take, for instance, the tiny puppet before him, akin to a curious cat, playful yet timid. Little one, do not wander off. Be careful not to get stepped on. After Chen-gu finished speaking, he stepped outside. After assisting the victims of the Ping-an apartment in fulfilling their wishes, he gained a deeper understanding of the ominous black phone. The unlocked, terrifying scenes within the device should not merely serve to instill fear. Each scenario harbors its own narrative, entwined with causality, and perhaps, in a sense, offers a refuge for the homeless souls it depicts. Turning off the flashlight, Chen-gu traversed the pitch-black corridor, running for quite a distance. Once he was certain that no one could hear him, a smile crept onto his lips, revealing a fox-like grin. He mused that these entities required neither salary nor compensation, would not complain of fatigue, nor exhibit emotional outbursts. In the realm of instilling fear, they were innate experts, indeed, the epitome of perfect employees. With spirits lifted by the joyous occasion, Chen-gu felt invigorated in his endeavors to frighten others. The time had come to conclude this prolonged endeavor. Only 3 individuals remained in the haunted house. Now, to ponder from whom to commence the action. Chapter 35. Is something wrong? Why is it so quiet outside? Hishan turned to glance at old Zhao. Should we go out and take a look? The enemy remains still, so shall we. We will wait until the screams echo before we venture out, searching in the opposite direction. This will surely allow us to evade whatever frightful entity lurks here. Old Zhao proclaimed with conviction. Are we betraying our comrades? Betraying my foot? We are merely leveraging the sacrifice of our companions to gain precious time for victory. Old Zhao, round as a ball, stood behind Hishan. Though Hishan's petite frame could hardly conceal even half of him. How much longer must we hide? What if we are the only 2 left in this haunted house? Hishan, with his honest demeanor, observed the senior hiding behind him, feeling increasingly that he was being led into a trap. We have already searched all the rooms on the 2nd floor, and we've covered most of the 3rd floor. I suspect the exit is on the 1st floor. In other words, we are quite close to our escape. Old Zhao patted Hishan on the shoulder. Cheer up, do not give up at the threshold of success. At a time like this, you still have the energy to offer me motivational platitudes? Hishan replied, a look of helplessness on his face, burdened with unspoken woes. He had merely come to guide the seniors and had never intended to enter this place. Do not be so pessimistic. Old Zhao began to count on his fingers. I had previously heard the screams of the monkey and Xiao Hui. They may have already been taken away. If we exclude the 8th person who had mingled among us, that means there should still be 5 individuals from our school in the haunted house. The killer's probability of pursuing the others is 3/5. We need not be anxious. We can simply wait. All right, I will heed your advice. Squatting by the door, Hishan peered through the crack, and in the blink of an eye, it seemed something had appeared in the dimly lit corridor. Rubbing his eyes, he continued to gaze in that direction, where he noticed an old rag doll that had mysteriously materialized on the ground. Am I seeing things? Was there a doll there all along? That's impossible. I have been hiding here for over 10 minutes, keeping a watchful eye outside. Hishan gently slapped his face and looked again, only to find that the doll not only existed but had also moved closer to the door. Is it moving on its own? Or am I so tense that I am beginning to hallucinate? Shaking his head, when Hishan looked again, the doll had vanished through the crack in the door. Strange, did I truly missee that? Meanwhile, In the employee corridor on the first floor, Chun-gu donned the outfit of the skull-crushing doctor, instructing Su-won to care for the several medical students outside, while he himself entered the haunted house to catch someone. Clad in the blood-stained doctor's uniform, he wrapped chains engraved with human faces around himself, wielding a skull-crushing hammer and donning a lifelike human skin mask. In terms of both stature and presence, Chun-ji's portrayal of the skull-crushing doctor was far more intimidating than Xiao Wan's. Are these little rascals planning to engage me in a war of attrition? With each step taken, the chains emitted a sound that, while oppressive, would inevitably betray one's location. Chun-gu had wandered through the scene for 5 minutes without encountering a single shadow. Boss, the surveillance shows no one. They must be hiding inside the rooms. You'll have to check them one by one. Su-won's voice echoed through the earpiece. I suggest installing cameras in every corner of the haunted house. There are too many blind spots if we only place them at the intersections. We'll discuss that when we have the funds, Chun-gu replied, gripping his hammer as he pushed open one door after another. Upon reaching the corner on the second floor, he suddenly spotted a doll lying in front of a particular door. How did this little fellow get out again? And right at the entrance, he pondered. Grasping the situation, he realized that someone was likely hiding inside. The doll was assisting him. He feigned ignorance, casually walking past the door. After covering a distance of about 10 meters, Chun-gu picked up the chain dragging on the floor, pressed against the wall of the corridor, and stealthily approached the door. He positioned himself in a blind spot, crouching down to peer through the crack. Inside, He-shan and old Zhao were huddled behind the door, covering their mouths. As the sound of chains faded, it seemed the assassin had moved away. Old Zhao, pale with fright, yet striving to maintain his composure as a senior, declared, I'm not scared at all. Based on my deductions, the assassin just came up from the first floor. He certainly won't return in a short time. This is our opportunity. He exerted tremendous effort to rise from the ground. Let us swiftly relocate to the first floor, where we can effectively evade the assassin and manipulate the situation to our advantage. Xiaoshan, please check at the entrance once more. If you ascertain that the assassin has departed, we shall set off immediately. He-shan, finding wisdom in Lao Zhao's words, did not hesitate and pressed himself against the door. Peering through the crack, a faint warmth brushed against his face. This time, what he beheld was unlike any previous encounter. Absent were the dark corridors and frightening dolls. Instead, a bloodshot eye was pressed against the door, gazing inward. My heavens! He-shan felt as if his scalp might burst. He collapsed to the floor, scrambling backward in a frenzy. The scene startled Lao Zhao as well. What did you see? The response to Lao Zhao was the sound of the door lock turning, as the dilapidated door creaked open to reveal a figure drenched in blood, emanating an aura of malevolence and terror. At the sight, Lao Zhao instinctively retreated, as if attempting to meld into the wall. Being so close to the wall was perilous. What if someone lurked within? Chun-gu, with one hand slipping into his pocket, discreetly pressed the option on his black phone to manipulate the scene's mechanisms. Lao Zhao trembled in fear, still bewildered by Chun-ji's earlier words. When suddenly his back collided with something, he instinctively turned to look, and the smooth wall parted, revealing a woman with an impassive expression embedded within the structure. With his mind a complete blank, Lao Zhao seemed to have been drained of all his strength, collapsing onto the ground as the world swirled around him. His gaze devoid of focus. You too, the experience has concluded. I shall escort you out, Chun-gu declared just as a shattering of glass echoed from the third floor, followed by the anguished cries of Feng-gu. Something has gone awry? Chun-gu hastily contacted Xiao Wan to come in, abandoning He-shan and Lao Zhao as he hurriedly ascended the stairs. Following the sound, Chun-gu discovered Feng-gu in a room on the third floor, grappling with a wooden chair as if locked in combat with an unseen foe. He removed his mask and waited until Feng-gu, utterly exhausted from his struggles, collapsed onto the floor before stepping inside. What transpired? Chun-gu demanded, snatching the chair away and tossing it aside. Feng-ji's condition was precarious, his eyes brimming with an almost palpable terror. Did you see something strange? Chapter 36. Perilous moments after a brief interval, Brother Feng regained his composure, weakly gesturing toward the bathroom. The mirror. Those simple 2 words seemed to possess an extraordinary power. Chun-ji's expression changed slightly as he assisted Feng to the bed and proceeded into the bathroom himself. The mirror on the wall lay shattered, shards of glass strewn across the floor. Following He-shan's fainting incident, Chun-gu had previously draped all the mirrors in the haunted house with black cloth, and for a time, tranquility had reigned. However, With the emergence of this new scene, his momentary lapse had resulted in this unforeseen calamity. For any entertainment establishment, once marked with the label of safety hazards, continuing operations becomes exceedingly challenging, a fact Chen-gu was acutely aware of. He picked up a fragment of the mirror from the ground, scrutinizing his reflection in the broken pieces. This must be resolved swiftly. Just as there are distinctions between black and white in chess, and between good and evil in humanity, the same principle applies to spirits. The entity within the mirror harbored palpable malice toward the living, a sentiment Chen-gu could distinctly perceive. It exuded a potent aggression, driven by ulterior motives. The incidents of Hishan's collapse and Brother Feng's fright leading to the mirror's shattering served as a clarion call for Chen-gu, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Merely covering the mirrors with black cloth was not a sustainable solution. The presence of the entity had become an impediment to the rapid development of the haunted house. With the mirror now in ruins and no suspicious artifacts remaining in the bathroom, Chen-gu completed a brief survey before stepping out. Gripping the hammer tightly in his hand, he settled beside Brother Feng. "Could you enlighten me on what transpired moments ago?" After a brief respite, Feng finally found his breathing to be more manageable, yet his complexion remained alarmingly pale. "I can't quite articulate it," he admitted. "It's all right. Just speak your mind as thoughts come to you." Chen-gu observed Feng. Unlike Hishan, who had fainted from fear, this individual clearly possessed a greater psychological resilience, at least demonstrating a willingness to resist. Feng attempted to sit up from the bed, his color improving significantly, though the terror in his eyes remained unabated. "I was pursued by your staff, and in a moment of desperation, I hid in this room. Initially, there was no issue, but later, I faintly heard someone calling my name." "Did it call your name?" "No, but I sensed it was beckoning me." Feng clutched his hair. The voice emanated from within this room, and it took me a considerable time to pinpoint its source. As he spoke, the fear in his gaze intensified. The sound came from the mirror in the bathroom. I felt as though I could hear it. Yet the words eluded clarity. I was unaware of its message, only that it pertained to me. And then, each word Feng uttered resonated deeply within Chen-gu. This invaluable experience would aid in his profound understanding of the creature within the mirror. Subsequently, I stood before the mirror, seeking to unravel the nature of this phenomenon. I attempted to disassemble the mirror, but upon touching it, the voice in my ear crescendoed, and my thoughts became muddled. As I gazed into the mirror, the reflection increasingly appeared to be not myself. Feng-gu spoke of a pivotal moment, casting a furtive glance at the bathroom, as if it concealed some lurking monstrosity, poised to leap forth at any moment. Standing before the mirror, I was astonished to find that the reflection staring back at me was not my own. Ordinarily, such a sight would instill terror within me, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. However, the most unsettling aspect of that memory was yet to unfold. What transpired? Feng-gu, with utmost seriousness, recounted. At that moment, I felt no fear or trepidation. Everything seemed utterly normal. My body began to lean toward the mirror, my face almost touching the surface. I could distinctly see that face in the mirror inching closer to me, though it bore an exact likeness. It evoked an overwhelming sense of estrangement. I could not articulate what was amiss, yet I was convinced that the visage in the mirror did not belong to me. My thoughts spiraled into chaos. My mind issued no commands, yet my hand pressed firmly against the glass. I felt an inexplicable urge to penetrate the mirror, or rather, it felt as though I were ensnared within it, striving to escape. In the midst of nightmarish daily tasks, Chen-gu encountered a similar ordeal. Reviewing his phone-s recordings, he realized his body was gradually inclining toward the mirror. "So, how did you ultimately extricate yourself?" he inquired. "Was it still the mirror?" Feng-gu provided an unexpected revelation. At that moment, I was entirely oblivious to my actions. Just as my face nearly met the mirror's surface, I suddenly glimpsed, through the reflection, a plush toy lying behind me. A plush toy? Indeed, akin to the plush toys I encountered in other rooms of the building. It was the size of a palm, adorned with stitched whiskers. Brother Feng nodded slightly, gesturing with both hands. Suddenly, a plush toy appeared behind him, igniting a surge of fear within me, a terror that blazed like fire. In that moment, a singular thought consumed my mind, to flee at once. Yet my body betrayed me, and a struggle ensued between will and flesh, akin to the sensation of being pinned down by a ghost. Brother Feng spoke with an air of calmness, yet Chen-gu discerned the peril lurking beneath his words. As I continued, I suddenly heard shouts from the second floor, awakening me as if from a dream. The terror in my eyes diminished considerably. I had reached the pinnacle of fear, and instinctively, I seized a chair and shattered the mirror, an action purely driven by reflex. This haunted house is far too frightening. I momentarily forgot that I was merely a visitor in a ghost house. At this juncture, Brother Feng seemed to recollect something and gestured to Chingu. What I am relaying to you is entirely genuine, with no intention to exaggerate or evade responsibility. I shall compensate the mirror at its original price. There is no need for you to compensate for the mirror. Your safety is the most favorable outcome for me, replied Chingu as he rose and paced the room. Where's the plush toy you saw? Brother Feng hesitated. It appears I kicked it beneath the bed, which must also be one of your props. My apologies. Lifting the bed sheet, Chingu retrieved the plush toy marked with footprints. Brushing off the dust, you ought to be grateful to this plush toy. It was he who saved you just now. The plush toy saved me? Well, thank you. Can I leave now? Fengge shrank back slightly, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He sensed that the proprietor of this haunted house was rather unhinged. Yet under the roof, one must bow to circumstances. Thus, he reluctantly uttered a word of gratitude. If I were to tell you that everything you just experienced was not merely props and special effects, but rather a tangible reality, would you believe me? Dressed in a blood-stained doctor's uniform and cradling a tattered doll, Chingu tilted his head, scrutinizing the university student before him. Poor Fengge, nearly 6 feet tall, now resembled a frightened young girl, huddled in the corner of the bed with a look of utter helplessness. So, do you think I should say I believe? Or that I do not? Chapter 37. Meeting the expansion requirements, Fengge was utterly terrified as he gazed at Chingu, who stood in the center of the room, his mind inundated with visions of murder, silencing witnesses, and obliterating evidence. Do not be alarmed. I was merely jesting, Chingu thought, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The reason he had posed that question was due to the remarkable quality he discerned in Fengge, a trait uncommon among ordinary individuals. With the guidance of the puppet, Fengge was able to stalemate the monstrous reflection in the mirror using his own will, showcasing a determination far superior to that of the average person. Even when confronted with the unknown specters, he remained unyielding. This was the aspect Chingu admired in him. If circumstances permitted, he hoped to forge a friendship with Fengge to tackle various supernatural occurrences together, such as confronting the malevolent entities lurking within mirrors. His intentions were benevolent, aimed at revealing some semblance of truth, yet Fengge failed to grasp the underlying meaning of his words. There is no one else to rely on. I must depend on myself. Chingu secured the door to the midnight escape scene, and as he assisted Fengge down to the first floor, his black phone vibrated once more. Startled, he feared something ominous had transpired and swiftly retrieved his phone to investigate. This month, the number of visitors had exceeded 100, with a satisfaction rate surpassing 60%, fulfilling the conditions for expansion. Note: each time the haunted house is expanded, a mysterious reward will be granted after 3 expansions. The haunted house will transform into a trembling maze. So soon could the expansion be realized? While expansion was a favorable development, Chingu had no immediate intentions of proceeding, as his foremost priority was to eliminate the entity within the mirror. Emerging from the haunted house, sunlight cascaded upon the steps beyond the railing, where the students of the forensic college at Zhejiang Medical University lay sprawled at the entrance. Some clutched their heads, others hugged their knees. A few bore pallid faces with tear-streaked eyes, while others stared vacantly at the sky, their faces occasionally twitching. History repeated itself, more shockingly than the day before. They entered with exuberance and exited in a state of near collapse. In a mere 40 minutes, the transformation in the demeanor of this group was nothing short of astonishing. Onlookers pointed and murmured, yet Chingu felt no sense of wrongdoing. If it were not stimulating, how could it be termed a haunted house? He tossed Brother Feng beside a few others, achieving a perfect tableau of family laid out together. Xiaochun, come here for a moment. The crowd had drawn Uncle Su over, a middle-aged man who looked at Chingu with a pained expression. Pray tell, what is going on this time? Last time someone fainted was one thing, but now you've knocked down 7 people. Are you trying to make our amusement park the headline news? Chingu averted his gaze, clearing his throat a few times. They came to visit. I merely provided them with the finest service possible. These are all quite ordinary attractions, and I assure you, I had no physical contact with them. You may review the surveillance footage. It adheres completely to the operational guidelines of the haunted house. Spare me the pretenses. What ordinary attraction causes such distress that it leaves a lump on someone's head? Uncle Sue discreetly pointed at Xiao Hui's nape, wary of startling her, his gesture barely perceptible. I find myself at a loss. I was sprinting ahead while she clutched my clothing, pursuing me from behind. Despite my efforts to conceal myself within the confines of a cabinet, she followed me in, illuminating the space with a flashlight that caused my eyes great discomfort. Before I could utter a word, she collided with the cabinet itself. What could I possibly do? I was utterly helpless. Chun-Gu recounted the situation to Uncle Sue in a different manner. Are you saying you endured some injustice? Just a bit. Do not dismiss this lightly. Exercise caution. Such circumstances must never arise again. Uncle Sue urged earnestly. What if someone were to be frightened into a serious condition? If you encounter a persistent nuisance, you may find it impossible to manage this haunted house in the future. I understand. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Chun-Gu refrained from disputing verbally. Yet internally, he mused that should he confront an obstinate troublemaker, he would simply relinquish the love letter in his possession and see who could endure the situation longer. Uncle Sue fixed his gaze upon Chun-Gu, aware that his words had not been taken to heart. He sighed softly, pausing for a few moments before continuing, Young Chun. This matter is not typically my concern, yet in light of your parents' absence, it is imperative that someone speaks on this. Yes, I am listening. This morning, Suwon mentioned that you appeared on television, having provided crucial information to the police regarding a 5-year-old murder case. Uncle Sue displayed no semblance of joy at this revelation. Indeed, what possessed you to venture into the crime scene from 5 years ago at such a late hour? Do you comprehend the dangers entailed? Those individuals are murderers. Uncle Sue did not afford Chun-Gu the opportunity to speak. If you are in need of money for the sake of the bounty, it is entirely unnecessary. You owe rent and utility fees to the amusement park. I can cover those for you. You are still young. You must not stray down a misguided path. Rest assured. Uncle Sue, I have a plan. As long as you have a plan, I shall refrain from further admonitions. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You should address the situation with those few individuals at the entrance. It is quite unbecoming. As Uncle Sue turned to depart, Chun-Gu interceded. What is it? Uncle, I do have a favor to ask of you. Chun-Gu felt somewhat embarrassed. Could you lend me 5,000? I intend to install cameras in every corner of the haunted house. I will repay you as soon as the bounty arrives. Following the unexpected incidents involving Hishan and Brother Feng, Chun-Gu felt a growing concern. There were far too many blind spots in the haunted house, and the existing surveillance was simply insufficient. You wish to invest more money into the haunted house. Uncle Sue halted his steps. Young Chun, I can lend you the money. But we must be clear about the circumstances. The current state of our amusement park is rather precarious. Your investment may very well go to waste. He gestured for Chun-Gu to join him in a quieter, shaded area. Our park has been in operation for 11 years now. The main attractions have long since become outdated. A new breed of theme parks, characterized by technological advancements, virtual experiences, participatory interactions, and innovative flair, is emerging. To put it simply, we are on the brink of obsolescence. Not just the haunted house, but all traditional attractions are witnessing a decline in visitor numbers. I am aware of that, Chun-Gu resolutely declared, determined to breathe new life into the haunted house. Installing surveillance was merely the initial step. What do you know? Su Shu directly turned off the intercom. The virtual future amusement park in the eastern suburbs of Zhejiang is about to be completed. It is a rare fourth-generation amusement park in the country, set to become a city landmark. How shall we compete with them when the time comes? From the upper management to the grassroots employees, everyone is contemplating how to secure a fallback for themselves, yet you remain foolishly charging ahead. Chapter 38. The underground parking lot. Uncle Sue genuinely cared for Chun-Gu, revealing everything without any concealment. Do you still wish to invest in the haunted house? I believe it is worth a try. After all, the amusement park is not yet completed, and we still have a chance for a turnaround. Chun-Ji's reliance on the black phone was something he would never divulge to others. Child, you appear quite astute most of the time. Yet why do you falter at critical moments? Do you not comprehend the prevailing trends? I have spent a decade in this amusement park, and my emotional investment is no less than yours, yet we must acknowledge reality. Uncle Sue gestured towards several amusement facilities that had ceased operations. Do you know why they are out of service? It is not due to failed inspections. Rather, once the equipment is activated, it consumes resources excessively. Occasionally, a couple of visitors may come for a tour, but we cannot recover our costs. Allow me to present a more tangible scenario. When the new generation amusement park first opened, the entrance was congested, and there were insufficient parking spaces. prompting visitors to occupy spots from neighboring establishments. Eventually, an underground parking facility was constructed to alleviate the situation. However, since 3 years ago, even during peak holiday periods, the surface parking spaces have never been filled, and visitor numbers have dwindled year by year, culminating in a record low this year. Uncle Sue, wait a moment. You just mentioned that for the past 3 years, even during peak holidays, the surface parking has never been full? Does that mean the underground garage has not been utilized for 3 years? It is as if it has been abandoned. Chun Ji's expression shifted, causing Uncle Sue to feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, I recall the days when the New Era amusement park first opened its doors. It was a bustling tableau of vehicles and visitors, with each attraction necessitating a wait of 1 or 2 hours to indulge in the delights within. Those were the zenith of its glory, yet now it seems to have been forgotten by the city. Uncle Sue, reminiscing about the past, could not help but exclaim, "There is no need for melancholy. At least we once basked in brilliance. Wouldn't you agree?" Uncle Sue, if I were to inquire about renting the underground parking lot of the amusement park, what would be the approximate cost? What? Uncle Sue was taken aback by Chun Ji's sudden leap in logic. Why are you asking this out of the blue? I intend to make use of the underground parking area. After all, it is in a semi-abandoned state, and, given the park's current condition, it is likely to remain unutilized. Chun Ji's mind was already conjuring a plan to maximize the potential of the haunted house expansion afforded by the black phone. Have you lost your senses? What would you rent that space for? To house bats? Uncle Sue was at a loss for how to communicate with Chun Gu. I wish to expand the haunted house. Considering my present financial situation, the underground parking lot is the most suitable location. The rent is reasonable, and the environment would not adversely affect the haunted house. Chun Gu was candid about the amusement park's inevitable realization of its circumstances. You must be out of your mind. Is a 3-story haunted house not enough for you? Do you have any idea how vast the underground parking area is? Even if they were to rent it to you, by the time you finish your construction, the park would have long since shuttered its doors. Uncle Sue waved his hand dismissively. Stop this nonsense and get back to work. Uncle Sue, I am serious. Do you truly believe I perceive you to be jesting? Reopening the intercom, Uncle Sue strode towards the crowd. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Chun Gu and remarked, I will give you 5,000 yuan tomorrow morning. Just focus on your work and refrain from conjuring up any bizarre ideas. Understood, Chun Gu replied, trailing behind Uncle Sue. He observed a throng of tourists gathered at the entrance of the haunted house and smirked. I don't perceive a decline in visitors year by year. In any case, my haunted house has consistently attracted little traffic. Mingling with the crowd, Chun Gu approached a group of medical students. Gentlemen, that should suffice. One might think I had done something to you, he jested. Allow me to catch my breath. This haunted house is rather intense. What are you staring at? I'm not frightened. I merely twisted my ankle while exploring inside, which is why I cannot rise. He explained. What can I say? At this moment, everyone appears to me like a potential assailant. Let us not pretend otherwise. This haunted house is indeed extraordinary. A monkey climbed up from the steps, brandishing his 5-star review on his phone, standing before Chun Gu. However, let us be clear, don't assume this will intimidate us. What is your plan? Are you coming back tomorrow? If it weren't for an exam I have tomorrow, do you think I would shy away? The monkey spoke with fervor, though his pale lips and trembling calves somewhat undermined his bravado. Should you choose to come, I will, of course, welcome you at any time. Chun Gu had nearly come to regard the students from Jiuzhong Medical College as his good luck charms. I shall not return, even if I were to be struck down. I would leap from the rooftop of the haunted house rather than come back. He Chushan gazed at Chun Gu with a look of deep resentment, truly startled by the eyes peering through the crack of the door. Do not curse yourself, Junior. Xiao Hui stood up, pressing her hand on He Chushan's shoulder, and shot a fierce glare at Chun Gu. You are the first man to make me cry and ruin my makeup. I will remember your face. Noticing the large bump on the back of Xiao Hui's head, Chun Gu felt a pang of sympathy and refrained from provoking her further, merely smiling in silence. A group of forensic students supported each other as they made their way toward the gates of the amusement park. Once they had distanced themselves, Brother Feng returned alone, his expression a mixture of emotions. He addressed Chun Gu, saying, after calming down, I pondered your question for quite some time, but still find it hard to believe. I suspect it may relate to neural pathways and certain human stress responses. Chun Gu understood the implication behind his words. Perhaps that was the case. By the way, I never asked for your full name. I am He Feng, older than the rest of them. In a few days, I will be going for on-site internship. All right, perhaps we will meet again. After exchanging phone numbers, Chun-gu returned to the haunted house, secured the protective barriers, and hung out the sign indicating that operations were temporarily halted for equipment maintenance. Boss, there are still many visitors waiting outside. Why have you closed? A minor issue has arisen. Today is as far as we go. Please explain the situation to the guests. Chun-gu removed his disheveled doctor-esque coat, slipped into the tool room, cut some black fabric, and proceeded to enter the midnight escape scene. He covered each mirror meticulously, yet the multitude of rooms proved overwhelming. And soon the fabric was insufficient. The scene was expansive. Until the surveillance system was fully operational, it was unwise to allow visitors inside. The potential consequences of an incident occurring in a blind spot were too dire to contemplate. After securing the door to the midnight escape room, Chun-gu descended the stairs. Outside the haunted house, most of the visitors had already dispersed, leaving only a couple lingering in the vicinity. Xiaowan, you can remove your makeup and head home. Today's work is done. After giving Su-wan a few instructions, Chun-gu entered the staff lounge. He realized he had not truly rested since the previous day. The moment he touched the bed, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. Chapter 39. Sounds from the third floor. As time flowed, the eerie night enveloped the haunted house. In the late hours, a peculiar sound emerged from the stillness, reminiscent of something being sought. Inside the staff lounge, Chun-gu slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his phone, which read 1:10 a.m. He turned over, pressing his pillow against his head, yet that strange noise persisted, infiltrating his ears. Am I dreaming? What could be making that sound? Each prop in this haunted house was either crafted or modified by Chun-gu himself, and he was acutely aware that none could produce a sound akin to sawing wood. After 6 or 7 hours of sleep, his mind was still somewhat foggy. Chun-gu pinched his thigh to rouse himself, donned his clothes, and retrieved a hammer from the toolbox, clutching it tightly in his hand. He flicked on his flashlight and pushed open the door to the lounge. The haunted house at night was exponentially more terrifying than during the day. Leaning against the doorframe, Chun-gu hesitated to step outside. It couldn't possibly be a thief. Only a fool would attempt to steal from a haunted house in the dead of night. Nor could it be a mouse, as their gnawing on wood was subtle and delicate, lacking such clarity. After dismissing these two logical possibilities, Chun-gu began to entertain the notion of the supernatural. Could it be that a monster from the mirror had escaped? Due to a shortage of fabric, he had not fully covered the mirror in the third-floor midnight escape scene. He stared into the pitch-black corridor, took a few steps back, and placed the puppet left by his parents close to himself before finally daring to step out of his room. The sound emanated from above, and Chun-gu ascended the stairs relentlessly, ultimately halting before the door of the midnight escape scene. Indeed, it originated from within. However, it remained unclear whether it was the lingering spirit of a victim from the peaceful apartment or the malevolent entity reflected in the mirror. Pausing at the threshold, Chun-gu hesitated slightly, admitting to himself that he was reluctant to venture into such a terrifying scenario at this late hour. Tormented by the sounds of cutting from within the room, he tightened his grip on the hammer's handle. Bearing the title of a favored by vengeful spirits and having garnered the goodwill of the victims from the peaceful apartment, he reasoned that even if he were to encounter the foul entity within the mirror during this midnight escape, it should not pose a threat to him. He recalled the scene when the mirror monster had incapacitated He-shan, thwarted only by Su-wan's sudden appearance, indicating that this creature was not as formidable as it seemed. Let us take a look inside, he resolved, for he and the mirror monster were locked in a relentless struggle. The more he understood it, the better equipped he would be to confront it. Chun-gu remained remarkably composed, aware that his true fear lay not in the monster itself, but in the unsettling nature of the unknown. As he opened the door to the midnight escape scene, a faint mustiness wafted through the air, rendering the space increasingly reminiscent of the peaceful apartment. The doors along the corridor were ajar, and with his phone held aloft in one hand and the hammer gripped firmly in the other, he stepped inside. The sound of cutting gradually intensified, and Chun-gu realized he was inching closer to the truth. He traversed the entire third floor, eventually pausing outside a particular door, having ascertained that the eerie sound indeed emanated from within. The door was not tightly shut, and as Chun-gu reached for the lock, the icy sensation jolted him awake. His leg muscles tensed, and he forcefully pushed the door open. "Who's in there?" he shouted, brandishing a hammer as he entered the room, only to catch sight of a towering black figure crouched in the bathroom, its outline strikingly reminiscent of He-fong. The shadow, taken aback by the sudden intrusion, dropped what it held and, in an instant, leapt into the mirror, vanishing without a trace. "Stop!" Chungu yelled, swinging the hammer, yet he struck nothing but air. The bathroom lay bare, as if the preceding events had been mere figments of his imagination. That silhouette could not possibly be Yifeng. But why did it mirror his height and build so precisely? Standing before the mirror, Chungu scrutinized his reflection, a disquieting sensation washing over him. Was this creature emulating Yifeng? What was its true intention in doing so? The appearance of the shadow provoked numerous questions, yet also divulged two crucial pieces of information. First, the monster in the mirror could emerge and move about. Second, it possessed the ability to assume the likeness of anyone who had gazed into the glass. This entity was far more perilous than I had anticipated. The echoes of the cutting sounds within the haunted house finally ceased. Chungu crouched down, inspecting the items that the shadow had carelessly discarded. On the rough cement floor lay 4 crooked dolls and several shards of sharp glass. He cradled the dolls in his hands, each representing his mother, sister, and younger sibling. They were merely coated in dust and dirt, showing no significant damage. Only the puppet symbolizing the father bore the grievous marks of injury. Its neck was severed halfway, and its body bore numerous lacerations, indicating severe damage. Why was it that only the father suffered? Chungu swiftly arrived at a conclusion. The puppet, representing the father, had previously aided Yifeng in escaping peril, thereby thwarting the sinister plans of the creature within the mirror, which led the monster to seek vengeance. The lingering remnants of the 4 victims were powerless against the malevolent entity in the mirror, rendered helpless against its bullying. The disparity in strength was stark. Chungu was utterly ignorant of the forces at play in that world. He could only deduce from the scant information available. The remnants of the victims were merely frightening, devoid of any offensive capability. The creature in the mirror was a tier above the victim's remnants, yet it fled from human presence, suggesting that its combat prowess was inherently weak. Its primary mode of attack appeared to be psychological, exploiting the deep-seated vulnerabilities within individuals, inducing a state of disorientation and illusion, thus leading them astray. Considering the experiences of Yifeng and the recent events, Chungu formulated his hypothesis. The creature within the mirror was indeed formidable, yet in a direct confrontation, its abilities would be rendered ineffective. Therefore, if he could devise a method to lure it out from the mirror, the situation would become manageable. He resolved to meticulously devise a plan, aiming to eliminate it by tonight, ensuring the midnight escape scene could be operational by the morrow. Chungu's gaze remained calm, even as the creature in the mirror grew increasingly brazen. Until it was vanquished, his peace of mind would remain elusive. Clutching the 4 puppets, he departed from the midnight escape scene, locked the door, and entered the tool shed. As he retrieved needle and thread to mend the wounds on the puppets, he contemplated his strategy. The creature exhibits an exceedingly aggressive demeanor, seemingly harboring a profound fascination for the living. To lure it forth from the mirror, employing a living person as bait would be the simplest approach. Chungu possesses remarkable skill, having sutured the majority of the wound within mere minutes. However, the crux of the dilemma lies in the question of how to slay it once it is drawn out of the mirror. It is said that spirits harbor a fear of salt and garlic, yet in the heat of battle, would throwing such items at it not seem rather trivial? After much contemplation, Chungu resolved to seek guidance on a supernatural forum. Chapter 40. The new nightmare task. Upon logging into the forum with his account, Chungu immediately noticed that his username had transformed into a regal purple hue. A glance at the back end revealed the reason. His previously posted 30-minute video had been widely shared and recommended, garnering nearly 1,000 replies in the comments section below. After a cursory review, Chungu found little of substance. Most users were merely spectators, intrigued by the novelty. In a desperate bid, he thought, what if I managed to attract someone knowledgeable? He proceeded to edit his post, adding a more detailed description of the monstrous entity within the mirror, and then, leveraging the privileges of his purple account, initiated a plea for assistance. I encountered a creature from the mirror after playing the game depicted in the video. How can I rid myself of this menace? Barely a moment had passed before responses began to flood in. Owner of the post, you are still alive? I suggest you splash some black dog blood on it, or perhaps keep a rooster. When the rooster crows, evil spirits will not dare approach. You've gotten too deeply involved. I recommend a visit to a neurologist. Are we seriously reasoning with a ghost here? The Maoshan 7 kill command to exorcise spirits. Authentic product from a celestial master. Check my profile for my Taobao account. Successful orders will receive an additional gift of the 5 Ghosts Wealth Method. Mix yellow beans, white rice, and vermilion together, then soak in salt water for 15 minutes. Cast the beans as soldiers and see for yourself. I once watched a video about a man haunted by a female ghost. In his desperation to rid himself of her, he purchased a gun. When the ghost returned to torment him that night, he shot himself and subsequently dragged the ghost into his bedroom. I assure you, I am not jesting. I shall share with you a truly effective method. Acquire an iron blade, preferably a butcher's knife that has tasted blood. Ghosts are a form of unique magnetic energy, and such a knife can inflict harm upon them. After perusing various suggestions, Chen Gu found that the advice regarding the iron blade was the most plausible. The rest seemed either nonsensical or impractical. He was aware of folklore suggesting that black dog blood and roosters could ward off evil spirits. Yet he pondered where he might procure such items in the dead of night. After exiting the forum, Chen Gu cast his phone aside and sat in silence, contemplating. Engaging in a struggle against the unknown, particularly for one's own safety, demanded that he not place all his hopes in ambiguous posts. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved his black phone. In critical moments, it was the only source he could wholly trust. However, the black phone operated on the principle of equivalent exchange. Any request necessitated an initial offering. Through days of experimentation, Chen Gu had begun to discern some hidden patterns within the black phone, particularly regarding task rewards. Routine tasks of simple and moderate difficulty typically yielded items to assist in managing the ghost house, while rewards from nightmare-level tasks conferred unique and rare abilities directly upon him. Desiring to eliminate the entities within the mirror, Chen Gu finds no purpose in undertaking tasks of simple or moderate difficulty. Only the rewards from nightmare-level tasks bear significance. However, he is beset by a dilemma. These nightmare tasks are inherently perilous, and not only do they fail to eradicate the monsters in the mirror, but they also attract new threats. What course of action should he take? Should he risk it all, or bide his time? As he scrolled through his black phone, the clock struck midnight, and the daily tasks refreshed. For simple difficulty, to provide visitors with an exceedingly frightening experience, one must first consider the pace of the tour. If actors or mechanisms appear too early or too late, it could dampen the visitor's enthusiasm. Therefore, I recommend installing sound detectors and surveillance in the haunted house to monitor the visitor's progress at all times. For moderate difficulty, you have been granted an opportunity to expand the haunted house. Please locate a suitable venue for this expansion promptly. Due to spatial constraints, you cannot undertake any trial tasks related to the scenes until the expansion is completed. For nightmare difficulty, the bathroom at midnight often emits strange sounds. If you wish to uncover the reason, follow my instructions. Caution: some tasks are exceedingly dangerous, so choose wisely. Chen Gu surveyed the 3 daily tasks, recognizing that he currently lacked the capacity to complete the moderate task and thus disregarded it. His choices were confined to the simple task and the nightmare task. If Uncle Sue provides him with the funds by tomorrow morning, he might manage to purchase all the surveillance equipment within a day, though he doubted he could install it all in time. The nightmare task appeared to be related to the bathroom, which struck him as rather eerie. Chen Gu found himself in a state of indecision. The seemingly simple task might not be accomplished, the rewards were rather meager, and the nightmare tasks were fraught with peril, leaving him uncertain of what horrors might await. Deep in thought within the tool room, he had yet to reach a conclusion when the familiar sound of cutting echoed through the haunted house, more jarring than before. He cast a glance upwards at the ceiling, aware that the noise originated from the 3rd floor. I have already brought out all 4 puppets. What else could it possibly be cutting? The unsettling presence in the mirror had begun to irritate Chen Gu, prompting him to shove the mended puppets into his pocket. Gripping the hammer tightly, he rushed up to the 3rd floor in a single breath. Upon opening the door to the midnight escape scene, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Shattered fragments of mirrors littered the entrance, and the wooden door bore numerous white marks. This monster is scratching at the door. What could it possibly want? A chill of sweat trickled down his back. He could hardly fathom the thought of a creature brandishing shards of glass running amok while he slept peacefully. He absolutely could not allow such a perilous entity to lurk within his haunted house. Typically mild-mannered, Chen Gu's demeanor grew unusually stern. He secured the door to the midnight escape scene, wielded his hammer, and entered the corridor. He flung open door after door, storming into each room, and smashed every mirror on the 3rd floor into smithereens. The cacophony of shattering glass resounded incessantly, and as the broken shards scattered across the floor, he finally regained his composure at the end of the corridor. During the inaugural nightmare mission, The creature was ensnared behind a mirror by a puppet, unable to retaliate. Later, when it assaulted Crane Mountain, its influence on the adversary was feeble at best. However, after launching an attack on Ifong, this entity had managed to emerge from the mirror. It was evolving, and at an alarming pace. Chungu, unwilling to linger any longer, realized that his haunted house was just beginning. It could not be obliterated by an unknown monstrosity. With a hammer in hand, he exited the midnight escape scenario, secured the door, and embraced a resolute determination. He activated his black mobile phone, eager to claim the nightmare-level task, hoping that the rewards would prove substantial this time. Are you certain you wish to accept the nightmare difficulty daily task? Acceptance may trigger unforeseen circumstances. Confirmed. The screen of the phone flickered, and the specific details of the task materialized before him. Chapter 41. Hold your breath. Fortunate are those favored by the restless spirits. Your courage is truly astonishing. This nightmarish task serves as both a trial and a reward. The game is titled Deep Waters, a journey that transcends life and death, allowing you to glimpse the departed. Task requirements. At 3:30 in the morning, enter the bathroom alone, securely lock the door, extinguish the lights, fill the bathtub with water, and light a candle nearby. Then, immerse yourself within. The interval from 3:30 to 3:44 is the most profound moment of night, a juncture where the realms of the living and the dead intertwine. At precisely 3:44, you must hold your breath and sink to the bottom of the tub, silently invoking the name of the person you long to see. As the clock strikes the delicate balance between darkness and dawn, you shall behold them at the precipice of existence. Success in seeing your dearly missed individual signifies the completion of the task. Should you fail to make contact, remaining submerged for 60 seconds will still ensure automatic success. Having perused the ominous task details on his black screen, Chunji's emotions were tumultuous. Compared to the initial nightmarish challenge, this task appeared significantly simpler. Closing one's eyes in a terrifying environment for 30 minutes demands formidable mental fortitude and unparalleled bravery, whereas holding one's breath for 60 seconds is an endeavor achievable by most. Yet, it was precisely this accessibility that unsettled him. After all, this was a nightmarish task, undoubtedly fraught with some unknown peril. Like the previous nightmare task, this one also unfolded within a bathroom. Yet the distinction lay in the requirement to submerge oneself in the tub while holding one's breath for 60 seconds. He pondered carefully over the entire task process, including preparation time. It amounted to merely a few minutes. What horrific events could possibly transpire within such a brief span? Chungu felt a stirring within, not solely due to the apparent simplicity of the task, but also because of a particular phrase in the task description: the possibility of traversing life and death to witness the dearly departed. In moments of dire urgency, Chungu found himself increasingly composed. Seated upon a chair, he contemplated a certain possibility. His parents had vanished from an abandoned hospital in the outskirts, leaving behind a black phone and a stuffed toy. Just as he was on the verge of abandoning the haunted house, he activated the black phone. During his first nightmare-grade task thereafter, the stuffed toy became a crucial tool in preventing the emergence of the creature from the mirror. It is worth reflecting upon that both the stuffed toy and the black phone were relics of his parents. Could it be that these items were deliberately left for him? If everything were indeed orchestrated by them, then this second nightmare-grade task would be particularly intriguing. Perhaps they wished to see him through this means, to convey further messages? Of course, this was merely Chunji's speculation. Regardless of whether the nightmare-grade tasks were devised by his parents, he was resolute in undertaking this challenge. To traverse life and death and encounter those he longed to see represented an opportunity for Chungu to ascertain whether his parents still existed in this world. Should he fail to see them, it would imply that they were merely missing, still alive. Conversely, if he were to meet them, it would validate his initial conjecture that the black phone was indeed a vessel for their unspoken words, perhaps concealing their true last testament. It seems I have no choice. Chungu glanced at the clock. It was 2:55 in the morning, and there were only 35 minutes left until the mission commenced. The delay caused by smashing the mirror on the third floor had proven to be a significant setback. The task required him to lie in a bathtub filled with water. Yet the only room containing a bathtub in the entire haunted house was situated within the midnight escape scene. At the end of the staff passageway lay a room equipped with a bathtub, from which Chungu had previously entered and exited while frightening Hishan and the others. With merely 35 minutes remaining, venturing out to find a hotel with a bathtub would undoubtedly be futile. He would need to confront the monster within the mirror directly. Having made his decision, Chun-gu resolved not to waver. He concealed the 4 puppets on his person and dashed out of the haunted house. In the dead of night, he slipped into the staff cafeteria of the amusement park and emerged with 2 kitchen knives. Although these knives had never been used to butcher pigs or sheep, he had witnessed the chef employ them to slaughter chickens and fish, thus they had indeed tasted blood. Holding the knife to his nose, he detected no scent of bloodlust, only a pungent aroma of green peppers that nearly brought him to tears. Upon returning to the haunted house, Chun-gu carried a metal bucket, racing between the bathroom and the lavatory. With only 10 minutes remaining before the mission began, he finally filled the bathtub with water. Preparations were complete. It was time to commence. The main entrance to the midnight escape scene was locked, so Chun-gu entered through the staff passageway, following the instructions on his black phone. He stood alone in the bathroom. The mirror in this room had long been shattered by Chun-gu, leaving a scattering of fragments that crunched underfoot with each step. The commotion from fetching water had been quite loud. The creature in the mirror must have already sensed my presence. However, it mattered little, for I merely needed to endure a minute of holding my breath to ensure my safety. To Chun-gu, this task, though bizarre, did not seem overly perilous. He securely locked the bathroom door, placing the stuffed toy left by his parents against it, and arranged the 4 stuffed dolls, each embodying the lingering sorrow of the victims. Around the bathtub, "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall rely on you shortly. No matter what, you must grant me a minute's respite." As before, he activated his phone's camera, positioning it at an optimal angle to record. Yet, due to the dimness of the room, the screen revealed little more than a silhouette. With 3 minutes remaining, Chun-gu emptied his pockets onto the sink. Following the instructions of the black phone, he lit a candle around the bathtub. The flickering flame became the sole source of illumination, casting reflections on the shards of glass scattered across the floor, each piece revealing a glimpse of Chun-ji's figure. He shed his shirt and approached the edge of the bathtub. The surface of the water rippled gently. Though the tub was shallow, the darkness obscured its depth. As he reached to stir the water, a chill crept up his fingers and coursed through his body, prompting an involuntary shiver. This task was indeed peculiar. After finalizing the time, Chun-gu seated himself in the bathtub, clutching 2 kitchen knives. As he submerged, water overflowed, cascading onto the floor and trickling over the shards of the mirror. It was so cold, Chun-gu felt the warmth within him swiftly dissipating. His heartbeat slowing considerably. Droplets of water dripped rhythmically from the edge of the tub, and apart from that, the room was enveloped in silence. Just 1 minute. If he could endure this minute, he would be rewarded and validate the conjecture within his heart. Chun-gu continuously adjusted his breathing, awaiting the arrival of 3:44 in the morning. Chapter 42. 60 seconds in the dimly lit bathroom. Chun-gu sat alone in the bathtub, breathing rhythmically to expel the residual air from his lungs. At 3:44 a.m., the cusp between night and dawn, he found himself at a singular opportunity that demanded utmost caution. The room was enveloped in silence, and the corridor bore no signs of disturbance. The creature in the mirror seemed to have not approached. As time ticked away, Chun-gu placed the specially procured stopwatch beside him, and when the display shifted to 43, his focus intensified, and he began to inhale slowly. The flickering candlelight cast shadows as Chun-ji's body gradually tilted downward, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the stopwatch, an unparalleled concentration enveloping him. When the numbers on the screen changed once more, without hesitation, he reclined back into the bathtub. At 3:44 a.m., the icy water surged from all directions, enveloping him completely. Sinking into the depths of the night, an extraordinary sensation engulfed him. The profound darkness rendered the world as if it contained only himself, descending ever deeper. The absolute silence allowed only the sound of his own heartbeat to resonate in his ears. The chilling water stimulated every nerve, and as he lay at the bottom of the bathtub, he cast aside all distractions, silently counting his heartbeats. 60 seconds. He merely needed to endure for 60 seconds. Such an experience was unprecedented. Night and water seemed to merge into one. The flickering candlelight appeared as a distant lighthouse, while he felt himself continually sinking into the abyssal depths of the sea. 1-2. After the initial 10 seconds, time seemed to slow considerably. The sound of flowing water resonated in his ears, and darkness enveloped him from all sides. Chun-gu silently recited his parents' names, maintaining his original stance, gripping the handle of the kitchen knife as his body was swayed by the water's currents. The oxygen in his lungs was gradually depleting, and he felt a slight discomfort, as if a heavy weight were pressing down on him. 15, 16. With each beat of his heart, the oxygen in his lungs was consumed. As his heartbeat slowed, time appeared to stretch even further, each second dissected into countless fragments. The discomfort intensified, as if a pair of hands were slowly constricting around his neck. Lying in the water, Chungu opened his eyes, unable to see anything through the surface, as though he had been confined to another realm. Perhaps 3 or 4 seconds passed, and his complexion grew increasingly pallid, beyond the ordinary sense of paleness. How long have I endured? It must be nearing completion, right? The water flowed past his ears, and amidst the profound silence, a peculiar sound emerged. It seemed to originate from the corridor outside the door. Chungu was uncertain why he could hear it so distinctly. Perhaps someone was intentionally creating noise to divert his attention. Footsteps? Was someone pacing in the corridor? His slowing heartbeat began to quicken once more, his body instinctively tensing. Could it be that the monster from the mirror has come for me? I hope the dolls can hold their ground. With just 30 more seconds, I shall complete my task. The gears of his mind began to turn sluggishly, and a persistent buzzing noise filled his ears. Chun Ji's condition was far from favorable. The footsteps echoing in the corridor heightened his anxiety. He fought to maintain his focus, repeatedly whispering his parents' names while counting his heartbeats. 28, 29. Water flooded his ears, distorting the sounds around him. The footsteps hastened, as if the intruder was devising a way to breach the door. After a few more seconds, Chungu felt as though a colossal stone pressed against his chest, the veins in his neck becoming increasingly pronounced. His hands and feet turned cold, and a profound weakness enveloped his body. His brain's responses dulled, leaving him to rely solely on sheer willpower to endure. Bang, bang, bang. Without any warning, something collided with the door. Chun Ji's heart leapt. The entity outside could no longer contain itself. Perhaps it was the presence of a stuffed toy behind the door that caused the intruder to strike 3 times in vain before ceasing this futile endeavor. Silence reclaimed the room once more. The situation remained largely unchanged, save for Chungu himself. Under normal circumstances, he could hold his breath for a minute. Yet the footsteps in the corridor and the earlier thuds against the door quickened his pulse. In moments of tension, oxygen consumption surged dramatically. He felt himself nearing his limits. The last vestiges of oxygen in his lungs being exhausted. Each passing second was a torment. 39, 40. As he silently counted to 40, a wave of dizziness engulfed Chungu. His physical condition no longer permitted him to continue the count. Unable to divert his attention, the suffocating sensation intensified, and his consciousness began to blur. Memories of his parents surfaced instinctively amidst the chaos. Veins protruded prominently against his pallid skin, and the muscles in his neck twitched uncontrollably, while his fingers, once clenched around the kitchen knife, gradually loosened their grip. He felt himself teetering on the brink of death, and in that moment, he grasped the meaning behind the task's enigmatic phrase. When time slips into the crevice between night and dawn, one can glimpse those they are destined to meet at the precipice of life and death. The implication was clear. At the moment of transition between day and night, those on the verge of death could behold visions of another realm. Chungu stared unblinkingly at the water's surface, his pupils dilating as the water seemed to recede ever further from him. Yet, he saw no familiar faces. Only an abyss of darkness loomed before him, despairingly profound. It felt as if his lungs were being crushed, a sensation that was beyond description. He realized that if this continued, he might truly drown in the bathtub. The clock had already passed the 44th minute of 3 a.m., and the person he longed to see had yet to appear. He no longer harbored any illusions. In fact, a part of him felt a strange relief that his parents had not come, for their absence indicated they were still alive. Cold arms braced against the bottom of the tub, and with the last vestige of his reason, he resolved to surrender. With all his might, Chungu was about to emerge from the water when he suddenly sensed something amiss. An unseen force pressed down upon his head, hindering his escape. His dilated pupils swiftly constricted to a pinpoint as he gazed upward, only to find nothing above him. The puppet had sealed the door and surrounded the bathtub, and the monster in the mirror should not have been able to enter. Who was causing this mischief? The veins in his neck throbbed ominously, and Chun Ji's complexion turned frightfully pale. Life and death hung in the balance. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he grasped the kitchen knife and swung it overhead. Having been deprived of oxygen for an extended period, both his body and had reached their limits, akin to a spring stretched to its breaking point. As the knife arced through the air, water splashed violently. In a daze, Chun-gu felt as if he had struck something, and a sharp crack echoed in his ears. The force above him vanished in an instant. With no more impediments, Chun-gu surged upright from the bathtub, gasping hungrily for air. Chapter 43. Mission accomplished. Having narrowly escaped death, icy water cascaded down from Chun-ji's head. He was still in a state of shock, his chest heaving, lips tinged with a bluish hue, and his hands clutched tightly around the kitchen knife. After a minute or two, he gradually regained his composure, the fog in his mind beginning to lift. Wiping the droplets from his face, he unsteadily rose from the bathtub. Under the flickering candlelight, the room appeared unchanged. I must have struck something with the knife. I distinctly heard a sharp sound. Chun-gu followed the angle of his slash and noticed a mark on the corner of the bathtub. Did I strike the tub? That seems unlikely. I clearly felt someone pressing down on my head at that moment. The blow should have landed on them instead. Driven by a desperate need for clarity, Chun-gu stepped out of the tub and retrieved his phone, which was still recording. He stopped the recording and replayed the video from the beginning. From 3:30 a.m. when he entered the bathtub until 3:43 a.m., nothing seemed amiss. Leaning against the wall, his eyes fixated on the screen, he noted that at 3:44 a.m., he lay back in the tub, water splashing outward, the water level flush with the rim of the bathtub. In retrospect, it did indeed appear rather peculiar. While experiencing it firsthand, there was little sense of fear, yet observing it as a spectator through the video evoked an unsettling chill. Comparing the timestamps, he noted that 20 seconds prior to lying in the tub, everything in the bathroom seemed perfectly normal, with only the occasional sound of droplets falling. After another 10 seconds, Chun-gu furrowed his brow, realizing that the content of the video differed significantly from what he had experienced in the bathtub. According to his mental count, footsteps should have echoed down the corridor by now. However, the recording remained eerily silent, devoid of any peculiar sounds. Another 5 or 6 seconds passed, and the anticipated sound of a door being slammed was also absent from the footage. The screen displayed only the dark, still surface of the water and the flickering candlelight. Could it be that the footsteps and the slamming door were mere figments of my imagination? A full 50 seconds elapsed, and the once placid water began to bubble profusely, while Chun-gu in the bathtub was nearing his breaking point. Just then, a chilling occurrence unfolded. A small shard of mirror, no larger than a palm, beside the bath began to darken, and a shadowy figure emerged from it, crouching ominously beside the bathtub, a scene most bizarre, judging by its silhouette. This figure bore a striking resemblance to Hifeng. The bubbles on the water's surface increased in number, leading to a critical moment. In the recording, Chun-ji's body and spirit reached their limits. He could no longer endure, bracing himself against the bottom of the tub, ready to surrender. Just as his head was about to breach the water's surface, the shadow standing beside the bathtub suddenly extended its hands, pressing down on his head. Unable to breathe, water surged into his nostrils as Chun-gu fought desperately, flailing the kitchen knife in his hand. The shadow swayed gracefully, and though the knife seemed to have a slight effect on it, the impact was almost negligible. In a moment of life and death, the plush toys that were originally placed around the bathtub seemed to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. Among them, the smallest figurine pressed itself against a palm-sized shard of mirror. The reflective surface was obscured, and the shadow became significantly blurred. Subsequently, Chun-gu inadvertently struck its head with a knife, causing the creature to dissipate instantly. The blade's momentum remained unyielding as it came to rest at the edge of the bathtub, leaving a shallow mark. At that very moment, as the force vanished, Chun-gu emerged from the water. The recording concluded at this juncture, and with a clearer understanding of the events that transpired, Chun-ji's resolve to eliminate the creature from the mirror intensified. It could not be allowed to persist. He carefully saved the video and picked up the plush toy that lay upon the mirror. The little one had been sliced by the edge of the glass and was thoroughly soaked. Despite being entities from another realm, their natures varied greatly. Some were inherently benevolent, while others were rife with malice. Chun-gu dried himself, donned his garments, and stuffed all the plush toys into his pockets, finally finding a semblance of peace. Shattering the mirror proved futile, as the monster could still manifest within the fragments. How does one contend with such an elusive foe? It appeared and vanished at will, making it impossible to see or locate. Engaging with such an entity inherently placed him at a disadvantage. Holding the palm-sized shard of mirror in his hand, Chunji's action was initially unintentional, but he unexpectedly observed droplets of water rolling across the surface, forming a faint Arabic numeral 3. Was this left by the creature within the mirror? Was it a display of defiance directed at him? The third point represents Hishan, Hifeng, and myself. Or does it imply that it intends to eliminate me within 3 days? Chengu was perplexed by the significance of this number, yet he was certain it bore no positive connotation. Did you truly believe I would fear you? One day, I shall drag you out from the mirror, and under the blazing midday sun, I will let you suffer until you perish. As Chengu uttered the most venomous curse he could conjure, he recalled the harrowing moment when his life hung by a thread. It was indeed a perilous experience. Taking a breath to steady himself, he picked up the black phone. Initially, he had little hope, but as he scrolled through the screen and glimpsed the notification, his eyes brightened with renewed vigor. Fortunate benefactor of the malevolent spirit, you held your breath underwater for 62 seconds. Congratulations on completing a nightmare-level daily task. You have received the reward, In Pupil. In Pupil, an ominous sight, it connects with the nether realm, allowing a mortal to perceive the spirits of the shadowy plane. Vision significantly enhanced, other functions unknown. Having completed 2 nightmare-level daily tasks, upon finishing the third, you will randomly unlock a trial task within a terrifying scenario. Achieve a completion rate of 95% or higher across 3 consecutive tasks to unlock the new feature, Favorability of the Malevolent Spirit. After absorbing this cascade of information, Chengu felt an indescribable sensation within him. The nightmare-level daily task required holding one's breath for 60 seconds, and due to anxiety and various emotions, he had only managed to endure for just over 50 seconds before preparing to give up. Initially, completing this task seemed impossible. It was precisely due to the malevolent entity reflected in the mirror that he felt an urge to kill, compelling him to endure for a few more seconds, ultimately completing the task by a narrow margin. Though he faced peril, he found solace in the adage that loss can lead to gain. Overall, the outcome was favorable. Chengu navigated through his black phone, viewing this nightmarish task as crucial. Should he fail this endeavor, not only would he forfeit the rewards, but the unlocking of a new scenario would also be postponed. Most significantly, the brand new feature within the phone would remain inaccessible. Driven by curiosity, he ventured into the newly appeared section on the phone regarding the malevolent spirit's favorability, tapping it open. The phone's interface transformed as 5 entirely unfamiliar names emerged on the screen. Chapter 44. At this moment, reliance on teammates is essential. The current affinity levels with the malevolent spirits are as follows. In Guaheng, lingering regret stranger, you are not yet friends. His assistance stems purely from instinct. Du Ruoxue, lingering regret stranger in Munin, lingering regret stranger in Xiao Xiao, malevolent spirit slight affection. You have caught her attention. To her, you are somewhat closer than a mere stranger. Zhangya, crimson-clad malevolent spirit deep affection. You are unique in her eyes. She harbors feelings for you. Although it is your posthumous self that she adores, the affinity with malevolent spirits has been unlocked. You can enhance this affinity by allowing them to hear screams laden with the negative emotions of visitors, by bestowing items imbued with resentment, or by completing tasks associated with the spirit's affection. When the affinity reaches a certain threshold, they will selectively heed your commands. Note, only those deeply tormented, bloodthirsty, and malevolent spirits will possess affinity tasks. Completing these tasks can significantly enhance affection and may enable her to assist you in accomplishing a task that does not contravene her own will. This newly unlocked feature in the mobile game has afforded Chengu a deeper understanding of those around him. He retrieved the smallest plush toy from his pocket. This plush toy appeared no different from the others at first glance, yet the game distinguished her with a unique classification. The other 3 were mere remnants. While she was a malevolent spirit, is it truly possible for one as you to be a malevolent spirit? Chengu reached out and poked the small face, and the little one suspended in midair seemed a bit angry, giving Chengu the impression of a kitten that had yet to be weaned, clawing and meowing. But I am quite fierce. It could be considered an unexpected gain. If Yin Xiao Xiao is an anomaly among vengeful spirits, gentle and kind, then Zhangya is undoubtedly the other extreme. This was the first time he had encountered a mobile game that specifically assigned a rating for a vengeful spirit clad in red. What distinguishes a red-clad vengeful spirit from a typical one? Chengu attempted to tap on Zhangya's name, and the screen flickered, revealing a blood-red interface. Do you accept Zhangya's affinity task? Warning. This task carries certain risks. The blood-red exclusive interface made Chun-gu break into a cold sweat. Wasn't it said that only those with deep resentment and bloody malevolence would come with affinity tasks? Could it be that my luck in some aspect is truly that exceptional, to randomly draw such a rare find? In truth, the underlying thought in Chun-ji's mind was that such a rare find was better left untouched, but he feared that Zhangya, who might be lurking somewhere, would overhear him, so he refrained from voicing it. A particular fondness for me after death. This sister has some psychological issues. After exiting the mobile interface, the fear instilled by the monster in the mirror had completely dissipated. Compared to the being he had drawn, the shadow in the mirror appeared rather mundane. However, this did not imply that Chun-gu would let it go. On the contrary, he had already deemed it a target that must be eradicated at all costs. Only by eliminating the monster in the mirror could the haunted house operate safely. The unlocking of the ghost's favorability has granted Chun-gu a plethora of choices. In his view, this feature within the black phone is likely a preparation for the subsequent employment of the ghost within the haunted house. As the game's content continues to evolve, Chun-ji's interest in this game has deepened considerably. After perusing the newly unlocked features, he began to examine his second acquisition, the Inai. The rewards from the nightmare-level tasks have the potential to alter one's being. Chun-gu attempted to gaze into the distance, and aside from a slight enhancement in visibility amidst the darkness, the Inai appeared to possess no additional effects. Perhaps, like the embalming process, this reward necessitates a specific environment to activate. Scattered shards of mirrors lay about. He casually picked up a fragment and held it before his face. Externally, his eyes exhibited no discernible changes. They were identical to those of an ordinary person. Literally speaking, the Inai should enable me to perceive that which is invisible to the average individual. Yet Chun-gu raised the shard before his eyes, but saw nothing peculiar. Was it a matter of not mastering the technique, or perhaps there exists a particular method of usage? After some exploration yielded no results, Chun-gu resolved to set it aside. After stretching his numb body, he brought his phone before him and, seated in the bathroom, commenced editing a video. Having endured such considerable hardship, it would be remiss not to share it with a broader audience. He first uploaded the original video to the paranormal forum. It was now 4 a.m. Chun-gu had anticipated minimal viewership, yet as soon as his new video was posted, comments began to flood in. Greetings. Is this a game that invites spirits? Lying in a bathtub late at night, could one encounter malevolent entities surrounding the tub? Chun-gu glanced at the comments, and the first one turned out to be from the forum administrator. After pondering for a moment, he added a textual explanation of the gameplay beneath the video and renamed it to "Why Would Anyone Drown in Their Own Bathtub?" Within 2 or 3 minutes, the comments began to accumulate. Chun-ji's account had garnered considerable renown on the forum. Some individuals even awoke from their slumber, summoned by friends, solely to watch this video. At 3:30 in the morning, one person lay in a tub filled to the brim with water. To be frank, I wouldn't dare to do that even with the lights on. This video is even more sinister than the last one posted by the original poster. I am simply dying to know who that shadow squatting beside the bathtub is. Goodness, it startled me. Did you hear any strange sounds beneath the water? Or perhaps witness any odd occurrences? Esteemed one, I humbly beseech a response. The restroom is indeed the most ominous place within the house, and the bathtub, being a recessed point in the bathroom, is referred to as a depression in feng shui, where negative energy naturally congregates. It is no wonder that the original poster dared to lie inside and engage in such a game, thus attracting malevolent forces. To place oneself at the threshold of life and death during the transitional juncture of day and night is a notion that likely only a madman could conceive, and only a madman would dare to act upon it. There were indeed a few comments that resonated with reason. Chun-gu scanned through them briefly, and as before, he refrained from replying, exited the forum, and commenced editing the video. He extracted a segment of himself lying in the bathtub, ultimately managing to escape, totaling 63 seconds. Typically, the shorter the duration of a short video, the more explosive and effective it tends to be. However, this time, Chun-gu chose to deviate from the norm, releasing a 63-second video titled "Challenge to Hold One's Breath for a Minute." Upon its release, all followers of Chun-ji's ID received notifications, and some began to comment even before finishing the video. A challenge to hold one's breath? Aren't there any horror videos today? Such theatrics. Isn't a challenge to down a bottle of baijiu more thrilling than this? Holding one's breath for a minute? I shall give it a try as well. Everyone disperse. The host has already exhausted his creativity. What a nuisance. What on earth is that thing watching me from beside the bathtub? Get off my phone. Chapter 45. Someone wants to kill me. 1 minute after the short video was released, Chun Ji's comment section erupted once again. Was that shadow lurking in the bathtub for 56 seconds merely a special effect? It appeared to have emerged from beneath the tub. Was the figure wielding a kitchen knife in the water the host himself? Goodness, that expression was far too genuine. If that shadow had gritted its teeth and held on a moment longer, would we have lost sight of the host altogether? How terrifying. I even considered testing how long I could hold my breath, but if something like that were to leap out at me, I would surely panic. Newcomers, run. This video is filled with ghosts. Don't look back. Hurry away. I found myself staring at the screen for a full minute without blinking. And now I'm struggling to fall asleep. After watching your last video, I was afraid to look in the mirror. After this one, I dare not bathe alone. Devious host, prepare to receive my swift and powerful throw. Even at 4 in the morning, the comment section remains so vibrant. And Chun Gu felt a swell of appreciation, believing he had garnered a loyal fan base. Every effort had been worthwhile. Before closing the short video page, he couldn't resist leaving a promotional comment about his haunted house, and the audience responded with enthusiasm, many stating they planned to bring local specialties to visit him. Purchasing tickets to the haunted house, while bringing me gifts from their hometowns. What dedicated visitors these are. As Chun Gu exited the page, his spirits lifted considerably. He stretched languidly, clutching 5 plush toys as he departed from the midnight escape scene. The night passed, and with dawn's arrival, the sky outside the haunted house began to brighten. In the tool room, Chun Gu discovered a wooden board and sealed off the employee passage connected to the midnight escape theme. He decided to postpone the unveiling of this scene until he dealt with the monster in the mirror. The ticket price was set at 20, allowing midnight escape to accommodate 7 visitors simultaneously. With each session lasting 15 minutes, the potential profit for an hour could reach 560 yuan, totaling over 4,000 for an 8-hour day. This prospect made Chun Gu feel a twinge of regret. However, he remained steadfast, prioritizing safety over profit. There would always be opportunities to unlock more scenes. Money was endless. After securing the midnight escape scene, Chun Gu returned to the staff lounge. He placed a few puppets beside the bed and changed into a fresh set of clothes before heading out for a run. The trial task at the peaceful apartment served as a constant reminder of the dangers that lurked. Had he not been swift that night, he might have already found himself buried in the earth. At 8:40 in the morning, Su-won arrived at the haunted house for her shift. She was taken aback to see Chun Gu returning from his run, drenched in sweat, as he did not strike her as someone who enjoyed exercising. A new day had dawned, and the protective barriers outside the haunted house were drawn to the sides. Each of them took on their respective duties, fully prepared for the day's business. As the clock struck 9, visitors began to trickle into the amusement park, and the entrance to the haunted house remained eerily quiet. The least crowded moment of the day. "Boss, what were you doing in the haunted house last night? Why is there water everywhere?" Su-won inquired. "Just cleaning." Chun Gu replied dismissively, then added with a note of caution, "When you're acting as a ghost inside, be careful not to stand too close to the mirror." "Why is that?" she asked, puzzled. Chun Gu was about to explain to Su-won when he suddenly spotted the park manager, Uncle Su, rushing over. "Uncle Su, is something the matter?" Chun Gu removed his headphones and noticed that Uncle Su's expression was rather grim. "You are becoming increasingly peculiar." Uncle Su scrutinized Chun Gu. "Just now, someone from the cafeteria reported that a kitchen knife was stolen. I was pondering whether this thief had descended into such desperation that they resorted to stealing kitchen knives. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it is quite clear that you were up late at night, taking a kitchen knife from the cafeteria. Do you think parading around with 2 kitchen knives is impressive?" Only then did Chun Gu remember that the kitchen knife he had taken was still tossed in the bathtub. "I had just assisted the police in solving a case, and there remains one perpetrator at large. I took the kitchen knife for self-defense, and I plan to sell new kitchen knives to the cafeteria tomorrow." He hesitated, uncertain if a knife that had been used to confront a ghost would be safe for cutting vegetables. Thus he dared not return the 2 knives to Uncle Su. "I am increasingly baffled by you. Are you secretly up to mischief?" Uncle Su questioned. "What kind of trouble can 2 kitchen knives cause?" Rest assured, though Uncle Su remained skeptical, he had many tasks to attend to with the park just having opened, so he did not press further. Approaching Chun Gu, he retrieved a tightly sealed plastic bag from his pocket. "Here, take this 5,000 for now. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know." "Thank you, Uncle." I should be able to repay you this weekend. No need to rush. Just refrain from causing me any more trouble. Once Uncle Su departed, Chun-gu tucked the money into his pocket, leaning against the railing as he contemplated how to utilize these funds. The budget of 5,000 was just adequate for the installation of surveillance cameras. Now, the interior of the haunted house was completely filled, and only after expansion could new terrifying scenes be added. Leasing the underground parking lot seemed a commendable idea, yet the rental fees imposed by the amusement park remained uncertain. A multitude of issues awaited Chun-ji's resolution, and he felt a throbbing headache. His most pressing dilemma was, indeed, the lack of funds. The bounty was an unknown arrival. Should he urge for its release? He gazed absently into the distance, and as his eyes swept over a particular area, his pupils constricted. He suddenly spotted a peculiar visitor. The individual wore a baseball cap, donned long sleeves, and had his hands tucked into his pockets, meandering among several amusement facilities, seemingly torn over which one to engage with. This figure appeared somewhat familiar. Due to the existence of his unique pupils, Chun-gu possessed superior vision compared to the majority, and the individual likely remained oblivious to being observed. Should he confront him? Just as Chun-gu hesitated, a group of tourists approached the haunted house, prompting him to become preoccupied and gradually forget the matter. By noon, as Chun-gu and Su-won prepared to dine, he once again spotted the suspicious visitor near the haunted house. This individual had not approached the haunted house all morning, waiting specifically for Chun-gu and Su-won to leave for lunch, only to come over when the haunted house was deserted. What could his intentions be? Chun-gu instructed Su-won to proceed to lunch first, while he returned alone. Upon noticing his presence, the visitor promptly turned and exited the amusement park with decisive swiftness. Had he encountered this person somewhere before? With a slight twitch of his eyelid, Chun-gu abandoned his meal and rushed into the comprehensive management office of the amusement park. After obtaining permission from the staff, he reviewed the surveillance footage of a particular individual. This person deliberately avoided several conspicuous cameras. From the moment he entered the park in the morning until his departure, his hands remained tucked into his pockets. Even when he paused to smoke, he held the cigarette with one hand while igniting it with the other. Strangely enough, after purchasing a ticket, he engaged in only one attraction, the Ferris wheel, repeating the experience 3 times in succession. Something was amiss. This individual was undeniably suspicious. Chapter 46. The suspect fixedly gazing at the man on the surveillance monitor, Chun-gu meticulously pieced together all of his unusual actions, his fingers slowly curling into a fist. Without uttering a word, he stood resolutely in the comprehensive management office, retrieving his phone to dial the number of Officer Lee from the Xiqing police station. Uncle Sambao, I must report a crime. First, the emergency number is 110. Your call is futile. Second, refer to me as Director Lee. The phone rang twice before being answered, and a hoarse voice emerged from the receiver. I have identified the last individual who fled from the Ping'an apartments. He has been to the New Century amusement park. Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Officer Lee's tone shifted dramatically. It must be him. Please, do not dispatch a police car. We must avoid alarming him and raising his suspicion. Arrive within 15 minutes. As the call ended, Chun-gu held the phone tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the surveillance screen. Nearby, a staff member sensed the tension and promptly summoned Uncle Su. What is going on? A short while later, Uncle Su entered with a water bottle in hand. You can't even take a moment to eat properly, Xiaochen. Why are you here instead of your haunted house? He approached the monitor, noticing Chun-gu clutching his phone, and tentatively inquired, Who were you just speaking with? The police. Without turning around, Chun-ji's eyes flitted between the various surveillance screens. They should arrive within 15 minutes. The police? Why didn't you consult me about such a significant matter? Su Shu's tone suddenly heightened. The amusement park has comprehensive plans to cope with natural disasters and malevolent incidents. Su Shu. Chun-gu turned around, interrupting Su Shu's words, his gaze calm, yet his pupils revealed an indescribable sense of dread. Someone intends to kill me. Upon his utterance, the control room fell into an immediate hush, all employees directing their attention towards him. Chun-gu, you've been sequestered in the haunted house. Have you experienced some sort of mental disturbance? Su Shu addressed him by name rather than the usual courtesy. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? I assisted the police in solving the massacre case at the Peace Apartment 5 years ago, but there remains one perpetrator from that incident still at large. Upon hearing this, Su Shu began to comprehend. Are you suggesting that this individual has infiltrated the amusement park, planning to exact revenge on you? I had presumed he would flee to another province or city, yet who would have imagined he would be audacious enough to come here? Chen Gu pointed at the man on the surveillance screen. This visitor exhibits peculiar behavior, wearing long sleeves and a cap that obscures his face. The weather isn't particularly cold, yet his hands remain ensconced in his pockets. Even when smoking or drinking, he employs only his right hand, while his left has never emerged from its concealment. What could this signify? Perhaps it is merely a personal quirk. Su Shu set down the water bottle and closed the door to the control room. The fugitive is named Zhang Peng. His height and build nearly identical to the man in the surveillance footage. Most importantly, a peony is tattooed on the back of Zhang Peng's left hand. Peony? As the peony blossoms, wealth naturally follows. That individual is a desperate gambler who has lost everything. Do you imply that he fears exposing his tattoo, hence keeps his left hand tucked in his pocket? Uncle Su's anxiety heightened. Could it be possible that he is merely a patient with a skin condition? I possess additional evidence. Chen Gu altered the surveillance footage. After entering the amusement park, he engaged solely in the Ferris wheel, repeating the ride 3 times. Do you comprehend what this suggests? What can this indicate? Su Shu struggled to keep pace with Chun Ji's reasoning. The Ferris wheel stands as the pinnacle of the park, offering a vantage point to survey the surroundings and devise an escape route. Chen Gu slowed the footage. When Su Wan and I departed the haunted house for the cafeteria, we observed him stealthily approaching the haunted house. He lingered around the haunted attraction for an entire morning without entering, waiting until the attendant vacated before edging closer. This behavior is far from that of an ordinary visitor. Indeed, Su Shu nodded, acknowledging Chun Ji's insights. But why would he approach the haunted house when it was deserted? Chun Ji's fingers tapped the table. Consider the situation from a different perspective. If I intended to eliminate the owner of the haunted house with utmost safety, I would certainly conceal myself within the attraction beforehand, striking unexpectedly while maintenance was underway during its closure. The haunted house's intricate environment offers ample hiding spots, facilitating both the act of murder and the concealment of the body. As long as the blood is adequately cleaned, the corpse is likely to remain undiscovered until the following day. Su Shu felt a chilling sensation at the mention of Chun Gu's words. In his mind, a vivid scene began to take shape. It truly was rather terrifying. Not merely frightening, but a close call that could have unfolded. Chun Gu withdrew his gaze, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. Fortunately, his impulsiveness had worked in their favor, and also, due to the myriad of peculiar events he had encountered recently, his nerves remained on high alert, allowing him to detect the anomaly. But where is he now? Should I evacuate the visitors? Su Shu recognized the gravity of the situation. After I discovered him, he had left the amusement park at that moment. I had not reviewed the surveillance footage and could not confirm my suspicions, thus I refrained from stopping him. You did exceptionally well. Had that suspect gone berserk in the park, it could have resulted in significant chaos. Su Shu took a sip of water and addressed the nearby staff. The police will be arriving shortly. I asked that everyone cooperate. A few minutes later, the door to the comprehensive management room swung open, and 3 men clad in plain clothes entered. The leader, holding a notebook, was none other than Li Sanbao. Where is Chen Gu? Let me see your surveillance footage. With the assistance of the staff, Captain Li compared the man from the surveillance with the photographs in the public security database, ultimately confirming that they were indeed the same individual. You've done it again. Captain Li patted Chen Gu on the shoulder, took out his phone to contact the municipal bureau, and reported the situation. After their discussion, it was decided to divide their forces. One group would covertly pursue the suspect, while the other would establish a perimeter around the New Century amusement park. Zhang Peng is an individual of considerable danger. If he has set his sights on you, it is imperative to exercise caution. The likelihood of his return is quite high, and I advise you to refrain from remaining in the haunted house for the time being. Upon hearing Captain Li's words, the staff of the Comprehensive Management Office felt a wave of unease. In contrast, Chen Gu, the person at the center of the situation, remained remarkably composed. If I am not present, Xiaowan will be unable to maintain the haunted house's normal operations. Should the haunted house close its doors, Zhang Peng will undoubtedly notice the anomaly, and being as cunning as he is, he will likely not fall into the trap. Are you suggesting that you intend to serve as bait within the haunted house? Captain Li furrowed his brow, sensing the inherent risk. Rest assured, if he dares to enter my haunted house, I shall ensure that he does not return. Chapter 47. I am a heartless assassin, absolutely not, Team Leader Li declared, shaking his head resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. Capturing fugitives is the responsibility of law enforcement. We cannot allow you to take such risks. I remain in the haunted house to create a FAAD, convincing Zhang Peng that he remains undetected. This will significantly increase the likelihood of him adhering to the original plan and appearing near the amusement park, facilitating your apprehension efforts. Chen Gu spoke after careful consideration. If we fail to capture him this time, I fear I will live in perpetual anxiety, as he could return at any moment. The specifics of the capture plan must be discussed with the criminal investigation team at the Municipal Bureau before being finalized. The massacre case at Ping Apartment is under their jurisdiction. Our precinct merely offers assistance. I will relay your suggestion to them. Team Leader Lee closed his laptop, dialed a number, and exited the control room with 2 other plainclothes officers. Xiao Chun, perhaps it would be wise to heed the police's advice and step outside for a while, Uncle Su suggested, approaching cautiously after Lee and his team had departed. Evading the issue will not resolve anything. Please do not urge me otherwise, Chen Gu replied, having scrutinized the surveillance footage before returning to the haunted house. Boss, today a special is stir-fried pork with green peppers over rice. Su Wan, leaning against the protective railing, pointed to the lunchbox on the table as she noticed Chen Gu emerging from the management room. I took the liberty of adding an extra scoop of meat while the old lady wasn't looking. Taking the lunchbox, Chen Gu gazed at Xiao Wan, ultimately choosing not to disclose any information concerning Zhang Peng. Maintaining his routine, he devoured his meal and commenced the afternoon's operations. In the eerie setting of a ghost marriage, Su Wan assumes the role of a spirit while Chen Gu stands outside, selling tickets. He bows his head, his eyes darting around incessantly. The arrival of Zhang Peng signifies both misfortune and opportunity. It all depends on how one chooses to leverage his presence. After completing several tasks on the ominous black phone, Chen Gu feels his cognitive faculties sharpened, his demeanor increasingly calm and composed. Within the haunted house lies a creature trapped within a mirror, capable of traversing freely between the realms of reflection and reality. As long as mirrors exist, this entity remains invincible. Chen Gu sells tickets nonchalantly. Yet his mind races. He considers the recent assaults on He Feng and He Shan, noting the unsettling similarities in their experiences. According to He Feng's account, the monster appears intent on invading their bodies, supplanting their wills, or perhaps residing within them. The creature's motives remain obscured. Yet a thought lingers. If it were to inhabit a person's body, would it be unable to exit for a time? This question dawned on Chen Gu during his conversation with He Feng, yet he found himself unable to substantiate it, for experimenting on any visitor would be a perilous endeavor. He had nearly relinquished this notion until Zhang Peng's unexpected appearance this morning. The moment Chen Gu glimpsed Zhang Peng on the surveillance footage, he solidified his plan. He would use Zhang Peng as a test subject, introducing him into the haunted house and devising a means for the mirror-bound creature to seize control of his body. In this manner, not only did it resolve Zhang Peng's predicament, but it also facilitated the expulsion of the creature from the mirror, thus achieving a dual purpose. This was precisely why he had steadfastly chosen to remain in the haunted house as bait. So be it, despite the inherent dangers. Success would allow him to simultaneously eliminate 2 threats. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Gu summoned Su Wan, permitting her to leave work early, while he commenced preparations within the haunted house for Zhang Peng's arrangements. At 5:30, Team Leader Lee called again, informing Chen Gu that they had established a perimeter around the amusement park, determined to ensure that Zhang Peng would have no means of escape upon his arrival. After dinner, Chen Gu entered the control room of the haunted house, clutching a blanket and the fragmented cranium doctor costume. He secured the door and settled in front of the monitors, bracing himself for what could potentially be a long night. The number of surveillance cameras was undeniably insufficient, leaving numerous blind spots within the haunted house. He could not afford to be complacent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the New Century amusement park transformed into a realm of utter silence, starkly contrasting the vibrancy of the day. As night deepened, Chen Gu, wrapped in his blanket, remained vigilant in the control room, waiting until midnight. What was expected did not transpire, yet the unexpected emerged. Just as the previous night, an eerie sound of something being severed echoed from the midnight slaughter scene. It began its cacophony in the dead of night. Was this creature attempting to assert its dominance over him? Chen Gu cast aside the blanket and approached the door, contemplating whether to confront the entity in the mirror, but ultimately deciding to allow it a moment longer to frolic. Donning his headphones, He clutched the puppet left to him by his parents and resumed his watch over the monitors. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, just as Chun-gu was on the verge of surrendering, the bathroom door suddenly shifted in the surveillance video. Someone. Instantly, he became alert, fixating on the screen. Before long, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a tall, slender man wielding a 20-centimeter bone knife. This very bathroom was where I had first accomplished my nightmarish task. It connected directly to the outside through a window, and he must have meticulously prepared in advance, tampering with the window lock. Chun-gu observed the surveillance footage with composure. The door to the monitoring room was locked, and its secluded location made it nearly impossible for someone unfamiliar with the haunted house's layout to find it directly. On the screen, Zhang Peng tiptoed cautiously, one hand clutching the knife, the other gripping his phone, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had already been discovered. He remained entirely focused on avoiding the scattered debris and various props strewn along the corridor of the haunted house. After an exhausting 15 minutes, Zhang Peng finally located the staff lounge. He hesitated at the doorway, his chest heaving with anxiety, his knife-bearing hand trembling slightly. He pushed against the door several times, each attempt culminating in a retraction just before his fingertips grazed the doorframe, revealing the turmoil within him. Standing beneath the surveillance camera, Zhang Peng lingered for several seconds. Before finally summoning his resolve, he raised the sharp knife, grasped the doorknob, inhaled deeply, and abruptly thrust the door open, akin to a leopard pouncing upon its prey as he surged into the staff lounge. A little over a minute later, Zhang Peng emerged once more, knife in hand, a trace of fresh blood staining the blade. It seemed he had inadvertently sliced his own arm in the chaos. With the dagger now in his other hand, Zhang Peng's expression grew more menacing. He glanced up at the upper floor and quickened his pace along the corridor. The surveillance footage clearly revealed that Zhang Peng was heading toward the monitoring room. Chun-gu sent a message to Team Leader Li and stood behind the door of the monitoring room, gripping the 40-centimeter-long iron hammer that belonged to the skull-crushing doctor. He had intended to execute a classic horror movie jump scare, but to his surprise, Zhang Peng merely passed by the door of the monitoring room and proceeded into the employee passageway with his knife. What was this man planning? For a moment, Chun-gu failed to decipher his intentions. He hurried to the computer, where the surveillance screen showed Zhang Peng prying open the wooden board at the end of the employee passage with his knife before resolutely entering. What on earth was he doing in the midnight escape scene? Chun-gu removed his headphones, eyes widening in disbelief. The sounds of cutting emanated from the midnight escape scene. Could he possibly think I was inside sawing something? Chapter 48. Please, let me go? Chun-ji's expression was peculiar as he recalled Zhang Peng's defiant gaze and fierce demeanor captured in the surveillance footage. This fellow truly was a formidable adversary. The sound of slicing and dicing in the midnight slaughter scene continued unabated, undeterred by Zhang Peng's entrance. It seemed the creature within the mirror had not anticipated such unyielding audacity. There was no time to linger. He needed to witness firsthand the moment the creature from the mirror infiltrated Zhang Peng's body, for only then could he find solace. After a swift glance at the monitor to confirm Zhang Peng's position, Chun-gu retrieved the iron chain from the tattered coat of the cranial surgeon and cast it onto the floor, draping himself in the blood-stained garment. He donned a mask fashioned from human skin. He swung the iron hammer a couple of times, feeling an aura of brutality and malevolence emanate from him. Why did it seem that he was the true villain in this scenario? Equipped with keys and a mobile phone, and clutching a grotesquely designed iron hammer, Chun-gu stepped out of the surveillance room. In the midst of the midnight slaughter scene, Zhang Peng felt the knife in his hand grow increasingly heavy. He had prepared diligently for this day, yet fate had conspired against him, and an unexpected turn of events had occurred upon his arrival. It was already past 1 in the morning. A reasonable person would typically be nestled in their bedroom at this hour, even if they had not succumbed to sleep. His excitement had surged when he glimpsed the sign for the staff lounge, but it took considerable effort for him to regain his composure. He constantly urged himself to stoke the flames of vengeance within, ultimately summoning the courage to force the door open. Upon bursting into the lounge, he unleashed a flurry of strikes at the bed, wielding the knife with such ferocity that he inadvertently wounded himself, the blade stained with blood. Yet as he discerned the unsettling truth that no one lay upon the bed, and that the solitary trace of crimson was his own, his heart brimmed with resentment and an overwhelming sense of suffocation. His murderous intent intensified, as reason was consumed by the flames of his fury. Having obliterated the peaceful apartment and ensnared Warner in prison, that meddlesome individual, I shall ensure your demise. The more Zhang Peng pondered, the more his anger festered. The sounds of cutting emanating from within the building buzzed around him like flies, further aggravating his already frayed nerves. Clenching the knife tightly, he cautiously approached the source of the noise, taking great care to remain undetected. He was now perilously close, just one floor away. Zhang Peng peered from the stairwell. Devoid of any illumination, his body pressed against the wall as he entered the corridor on the third floor. This haunted house exuded a chilling aura, its pathways convoluted and labyrinthine. Once I eliminate him, I can easily conceal the body in some obscure corner. It would likely take outsiders weeks to discover it. A cruel smile crept upon his lips, for he sensed that his current expression must indeed be quite macabre. The sound was just ahead. Yet, I find myself intrigued as to why this fellow, in the dead of night, would venture into this eerie abode. Is he repairing equipment under the cover of darkness? Zhang Peng crouched low, relaxing his body, wrapping his long sleeves around his wound, and slowly advancing with the knife in hand. At the end of the third-floor corridor, precisely at the entrance of the midnight slaughter scene, he beheld a vague shadow. The figure stood in the center of the doorway, holding something and dragging it across the entrance. How peculiar! Why does he not turn on the lights? As Zhang Peng approached, he became aware of certain issues. Yet he did not ponder the reasons deeply. His mind was consumed by the exhilarating thrill of revenge. The atmosphere became oppressively tense. As he slowly raised the knife over his shoulder, his body taut like a bowstring, the blade aimed at the looming shadow ahead. Die! With a full-speed lunge, Zhang Peng's face contorted in rage as he drove the sharp knife forcefully into the darkness. An excited grin appeared on his face. But in a mere fraction of a second, that smile vanished completely. The knife passed straight through the shadow's form, striking nothing but air. The immense inertia caused Zhang Peng to crash against the door, nearly injuring his back. What the hell? This outcome was utterly unacceptable to Zhang Peng. He scrambled to his feet, wildly slashing at the empty air. Where is it? Where is it? After expending all his strength to vent his fury, an unfamiliar emotion began to bloom within him. I clearly saw a shadow standing here with its back to me. It cannot be a mistake. At this moment, he no longer feared revealing himself. He took out his phone to illuminate the surroundings. The wooden door was etched with intricate, crisscrossing marks, and scattered on the ground were shards of sharp-edged mirrors, all remnants left by that shadow. He was 100% certain that a person had stood there moments ago. How could someone be present one moment and vanish in the blink of an eye? A shiver ran down Zhang Peng's spine. The fire of his anger had been extinguished, leaving him somewhat bewildered as he gazed into the eerie silence of the corridor. A person can never vanish suddenly, unless they are not an individual. The Adam's apple bobbed in his throat, and the glow of the mobile phone offered him no semblance of security. Rather, it intensified his anxiety. As if monsters lurked in every shadow untouched by light. The proprietor of the haunted house is not human. There are indeed ghosts within this eerie abode. Zhang Peng's forehead was slick with cold sweat, and the hand gripping the knife was drenched in perspiration. Thoughts of vengeance and violence had fled his mind. He hurriedly retreated, fixated solely on escaping this nightmarish place. Clutching his phone, he ran faster, oblivious to the altered angle of the safety door at the corridor's entrance. Matters of revenge could wait. This was no place to linger. As he shielded his arm, just as Zhang Peng entered the corridor, a shadow from behind the door lunged at him. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang clear, and Zhang Peng stared at his limp, unresponsive right hand, as if his brain had momentarily stalled. My apologies, I miscalculated the angle. Chen Gu emerged from behind the door, wielding a hammer, his grotesque human skin mask contorting into various horrifying expressions as he spoke. I had intended to shatter your scapula. His calm tone belied the gravity of the situation. As if recounting a trivial matter, Zhang Peng gazed at Chen Gu, feeling a suffocating dread wash over him. Why are you being so fierce? I'm the one who should be the killer. In truth, Zhang Peng yearned to resist. Yet as his eyes scanned the bloody groove of the hammer in Chen Ji's hand, his grip on the knife betrayed him, refusing to obey. The hammer bore a crimson groove, its handle reminiscent of a vertebra. Are you so desperate for others to recognize you as a maniac? Without granting his opponent a moment's respite, Chen Gu swung the iron hammer towards Zhang Peng's thigh. He required an incapacitated individual to serve as a vessel for the monstrous reflection. With a resounding thud, the staircase railing bent under the force, and Zhang Peng narrowly evaded the blow, blood streaming from one hand while the other lay broken, leaving him no courage to resist. He discarded the knife and fled frantically down the stairs. Such cowardice! What audacity led you to visit my haunted house alone? Grasping the hammer, Chun-gu pursued closely. The two engaged in a relentless game of cat and mouse as they returned to the ground floor of the haunted house. Zhang Peng burst forth from the staff passage. Careening about like a headless fly, the complex layout of the haunted house, coupled with the absence of light, soon left him forlornly realizing he could not retrace his steps. Why have you halted? Fear not. I shall not harm you. I merely wish to conduct a small experiment with you. With both hands clutching the hammer, Chun-gu trailed Zhang Peng like a phantom, herding him towards a dead end. Not harm you. In less than 3 seconds of our meeting, you fractured my bones with a single strike. This is what you call not harming me. Zhang Peng had cast away the knife, his left arm oozing blood while his right hung limply, devoid of sensation, resembling a noodle draped over his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, even contemplating the impulse to report the incident and surrender to the authorities. Do not struggle. I advise you to comply and follow my instructions, lest you find yourself spending the latter half of your life confined to a wheelchair. Chun-gu slowly approached. Devoid of any sympathy, Zhang Peng was intent on ending his life. Had he not discovered the plot in advance, he would have already met his demise. Brother, is this the kind of thing a victim should say? I must have run afoul of fate. Zhang Peng had long since discarded his dagger, rendered defenseless, and hurriedly sought refuge in the labyrinthine corridors. He ran with surprising speed. Chun-gu continued his pursuit, but after a few steps, a peculiar slicing sound echoed in his ears, and a shadow darted out from the employee passage. The creature from the mirror seemed to have finally grasped the situation. It recognized that its opportunity had arrived. In a state of panic, Zhang Peng dashed through the first floor of the haunted house. As he turned a corner, he faintly spotted someone beckoning him nearby. Perhaps the immense pressure exerted by Chun-gu left him little room for hesitation, and he ran towards that figure. Chun-gu, following closely behind, witnessed this scene unfold and felt a chill creep over him. The silhouette matched He Feng's height and build. Indeed, it was the monster from the mirror. You forsake the path to paradise and recklessly venture into hell. That is a genuine specter. Before Chun-gu could utter a word, Zhang Peng had reached the end of the corridor, where he concealed himself in the restroom under the guidance of the shadow. The restroom mirror on the first floor remained unscathed, and it was evident that the creature intended to make its move there. As the critical moment arrived, Chun-gu felt a surge of anxiety. He rushed to the bathroom, shaking the door lock, only to discover that the door was firmly secured. The unfolding events gradually deviated from his meticulously crafted plan. A shadowy figure suddenly emerged, abducting Zhang Peng before Chun-gu could regain control. A piercing scream echoed from the bathroom just moments later, accompanied by the sound of something being toppled and shattered. Zhang Peng seemed to be encountering something extraordinarily horrifying. What transpired within those four walls? Chun-gu raised his hammer and struck the lock. The lock had shattered, yet the door remained obstinately shut, barricaded by a storage cabinet from behind. Unable to glimpse the scene inside, Chun-gu grew increasingly impatient, relentlessly hammering against the wooden door. Bang! 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 The resounding noise could be heard even outside the haunted house. With all his might, he broke through the hollow wooden door, causing the cabinet behind it to sway, revealing a narrow gap. Peering through the opening, he saw a black cloth that had covered the bathroom mirror fall to the ground. Zhang Peng stared blankly at the mirror, and more chillingly, a tall shadow stood between him and the reflective surface. The figure began to morph slowly, ultimately assuming the same shape as Zhang Peng. It took a step back, merging half of its body into the mirror, and then the most bizarre occurrence unfolded. With a vacant gaze, Zhang Peng moved towards the mirror, pressing his face against the glass. At that moment, his body fused with the shadow's half. After approximately 3 or 4 seconds, Zhang Peng's lips, which had unconsciously parted slightly, curled upward to reveal a peculiar smile. He slowly turned around, peering through the door and the cluttered cabinet at Chun-gu. He reached out, dipping his fingers in the blood that adorned his arm, and inscribed something on the mirror's surface. After another couple of seconds, Zhang Peng's gaze returned to normal. He shuddered and, without uttering a word, leapt through the bathroom window, racing toward the haunted house's exterior. Had the creature from the mirror infiltrated Zhang Peng's very being? What could incite such deep-seated animosity against me? Was it due to my repeated interference in its schemes? The entity had previously assaulted He Shan and He Feng, only to falter due to external disruptions. Perhaps this was the very reason it harbored a grudge against Chun-gu. the proprietor of the haunted house. The bathroom door was jammed shut, impervious to immediate force. Chun-gu hurriedly circled to the front entrance. However, before he could step outside, he heard the voice of team leader Lee echoing from beyond. "Chun-gu, hold on. We are almost there." With a resounding crash, the haunted house's protective barrier was pried open, and several police officers surged in. Upon witnessing this commotion, Chun-gu promptly discarded the iron hammer he held into a corner and removed his mask and coat. Footsteps resonated in the corridor, and team leader Lee was the first to burst in. Spotting Chun-gu standing in the hallway, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Xiao-Chen, are you injured?" Chun-gu instinctively took a step back, leaning weakly against the wall, and gently patted his chest. "I was startled, but I am unharmed. You needn't worry about me," quickly pursued Zhang Peng. He escaped through the bathroom window. "Leave the rest to us. You have worked hard tonight." It was nothing arduous. "As long as we can apprehend the suspect, what does my minor sacrifice amount to? You ought to refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Tonight was exceedingly perilous." Team leader Lee's eyes glimmered with admiration as he delegated others to pursue Zhang Peng, while he remained with Chun-gu in the haunted house to begin the investigation. He first entered the staff lounge and, upon seeing the blood on the sheets, felt a sudden surge of anxiety. "Xiao-Chen, are you injured? Let me see. That blood is not mine." Chun-gu struggled to explain. The room was very dark, and it seemed the suspect injured himself. Lee nodded slightly, raising his flashlight to inspect the gruesome knife marks on the sheets and duvet, his expression grave. A person unskilled with a blade could only inflict such wounds upon themselves in a state of extreme frenzy. He pointed to the marks, 17 cuts in total. This could be classified as attempted murder. "This is our evidence." Gazing at the knife wounds on the sheets, Chun-gu felt a twinge of apprehension. Lee donned gloves and gestured for Chun-gu to exit. "Do not disturb anything in this room. Someone will come shortly to photograph and collect evidence." "Understood, I will cooperate." Chun-gu stepped out of the room, then quietly returned to hide the hammer before pausing at the bathroom door. It seemed Zhang Peng wrote something on the mirror earlier. Chapter 50. The significance of numbers. Adjusting his perspective, Chun-gu exerted considerable effort to discern the bloodstains on the bathroom mirror, which formed the shape of the Arabic numeral 2. The number itself held no inherent terror. However, its manifestation in blood rendered it profoundly unsettling. What could this number signify? Last night, after the monstrous reflection departed, he had observed the numeral 3 lingering on the fragmented mirror, which had now transformed into 2. Was there a connection between the two? Why was it diminishing? Chun-gu found himself perplexed. Could this number denote a date? Was it a countdown? Gazing at the still damp bloodstains, he leaned against the door, lost in contemplation. The mirror's monster had vacated its abode, having taken residence within Zhang Peng, negating the necessity to leave this number behind, unless it harbored intentions of returning for vengeance. Chun-gu struggled to comprehend, as his understanding of the otherworldly was scant, leaving him unable to fathom its motives. If this number were to decrease daily, what fate awaited him when it reached 0? A foreboding sensation gnawed at his thoughts as he paced before the bathroom door. Could this number be intertwined with his very existence? On the night it reached 0, would a terrifying entity come forth to claim him? Abruptly halting his steps, Chun-gu realized he was perhaps overreacting. He would wait until tomorrow night to observe. Should the number reappear in the haunted house, he would then take appropriate action. He sighed, yearning to manage the haunted house with diligence, to lease the underground parking lot, unlock more scenes, and witness the establishment flourish. Yet, fate had other plans, as unforeseen events continually disrupted his aspirations. Upon returning to the staff lounge, a few police cars arrived outside the haunted house. The detectives from the municipal bureau posed several inquiries to Chun-gu, capturing a few photographs before swiftly resuming their intense pursuit. Team leader Lee, however, remained by Chun-ji's side, but regrettably, as dawn approached, there was still no news of Zhang Peng's capture. Nonetheless, Team leader Lee reassured Chun-gu that given Zhang Peng's current condition, he could not have fled far, and would undoubtedly be apprehended within 24 hours. Chun-ji's concern, however, stemmed not from this. He was preoccupied with the numbers left by the monster in the mirror, which dampened his spirits. Lee assumed that Chun-gu was merely shaken and did not delve into other possibilities, offering a few words of comfort before departing with the other team members at daybreak. Alone in the haunted house, Chun-gu sat in solitude, opening the window to allow the crisp morning breeze to sweep through his collar. As the proprietor of a haunted house, One could say he was somewhat of a master of the supernatural, yet he felt utterly desolate. The morning light filtered into the room, causing a plush toy on the bedspread to tumble beneath the bed, seemingly stirred by the wind. Chun-gu retrieved the little creature and poked its belly, the only obedient ghost, capable of nothing but cuteness. If a real confrontation arose, he would likely need to protect her. The plush toy appeared dissatisfied with Chun-ji's assessment, attempting to break free, yet unable to do so. Both rewards from the consecutive nightmarish tasks are of a supportive nature, beneficial for the haunted house's development, yet they offer little assistance to me personally. Chun-gu is currently uncertain about what will transpire once the numbers reset. He is a person of great caution, never willing to place himself in perilous situations. Taking out his black phone, he scoured through it for a considerable time, only to discover that the only potential trump card he possesses is the formidable specter, Zhanya. Clad in red, in the wooden cabin behind the safe apartment, Zhanya once aided Chun-gu, alerting him to Wang Qi's presence just behind him, effectively saving his life. However, during the subsequent nightmare task, when the monster in the mirror pressed down on Chun-ji's head, nearly drowning him, Zhanya did not appear at all. This indicates that her actions are solely dictated by her own whims. By completing the favorability task, he would be able to command her to undertake an action that does not contradict her own desires. At that moment, he could enlist her assistance in confronting any potential dangers that may arise. Chun-gu clicked on Zhanya's name, gazing at the blood-red exclusive page. Even though he had been cultivating his courage since childhood, he felt a twinge of trepidation at this moment. This sister favors my posthumous self, and the rapid increase in favorability could lead her to act prematurely against me. The affection of a vengeful spirit is not something everyone can withstand. Exiting the exclusive page, Chun-gu felt the atmosphere become significantly more refreshing. The favorability task is my final trump card. If that number appears again tonight and undergoes yet another transformation, I shall employ this trump card to complete the favorability task. After making his decision, Chun-gu felt a sense of assurance and gradually drifted into slumber. Shortly after 8 o'clock, upon Su-won's arrival at work, Chun-gu entrusted the haunted house to her management while he took the funds to procure surveillance equipment. His haste in purchasing was motivated by two factors. The numerous blind spots within the haunted house rendered it quite unsafe, and there was a daily task on the black phone that specifically required him to install monitoring and sound control devices. By noon, after completing his purchases, Chun-gu returned to the horror house accompanied by the installation crew. Under his close supervision, the workers cautiously installed cameras in various corners of the haunted house, creating a comprehensive surveillance network with minimal blind spots. As for the sound control devices, due to his limited budget, he opted for the most economical option, placing it within the ghost marriage scene. Later, just after 7 o'clock in the evening, following a successful final adjustment, Chun-gu received a notification on his black phone indicating the completion of the task. A balanced approach is essential for providing visitors with the optimal experience. Congratulations on completing the simple difficulty daily task and receiving the reward background track bridal gown. Note: bridal gown perfectly complements the ghost marriage scene. The scream index for the ghost marriage scene has risen to 1 star. Upon seeing the notification on his phone, Chun-gu was momentarily taken aback. The scream index for the ghost marriage scene had previously been half a star, and now, due to a single piece of music, it had escalated to 1 star. This suggested that the piece was likely even more chilling than Black Friday. In a spirit of responsibility towards the visitors, Chun-gu listened attentively, discerning that the two pieces of music, while both captivating, embodied distinct styles. One was languid and reminiscent of a gradual descent into an abyss, while the other was more sinister and exhilarating, transforming joyous melodies into mournful dirges that sent shivers down one's spine from the very first note. Indeed, it complemented the ambience of the ghostly wedding scene. However, frequent exposure to such haunting compositions could inflict psychological trauma, so it would be prudent to minimize their use unless an unexpected interruption occurred. Chun-gu stored the piece titled Wedding Garment on his phone and ascended to the 3rd floor of the haunted house to commence cleaning. With no surplus funds to hire workers, he filled his pockets with a few rag dolls and armed himself with tools to meticulously clear away the shards of mirrors scattered throughout the eerie establishment. By the time he completed this task, it was already deep into the night. Clutching his phone, Chun-gu found himself wandering between the restroom and the staff lounge, repeatedly gazing into the mirror as he awaited the stroke of midnight. Chapter 51. The Choice with Swollen Red Eyes. Chun-gu stood before the mirror, clutching a stuffed toy. Only a minute remained until midnight. The bathroom was dimly lit, and Chun-ji's gaze was fixed intently on his reflection. He feared missing something crucial, his eyes unblinking. His palm pressed against the sink, his face mere inches from the glass. Immersed in concentration, all his attention was directed toward the mirror when suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. A call. Who could possibly be reaching out at this hour? The unexpected disturbance startled Chun-gu. He retrieved his phone, the caller ID revealing Captain Lee's name. Is there an emergency? Chun-gu answered, placing the phone to his ear. Uncle Sambao, do you need me for something? Zhang Peng is still at large. We have narrowed down our search parameters and can confirm he is hiding in the western suburbs of Zhejiang. You must exercise caution. This suspect is exceedingly cunning and dangerous. His behavior deviates from that of an ordinary individual. We cannot rule out the possibility that he may return to find you. Captain Lee's voice was grave and urgent. Wasn't there a tight security perimeter around the New Century Park last night? He sustained injuries to his arms. He shouldn't be able to flee far, Chun-gu reasoned, believing it was only a matter of time before Zhang Peng was captured. The situation has changed, and I cannot elaborate in detail at this moment. I will disclose this much. Last night, after successfully intercepting the suspect, one of our officers seemingly witnessed something and has now fallen into a deep coma. He is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. What? Chun-ji's expression shifted dramatically as he was about to speak. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the mirror on the wall. On the smooth surface, a blood-red Arabic numeral 1 had mysteriously emerged. However, there was no cause for alarm. The area of investigation was continuously narrowing. And evil could not prevail over righteousness. Justice would surely be served. Team Leader Lee continued to speak, but Chun-gu was no longer attentive. He set his phone aside, lost in contemplation as he stared at the mirror. When had it appeared? The creature in the mirror had departed, so how could the numeral still manifest on the glass? Chun-gu recalled the events of the previous night. Half of the creature's form had been within the mirror, while the other half remained outside. And then Zhang Peng had willingly pressed himself against the mirror to merge with it. What could this numeral possibly signify? Yesterday it was 2. Today it had transformed into 1. And would it reset to 0 after midnight tomorrow? The gradually diminishing numeral weighed heavily on Chun-ji's mind. After Zhang Peng became possessed by the creature, the numeral had changed for the first time. Earlier, Team Leader Lee had mentioned that one officer had fallen into a coma, and upon the emergence of a second victim, the numeral had decreased once more. Could this numeral be connected to the victims? Did the creature in the mirror require 3 living souls? Regardless of whether this numeral represented time or lives, Chun-gu resolved not to wait any longer. An intense sense of crisis surged within him. The creature in the mirror was steadily growing, and tomorrow night might be his last chance. Chun-gu retrieved a cloth and wiped away the numeral from the mirror's surface, no longer concerned with the implications. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Team Leader Lee, he hung up the phone and entered the tool room with his black mobile device. The midnight hour had passed, and it was time for the daily tasks to refresh. Currently, 2 tasks could potentially aid me. One was the favorability task concerning the crimson-clad malevolent spirit, and the other was a newly added nightmare-level daily task. Upon opening the black mobile, Chun-gu navigated to the daily task section. Simple difficulty. A harrowing experience should not inflict a traumatizing psychological shadow upon the participant. I trust you comprehend the principle of moderation. Please enhance the safety protocols of the haunted house and identify any potential hazards within. Moderate difficulty. You have been granted 1 opportunity to expand the haunted house. Please promptly locate a suitable venue for this expansion. Due to spatial constraints, you cannot undertake any trial tasks until the expansion is completed. Nightmare difficulty. Another individual has been residing in your room. Do you not wish to discover their identity? Warning. Certain tasks are exceedingly perilous. Please choose wisely. After reviewing the 3 tasks, Chun-ji's gaze lingered on the 3rd nightmare task. Another person inhabiting his room? The mere thought evoked a sense of discomfort. Chun-gu was well aware of the dangers associated with nightmare tasks. After much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from accepting it. Instead, he scrolled through his phone, opening the exclusive page dedicated to the crimson-clad malevolent spirit. Would you like to accept Zhang Ye's favorability task? Warning. This task carries a certain level of risk. The mobile device kindly issued a warning, and Chun-gu rubbed his temples, feeling indecisive. Both tasks are exceedingly perilous. However, the rewards for the nightmare difficulty daily task are random, potentially granting me another auxiliary ability. In contrast, the affinity task involves Zhangya, a formidable red-clad ghost, who possesses a dedicated page on my mobile device, suggesting her impressive prowess, seemingly several levels superior to the mirror monster. If I can persuade her to intervene, my chances of breaking through the predicament would significantly increase. After much contemplation, Chun-Gu steeled himself and accepted Zhang Ye's affinity task. Confirm acceptance of Zhang Ye's affinity task? Confirm. The blood-red interface began to swirl, resembling a bouquet of wilting roses, and soon new text appeared on the mobile screen. Andersen's Fairy Tales, Volume 1. Third Collection, The Red Shoes. There exists a pair of exquisitely beautiful, alluring red shoes. When a girl adorns her feet with them and dances, she feels lighter and more vibrant. Yet, the maidens merely fantasize, as none dare to truly wear them for a dance. For these shoes possess magical properties. Once donned, the wearer will dance endlessly, until every ounce of energy is entirely expended. Please arrive at the West City Private School within 1 hour of accepting the task. And before dawn, locate Zhang Ye's red shoes. Note: for the first date, do not be late, as it will displease her. Upon reading the task prompt on his phone, Chun-Gu wore a peculiar expression. The West City Private School had been abandoned for several years, the reasons for which remain unclear, though rumors suggest a terrifying incident compelled its closure. My inaugural rendezvous with a young lady transpired in the forsaken halls of an abandoned school, well past the witching hour of midnight. Might there be a flaw in my romantic narrative? The task at hand required my presence at Xiqing Private School within the span of 1 hour. Chun-Gu assessed the time and concluded that it was still manageable. The former site of Xiqing Private School lay on the outskirts of the western suburbs, not too distant from me. The crux of the matter, however, was the fact that I was to venture there after midnight. Nevertheless, I decided to indulge in a refreshing shower first, for this was, after all, my maiden experience. After a swift wash, Chun-Gu adorned himself in a fresh set of attire and stood once more before the mirror. Merely 50 minutes remained. Yet a wave of anxiety began to wash over me. Chapter 52. The first date. Taking a few deep breaths, Chun-Gu splashed cold water on his face, only finding calm after a considerable while. It was time to set off. He retrieved the backpack he had used previously, placing Zhang Ye's love letter, a portable charger, and a tool hammer inside. Learning from his past experience, he tucked a fruit knife into the pocket of his trousers and slipped the cloth doll his parents had left him into the pocket of his shirt. Although it appeared somewhat bulky and unseemly, it at least provided him with a sense of security. Once everything was in order, Chun-Gu locked the haunted house's door and hurriedly exited the amusement park. The clock read 12:15, and the roads were nearly deserted. After waiting for 10 minutes, he finally flagged down a taxi at the intersection. To the vicinity of the West City Private School, please. I am in a hurry, so kindly expedite your pace. Sure. Hop in, replied the driver, a jovial man, with nostalgic DJ tunes playing in the background. As the car started, Chun-Gu settled into the back seat, seizing the opportunity to search online for information pertinent to his current mission. Upon opening the favorability task, the first thing that appeared was Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale, The Red Shoes. He found the original version online and skimmed through it, feeling that the tale possessed a rather unsettling quality. The tale revolves around a girl who acquires a pair of exquisite red dancing shoes. She often wears these shoes to church, and perhaps due to her sacrilege, she finds herself unable to remove them, forced to dance incessantly. Overwhelmed by fear and helplessness, she ultimately pleads with a woodcutter to sever her legs. Subsequently, in a most surreal twist, the severed legs, adorned in the red shoes, frolic away. Is this truly a fairy tale? Chun-Gu hesitates to envision such a scene in his mind. His task tonight is to locate Zhang Ye's red dancing shoes. When I drew the cursed love letter, the black phone contained descriptions of Zhang Ye, dressed in a blood-stained uniform and the very red shoes, her attire at the moment of her demise. Could it be that the fairy tale of the red shoes is indeed real? Once dawned, are they inescapable? A sense of unease grips Chun-Gu. This mission is unlike any he has faced before. He must confront a vengeful spirit clad in red, a privilege reserved for the most tormented and malevolent of specters. It seems the red shoes hold the key to tonight's ordeal. Chun-Gu revisits the fairy tale multiple times. Its essence serves as a cautionary tale against vanity, urging humility and reverence. At the onset of the task, the black phone resurrected this story. What profound significance lies therein? Unable to decipher its meaning for the moment, He exits the page and resumes his search for information pertaining to the private school in West City. This institution, having operated for merely 2.5 years, has since been shuttered and left to languish in neglect. As for the reasons behind the closure, various rumors circulate online. Some claim it is due to unreasonable fees, while others suggest it stems from insufficient documentation. Chun-gu diligently perused all the information, yet the name Zhang Ye was conspicuously absent throughout, as if she bore no connection to the school whatsoever. There is something amiss. The truth is undoubtedly more profound than the speculations found online. Chun-gu gazed out at the retreating streetlights, his eyes narrowing. What kind of ordeal could transform a woman into a vengeful spirit clad in red? What could possibly incite such intense resentment within her? What connection does this have with the red ballet shoes? Lost in contemplation, Chun-gu was jolted back to reality as the DJ's voice suddenly amplified within the vehicle. Startled, he glanced at the driver, who was also studying him through the rearview mirror. Is something troubling you? Why the long face for someone so young? The driver, a garrulous type, had struck up a conversation as soon as Chun-gu entered the cab, but Chun-gu had been too preoccupied with his search for information to engage. Recently, he had encountered a plethora of unfamiliar matters, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. He offered a polite smile and stowed his phone away. Patience is a virtue. Everything will surely improve, he reassured himself. When feeling irritable, one might as well listen to some upbeat music and simply let loose. The driver, in tune with the rhythm, bounced his leg in time with the music, his demeanor radiating positivity, as if he had transformed a late-night taxi shift into a midnight joyride. By the way, what brings you to the private school in the West City at this hour? It's quite desolate there, with hardly any residential areas around. Chun-gu opened his mouth to respond, ultimately stating, I'm going on a date. A date? At this hour? The older man glanced back at Chun-gu. Honestly, I'm not quite sure how to convey this to you. The girl has a rather fiery temperament and an eccentric personality. Chun-gu endeavored to express himself with a semblance of normalcy. For a man who had never experienced dating, being invited out by a beautiful woman should indeed be a moment of pride. So what is there to fret about? Are you worried she might not take a liking to you? Yet, it's true, one should not dress as you do for a date. Allow me to tell you, men must learn to present themselves well. Look at that backpack. It is entirely incongruous with your demeanor. The driver spoke as if he were delivering a sermon, leaving Chun-gu feeling rather helpless. While others approached dating with joy and anticipation, his situation felt rather delicate. Rather than a date, it resembled a form of coerced self-rescue for survival. A man on a date must not be stingy. He should embody the essence of a gentleman. Avoid asking for WeChat immediately. Listen attentively to the girl's thoughts. In their eyes, the most irredeemable affliction is the affliction of male chauvinism. First impressions hold immense significance. Listening to the driver's earnest counsel, Chun-gu yearned to replace the taxi's DJ with wedding dress, hoping to induce a moment of calm. The journey sped along, with vehicles and buildings gradually diminishing on either side, the road narrowing, and streetlights slowly vanishing. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, with scant signs of life, and stretches of woodland began to emerge along the roadside. Are we to proceed any further? Beyond lies but a solitary school, with nothing else in sight. Have you perhaps taken a wrong turn? The driver glanced at the navigation and finally changed the subject. No need. Just find a place to park near the school. How much will it be? 19. You can pay with your phone. I just started my night shift and have no change. All right. Chun-gu reached for his phone and inadvertently pulled out a folding fruit knife from his pocket, which landed on the seat cushion. The driver in the front seat felt a jolt of alarm. The music from the car's DJ gradually softened, and the driver feigned nonchalance, raising his hand to grab the water bottle while discreetly pressing a button on his phone. Chun-gu observed these subtle actions, smiling wryly, realizing the driver likely perceived him as a potential carjacker. Payment successful. Chun-gu raised his phone and glanced at the driver again. Uncle, are you recording this? Are you preparing to call the police? The driver, who was sipping water, nearly choked and coughed violently, waving his hands in protest. I can understand your concern, but... Chun-gu looked out at the eerie silhouette of the school. I am indeed here for a date. Chapter 53. The chair truly moves the driver, his face ashen. Forced to chuckle, I wish you success. Indeed, may I turn off my phone? Chun-gu revealed a smile he believed to be benevolent. This is merely a misunderstanding. Of course, the driver readily acquiesced, casually tapping his phone before proceeding to drive forward a few meters. Suddenly, The car's intercom lit up with a red light. With a gentle touch of his finger, a gruff voice emerged before he could utter a word. "Old Lou, are you at the private school in the West City? I was curious why anyone would venture there at such a late hour. I've picked up someone too. We're quite close. By the way, what did you post in the group? I was caught in a trap?" "No worries. Just focus on driving," the older man replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hung up the intercom. "I suppose I am being kidnapped, then? What about the fundamental trust between individuals?" Gu raised an eyebrow, wary of attracting the attention of the authorities. "Just stop here." "All right." Without hesitation, the driver halted the vehicle, his calves still trembling. Gu inspected his belongings, shouldered his bag, and stepped out of the car. As he closed the door, he glanced up to see a line of text scrolling across the taxi's roof display. "I have been kidnapped. Please call the police. Your tricks are rather inventive." As he watched the taxi speed away, mere seconds later, the area within 100 meters descended into an eerie silence. The sky concealed all stars and moonlight. As if a storm were imminent, the clouds loomed low, casting a shroud of darkness with no glimmer of light. Gu opened his mobile phone and checked the time. There were merely 8 minutes remaining until the agreed deadline. Earlier, while in the car, he had overheard someone on the intercom mentioning that he had brought another person to the West City private school and was heading in this direction around 1 in the morning. Could this be connected to him? Remaining vigilant, Gu contemplated that if not for the time constraint, he would have ambushed along the roadside to ascertain who was trailing behind him. With only 8 minutes left, it would be prudent for him to enter the school first, familiarize himself with the terrain, and gain an advantage. The vicinity of West City Private School was shrouded in desolation, devoid of any illumination, save for a narrow road that meandered through the trees and underbrush. Activating the flashlight on his phone, Gu proceeded along the road for nearly 100 meters, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the abandoned school. The chains and fence had rusted together, and the gate stood firmly shut. Peering through the iron bars revealed nothing but darkness. How was he to gain entry? After lingering outside for a moment, Gu decided to toss his backpack over the fence, then took a running leap, grasping the top edge of the wall and vaulting over it. The campus was not extensive, and he could see its perimeter at a glance. In the shadows stood several darkened buildings, resembling solitary sentinels. The school sign had been removed. In truth, Gu was unaware of its actual name, only familiar with the moniker everyone used, West City Private Academy. The underbrush was thick, obscuring the path, and he occasionally felt something brushing against his calves, eliciting both itchiness and pain. Having arrived within the stipulated time, his next task was to enter and locate Zhang Ye's red dancing shoes. Gu retrieved the tool hammer from his backpack, gripping the cold handle, and felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Illuminating his path with his phone, he ventured towards the campus. However, after only a few steps, an unsettling sensation gripped him, prompting him to halt and retreat a few paces. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it feel as though an unseen force was propelling him forward as he approached the school? Conversely, as he stepped back, he sensed an inexplicable resistance at his back, as if something were obstructing him. Turning his head to glance over his shoulders, he found nothing amiss. He shone the light upon his back, yet there were no apparitions to be found. Could it be that she was already here, right beside him, invisible to his eyes? A shiver coursed through Gu, and he was tempted to swing the hammer behind him, but then reconsidered. What if it truly were Zhang Ye lurking there? Striking her could provoke a wrath he could scarcely imagine. He was but a solitary, vulnerable proprietor of a haunted house, and the consequences of inciting a vengeful spirit in this desolate wilderness were too dire to contemplate. Perhaps it was best to proceed into the campus first. Gu hoisted his bag, raised his phone, and clutched the tool hammer as he stepped into the grounds. The night deepened, and a breeze stirred, interspersed with fine, needle-like raindrops. The most likely locations for the dance shoes to appear were the women's changing room in the dance studio and the dormitory where Zhang Ye once resided. These two places warranted thorough investigation. Gu made his way towards the nearest building, the trees on campus standing askew, the ground overgrown with wild grass, and numerous sculptures, mostly human figures, looming eerily in the darkness. The girls' dormitory? The 4-story apartment building, though not particularly tall, exudes an eerie atmosphere, perhaps due to its prolonged neglect. The glass door of the apartment is secured with an iron chain, and he presses himself against the door to peer inside. The corridor is shrouded in darkness, with all the doors tightly shut. Strangely enough, a chair is positioned directly in the middle of the corridor, facing away from the dormitory door. What could be the significance of a chair so deliberately placed? Chun-gu takes a small step back. Both the school gate and the dormitory door are locked, and the corridor is devoid of any litter, indicating that everything was meticulously cleaned during the lockdown. Yet, why would a solitary chair be left in the center of the corridor? Is this a cruel jest for someone with obsessive tendencies? If the chair was left by the school authorities, what could their reasoning be? Conversely, if it was not their doing, who could have moved the chair to the middle of the corridor after the doors were sealed? Chun-gu points his phone at the dormitory's glass door. The chair is situated 5 meters from the exit, directly beneath a shattered corridor light. The light is broken, with wires protruding, and the juxtaposition of the chair and the exposed wires evokes a haunting imagery reminiscent of a hanging. Frankly, after witnessing such an uncanny scene, Chun-ji's heart races. Perhaps I am overthinking this. He glances around. The night breeze rustles the leaves, and the campus after midnight grows increasingly peculiar. He must not succumb to self-induced fright. The vengeful spirit in red, Zhangya, is the most terrifying entity in this school. Yet I possess her love letters. Who would dare to challenge me? At this point, Chun-gu could only comfort himself with the thought that this was merely a task of building rapport. In essence, it was a unique date, devoid of any necessity for anxiety or fear. He encouraged himself with these words, and after gathering his resolve, he took up the tool hammer and approached the glass door once more. Just as he was about to shatter the glass to delve deeper into the mystery, his gaze suddenly caught an intriguing detail. The chair, which should have been aligned with the corridor light, was now misaligned by a meter, as if it had been moved forward. Could it be? This was Chun-ji's first encounter with such an occurrence. Am I seeing things? Chapter 54. The Art Activity Center. With his gaze fixed intently on the chair positioned in the corridor, Chun-gu stood sideways, gripping the tool hammer tightly. He waited for several seconds, yet the chair remained utterly motionless. Could it be that my observation is the reason for its stillness? Taking a few steps forward, Chun-gu activated the video recording function on his phone, placing it on the chain outside the glass door. After completing this task, he retreated to the desolate expanse outside the apartment building, awaiting in silence. The midnight campus was eerily tranquil, so much so that even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds were absent. Approximately 3 minutes later, Chun-gu approached the apartment building, fully prepared to confront the most horrifying of outcomes. However, upon reaching the entrance of the dormitory, he beheld the chair still stationed in its original position, a meter away from the ceiling's corridor light. It hasn't moved? What could this mean? Standing beside the glass door, Chun-gu retrieved the phone he had propped up, replaying the video to discern any anomalies. Yet, he found none. The chair remained obediently in the center of the corridor. Is it possible that it only moves when it senses someone? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Chun-gu felt a chill. Turning to glance down the girls' dormitory corridor, he noticed that the chair had inexplicably advanced 2 meters closer, now perilously near the glass door. It has moved again? What is the meaning behind this? As it draws near, is it attempting to convey something to me? To claim that I am unafraid would be a deception. Rather, Chun-ji's capacity to endure fear exceeds that of the average person, allowing him to maintain a clear mind even in such an unsettling environment. This school harbors significant issues. It is advisable to refrain from engaging with these matters until a thorough understanding is achieved. Chun-gu harbored a fervent desire to shatter the glass with a single blow and subsequently drag the chair out for dismantling. However, considering the numerous blind spots within the apartment complex, he was apprehensive about encountering unforeseen circumstances, fearing that instead of retrieving the chair, he could be ensnared himself. The pivotal task for the night was to locate the red dancing shoes. As long as these peculiar entities did not impede him, there was no necessity for a confrontation. Chun-gu retreated, holding his phone, and resolved to return if the shoes were not found after investigating other areas. After all, as long as he located them before dawn, the mission would be deemed successful, and time was still ample. He mentally noted the location of the girls' dormitory entrance and retraced his steps. Turning off the phone's illumination, he crouched near the school's main gate, wielding a hammer. Calculating the time, he anticipated the taxi following him should have arrived by now. Yet, why was the road outside still shrouded in darkness? In an utterly dark environment, the headlights of a vehicle would be conspicuous, but after a prolonged wait, Chun-gu saw no approaching light from outside the school. Could something have gone awry? This concern lingered in his mind. He believed that such coincidences were implausible. The individual trailing him, also bound for Shiching Private School, must have ulterior motives. It was conceivable that this person anticipated Chun-Ji's ambush and opted to alight early, approaching on foot. If this were the case, it would indeed pose a formidable challenge. He would rather misinterpret the situation himself, engaging in a battle of wits with the air, than confront a truly formidable opponent. It seems I must hasten my pace. I currently possess two advantages. First, my early arrival allows me to acclimate to the environment. Second, the presence of Zhangya, who surely cannot bear to see me bullied on her territory. Chun-Ji's eyes have adjusted to the darkness, perhaps due to his dark pupils, rendering the night less obscure. Light reveals one's position, thus, whoever is visible becomes the prey. He did not turn on his phone, but instead made his way toward another building, wielding a tool hammer. The tallest structure at West City Private Academy is the teaching building, a 5-story edifice. Behind it lies a playground overgrown with weeds, and at the opposite end stands a solitary building. Its walls are painted a light red, and due to the playground separation, this structure appears quite peculiar. The teaching building serves as the classroom, where dance shoes are unlikely to be found, and the boys' dormitory is even more improbable. Therefore, I shall first investigate the building with the red exterior. Chun-Gu approached the playground track, making a circuit until he arrived at the entrance of the building. It stands 4 stories tall, matching the height of the girls' dormitory, yet occupies only 2/3 of its area. As he drew near, Chun-Gu sensed that this building was unusual. At the center of the entrance lay a wooden board, boldly painted in red with the striking words "No Entry." What purpose does this building serve? Curiosity is inherent in every individual, and the more the school authority forbade entry, the more intrigued Chun-Gu became. Clearly, some events had transpired within this building years ago. Perhaps the red dance shoes he sought were hidden inside. Stepping cautiously around the wooden boards, he approached the entrance, where 2 locks had been deliberately affixed to the door. The main entrance was impassable, and using a hammer would create too much noise, potentially attracting the attention of the individual trailing behind him, a risk he could not afford. Avoiding the wooden door, Chun-Gu made his way to the opposite side of the building, where a window lay severely damaged, a large portion of the glass shattered. This would be his entry point. He reached inside, disengaging the safety lock. To ensure his safety, he waited outside for several minutes, confirming that no one was around before he leaped inside. Once inside, he closed the window behind him, returning the space to its previous state. Chun-Gu remained vigilant, carefully surveying his surroundings. This was an art studio, with students' works adorning the walls and plaster models displayed on the shelves. It appeared somewhat intimidating, yet it paled in comparison to his haunted house. Navigating through the rows of plaster models, he arrived at the back door of the studio. Peering through the glass window on the door, he observed the words Arts and Special Activities Center posted in the corridor. It seemed he had indeed arrived at the correct location. Gently pushing open the studio door, he was met with a harsh creaking sound, likely due to years of neglect, which sent a shiver down his spine. Stay calm, find the shoes, and leave promptly. As he had entered this relatively enclosed building, the light would not reach far, prompting him to turn on his phone for illumination. The faint light offered no solace, and in such an environment, wielding a flashlight proved even more unsettling. Chun-Gu meticulously inspected each room on the first floor, all of which served as art studios. Some contained easels and unfinished student works yet to be cleared away. The Arts Specialty Activity Center comprised 4 levels, and the dance classroom I sought was likely on a different floor. Clutching his phone and a tool hammer, Chun-Gu ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, his heartbeat suddenly quickened, and goosebumps prickled his arms. Following his gaze, he observed a wooden chair placed squarely in the center of the 2nd floor corridor. How did I encounter this again? Chun-Gu gripped the tool hammer tightly, every muscle in his body tensing in anticipation. Chapter 55. 5 girls. The chairs were positioned in the middle of the corridor, and to ascend to the 2nd floor, one inevitably had to pass by them. The earlier encounter at the girls' dormitory was still vividly etched in Chun-Ji's memory. It seemed as though the chair had a will of its own, drawing nearer to the living. He concealed himself at the staircase corner, hesitating. Unlike the chairs in the activity center's classroom, this one boasted a backrest and appeared to have been deliberately moved from elsewhere. But why had they discarded it in the activity center? Judging by its design, the chairs on the 2nd floor of the activity center were identical to those in the girls' dormitory, presumably provided by the school for each student. Chun-Gu illuminated the door plate of the room across the hall with his phone. It bore words related to vocal training. The dance studio was not located on the 2nd floor. Should he ascend directly to the 3rd floor instead? Yet, What if a chair also awaited him in the middle of that corridor? The thought of being pursued to the staircase corner, only to be blocked by the chair on the second floor as he descended, sent a shiver down his spine. With that unsettling vision flashing through his mind, Chen-gu resolved not to evade the chair. Gripping his tool hammer tightly, he ventured into the second-floor corridor. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, its end obscured from view, with all doors tightly shut on either side. The windows on the doors were coated in dust, rendering the interiors of the classrooms indistinct and concealing whatever lay within. Chen-gu proceeded cautiously, not allowing the proximity of the chair to distract him from the other ominous elements surrounding him. In his eyes, the idle classrooms on either side appeared even more daunting. This place has been untouched for an indeterminate length of time. The tiles are coated in dust, and the footprints are indelible. Should the person trailing behind me enter the activity center, they would undoubtedly discover my presence. In such a peculiar environment, Chen-gu remains vigilant, wary of a potential third party. I must hasten my pace and resolve this swiftly. The beam of my phone flickers as Chun-ji's arm sways, bringing him ever closer to the chair. What is there to fear? Can a mere chair truly harm me? Chen-gu circles the chair, and it strikes him as nothing more than an ordinary piece of furniture. Should I dismantle it to inspect further? This thought crosses his mind, and he acts upon it, raising his tool to topple the chair. Suddenly, he notices something inscribed beneath it. Money Yu Jiao? It seems to be the name of a girl. The revelation of this name reinforces Chun-ji's earlier suspicion that the chair does not belong to the activity center, but rather to an individual. During significant school events, students often bring their own chairs, and to avoid mix-ups, many inscribe their names underneath. Is there also a name beneath the chairs in the girls' dormitory? Chen-gu commits this name to memory, reflecting for a moment before opting not to shatter the chair, instead placing it in the adjacent classroom. The longer I linger here, the more uncomfortable I feel. I should make my way to the third floor post-haste. He retraces his steps, ascending the staircase to the third floor. The empty corridor was devoid of any presence as Chen-gu pushed open the doors to several classrooms. Inside, the desks and chairs were haphazardly piled at the back of the rooms, and certain walls had been freshly painted, revealing a stark contrast of colors. With the impending closure of the school, Chen-gu pondered the purpose of this repainting. Who was it intended to impress? The unsettling experiences at the Peace Apartment triggered a thought in his mind. The newly applied paint might be concealing something sinister. He took a tool and scraped away at the wall, only to discover that the surface beneath the fresh coat was entirely normal, devoid of the anticipated stains or remnants of hair. It could not be this simple. As he roamed through several classrooms, he noted that not every room had been repainted. The few areas that had received a fresh coat were all situated close to the internal drainage pipes. It appeared that the building's plumbing system had been recently overhauled prior to the school's closure. Chen-gu glanced upwards. The classrooms on the first and second floors of the activity center bore signs of recent use, while those on the third floor seemed to have ceased operation even before the lockdown. Desks and chairs were stacked together, and not a single piece of chalk remained on the lectern. Some classroom doors were even locked. Was it haunting? A murder? Or perhaps a safety hazard? The reasons for the closure were manifold, leaving Chen-gu uncertain. He stepped back from the classroom and ascended towards the fourth floor. As he treaded upon the staircase, he occasionally glanced back, relieved to find that the chair had not followed him. As he reached the midpoint between the third and fourth floors, he noticed a wooden board propped against the staircase, inscribed with the words "No Entry." Surrounding the board were several lines of rope. Having come this far, how could Chen-gu allow a mere wooden board to deter him? He set the board aside and deftly slipped beneath the ropes. Upon arriving on the fourth floor, Chen-gu immediately spotted a weathered nameplate hanging on the door directly opposite the staircase. Dance Studio. After much exploration in the activity center, he had finally discovered the location most likely to harbor the elusive red dancing shoes. The layout of the fourth floor differed from the others. Several classrooms had been merged into one expansive space. Removing the seal from the door and prying open the lock, Chen-gu pushed open the long-sealed entrance to the dance studio. It felt as though time had forgotten this place. Everything remained as it had been years ago. The smooth wooden floor lay cloaked in dust, and an indescribable, peculiar odor permeated the air. It seemed that a copious amount of deodorizer had been sprayed here. Yet due to the lack of airflow and years of confinement, the scent had morphed into a new, unpleasant aroma. Chen-gu pressed against the wall as he entered the studio, which was remarkably well equipped. The wooden floor was covered with a protective layer to facilitate students in their dance practice, and to mitigate the sound from the speakers, sound-absorbing foam adorned the walls, accompanied by soundproof panels. This was the largest dance studio he had ever encountered. Chun-gu raised his phone, illuminating the distant corners of the room. The wall is adorned with a wall-mounted bar that can be adjusted freely in height, beneath which lies a row of low seats for students to rest. At the opposite end of the dance studio, 6 floor-to-ceiling mirrors stand side by side, seamlessly joined. Each mirror is approximately 1 meter wide and about 2 meters high. I nearly forgot that there were mirrors in the dance studio. Gazing at the wall of mirrors, Chun-gu inhaled sharply, noticing 3 chairs with backs positioned in the center of the reflection. 3 chairs appeared simultaneously. Chun-gu clenched his teeth and took the initiative to approach the trio of chairs, every movement mirrored in the glass. In the early hours of the morning, as he beheld his reflection, Chun-gu felt increasingly uncertain with each step he took. He fought against the urge to shatter the mirrors, toppling the 3 chairs, each inscribed with the name of a girl beneath. Including the one from the girls' dormitory, I have encountered 5 chairs in total. If each chair symbolizes a girl, what could have transpired among these 5 young women? Chapter 56. The name that cannot be mentioned with too few clues at his disposal. Chun-gu found himself unable to reconstruct the truth of the matter. He returned 3 chairs to their original positions and glanced around the room. The presence of mirrors rendered the dance studio remarkably desolate. The meticulous tidiness suggested that it had been cleaned more than once. The absence of any litter on the floor was not a promising sign for Chun-gu. The scene had been sanitized, and he could only hope that the distinctive red dance shoes had not been discarded. Departing from the vicinity of the mirrors, Chun-gu moved to the corner of the studio, where various certificates of honor adorned the walls, alongside something resembling a leaderboard. After a brief examination, Chun-gu suddenly noticed an anomaly. The name of the top contender had been obscured with a carbon pen. A leaderboard devoid of a first-place entry? Within the list, he spotted the names of several girls, including Qian Yujiao. Yet Zhang Yu was conspicuously absent. Diverting his gaze, he observed additional photographs celebrating accolades, one of which captured his attention. It appeared to be a group photo of 6 individuals, 5 of whom were huddled together, their faces radiant with sunny smiles. The 6th person stood off to the side, distanced from the others, her image having been meticulously excised by scissors. Were it not for the small glimpse of a snow-white dance shoe peeking from the bottom of the photograph, Chun-gu might have assumed it was solely a 5-person portrait. All that remained were individual shots and small group photographs. Why was there no complete class picture? Chun-gu retrieved his phone and snapped a photograph of the wall of honors before gently caressing the surface as he continued onward. He soon stumbled upon a room devoid of any signage. Driven by curiosity, he pushed the door open. Inside, he discovered an office furnished with a desk, a wardrobe, and a solitary bed. It appeared to be the office of a guidance counselor. Yet, why was there a bed? Was there a teacher on night duty? Chun-gu rummaged through the cabinets, harboring a glimmer of hope in search of the red ballet shoes. But alas, the wardrobe was barren, and the drawers were stuffed with mere photocopies of honor certificates. Evidently, the dance students at West City Private Academy were quite accomplished, having garnered an impressive array of awards. He casually flipped through a few, and one bore the names of Qian Yujiao and her companions, champions of the Swan Lake City-level ballet group competition, having qualified for the provincial contest. Curiously, this photocopy of the certificate was not displayed on the external wall of honors. And even more perplexing was the fact that while 6 names should have been listed as awardees, the last one had been deliberately obscured, much like the rankings. Chun-gu lingered in the room for a moment longer, but with no further discoveries, he exited. The moment he pulled the door open, his heart leapt. The 3 chairs had shifted from their original positions, following him. It had begun again. Chun-gu compelled himself to avert his gaze from the chairs and hastened forward, resolving that if he found nothing within the next 3 minutes, he would depart from the activity center. Illuminating his path with his phone, he ventured to the farthest reaches of the dance studio, where he finally spotted the sign for the women's changing room. In the women's changing room, the restroom in the girls' dormitory is rumored to be a place imbued with a heavy atmosphere, so I must tread carefully. He gently pushed open the door to the changing room, where 2 rows of iron lockers stood against the wall, with a long wooden bench in between. This is the appearance of the women's changing room. It was Chun-ji's first time entering this space. He partially closed the door and casually opened one of the lockers. On the upper shelf of the locker was a set of female school uniforms, distinct from those of public schools, designed with greater elegance and charm. The skirt barely reached my knees. Is it perhaps a tad too short? Gu rummaged through the pockets of the uniform, but found nothing of interest. He then turned his gaze to the lower shelf, where a pair of white dance shoes lay. The color was off. They were not what I was searching for. Upon closing the locker door, Gu noticed a small card affixed to the lock, inscribed with a girl's name. This would facilitate the search. He raised his phone to scan the locker, yet after a thorough search, he could not locate Zhang Ye's name. Instead, in a corner of the changing room, he discovered a solitary locker, devoid of any distinguishing marks. This locker appeared isolated, abandoned in the corner, shunned by all others. Gu opened the door to the locker, revealing a filthy ballet dress tossed haphazardly on the upper shelf, while the lower shelf was empty. Without a name, ostracized from everyone else, to whom could this locker belong? Gu felt a burgeoning realization within him as he extracted the dress, only to find beneath it 5 boxes of long-expired candy gift bags. What could this signify? A token of affection? Gu placed the ballet skirt on a wooden chair and, holding the candy box, began to examine it. The exterior of the box was adorned with a handcrafted wrapping, and each small pouch was meticulously inscribed with a girl's name. Though the names varied, the handwriting was strikingly uniform, indicating they were all penned by the same individual. The candy box appeared to be a thoughtful gift prepared specifically for her. As Gu picked up the last box of sweets, he noticed a photograph tucked away at the bottom of the cabinet. This photograph was a complete version of the one displayed on the honor wall outside, with the back inscribed congratulating Dormitory 414 for qualifying for the provincial competition. The front featured 6 girls, 5 of whom were huddled together on the far right, their smiles radiant and joyful. Standing apart from them, at a distance of half a palm's width, was the 6th girl. This girl was tall and exquisite, approximately 170 in height, resembling a true white swan, elegant, pure, gentle, and beautiful. Despite her efforts to blend into the group, her inherent grace set her apart from the others. Could this possibly be Zhang Ye? Gu found it hard to reconcile the malevolent, vengeful specter in red with the girl in the photograph. He muttered Zhang Ye's name almost unconsciously. Yet, as he uttered her name, a cacophony of creaking sounds erupted from several lockers in the women's changing room, as if they were burdened and on the verge of bursting open. What he least expected was that at the same moment, a series of sharp thuds echoed at the entrance of the women's changing room, as if something were rushing towards him. Who could it be? Stuffing the photograph into his pocket, Gu grasped the hammer and approached the door. He pushed open the partially closed wooden door, only to find 3 chairs lined up outside, effectively barricading him within the women's changing room. Did they truly believe I would hesitate to dismantle their blockade? Chunji's back was already drenched in cold sweat, yet his expression remained largely unchanged as he boldly advanced towards the chairs with the hammer in hand. The women's changing room had no other exits. If he did not charge out, the situation would surely deteriorate further. Chunji's gaze drifted outside as he contemplated an escape route, but when his eyes fell upon the mirror in the dance studio, his raised foot became frozen in place. The mirror reflected the scene at the entrance of the women's changing room, the only difference being that 3 female students were seated upon the 3 chairs in the reflection. Chapter 57. She has arrived. Her body was askew, her uniform marred by stains, her face pallid, and her lips seemed to whisper untold tales. The 3 girls bore expressions of terror and desperation, their bodies seemingly fused to the chairs. Chunji's gaze flitted between the mirror and the entrance to the women's changing room, a chill coursing through him. Not long ago, he had reclined the chair to observe closely. Was this my inaugural intimate encounter with the female specter? He shuddered and strode toward the door, his pace quickening. As he approached, the 3 chairs blocking the entrance appeared to inch forward, while a faint rustling emanated from all the lockers within the changing room. Upon uttering the name Zhang Ye, a palpable shift enveloped the dance studio, as if that name were a forbidden incantation, unspeakable in this space. The mirror reflected only the threshold of the changing room, hinting at the possibility of even more horrific secrets concealed within. It was imperative to flee. His thoughts were not without merit. The iron doors of the wardrobe clanged ominously, as if something were eager to emerge from within. Gripping his tool hammer, Gu dashed to the entrance, kicking the central chair aside. Just as he was about to bolt through the opening, an unseen force seemed to grasp his shoulder. He turned to glance at the mirror, where 2 slender, pallid arms draped over his shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu swung the hammer. Bang! The tool struck the backrest of the chair, splintering it with a resounding crack. Faintly, the piercing scream of a woman echoed in his ears. In the mirror, He could see the female student seated upon the chair, her resentful gaze fixed upon his back, her arms gripping his shoulders tightly, as if poised to force him into her seat. What was her intent? Did she believe that by merely occupying her chair, he would assume her role as the new soul ensnared within it? The pressure on his back intensified as pale hands tugged at him, striving to propel him into the women's changing room. Even more disturbingly, a strange thudding noise resounded from the corridor outside, and moments later, another chair materialized at the entrance of the dance studio. He felt as if his fortunes were being squandered on the bazaar. Never before had he considered himself so favored by women. Chun-gu could no longer withstand the torment. He ceased his flight and resolutely turned around, one hand pressing against the chair's back, while the other wielded a hammer, unleashing a furious assault upon the chair. He had observed that upon striking a fissure into the chair, the expression of the seated female student shifted dramatically, her gaze torn away, transforming from pleading to vengeful. Through the change in her countenance, Chun-gu deduced that the chair was indeed a vessel for their essence, akin to how a family of little ones resides within a puppet. To destroy the vessel might not obliterate her entirely, yet it would surely inflict significant harm. A force surrounded him, attempting to compel him into the chair. Had he been a novice unaccustomed to such harrowing experiences, he might have crumpled to the ground in terror, rendered utterly powerless. Regrettably, they encountered Chun-gu, the proprietor of the haunted house, who had recently spent a night in the sinister abode alongside a murderer. He was not devoid of fear. Rather, through a series of unforeseen encounters, his capacity to endure terror had significantly heightened. Even when confronted with fright, he remained capable of making the most prudent decisions, his movements steady and resolute. With a resounding crash, Chun-gu shattered the backrest of an apartment chair, seizing a leg to wield against the other chairs. The reflection in the mirror revealed a rather absurd scene, yet at that moment, Chun-gu was beyond caring. In mere seconds, he had rendered one chair useless, and as he readied to dismantle a second, an object suddenly constricted around his neck. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld pale hands clutching his throat. The assailant, seemingly infuriated, abandoned the notion of pinning him to the chair, opting instead for a direct assault on his life. As circumstances shifted, Chun-gu did not falter. Instead, he became more ferocious, brandishing the chair against the wall. With each splintering of wood, the pressure around his neck lessened. It was only when the third chair lay in ruins that the oppressive grip vanished entirely. These objects were a menace, and soon, I shall incinerate them all, granting you complete liberation. Leaning against the dance studio mirror, Chun-gu gasped for breath, distinct marks of strangulation visible upon his neck. The ruckus from the scuffle had been considerable. The individual trailing behind him would undoubtedly come. I must hasten my departure, for the red ballet shoes are not here. Chun-gu was reluctant to linger in the dance studio, as the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. The sounds of cabinet doors opening and closing in the women's changing room grew increasingly pronounced. It was evident that the wind could not possibly be the culprit. Furthermore, a plethora of eerie noises permeated the air, such as the deepening colors of the floor and walls, accompanied by the increasingly frequent thuds echoing down the corridor. As he prepared to depart, something gripped his calf, halting his advance. Turning to glance at the mirror, he found the three female students blocking his path, their expressions brimming with malice, fingers clutching at his leg as if they wished to pierce his flesh. Alarmed by the sight, Chun-gu seized a tool hammer and swung it towards the splintered remnants of a wooden chair, yet no matter how fiercely he struck, the students on the floor remained unyielding. The unsettling sounds from the corridor drew nearer, and the vengeful faces emerging from the ground seemed to revel in their vindictiveness. The dance studio appeared shrouded in a heavy veil, as the light from his phone inexplicably warped, while a noxious odor wafted in from an unknown source. Could there be even more terrifying entities concealed within this school? The mere thought sent a shiver down Chun-ji's spine. His bravery in visiting this dilapidated institution at midnight stemmed from his belief that Zhang Ye was the most fearsome presence here, and he had come to aid her, convinced that she bore him no ill will. However, circumstances had taken a turn. It seemed something loomed at the doorway outside the corridor, intensifying the foul stench in the air. On the ground, three female students wore grim expressions, while Chun-gu leaned against the mirror, his hand delving into his pocket. Just as his fingers brushed against the plush toy, a peculiar sound from outside abruptly retreated at a pace several times faster than its arrival, the foul stench gradually dissipating. What transpired? Why did I sense that the entity outside seemed to be frightened? In that instant, all extraneous noise vanished, leaving only the rhythm of Chun-Ji's own heartbeat within the dance studio. The light warped even more severely than before, and the temperature appeared to have dropped considerably. What was happening? The constricting sensation in his calves had vanished. Chun-Gu glanced downward to find the 3 female students cowering as far away as possible, their eyes wide with panic, fixated on something behind him. Behind me? Chun-Gu stiffly turned his body, facing the 5 or 6 meter long mirror. Yet the reflection was not his own. Instead, it depicted a woman clad in a blood-red school uniform, her head bowed low. Chapter 58. The Red Dance Shoes. At this moment, Chun-Gu found himself merely a half-finger's distance from the mirror, observing with utmost clarity. Blood dripped upon his exquisite school uniform, clinging tightly to his form, while his hair obscured his visage, revealing skin that appeared unnaturally pale. The cold light emanating from Zhang Ye's phone screen distorted and warped, sending a chill through Chun-Ji's limbs. Summoning all his strength, he finally uttered her name in its entirety. The girl seemed to have heard his voice. Her lowered head gradually lifted, cascading black hair sliding to the sides, unveiling a visage devoid of flaw. Yet, just as her head reached a certain height, the mirror appeared to fog over. She took a step forward and vanished directly from the reflection. Where has she gone? Chun-Ji's gaze remained fixed upon the mirror, as an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded. Under the illumination of the phone's glow, his shadow gradually rose to a standing position, halting behind him. Through the mirror, Chun-Gu could discern that the shadow stood approximately 1.7 meters tall. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of dripping, akin to blood cascading, the figure slowly gained color. The bloodstained school uniform clung to its form, presenting a sight drenched in crimson. Rooted to the spot, Chun-Gu dared not move. An icy dread coursed up his spine to his brain. In that very moment, the blood-red figure retreated half a step, pressing directly against his back. Back to back, Chun-Gu felt as if his body had been encased in ice. He gasped desperately, yet could not alleviate the suffocating sensation that enveloped him. A malevolent spirit was, astonishingly, leaning against his back. In certain specific scenarios, the notion of standing back to back can evoke a profound sense of terror, as it often becomes impossible to ascertain the identity of the person behind. Suddenly, a chill sensation seems to envelop his fingers. He dares not look, and his rigid fingers gradually release their grip, causing his phone to tumble to the ground. The screen flickers a few times before inexplicably extinguishing. Enveloped in darkness, the coldness behind him continues to seep in, and Chun-Gu can scarcely fathom the ordeal he is enduring. At 2 a.m, he finds himself alone in the pitch-black, desolate dance studio of an abandoned school, standing back-to-back with a ghostly figure clad in red before a 6-meter-long mirror. Perhaps this could even be considered a form of romance. A myriad of thoughts flits through his mind as he feels as though something is gripping his palm, growing colder by the moment. The long black hair of the girl behind him sways, intertwining with his own. What is she preparing to do? His mission here is to locate the red dancing shoes. Without finding them, his task will remain unfulfilled. His body stiffens, leaving Chun-Gu to passively observe the mirror before him. Initially, he pays little heed, but after a few seconds, he suddenly discerns a vague silhouette emerging within the glass. His eyes widen, and the color of his pupils darkens as the figure in the mirror gradually comes into focus. Is that not the group of female students who had been trapped in their chairs moments ago? Within the mirror, 5 girls clad in pristine school uniforms enter the dance studio, their attire markedly different from moments prior. This scene captured by the mirror seems to have transpired long ago. 5 girls, filled with laughter and chatter, approached the mirror. Upon entering the changing room, Zhang Ye made her appearance. The tall and elegant Zhang Ye donned the same school uniform, yet exuded a distinctly different aura. With a bag slung over her shoulder and a gift bag in hand, which Chun-Gu had seen in the changing room containing 5 boxes of candies. Zhang Ye appeared to be in high spirits as she swiftly entered the changing room. A few minutes later, the 6 girls emerged, clad in ballet skirts. The situation remained unchanged, with the 5 girls huddled together at the front and Zhang Ye trailing behind. As the training commenced, moments later, the door to the dance studio swung open, and a female teacher entered, holding the certificate for the Swan Lake City-level group competition champion. She exchanged a few encouraging words with the 6 girls. This day did not seem to be a regular class day, as no other students were present. It appeared that the 6 girls had come to practice during the holiday in preparation for the upcoming provincial competition. After the teacher provided guidance for half an hour, she departed. Once the teacher left, The 5 girls ceased their practice and sat on the floor, engrossed in their phones and chatting, while only the leader, Zhangya, continued her repetitions. At that moment, one of the 5 girls pointed at Zhangya and said something, prompting laughter among the others, while Zhangya's face reflected discomfort. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed, paused her movements for a brief respite, and then turned to re-enter the changing room, retrieving the bag of candies. Zhangya intended to gift candies to a few girls. However, only one girl was ready to reach out for them, only to be intercepted by another girl of similar height. This girl, gesturing towards Zhangya, spoke fervently, then dashed into the changing room to retrieve a backpack. From within, she unearthed several love letters addressed to Zhangya. This incident hardly constituted an argument. Rather, it was the taller girl voicing her thoughts rather passionately. Ultimately, Zhangya's candies remained unbestowed, and she returned the gift bag to its original place, believing the matter concluded. However, not long after, the door to the dance studio was unexpectedly flung open. The girls were startled, assuming it to be their teacher, and hastily scrambled to feign practicing. A vague male figure, approximately 6 feet tall, slightly stooped and rather stout, entered. He uttered something to the group, leaving Chun-gu puzzled about his identity, as only 2 of the girls recognized him. Soon, the girls resumed their practice while the man retreated to the office. Before long, he gestured for Zhangya to approach him. Zhangya likely did not know this man and hesitated at the office door, refraining from entering. The mirror did not reflect the scene within the office, and after a brief span of 6 or 7 seconds, the image darkened further. Zhangya suddenly emerged from the office, the man following closely behind, clutching his hand and shouting. All 5 girls in the dance studio witnessed this scene. Yet none rose to support Zhangya, remaining seated in silence, unwilling to offer even a word of assistance. Soon, Zhangya found herself cornered, her distance from the door considerable. She shouted loudly, yet no one responded. The remaining 5 girls sat motionless, paralyzed by fear. The man approached Zhangya, his curses echoing in the air, closing the gap between them. At that moment, Zhangya's hand brushed against the windowsill behind her. She was left with but one path. Gazing at her reflection, Chun-gu suddenly recalled the moment she received the love letter, the black screen of her phone displaying words that seemed to bulge from her eyes. Her face ashen. From the instant she fell from the heights, she became a taboo within the campus. The red dance shoes, the bloodstained school uniform. Even her name had transformed into an unspeakable topic. The man, observing the vacant window, made no move to rescue her. Instead, he stepped back several paces, halting beside the 5 girls, who were utterly frozen in terror. Chapter 59. Together forever. The dance studio was enveloped in an eerie silence, its dim mirrors reflecting a tense scene. The man stood menacingly before the 5 girls, his threats sharp and venomous. One girl, overwhelmed by fear, burst into tears. He seized her, pointing an accusatory finger at her face, uttering words that prompted her to shake her head vigorously in denial. At that moment, a girl of similar height to Zhangya rose to her feet. She approached the man willingly, beginning to persuade the others to comply. Their familiarity suggested a complex relationship. It was plausible that the man had appeared precisely after the teacher's departure, a scenario orchestrated by her design. Under the pressure of the tall girl's coaxing and the man's intimidation, the other girls eventually acquiesced. After a brief consultation, the man exited first. The 5 girls then retreated to the changing room to alter their attire before departing as well. The mirrors returned to their usual state. Yet the atmosphere within the dance studio grew increasingly oppressive. Chun-gu felt a chilling presence behind him, as if he were leaning against a long frozen corpse. Was it truly over? The mirrors only recorded the past events within the dance studio, leaving Chun-gu in the dark about what transpired thereafter. An unsettling intuition told him that this matter was far from simple. Jumping from the 4th floor, as long as one did not land headfirst, there remained a glimmer of hope. Zhangya was likely still alive at that moment. The vengeful spirit in red, steeped in resentment. Could it be that the rotund figure, fearing exposure, murdered the barely living Zhangya? The drainage system of the activity center has been entirely replaced. Could it be that the overweight individual previously utilized the drainage system to dispose of a corpse? This fleeting thought quickly dissipated from Chun-ji's mind. With Zhangya missing from school, the police would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Moreover, the act of disposing of a body is not something just anyone could accomplish. Often, the more one attempts, the more glaring the mistakes become. He was curious about what transpired next, yet the reflection in the mirror had already concluded. capturing only the events that unfolded within the dance studio. Perhaps I should contact Officer Lee. Human lives are at stake. And the private school in West City falls under the jurisdiction of the West City Police Station, where there must be pertinent records. Chen Ji's reasoning was sound. Yet as he reached for his phone, a piercing scream erupted from behind him. Zhangya pressed against his back, her crimson dress dripping with blood, her strands of hair slithering like serpents up his shoulder, entwining around his neck and chest, binding them together. I am not prepared to leave. I merely wish to assist you, Chen Gu exclaimed, struggling for breath as the dark hair tightened around him, seemingly intent on crushing him, as if trying to consume every part of him. Perhaps in Zhangya's eyes, this was the only way for them to remain together forever. This was the truest form of love. Chen Gu had just escaped a den of wolves only to plunge into a lair of tigers. He now comprehended why Zhangya's love letters felt like a curse. This sister of his harbored no affection for the living. The more one was cherished by her, the more likely one was to meet their demise. Back to back, with cold hands and feet devoid of any strength, Chen Gu found himself unable to resist. He could only continue to persuade. I will help you call the police and ensure that justice is served, bringing the perpetrator who harmed you to justice. At this point, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Chen Ji's mind. Zhangya's situation was particularly unique. Unlike the family of four from the Pingan apartment, the one who had inflicted harm upon her was already confined within a chair. The once graceful and kind girl had transformed into a vengeful specter, consumed by madness. Chen Gu could hardly fathom the horrific experiences endured by the 5 girls who had previously tormented her before being ensnared. Having abandoned his attempts at persuasion, he was taken aback when he noticed that upon mentioning the need to bring the assailant to justice, the dark hair binding him began to loosen. What was happening? Was there still a perpetrator who had evaded their due punishment? He quickly reiterated his commitment to helping Zhangya apprehend everyone who had wronged her. Gradually, the dark strands relaxed, as if Zhangya was weighing her options. In that moment, Chen Gu could do nothing but wait. The dance studio, once filled with tension, fell back into silence. After several seconds, an unexpected event unfolded. At this critical juncture of life and death, the back door of the studio swung open abruptly, and a tall, slender man peered inside. Upon spotting Chen Gu, a cruel and excited grin spread across his face, as he produced a fruit knife adorned with peony tattoos from behind him. Coincidentally, upon seeing this man, a smile also graced Chen Ji's face, his eager expression seemingly conveying, "At long last, you have arrived. Little did I expect to find myself here, where your numerous traces linger. The ivy on the campus walls has been torn away by your hands, and fresh soil and grass seeds remain on the sole window of the activity center. Upon entering this building, your footprints are scattered across the floor, a testament to your carelessness. Today, I shall settle both old scores and new grievances with you." The tall, slender man standing at the doorway is none other than Zhang Peng. His eyes are bloodshot, and he exudes an unsettling fervor as he grips a knife with his intact arm. Yet, what Chen Gu could never have anticipated was that after Zhang Peng uttered his lengthy tirade and stepped into the dance studio, his expression transformed with astonishing rapidity, as though he had donned a different face. In one moment, he bore a visage of fury. In the next, he recoiled in terror, his eyes brimming with resentment and malice. Had the monster within the mirror seized control of his being? Before Chen Gu could comprehend the shift, Zhang Peng dashed down the stairs at a speed even swifter than before. It was as if he had glimpsed something horrifying, his limbs contorted, darting away like a marionette with tangled strings. His dark hair fell loose, and the girl who had been leaning against Chen Gu vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow of pale crimson in the mirror, seemingly pursuing him. The cold sensation along Chen Ji's back gradually dissipated as he moved his stiff, numbed body, retrieving his phone and backpack and sprinting toward the stairs on the opposite side of the building, his pace rivaling that of Zhang Peng. It would be wise to set aside this favorability task for now. If I were to successfully woo Zhangya, life would undoubtedly become far too exhilarating. Chen Gu burst forth from the activity center, glancing back at the ominous campus while dialing Captain Lee's number on his phone. The call connected after a single ring, and Captain Lee's voice resonated from the receiver. "Xiao Chen, is Zhang Peng after you again? He is at West City Private Academy. Additionally, I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Chen Gu spoke with urgency, having already distanced himself from the activity center as he sprinted towards the school gate. "Fu Jun, De Yong, you two must immediately inform the criminal investigation team. Captain Lee did not disconnect the call after issuing his orders. He turned back to Chen-gu and inquired, "Do you have other pressing matters?" "Indeed, I have uncovered another homicide at West City Private Academy." Chapter 60. Have you discovered another homicide? Have you discovered another homicide? The tone of Captain Lee on the other end of the phone was somewhat peculiar, naturally employing the word another. 4 years ago, a girl named Zhanya from West City Private Academy fell to her death, and there are hidden truths surrounding her demise. Chen-gu asserted emphatically, exuding unwavering confidence. "Wait a moment, I will check the case files. If the deceased's family requested an autopsy, we should have records of it." Captain Lee replied, keeping the call active as he turned on the light and hurried into the archive room. After rummaging for 5 minutes, he seemed to have made a discovery. "West City Private School. Now I understand why it sounds so familiar. Xiao Chen, you need to leave that school immediately." "I am on my way out. What is going on?" "That school is rather strange. It's difficult to explain in just a few words. I can only give you a number. Within just 2 weeks, 6 individuals have committed suicide there, and the circumstances of their deaths are exceedingly bizarre." The sound of papers rustling echoed through the phone as Captain Lee perused the files. "Indeed, this figure aligns closely with what I was considering." Chen-gu had already spotted the school gate and was on the verge of exiting. "It aligns with what you were considering? What is the situation on your end?" "Forget about the situation for now. First, check if the name of the first girl who committed suicide is Zhanya." Chen-gu was eager to confirm his suspicions. Captain Lee glanced at the documents on his desk and, after thorough verification, responded to Chen-gu. "Indeed, her name is Zhanya. However, she did indeed fall to her death, and the forensic examination did not reveal any other types of injuries on her. On the day the body was discovered, the police were dispatched to the scene. The girl had jumped from the 4th-floor dance studio. The window sill remained intact, and there were no signs of damage or disturbances to the soundproofing materials on the surrounding walls. It was evident that Zhanya had leapt to her demise without any external coercion." "No external coercion? Officer Lee, have you considered the possibility that someone may have pressured her? Perhaps she was threatened with harm if she chose not to jump." Chen-gu articulated the scene she envisioned in the mirror. "We have also contemplated this scenario. The case files contain statements from Zhanya's roommates. All 5 girls claimed ignorance, stating that Zhanya had jumped after they left for their classes. She was alone in the dance studio at that time. According to them, Zhanya had always exhibited unstable mental health, being reclusive and socially awkward, with evident personality flaws." To corroborate their statements, the responding officers randomly questioned other classmates, and all echoed the same sentiments. Zhanya was certainly not as they portrayed her. These individuals have conspired to fabricate false testimonies. Chen-gu was taken aback by the willingness of her classmates to tarnish Zhanya's reputation, especially when she had committed no wrongdoing. What kind of girl was Zhanya? It is not for you or me to decide. Only the witnesses can determine that. Officer Lee was perplexed by Chun Ji's outburst. "You must not linger at that school any longer. Exit immediately. Our team will be there to escort you." "They are lying. Look at the precise time of Zhanya's death. It must have occurred before the 5 girls finished school. They have fabricated the time of death. Those 5 girls are accomplices." Chun Ji's voice gradually intensified. "You have indeed made an error. Zhanya's time of death was between 6 and 8 in the evening, while those girls left the school at 5:30, as per their usual routine." Captain Lee was unaware of what Chen-gu had experienced at the private school in the West City. He merely judged from an outsider's perspective. "It is impossible. There is nothing impossible about it." The forensic expert conducted a thorough assessment through various aspects such as livor mortis, rigor mortis, and corneal opacity, concluding that Zhanya died between 6 and 8 o'clock due to a fractured spine. Her skull was damaged, and there were fractures in her talus and pelvis. All injuries consistent with a fall from a height. Captain Lee's words left Chen-gu momentarily speechless, and he halted in his tracks. Perhaps there exists a scenario in which Zhanya jumped before the 5 girls departed, but after falling from the 4th floor. She did not die immediately, retaining a flicker of life. However, with multiple fractures and a broken spine, she was unable to move, lying in a pool of blood, awaiting her demise. Thus, she endured a prolonged struggle and agony before ultimately perishing between 6 and 8 o'clock. Your hypothesis carries a certain plausibility. However, you overlook one critical aspect. If the girl fell and lay in a pool of blood, would the other 5 girls not react at all? Even if the 5 girls chose not to render aid for various reasons, surely others in the school would have noticed her. At that time, it was a holiday, and only the 6 of them had come to the school to train for the provincial dance competition. Their instructor had already departed, and even though there were security personnel present, it was conceivable that individuals with ulterior motives could intentionally obstruct them. Chen Gu expressed a differing opinion. I do not wish to engage in debate over this matter. Discussing whether Zhanya committed suicide holds no significance now. You believe that those 5 girls drove Zhanya to her demise and are implicated in perjury and indirect murder. Yet, in the following 2 weeks, those 5 girls also met with untimely ends. The individuals you suspect as culprits are no longer among the living. How can this case proceed? Li, the team leader, was now more concerned about Chun Ji's safety. I have never claimed that those 5 girls are the murderers. They are merely accomplices. The true perpetrator who drove Zhanya to her death is a stout man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, with a slight hunch. With considerable detail, he continued. Now tell me how you deduced the identity of the real culprit. 4 years ago, the surveillance system at West City Private School had not been fully installed, and all eyewitnesses present at the scene had perished. Now you tell me there exists another perpetrator. How can I trust your assertion? Li, having worked overtime for several days on the case concerning the Peace Apartment, remained at the precinct even past 2 in the morning, his voice tinged with profound fatigue. Chen Gu could discern the skepticism in Li's words. We can investigate individuals associated with West City Private Academy from 4 years ago. We are certain to locate this person. He was present at the crime scene that day. Chen Gu, investigating is no trivial matter. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the task in tracing every individual connected to a school from 4 years ago? Even if you could persuade me, there is no possibility of a case being filed above. What you require is evidence, not mere doubts or conjectures. What I have stated are facts, and only those withstand scrutiny qualify as truth. Officer Li has already commenced organizing the files, preparing to return them to the cabinet. Can you tell me why you are so fixated on this case, which was conclusively resolved 4 years ago? From what I understand, you are not the type to be driven by an overwhelming sense of justice. Why this obsession? Chen Gu was momentarily taken aback by Officer Li's inquiry. Fleeting images of Zhang Ye's warning in the cabin of the Peace Apartment flashed through his mind, alongside the chill and solitude emanating from her as she leaned against him in the dance studio moments ago. In truth, there is no particular reason in this situation. I am the only one left who can speak for her and stand by her side, he replied into the phone. I still do not comprehend your meaning. Officer Li finally spoke after a prolonged silence. However, strict impartiality is the fundamental principle of policing, since you have raised doubts. Once the case at the Peace Apartment is concluded, I will personally assist you in the investigation. Thank you, Uncle Sanbao. Chen Gu sighed in relief. Capturing the true culprit would provide closure for Zhanya. As for this cursed place, I have no desire to return. He ended the call and turned to take one last glance at West City Private Academy. But as he turned, he was startled to find the ghost in red, Zhanya, standing directly behind him. They were merely 2 to 3 meters apart, her school uniform stained with flowing blood, and Zhanya tilted her head, scrutinizing Chen Gu with an expression that was, this time, somewhat peculiar. Chapter 61. Elevation of affection. Chen Gu felt a sense of relief that he had refrained from speaking ill of Zhanya behind her back. He offered a somewhat awkward smile and remarked, I merely found the dance studio stifling and wished to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Crimson blood trickled from his collar, repeatedly saturating his body. Zhanya gazed intently at Chen Gu for an extended period before raising her pale, delicate arm to gesture towards the direction of the campus office building. Do you want me to go there? Before Chen Gu could pose any further inquiries, Zhanya vanished from sight. At this moment, Chen Gu was merely a few meters from the school gate, feeling conflicted. Venturing to investigate could likely lead to further peril. Yet departing left him with a sense of dissatisfaction. It appeared that Zhang Ye's demeanor towards him had softened somewhat. Her hint seemed to correlate with the incident from 4 years prior. However, it appeared that the school harbored more than one terrifying entity akin to Zhang Ye. It would be wiser to wait for the police before entering. Emerging from the campus, Chen Gu clutched a tool hammer, stationed at the entrance, uncertain of Zhang Peng's fate. He remained on high alert, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice. 15 minutes later, piercing headlights broke through the darkness as 2 police cars approached from the end of the road. Chen Gu emerged from the roadside, waving his mobile phone flashlight. I am here. The police cars halted at the entrance of the West City Private School, and Officer Li, accompanied by an unfamiliar officer, stepped out. Uncle Li, you all are rather swift, Chen Gu remarked, noting that according to his estimation, the police should have taken at least another half hour to arrive. Previously, We received a report from a taxi driver who suspected he had encountered a robber, and he was originally en route to the West City Private College. Captain Lee, with dark circles under his eyes from several days of intense work, sighed heavily. It's been arduous, indeed. Come in quickly. Zhang Peng should still be at the school. Chen Gu gestured toward the dilapidated school gate, which appeared to extend a warm welcome to visitors. Daong, Captain Lee beckoned to a burly officer, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. The officer retrieved a hydraulic cutter from the trunk to pry open the school gate. Upon entering the campus, adhere strictly to the regulations. The suspect is quite cunning. Pair up and do not separate. He glanced back at Chen Gu, inquiring, where did you last see the suspect? I am currently uncertain of the suspect's whereabouts, but I have another matter to report, Chen Gu replied as he approached Captain Lee, directing his gaze toward the office building indicated by Zhang Ya. Captain, allow me to take you somewhere. Daong, stay behind. The rest of you proceed as planned. Captain Lee instructed, summoning the towering officer. The two followed Chen Gu into the office building. This structure, though only 3 stories tall, boasted a far superior quality of decor compared to the other buildings in the vicinity. What purpose do you have in bringing us here? Has the suspect been sighted in this location? Captain Lee inquired, illuminating the area with his flashlight, his sharp gaze revealing a renewed vigor as the fatigue slipped away upon entering the crime scene. Zhang Peng likely has not ventured into the office building, Chen Gu stated while leading the way, reflecting on the precise location Zhang Ya had indicated. The place I am taking you to is related to the girl's suicide from 4 years ago. I did mention that we should wait until Zhang Peng is apprehended before assisting you with the investigation, did I not? It is essential to focus on capturing Zhang Peng at this moment. Here we are, in this very room. Chen Gu refrained from responding to Team Leader Lee, as his decision to wait for the police before entering the office building was merely a strategy to mitigate risk. The door bore the inscription Sports Equipment Room. After tearing down the seal and forcefully kicking open the door, Chen Gu and Team Leader Lee stepped inside. The room was cluttered with an array of sports balls, while the cabinets against the wall displayed badminton and table tennis rackets among other athletic gear. Is this the reason you brought us here? Team Leader Lee inquired, illuminating every corner of the room with his flashlight. What can these items possibly prove? Management of sports equipment. Chen Gu mused, moving to the center of the room. He rummaged through the contents until he paused beside a single bed tucked away behind a cabinet. A similar single bed was present in the dance studio, notably narrower than a standard bed, likely custom-made. Is there someone on duty in the sports management office? Chen Gu wondered aloud, lifting the bed slats and uncovering a shocking sight. Beneath the dilapidated and moldy bed, he discovered a dozen ballet shoes of varying sizes. One pair stained a dark crimson with blood. So many? The sight of the carefully concealed dance shoes beneath the bed left Chen Gu at a loss for words. Caught between anger and disbelief, the case at West City Private Academy could be far more heinous than he ever imagined. There is more than one victim. Chen Gu exclaimed to Team Leader Lee. Why do the shoes of the girl who jumped appear here? Was there no mention of the girl's shoes in your report? There are no records regarding the shoes. Team Leader Lee furrowed his brow. Beneath the bed in the enclosed room, the dance shoes lay covered in dust, indicating they had been stored there for quite some time. All the shoes were arranged meticulously, as if someone had taken special care to collect them, suggesting that this individual possessed peculiar tastes. Uncle Lee, as a police officer, you must seek justice for the victim, Chen Gu declared, tossing the bedboard aside. The perpetrator who drove the girl to her demise could freely access the dance studio and the sports equipment management room. His identity is likely that of a caretaker or something similar. If what you say is true, the scope of our investigation has indeed narrowed significantly. Team Leader Lee was drawn to a pair of black and red dance shoes and felt a stir of emotion. Rest assured, I will pursue this case to the very end. Whoever the culprit may be, he shall be brought to justice. After Team Leader Lee uttered these words, Chen Ji's black phone vibrated slightly. He retrieved it and glanced at the screen. A new message appeared. Before dawn, successfully locate Zhang Ya's red dance shoes. Task of increasing Zhang Ya's favorability completed, with a completion rate of 50%. It's all yours. Zhang Ya's favorability towards you has increased. You may write down one request for her to fulfill on her exclusive page. Note, it must not violate Zhang Ya's will. Chen Gu perused his phone and quietly retreated to the doorway. Despite the night's tribulations, the outcome remained favorable. He opened Zhang Ya's exclusive page. Watching as the screen transformed into a vivid crimson, My request could be made as long as it did not contravene Zhang Ye's wishes. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Gu inscribed a phrase at the bottom of the screen. I hope Zhang Ye will always heed my words. Regrettably, your request contravenes Zhang Ye's wishes. Please submit an alternative. I wish for Zhang Ye to safeguard me from harm. Unfortunately, your plea contradicts Zhang Ye's desires. Kindly propose a different request. I hope Zhang Ye will not inflict harm upon me, nor entertain thoughts of my demise. Surely, this must suffice? Regrettably, you have gravely violated Zhang Ye's intentions. Please provide another request. Chapter 62, a 4-star horror scene. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, Chen Gu decided to abandon his efforts and return to the haunted house for further investigation. To his surprise, upon exiting Zhang Ye's exclusive page, a new unread message appeared on his black phone. Hadn't he already completed the affinity task? Without further contemplation, Chen Gu opened the second message. Congratulations, fortunate guardian of the vengeful spirit. You have successfully completed the rare level affinity task for the red-dressed vengeful spirit. This task is one of the 4-star horror scene side quests related to the Spirit Communication School. Note, upon achieving a 100% completion rate for the affinity task, the 4-star horror scene trial task of the Spirit Communication School will be triggered. The task is valid for 3 months. Upon completing all trial tasks, you will successfully unlock this scene. The Spirit Communication School Scream Index is 4 stars. Side Quest 1, The Red Dancing Shoes, in the campus after midnight. The blood swan unfurls its wings. It is a vengeful spirit filled with resentment, as well as a dancer clad in red. Task location, West City Private Academy. Side Quest 2, The Man Hanging Upright. I never joke with others, neither in life nor in death. Task location, West City Private Academy. Side Quest 3, The Stench. He collected all the trash back to his dormitory, solely to conceal an unspeakable secret. Task location, West City Private Academy. Side Quest 4, The Unyielding Spirit of the Pen. Spirit of the Pen, can you tell me who will be the next to die? Task location, Muyang Middle School. Side Quest 5, The Fifth Stall of the Restroom. At midnight, a crimson shadow is often seen appearing in the restroom. To capture her, I concealed myself within the 5th stall. Location, Muyang High School. Side Quest 6, The Deep Well. My sister and brother did not return home after school. Where have they gone? Location, Muyang High School. Side Quest 7, The Unopened Classroom. At the end of the corridor lies a classroom sealed with tape, never entered by anyone. Yet at night, it teems with people. Location, Muyang High School. Side Quest 8, Immortality. In the unopened section of the underground mortuary, there exists a group of immortal beings. Location, Zhejiang Medical University, Forensic Medicine College. Final quest, locked. Upon reading the information on the ominous black phone, Chen Gu was taken aback. A 4-star horror scene. If a 1-star horror scene could leave medical students in sheer terror, how frightening must a scene rated 4 stars be? Each individual possesses a threshold for fear. Exceeding it can lead to dire consequences. He reread the various side quests of the Spirit Communication School, and merely perusing the descriptions sent chills down his spine. More critically, these tasks were merely side quests. The final, climactic task remained locked, presumably requiring the completion of the previous 8 side quests to unlock the 9th. A 4-star horror scene presents a considerable challenge for me. Perhaps I shall endeavor to confront it in the future. Chen Gu turned off the notifications and glanced at the message bar on his black phone. In the section designated for unlockable horror scenarios, alongside the deadly hearse and 3rd ward, a new entry appeared. Haunted School. Unlike the previous 2 terrifying settings, this one bore a blood-red title, consolidating all campus supernatural events into a single horror scenario. It was likely that even after unlocking the haunted school, it would not be accessible to everyone. As Chen Gu perused the ratings of the horror scenarios on his black phone, a notion gradually took shape in his mind. While a 1-star horror scenario posed no restrictions, anyone could enter. Access to 3-star or higher scenarios mandated completion of the 1-star and 2-star experiences. In a sense, this served as a protective measure for visitors. Consequently, the playability increased significantly. Even those who had previously experienced the attractions might be tempted to return and conquer the higher-rated scenarios, striving for flawless completion each time. Each visit would offer a unique experience, thereby enhancing the notoriety of his haunted house. As this thought crossed his mind, the image of Ishan unexpectedly surfaced. He was the only visitor to have bravely faced 2 horror scenarios consecutively. This kid has become my lucky charm, Chun-gu mused. When the next new scenario is unlocked, should I invite him over for a trial run? With a plethora of ideas swirling in his mind, he envisioned a post-rating system that could offer special rewards and certifications to encourage visitors to push their limits and confront even more terrifying settings. It was akin to being a behind-the-scenes boss. Chun-gu could not help but smile, as it seemed likely that a professional team would soon come to his haunted house to explore it, eager to comprehend the depths of terror it offered. What are you grinning at? You look rather mischievous, remarked team leader Lee, stepping out of the house after completing a preliminary investigation. The first and second teams have communicated with me, but we have yet to find any trace of Zhang Peng. The atmosphere in this school feels off, and the environment is rather complex. Let us withdraw for now and devise a plan once the criminal investigation team arrives. Understood. Chun-gu had already considered retreating, as he had accomplished all that he set out to do. All personnel withdrew from the West City Private Academy, sealing off the perimeter while awaiting support. It was not until dawn broke that the criminal investigation team finally arrived, weary from their efforts, each person bearing their own burdens. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, team leader Lee drove away with Chun-gu in the police car. Another sleepless night had passed. As he sat in the police car, Chun-gu finally relaxed, stretching and reclining in the back seat. You sit in the police car as if you were returning home, Lee grumbled discontentedly. By the way, I have a few questions I've been meaning to ask you. Then perhaps you shouldn't tea. Chun-gu anticipated Lee's inquiries and covered his head with his backpack, pretending to sleep. Why were you at West City Private Academy in the early hours? And how did you know the precise time the girl jumped? Lee continued, his voice laced with curiosity. This incident occurred 4 years ago. Even forensic examinations have a margin of error, yet you seem remarkably certain of your answers. It's quite unusual. As Lee sat in the driver's seat, he started the engine. It's all merely speculation on my part. Chun-gu turned over and said, Uncle Sambao, could you please turn on the air conditioning? You really don't consider yourself an outsider, do you? Lee Du complained, casually activating the air conditioning. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Uncle, answer the call. If you say another word, do you believe I will throw you out? Lee Du glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button without uttering a word. On the other end, there was silence for 2 or 3 seconds before the call ended. Who is so audacious as to disturb a police officer with prank calls? Chun-gu turned his head to take a look, only to find that the expression on Lee Du's face had softened considerably. It's my wife. Every time I go out on a mission, she makes sure to call me to confirm my safety, since some tasks are rather sensitive. We had agreed beforehand that there is no need for verbal communication. As long as the call connects, it signifies that I am safe. Chapter 63. Someone is inside. Sister-in-law is quite concerned about you. Of course, Lee, placing his phone aside, suddenly felt a bit awkward. What relation is this? You address me as uncle and refer to my wife as sister-in-law? After speaking for a while without receiving a reply, he turned around only to discover that Chun-gu had already fallen asleep. The police car drove directly to the entrance of New Century Amusement Park, where Lee had to awaken Chun-gu, who groggily shouldered his bag as he exited the vehicle. Be cautious. Zhang Peng remains at large. Given the current circumstances, that fugitive's twisted psyche makes it highly likely he will stop at nothing to exact revenge on you. Lee cautioned with concern. Understood. Chun Ji's mention of Zhang Peng roused him slightly. He waved at Lee and entered the amusement park. The elderly gatekeeper had long since succumbed to slumber, and Chun-gu walked in through the main entrance without a hint of detection. Tonight's harvest was quite fruitful. The favorability task had been accomplished. I can propose a reasonable request to Zhanya, though I wonder if asking her to help me eliminate the monster in the mirror is a tad excessive. Chun-gu retrieved his black phone, opened Zhanya's dedicated page, and noted that the favorability level had elevated from infatuation to indispensable. I must study this thoroughly, aiming to maximize this opportunity. Chun-gu did not exit the page. Instead, he held the phone tightly as he pushed open the protective barrier of the haunted house and stepped inside. Once I have the means, I shall rent an apartment outside. Sleeping in the staff lounge feels rather peculiar. Chun-gu traversed the pitch-black corridor, intimately familiar with every nook and cranny of this haunted house, even without illumination. He could navigate without colliding with anything. A creak echoed as he passed the ground-floor restroom, the wooden door seemingly swayed by a gust of wind. The door, already flimsy, had endured a fierce assault from Chun-gu wielding a hammer that day, causing the door panel to warp. He attempted to secure the door tightly, but as he jostled the panel, His gaze fell upon the half-open window of the restroom. Did I forget to close the window when leaving the haunted house? The sky outside had begun to brighten, and Chun-gu stood at the window, inspecting the sill for any signs such as footprints. Am I perhaps too on edge lately? Grabbing the mop beside the cabinet, he made his way toward the surveillance room at the deepest end of the corridor. The haunted house had been outfitted with an extensive surveillance system, effectively covering every corner. A brief review would suffice to ascertain whether anyone had intruded. Pushing open the door to the surveillance room, Chun-gu seated himself at the desk and powered on the computer. All the surveillance footage was stored within, and he first located the camera number at the restroom entrance before accessing the video. His intention was merely one of caution, yet after a few minutes of watching, he was suddenly startled to see an unfamiliar man appear on the footage. The man, head bowed, swiftly exited the restroom and darted into the corridor. Someone indeed had entered. Now, apart from me, another person was concealed within the haunted house. Chun-gu felt a surge of alertness. This individual appeared to be aware of the restroom surveillance, demonstrating a clear intent as he hastily ventured deeper into the corridor, indicating that he had previously entered the haunted house. Numerous surveillance cameras lined the corridor. After the unfamiliar man vanished from the footage near the restroom entrance, Chun-gu swiftly located the next camera's identifier, positioned at the corridor's corner, which seamlessly connected with the previous footage. As the screen transitioned, the video revealed the stranger dashing deeper into the corridor before bursting into the surveillance room. His direct approach to the surveillance room indicated an intent to obliterate the recorded footage. This individual was not only experienced but also possessed an intimate knowledge of the layout of the haunted house. Few could meet both criteria, leading Chun-gu to narrow down his suspects. However, just as he prepared to delve deeper into his investigation, he was startled to see himself appear in the surveillance footage. With a bag slung over his shoulder, wielding a mop and a black phone, he realized that while the stranger had yet to exit, he had already entered. This meant the man was currently inside the surveillance room. Upon seeing his own image on the screen, Chun-gu instinctively seized the mop beside him and spun around with urgency. A mere 2 meters away, a storage cabinet had just been pushed open, revealing a man with bloodshot eyes wielding a sharp knife, emerging from within. Zhongpeng. The moment Chun-gu recognized the distorted face, he shouted out in alarm, which seemed to provoke Zhongpeng into a frenzied charge towards him, gripping the knife with reckless abandon. After initially grappling with panic, Chun-gu quickly regained his composure. He opened the door to the surveillance room, brandishing the mop as he prepared to retreat while simultaneously defending himself. Although Zhongpeng could only use one hand, he fought with reckless abandon, seemingly aware that escape was futile. His presence here was to take someone down with him. Chun-gu dodged left and right, making his way towards the repair room. He appeared to be frantic, yet his mind was remarkably clear. Zhongpeng was fighting for his life. Mere evasion would not suffice. He had to retaliate. With just a mop in hand, inflicting damage on Zhongpeng seemed nearly impossible, prompting Chun-gu to recall the hammer belonging to the craniotomy doctor, which he had concealed in the repair room to avoid attracting police attention. As the assault intensified, Zhongpeng appeared to have read Chun-ji's intentions. He did not flinch, allowing the mop to strike him repeatedly, all in an effort to close the distance between them. Soon, Chun-gu reached the threshold of the repair room. Seizing an opportunity, he pushed the door open, but before he could step inside, he felt an unsettling weight on his back, akin to carrying a stone. "You're doomed today," Zhongpeng, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. His eyes regaining a flicker of life, and his movements with the knife became considerably more agile. What was happening? Had the monster in the mirror been controlling Zhongpeng? And if so, where had the monster vanished to? As his movements grew sluggish, Chun-gu reached behind him, only to find nothing there. His back arched under pressure, and when he turned to look, he discovered a shadow, nearly human in form, clinging to his back, the monster from the mirror. Panic flashed in his eyes as he pushed forward with all his might, crashing into the repair room, desperately heading towards the cabinet that housed miscellaneous items. It is not yet time to surrender. Zhongpeng and the shadow are inseparable. If I can incapacitate Zhongpeng with a hammer, I shall unravel this predicament. A weight akin to a small mountain bears down upon my back. Chun-gu has evidently underestimated the rapid growth of the shadow, compared to our first encounter. This creature has become exceedingly troublesome. A suffocating sensation grips my neck, the burden on my back continues to intensify, and I can hear laughter that belongs to different individuals echoing around me. Already fatigued, Chun-gu reaches the cabinet only to find himself on the brink of collapse. A wave of dizziness washes over him, accompanied by a persistent ringing in his ears. Without needing to turn around, he instinctively knows that Zhang Peng is charging towards him with a blade in hand. The creature upon his back presses down relentlessly, and with all his strength. Chen Ge manages to pry open the cabinet door. Just as he is about to rummage through the clutter for the hammer, his black phone slips from his pocket. The screen frozen on Zhang Ye's dedicated page. Chapter 64, Have You Eaten? With his neck firmly grasped by the monstrous reflection in the mirror, the assailant wielding a sharp knife loomed just 3 to 4 meters behind him. There was no time for Chen Ge to hesitate. Upon seeing Zhang Ye's dedicated page, he swiftly typed 2 words, "Save me." The sinister laughter echoing in his mind grew louder, leaving him no time to input further messages before Zhang Peng's knife lunged towards him. He pivoted and seized miscellaneous objects from the cabinet, hurling them toward Zhang Peng. As fatigue set into his arms, Chen Ge felt his neck beginning to contort. Soon, even without Zhang Peng's intervention, he would be strangled to death by the creature in the mirror. His veins bulging, he desperately touched his neck, but found nothing to grasp. His last flicker of hope rested upon the black phone. Turning his head, he cast a fleeting glance at the phone's screen, where a crimson message emerged on the dedicated page. "Your intentions have been acknowledged. Please confirm the first agreement." In that moment, regardless of how unreasonable Zhang Ye's demands might be, he would consent without a second thought. With great difficulty, he maneuvered his finger to touch the confirmation button on the screen. As his fingertip made contact, the temperature in the enclosed repair room plummeted, icy winds swirling from all directions. The grotesque laughter in Chun Ji's mind ceased abruptly, and the creature behind him trembled in fear. The sound of dripping blood echoed from an unknown source, and the mirror monster that had been pressing against Chun Ji's back suddenly released its grip. Retreating into Zhang Peng's body, the repair room descended into silence, and Zhang Peng, wielding a sharp knife, sensed an anomaly. This desperate gambler recognized a pivotal moment. He did not retreat, but instead charged at Chen Ge, the knife poised menacingly. Yet, after taking but a single step, his expression shifted dramatically as the monstrous entity from the mirror forcefully seized control of his body, compelling him to flee. Thus ensued a conflict between man and specter. Amidst their struggle, Chun Ji's shadow gradually rose, a figure clad in blood-red garments leaning ominously behind him. Perhaps it was the lingering psychological trauma from the private academy in Xiqing that Zhang Ye had instilled in them. Upon glimpsing the vengeful spirit draped in red behind Chen Ge, both Zhang Peng and the mirror's monster reached an unspoken accord and fled without hesitation. Free from the shackles of the mirror's entity, Chen Ge felt liberated. Having lingered on the precipice of life and death, a surge of fury ignited within him, compelling him to prevent Zhang Peng's escape. He seized the cranium-crushing hammer and rose, only to find that the red-clad specter's speed surpassed his own. Zhang Ye seemed to possess an affinity for bloodshed. Without needing Chun Ji's command, her raven tresses ensnared Zhang Peng's body. As the assailant's pace slowed, Chen Ge seized the golden opportunity, swinging the hammer down upon Zhang Peng's shoulder. The tremendous impact caused Zhang Peng to lurch forward, and Chen Ge followed suit, striking his thigh with another blow. A wail erupted from the repair room, and the mirror's monster, realizing its imminent defeat, decisively abandoned Zhang Peng and darted toward the restroom. The first floor harbored but one mirror, in the restroom, and a sense of dread washed over him. Before Chen Ge could utter a word, Zhang Ye had already abandoned Zhang Peng and rushed toward the creature reflected in the mirror, captivated by the grotesque being. "I must devise a way to obscure the mirror," he thought, glancing around before seizing the remaining half-barrel of artificial blood plasma from the repair room and dashing into the corridor. The bathroom door swayed in the wind, and as Chen Ge arrived, he witnessed the creature's half-body being pierced by dark hair, perilously close to the mirror. "This time, you shall not escape." Regardless of its efficacy, Chen Ge splashed the half-barrel of artificial blood plasma directly onto the bathroom mirror. The surface was obscured, and the shadow paused momentarily before the mirror. Before it could react further, its body was ensnared by the dark strands, each long hair piercing through it until no semblance of a human form remained. The bloodied garments danced in the air, and once Zhang Ye had her fill of amusement. She divided the amorphous shadow into 2 halves. One half she consumed, while the other she utterly shredded and gently blew towards Chun Ji's face. A shiver coursed through him as he felt something drift into his eyes, and an abrupt chill enveloped his body. What was that? Chen Ge sought answers from Zhang Ye. But alas, This brutal and terrifying specter in red vanished into shadow after completing her grim task. The bathroom door continued to sway slightly, leaving no trace within the room. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. The creature in the mirror had been devoured by Zhangya, and a portion of it had been blown into my eyes. Chun-gu gazed into the bathroom mirror, engulfed by an uncanny sensation. The specter within had been vanquished, and the numbers should not reappear tomorrow night, should they? Even now, he remained perplexed by the meaning of the figures reflected in the glass, harboring a vague sense that they concealed a profound secret. Closing the door behind him, Chun-gu retrieved his phone and summoned the authorities, refraining from troubling Officer Li this time, for he was acutely aware of the latter's recent exhaustion. Positioned at the threshold, Chun-gu observed Zhang Peng, who lay prostrate on the floor. When the monstrous entity departed from his form, it seemed to have extracted something from within him, leaving him listless and vacant-eyed. Perhaps it was a form of retribution. By 6 o'clock in the morning, the West City Police Station was abuzz with activity. As the criminal investigation team from the Municipal Bureau, along with the officials and administrators of the amusement park, convened at the entrance of the haunted house. At long last, the final suspect in the heinous massacre at Ping An apartment, which transpired 5 years prior, had been apprehended. Watching Zhang Peng being escorted into the police vehicle, the tension that had gripped Chun-gu began to dissipate. He refrained from engaging with others, retreating alone to the haunted house and locking himself within the staff lounge. The remnants of the Ping An apartment case had been meticulously resolved, and the malevolent entity within the mirror had been consumed by Zhangya. With no lingering threats, his haunted house was poised to unveil all its attractions to visitors come dawn. Lying in bed, Chun-gu contemplated the future. The expansion of the haunted house was imminent, for without it, he could not unlock new trial tasks. Upon awakening, he resolved to seek out Uncle Su to gauge the situation, determined to secure the lease for the underground parking garage at any cost. With his eyes closed, Chun-gu suddenly felt a chill. Even the blanket offered no solace as this coldness seemed to seep from his very eyes. Zhangya had blown a fragment of the monstrous figure from the mirror onto his face. Could it possibly be due to that creature? Chun-gu fetched a mirror to examine his reflection, finding everything to be in order, save for the profound depth of his gaze, his pupils resembling desolate, bottomless wells. After scrutinizing himself for an extended period without uncovering the cause, weariness overcame him. He placed the mirror face down beneath his pillow and soon succumbed to slumber. At 10:30 in the morning, feeling as though he had barely slept for a few hours, Chun-gu was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he promptly activated the speakerphone. "Xiaowan, you're not working this morning. Come in the afternoon instead." "Boss, there's a large gathering downstairs. The police and reporters are here. Have you done something?" Chapter 65. Captain Yin, I haven't done anything. Just wait a moment. I will be right down. Chun-gu leaned out of the window for a brief glance, confirming the throng gathered outside the haunted house. An enormous crowd, layered in 3 or 4 tiers, and still growing. "Boss, perhaps it would be prudent for you to surrender. It seems this situation has escalated." "Surrender? You must be joking. Just wait for me down there." After hanging up the phone, Chun-gu hastily donned his outerwear, wiped his face, and hurried to the entrance of the haunted house. He lifted the opaque curtain and pushed aside the barricade. As sunlight bathed him, the raucous crowd gradually quieted upon his arrival. Onlookers turned their eyes towards Chun-gu, their gazes mingling curiosity with a hint of disappointment. This man, so closely monitored by the police, appeared rather unremarkable in appearance. It was Chun-gu's first experience being the center of such attention, and the atmosphere felt awkward. He thought it best to initiate conversation. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Are you Chun-gu?" The leading officer, slightly plump with sharp eyes and a mature demeanor, held a box in his hands, yet his doll-like face lent an unintended comedic air to his presence. "Yes. Could I see your identification, please?" Chun-gu rummaged through his belongings for a moment before producing his ID and handing it over. During this exchange, he discreetly observed the officer. The uniform appeared different from that of Captain Li's team. "All right, your identity has been confirmed." The slightly plump police officer beamed with a smile as he waved at the journalists nearby, opening the box in his hands. He spoke in an official tone. "In the case of the massacre at the Peace Apartment, Comrade Chun-gu provided crucial intelligence. In accordance with the provisional regulations of Jiujiang City for honoring public security personnel and active citizens with special contributions, the Municipal Public Security Bureau has exceptionally awarded Comrade Chun-gu the 3rd-class Public Security Honor Medal. We hope Comrade Chungu will cherish this honor and continue to make new contributions to maintaining social stability and promoting societal harmony. The torrent of words left Chungu momentarily bewildered. The rapid turn of events was overwhelming. As he accepted the box, still drowsy, he gazed at the medal within, his mind preoccupied with a singular thought. What about the monetary reward? Standing beside Chungu, the slightly plump officer lavished praise upon him for the benefit of the surrounding journalists, the entire process lasting a full 15 minutes before it concluded. As the crowd dispersed and the reporters departed, Chungu discreetly approached the officer. What should I call you? My surname is Yen. You may address me as Officer Yen. I am a classmate of Old Lee from the Shicheng police station. He has mentioned you to me. Officer Yen appeared amiable, his gaze towards Chungu imbued with a hint of admiration. Your handling of the Peace Apartment massacre case was commendable. Moreover, during the subsequent pursuit by the assailants, your reactions and insights astonished both Old Lee and me. Flattered by Officer Yan's commendation, Chungu hesitated to inquire about the reward. What I did barely amounts to mere cleverness. Without your team, I might not have escaped the Peace Apartment at all. The saying the people's police serve the people rings entirely true. After the awkward exchange of flattery in the business realm, Captain Yin noticed that Chungu lingered by the police car, reluctant to leave. With a faint smile, he discerned the reason behind it. Young Chun. The bounty for the massacre case and the monetary reward associated with the third-class public security honor medal require you to personally collect your documentation from the municipal bureau. The protracted duration of the case has caused some delays. I hope you can understand. Not a problem at all. Upon learning that he could claim the reward, Chungu felt a weight lift from his heart. I came here today solely to express my gratitude. Each unresolved case weighs heavily on the conscience of a police officer. With the case files being passed down from master to apprentice, perpetually continuing the legacy. I had a hand in this case 4 years ago. It remains a personal knot for me. Captain Yan's smile was genuine. By the way, the elderly gentleman from Ping an apartment wishes to meet you. He is paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair, unable to speak, yet his mind remains sharp. He understands that it was you who saved him and unraveled the case from years past. He wishes to thank you in person. Indeed, to Chungu, the massacre case was merely a task assigned by the enigmatic black phone, yet for the victims' families, it held profound significance. You should visit him as soon as possible. The old gentleman is currently in the hospital. His emotional turmoil may have taken a toll on him, or perhaps the fervor that sustained him has waned. In any case, his condition is not particularly promising. With that, Captain Yin settled into the vehicle. Very well, I will go as soon as I have the time. Chungu observed the unique insignia on Captain Yin's uniform, sensing that this individual held an extraordinary position. After the police car departed, Su Wan and the staff of the amusement park gathered around. Boss, are you going to be on television again? That's impressive, along with an honorary medal. After casually responding to a few comments, Chungu located Uncle Su amidst the crowd and tugged him into a corner. Uncle, what is the status on the underground parking lot rental I asked you about? The funds will arrive shortly. Upon hearing about Chunji's intention to rent the underground parking lot, Uncle Su immediately frowned. This isn't merely a matter of finances. I cannot stand idly by while you leap into a perilous situation. The overall visitor numbers at the park are declining, and everyone is seeking an exit strategy. Can't you be a bit more rational? I am rational. I am aware of my actions. Chunji's tone was resolute. The haunted house might conceal critical clues regarding his parents' disappearance. Only by pursuing this venture could he qualify himself to delve into that realm. You really do not heed advice. Despite Uncle Su's lengthy counsel, Chungu remained unwavering. Reluctantly, he conceded, come with me. Due to the matter of a fugitive infiltrating the park, Mr. Luo has also arrived. You can inquire with him personally. Mr. Luo is here as well? Chungu had heard his parents mention him long ago. Mr. Luo was the true leader of the New Century Amusement Park. What do you think? The city's criminal investigation team has established surveillance around the park and will certainly inform the management, demanding full cooperation. Mr. Luo has been residing at the park these past few days. Uncle Su escorted Chungu to the northernmost office building in the amusement park, which, aside from the Ferris wheel, was the tallest structure in the New Century paradise. When you meet Mr. Luo, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. The less you say, the fewer mistakes you will make. Silence can often be more prudent, understand? Chungu followed Uncle Su into the elevator, ascending to the top floor of the office building, where they paused before a particular office door. The door was unlocked, and Uncle Su rapped gently on the panel. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 50s emerged from within. He was of modest height, his hair a mixture of black and gray, and his features exuded a gentle demeanor. Though his suit was not of high fashion, it was impeccably clean and devoid of wrinkles. Is this Mr. Luo? He seems rather different from the photograph. To Chingu, the man before him resembled a soon-to-retire teacher of the people. Chapter 66. Building a paradise for her, is there something you need? The man exuded an air of refined elegance, entirely unlike a typical businessman. Mr. Luo, this is Chun, the young man who bravely assisted the police in apprehending a fugitive. Su remarked, drawing Chun closer. It's regarding the matter I reported to you earlier. He wishes to lease the idle underground parking lot. Very well, I understand. You may attend to your affairs. Mr. Luo gestured for Su to leave, leaving only himself and Chun in the room. I am already aware of your intention to lease the parking lot. Could you enlighten me on what you plan to do with it? Mr. Luo invited Chun to take a seat on the sofa and poured 2 cups of tea. I intend to expand the haunted house. My plan is to transform the underground parking lot into an underground labyrinth. A labyrinth? An intriguing concept. However, do you possess the means and resources to realize such an endeavor? The cost of leasing the space is merely a fraction. The true challenge lies in how to perfect the scene. Mr. Luo leaned back against the sofa, a hint of weariness and experience reflected in his eyes. I do not oppose your idea and am willing to lease the space to you. But first, I must pose a few questions. Although Mr. Luo had agreed to rent the underground parking lot to Chun, he had yet to mention the rental fee, leaving Chun feeling somewhat apprehensive. Please, go ahead and ask. As someone involved in the haunted house business, you should be more aware than I of the substantial initial investment required. Unlike restaurants or hotels, when a restaurant fails, the dishes and furniture can still be sold secondhand. If you find yourself unable to continue, to whom would you sell the dismembered hands, legs, and various props from your haunted house? Director Luo's words were indeed reasonable. These considerations had never crossed Shinji's mind before. Even if one manages to operate a haunted house exceptionally well, one must contemplate the rate of repeat purchases. A haunted house is a product of transient consumption, and after a brief period of fervent popularity, it will inevitably fade into obscurity, as the pool of potential customers is finite. If substantial funds are invested, will the capital be recouped? There is one final question. If you establish a haunted house in an underground parking lot, where will the visibility come from? The number of your visitors is contingent upon the footfall of the amusement park. However, if the park were to close one day, what fate would befall your haunted house? Chun Gu discerned that Director Luo was genuinely trying to prevent him from making a grave mistake. In truth, those who sought to deter him were the ones who sincerely wished to assist him and did not want to see him suffer losses. Director Luo's 3 inquiries echoed in Chun Ji's mind. The first 2 questions did not significantly impact him due to the existence of the black phone. Yet he was deeply troubled by the last question. Should the New Century amusement park collapse, his haunted house would not escape unscathed. Relocating to another venue would entail arduous challenges, not least of which would be the sheer volume of permits required, and with his current financial constraints, finding a space capable of accommodating the terrifying scenarios within the black phone seemed nearly impossible. Have you pondered these 3 questions thoroughly? Director Luo appeared to anticipate Chun Ji's response. It would be prudent to return and reflect comprehensively before proceeding. Chun Gu remained seated on the sofa, gazing up at Director Luo, and suddenly asked, "Is it true that the park cannot sustain itself any longer?" Director Luo neither affirmed nor denied. His eyes, however, reflected an intensified weariness. If I were to say that the amusement park is on the verge of closure, would you still consider leasing the underground parking lot? Absolutely. Chun Ji's response took Director Luo by surprise. His gaze was resolute. Director Luo, I have already devised solutions for your first 2 inquiries. As for your third question, it is fundamentally flawed. In Chun Ji's eyes flickered a flame of determination. He was utterly unacquainted with fear or retreat. My haunted house has never relied on anyone. The number of visitors I attract does not hinge on the total visitor count of the amusement park. If given time, I will not only draw countless guests to my haunted house, but will also revitalize the entire park. Leasing the underground parking lot is merely the first step. I shall create an unprecedented theme park centered around horror and thrills. Having expressed his thoughts in one breath, Chun Gu suddenly recalled Uncle Su's admonition, speak less to err less, and to say nothing is to err not at all. He glanced at Director Luo with a tinge of unease, regretting the candidness with which he had spoken. After listening to Chun Gu, Director Luo set down his teacup. The weariness in his eyes dissipated. After a moment of silence, he unexpectedly burst into laughter. Every word you utter reflects your aspirations. You remind me of my younger self. He rose, drew back the curtains, and from the office window, gazed down upon the entire amusement park. If the New Century Amusement Park is to close, I am the one who feels the greatest reluctance and sorrow. He opened the window, allowing the wind to tousle his hair, a blend of black and white. This paradise holds a different significance for me. If it were possible, I would wish for it to remain in operation indefinitely. Director Luo wore a smile. Yet it was a complex expression, one of tranquility, accustomed to the undulations of life. I have heard of your plight, your parents' disappearance, your resignation, and your solitary management of the haunted house they left behind. In truth, we are quite similar, though you are far luckier than I. He picked up a picture frame from the table, the sole adornment in the room. It contained a photograph of a father and daughter. The man was of modest height, exuding an air of elegance, while the girl in his arms was charming, albeit with deformed arms and a vacant smile. This is my daughter. She suffers from severe dyslexia and relies on special devices to support her spine. God has been exceedingly harsh with her, yet she remains resilient, always smiling, whether at me or at any stranger. Director Luo gazed blankly out the window. However, this world does not reciprocate your kindness simply because you offer it. I once took my daughter for a stroll in the park, yet all the children shunned her. At that moment, she looked at me with helplessness. Fear etched on her face, believing she had done something wrong. I was at a loss for words to comfort her. Since then, I have only accompanied her to less crowded places at noon or on rainy days. And it was from that moment I conceived the idea of creating a paradise for her. Regrettably, she never lived to see that dream realized. Setting down the frame, Director Luo's gaze remained composed. Many fail to comprehend why I would exhaust my fortunes to sustain a theme park that incurs losses year after year. Yet I believe you may grasp this sentiment. A sense of empathy. Chun-gu had already risen from his seat, surprised that Director Luo would confide such thoughts to him. While everyone else is preoccupied with securing their own future, you have caught me off guard. Closing the window, Director Luo retrieved a document from his drawer. In truth, I agreed to this matter the very first time they presented it to me. Take it, and should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me. But remember, you may only have 2 to 3 months. Chapter 67. Can you see her? Chun-gu received the document, the first line of which stated the usage agreement for the underground parking lot of the New Century Amusement Park. After casually flipping through a few pages, he found no mention of rental fees. Director Luo, does this document seem to be missing something? Have you never encountered a free rental agreement? The seal has already been affixed. Once you sign, it will take effect. The agreement will remain valid until the amusement park closes. Cherish it well, and do not let me down. Director Luo appeared considerably more cheerful and brewed himself a pot of tea. You seem quite busy, so I shan't keep you any longer. As Chun-gu exited the office with the agreement in hand, he could hardly believe his fortune. Not only had he acquired the rights to the underground parking lot of the amusement park, but he also had to spend not a single penny. According to the terms of the agreement, as long as the New Century Amusement Park remained operational, he would be able to use it free of charge indefinitely. It seemed that Director Luo held little faith in him, anticipating that once the future virtual amusement park in the eastern suburbs of Zhejiang was completed in 2 or 3 months, the New Century Amusement Park would inevitably close, which explained his generous offer. The underground parking lot was as expansive as 1/3 of the amusement park itself, although it had been idle and abandoned for quite some time. Securing it at no cost was indeed a tremendous bargain. Chun-gu felt that ever since he had vanquished the creature in the mirror, his luck had taken a remarkable turn for the better. He had received an honorary medal, the bounty for the massacre case was ready for collection, and now he had successfully resolved the issue of venue acquisition. Everything seemed to be gradually falling into place. Could it be that ridding oneself of filth enhances one's fortune? Chun-gu pondered this thought idly, not allowing it to weigh heavily on his mind. Returning to the haunted house with the agreement in hand, Chun-gu commenced his day's operations. He instructed Xiao Wan to don the amusement park uniform and sell tickets outside, while he himself draped a tattered doctor's coat over his shoulders and wielded a hammer, chasing the visitors through the midnight escape scene. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun-gu emerged from the haunted house and informed Xiao Wan of her dismissal. He gathered all necessary documents, preparing to claim his reward. The figures in his bank account were on the verge of surpassing 4 digits for the first time. Tonight warranted a little indulgence. In the staff lounge, Chun-gu changed into a fresh outfit, and, as he hurried towards the exit, he glanced back to see a plush toy sprawled beside the bed. The little creature was half hidden beneath the bed, seemingly engrossed in its own little world. The sun had yet to set, and here you are, already out and about. Chun-gu picked up the toy and, suddenly recalling what team leader Yin had said earlier, thought, the old gentleman's condition appears rather dire. He currently has no family by his side, and I ought to pay him a visit. He poked the toy's belly, tucked it into his pocket, and exited the haunted house. At 6:15, Chun-gu emerged from the municipal police station, having received a bounty of 36,000, slightly less than he had anticipated. After purchasing a fruit basket and fresh milk, he hailed a taxi to the Jiuzhong People's Hospital, guided by the on-duty nurse. He entered a patient room on the 3rd floor. Originally, he intended merely to check on the old gentleman and leave, but to his surprise, he encountered a familiar face upon entering. Team Leader Lee, what brings you here? By the bedside, Team Leader Lee was feeding the old gentleman. His rugged demeanor surprisingly gentle as he tended to the elder with a care that surpassed even that of a young girl. How curious. It seems I run into you wherever I go. Captain Lee placed a towel on the elderly man's chest. After a long night of vigilance, the station decided to assign him a more leisurely task, recognizing the toll the situation had taken on him. Do the police really take care of these matters? The old man inquired. This incident occurred within our jurisdiction, and until we can secure a dedicated caregiver, it is our duty to attend to him, Captain Lee explained. He attempted to feed the man twice, but the elderly gentleman seemed to lack appetite. Not wanting to press the matter further, he set down the bowl and spoon, gesturing towards Chun-gu by the door. This young man is the one who provided crucial information for our case. He was the one who called for help that night and rescued you, Captain Lee added. Upon seeing Chun-gu, the only arm the old man could move lifted slightly, though it was unclear what he wished to convey. Reflecting on the past, Chun-gu felt a sense of gratitude towards the old man. It was he who had shattered his bowl upon Chun-ji's arrival at Ping'an apartment, an action that alerted Chun-gu to the unusual circumstances. Chun-gu placed a fruit basket and fresh milk on the bedside table, observing the frail condition of the elderly man, which stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Captain Lee, could you step outside for a moment? I have a few words I would like to share with the old gentleman. Captain Lee, trusting Chun-ji's intentions, did not pry further and exited the room. Once the door was closed, Chun-gu retrieved a plush toy from his pocket. Old man, I brought Xiao Xiao to see you. As soon as he unveiled the toy, the elderly man, initially unresponsive, seemed to awaken at the sight of it. Time appeared to stand still as the man's clouded eyes widened, his gaze fixating on the doll. His eyes flickered with heightened emotion, and a soft whimper escaped his throat, while his only movable arm reached out in a desperate manner, as if yearning to grasp something. Can you see her? Chun-gu had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. He had brought Xiao Xiao merely to allow her to meet his family, yet unexpectedly, the old gentleman seemed capable of perceiving the spirit residing within the plush toy. Hastening to the bedside, Chun-gu gently placed the toy into the old man's embrace, who, with his only functioning arm, held it tightly, taking several minutes to settle down. It is said that a person can only see what they should not during the twilight of their life. Suddenly, the black phone in Chun-ji's pocket vibrated inexplicably. He chose not to disturb the old man, and quietly exited the ward with his phone in hand. I just heard the old gentleman's excited voice. What did you say to him? I must warn you, he cannot endure too much stimulation right now. Team Leader Lee stood vigil at the door, prepared to intervene should any issues arise. I merely brought the person he longed to see most close to him. Chun-gu replied as he settled onto a bench in the corridor. He retrieved his black phone, searching for the source of the vibration, and soon discovered that on the affinity page, his rapport with Yin Xiao Xiao had escalated from mild fondness to trustworthiness. The little one was the most unconventional spirit I have ever encountered. What might transpire if her affinity were to reach its zenith? Chun-gu tucked away his phone and reclined against the back of the chair. Uncle Sambao, do not be anxious. The old gentleman will recover. You are quite optimistic, came the reply. After an extended conversation outside, when Chun-gu and Team Leader Lee re-entered the ward, the old man's condition had stabilized. He gestured towards Chun-gu, attempting to communicate something, yet no one could decipher his intent. After greeting the duty nurse, Chun-gu departed with Xiao Xiao, who appeared rather despondent, hiding among the plush toys as if in slumber. They hastily consumed a light meal by the roadside before Chun-gu rushed back to the haunted house, anxious about the unfinished daily tasks and uncertain if time remained. Among the 3 newly refreshed daily tasks, the most suitable for Chun-gu was the expansion task, which merely required him to select the direction of expansion in a general location. Chapter 68. The midnight ticket booth. Prior to his visit to the West City private school last night, Chun-gu had perused the 3 daily tasks assigned for today. The simplest task involved identifying potential safety hazards, while the moderately challenging task entailed seeking a suitable location for the expansion of the haunted house. The final, nightmarish task required him to locate another individual residing in the same room. As he scrolled through the obsidian screen of his phone, it became evident that, in pursuit of maximized benefits, he ought to opt for the nightmarish task. However, based on his experiences from the previous 2 occasions, such tasks were bound by specific time constraints, typically occurring at the stroke of midnight. Missing this window would likely result in an automatic failure of the task. There was no need to gamble. It was wiser to proceed with caution. Thus, Chun-gu tapped the screen to accept the moderately difficult daily task. Moderate difficulty task. You have been granted the opportunity to expand the haunted house. Please locate a suitable venue for the expansion at your earliest convenience. This marked the first occasion Chun-gu would undertake an expansion of his haunted house, and he was uncertain of the operational procedures involved. Inquiring with his black phone yielded no helpful prompts. There was not even a beginner's tutorial available, leaving him to decipher the process independently. Upon revisiting the haunted house panel, 2 particular aspects captured his attention. The section designated for members of the ghostly team remained conspicuously empty, indicating that neither Zhang Ye nor Yin Xiaoxiao had joined the ranks of the haunted house. It was likely that Yin Xiaoxiao's insufficient affinity had precluded her inclusion. As for Zhang Ye, Chun-gu was merely content with the notion that she was not incessantly plotting his demise. The second aspect that captured Chun-ji's attention was the section regarding the expansion conditions of the haunted house. The originally gray text had transformed into red, and upon touching it, a line appeared on the mobile screen, instructing him to select the location of the door. The change to red signified that activation was possible, yet the task of selecting the door's position remained ambiguous. Chun-gu had rented the entirety of the underground parking lot, which offered ample space. However, the drawback was that the entrance to the parking structure was situated outside the amusement park, rendering it inconvenient to traverse back and forth. Thus, he devised a plan to carve a passage within the haunted house that would lead directly underground. In the amusement park, the vicinity of large entertainment attractions such as roller coasters and Ferris wheels prohibited the construction of subterranean facilities. Yet, the remote location of the haunted house exempted it from this regulation, with the parking lot lying directly beneath his property. Holding the sleek black phone, Chun-gu approached the entrance of the Zombie Resurrection Night attraction. With the addition of the Ghost Marriage and Midnight Escape scenarios, both rated 1 star, the Zombie Resurrection Night had seen little use recently. The door was conveniently located adjacent to the Zombie Resurrection Night, allowing for its replacement should space become insufficient in the future. Chun-gu meticulously marked a designated area on the floor beside the Zombie Resurrection Night with a carbon pen, only to suddenly realize that he had no means of communicating with the black phone. Since acquiring it, he had been passively receiving tasks and rewards. Had he overlooked something? Chun-gu flipped through the pages once more. When he attempted to double-tap the phone's home screen, the background image of the haunted house gradually expanded, revealing a structure identical to his own horror attraction, complete with its terrifying scenes and room layout. Could it be that he was meant to make selections on this interface? Chun-gu discovered the scene of the Zombie Resurrection Night on his desktop. Upon clicking a section of the ground beside it, a message instantly appeared on his phone screen. Are you sure about the location of the door? Confirm. He selected down as the direction for expansion. After making his choice, the desktop returned to its original state, and Chun-gu received a series of notifications. Continuously expanding your haunted house will allow it to accommodate more homeless souls and yield more screams. Congratulations on completing the daily task of moderate difficulty, earning a reward, 1 free chance at the horror roulette. After selecting the site, his first expansion was successful, and he was congratulated for acquiring the special structure. The Midnight Ticket Booth, damaged. The Midnight Ticket Booth, damaged, has a 1 in 1,000 chance of attracting a unique visitor, one that is extraordinary and may assist you. Each message on the black phone was scrutinized by Chun-gu. The daily task rewarded him with a roulette opportunity, but the uncertainty of this reward was daunting. It required collecting 100 screams to redeem a single lottery chance, and according to the principle of equivalent exchange espoused by the black phone. It was certain that valuable items resided within the roulette. However, the crux of the matter lay in his unsettling luck. He feared the outcome might be yet another love letter. The prospect of two malevolent spirits quarreling might indeed result in him being divided. Not in the manner of alternating visits to the eastern and western palaces, but rather in a symmetrical split of his very being. In Chen Ji's mind, vivid images began to emerge, two malevolent spirits brandishing bloodstained blades, embroiled in a fierce dispute over the ownership of severed heads and torsos. Avoiding conflict was paramount. Temporarily dismissing the notion of a lottery, Chen Ji's gaze shifted to another reward, a somewhat incomplete midnight ticket booth. His haunted house had never boasted a dedicated ticket counter. After all, prior to acquiring the enigmatic black phone, the attraction garnered at most a mere handful of visitors each week, rendering the construction of a ticket booth unnecessary. The black phone, however, had alleviated one dilemma, yet the prospect of attracting a unique visitor with merely a 1 in 1,000 chance raised questions. Did this special visitor pertain to the realm of specters? Chen Gu deliberately approached the entrance of the haunted house for a closer inspection. The protective barriers remained unchanged, devoid of any anomalies, likely akin to the previous unlocking of the midnight escape scenario, which seemed to manifest only after the stroke of midnight. With the task completed and rewards collected, Chen Gu no longer paid heed to these musings. As he tidied up, he awaited the arrival of midnight. Although the monstrous reflection in the mirror had been vanquished, the diminishing numbers within the glass continued to loom ominously. Armed with a cloth, Chen Gu rolled up his sleeves, methodically cleaning the walls of the restroom, which bore the remnants of artificial blood. His urgency stemmed from a minor incident earlier that afternoon, when a visitor, caught in a moment of desperation, hesitated at the restroom door upon encountering the gruesome sight of blood-smeared walls. The poor fellow, too startled to enter, bolted from the haunted house, his face pale with fright. The places that ought to instill fear indeed evoke terror, while those that should offer comfort must provide attentive service. This was a piece of wisdom imparted to Chen Gu by his father, a sentiment he has always cherished in his heart. As the clock struck past 11 in the evening, Chen Gu meticulously cleaned away all traces of blood and took the opportunity to repair the bathroom door. Once these tasks were completed, he stood before the mirror, phone in hand. A cursory glance at his personal short video profile revealed a burgeoning fanbase. His videos had been widely shared, and even advertisers had begun to approach him. It was evident that nurturing his short video and live streaming endeavors was essential, as they constituted his primary means of promotion. As the clock neared 11:59, Chen Gu stowed away his phone and stood before the mirror, locking the door behind him. Just as he had done when he first embarked on his nightmarish tasks, extinguishing all the lights in the room. Chapter 69. The door in the mirror of the restroom was enveloped in utter darkness, the silence profound, with only the faint sound of Chen Ji's heartbeat reverberating in the stillness. He gazed into the mirror before him, and as the hands of the clock swept past 12, the reflection grew somewhat nebulous, as if shrouded by an unseen veil. Suddenly, a solitary digit materialized in the heart of the mirror. 0, the numeral within the glass altered once more, an occurrence that wholly took Chen Gu by surprise. To him, this figure seemed to be a remnant of the creature that had haunted the mirror. Yet, with the creature having been consumed by Zhanya, the number ought to have vanished as well. Could it be that this digit bore no relation to the creature? He retrieved his phone, intending to capture the image. But as he raised his hand, he found himself frozen in shock. The scene within the mirror diverged from reality. The door of the toilet stall had inexplicably transformed into a vivid crimson hue. It was a shade that seemed to pulsate from within, thoroughly soaked in blood. It appeared as though the stall were filled to the brim with sanguine liquid, which oozed incessantly from the crevices of the door. Why had the door of the stall in the mirror altered? Chen Gu took out his phone to record, then slowly turned to push open the stall door. As the door in reality swung ajar, the one in the mirror mirrored the action. Inside the stall in reality, there was nothing, whereas the entire interior within the mirror was drenched in crimson, including the partition, the wastebasket, and even the small advertisements plastered on the wall. In the pitch-black restroom, the blood-red stall stood out with an unsettling brilliance. Chen Gu could not comprehend the situation. As he took a step forward, his body half entering the cubicle, he experienced a peculiar sensation on his skin, as if it were being enveloped by some unseen force. He quickly retreated, and after approximately a minute, the door to the cubicle in the mirror returned to its normal state. When Chen Gu re-entered the cubicle in reality, that strange feeling had dissipated. The blood-red door in the mirror appeared only for a fleeting minute after midnight, after which everything reverted to normal. Why did the door to the restroom cubicle in the mirror turn crimson? Moreover, upon pushing open that door, the wall and decorations behind it were also drenched in a deep red hue. Chungu turned on the light and leaned against the windowsill, lost in contemplation. Could that be the world within the mirror? Were the creatures from the mirror escaping from that blood-red realm? To validate his suspicions, Chungu rummaged through his black phone for the information from his first nightmarish task. The task prompt had stated that to witness another world, one would require extraordinary courage, exceptional luck, and a modicum of assistance. It was explicitly mentioned that the objective was to glimpse another world, which must refer to the blood-red realm within the cubicle. Reflecting on that bizarre task experience, Chungu realized that although he had not opened his eyes, his ears had been acutely attuned to the movements around him. I am certain that I heard the sound of the restroom cubicle door rattling. Initially, everything seemed normal. All the eerie occurrences began only after the door had shaken. Halfway through his task, he suddenly heard a noise emanating from the partition door. At the time, he assumed it was merely the wind and paid it no mind. In retrospect, the sound of the door rattling could very well have originated from the mirror. The mirror might serve as a buffer zone connecting two worlds, where the door of the restroom stall and the mirror swung open, allowing a monster to escape from a blood-red realm. However, due to the intervention of a puppet, it was ultimately forced to remain trapped within the mirror. Chungu stared blankly at the wooden door of the stall, and a peculiar thought crossed his mind. What if, when the door in the mirror turns red, I enter the stall in reality? Would that mean I have stepped into another world? Shaking his head to dispel this irrational notion, Chungu approached the mirror once more. As the numbers reset, a blood-red door emerged within the mirror. It seemed my previous assumptions were entirely incorrect. This number bore no relation to the count of murders, but rather appeared to be a countdown, possibly indicating the duration the creature within the mirror could manifest in reality. The door in the mirror had returned to normal. Yet Chungu could not guarantee it would not reappear in the future. It was conceivable that, as long as the monster remained unreturned, that door would appear punctually at midnight. If it continued to manifest tomorrow night, he would have no choice but to cover the mirror. For now, that was the only course of action. Chungu procured a thick black cloth to shroud the mirror and then departed from the restroom. Upon returning to the staff lounge, he activated his black phone and began to review the day's routine tasks. Basic difficulty. A chilling experience should not leave the participant with a traumatic psychological scar. I believe you understand the concept of moderation. Thus, please enhance the safety protocols of the haunted house and identify any potential hazards within. Intermediate difficulty. A singular effort is insufficient. A commendable haunted house necessitates a formidable team for its operation. Recruit more talented individuals, as they will assist you in overcoming challenges. Nightmare difficulty. Another person has been residing in your room. Do you not wish to discover their identity? These three tasks are quite familiar to Chungu, who finds himself in a state of deep contemplation. To facilitate the swift and successful development of the haunted house, opting for the nightmare task seems most prudent. However, following the incident with the mirror creature, he feels a twinge of apprehension towards the nightmare task associated with the black phone. Never mind. He decides to rest properly today and devise a plan tomorrow. Ever since he acquired the black phone, Chungu has not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. If this continues, his body may not endure much longer. Wrapping himself in a blanket, it is not long before Chungu slips into slumber. At 8 in the morning, rejuvenated, he hurriedly exits his room. He first makes his way to the first floor, where the zombie resurrection night scene is set. The area he selected last night has undergone a transformation, revealing a passage leading underground. The black phone is quite efficient. The floor has been excavated. He descends the stairs and arrives directly at the abandoned underground parking lot. Looking around, he sees that the parking lot is devoid of any lighting and is in a state of disrepair. Is this it? An expansion that merely created a staircase? Chungu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet the thought that the entire underground parking lot was his domain quickly rekindled his determination. The future virtual amusement park in the eastern outskirts would be completed within 3 months at the latest. During this time, he aimed to unlock as many terrifying scenes as possible, upgrade the haunted house, and strive to create a theme park that rivaled the opposition. Upon returning to the first floor of the haunted house, Chungu, clutching his black phone, approached the entrance of the horror attraction. Between the protective railing and the corridor of the haunted house stood an opaque black wooden structure, resembling two wardrobes fused together. Was this the midnight ticket booth? It seemed rather rudimentary. Opening the door, Chun-gu sat inside and experienced the cramped interior, feeling as though he had been confined within a coffin. Chapter 70. The unusual visitor. The midnight ticket booth remained in a state of disrepair, and the method of its repair was uncertain. This enigmatic black phone consistently produced peculiar items. Chun-gu emerged from the booth, increasingly convinced that this contraption was not intended for the living. Boss. At the entrance of the amusement park, Soo-won jogged towards him in casual attire, a steaming bun in hand. The sight of the vivacious Soo-won instantly uplifted Chun-ji's spirits. Despite her occasional clumsiness and tendency to be forgetful, she possessed an innate charm that radiated the warmth and beauty of life. Taking the bun from Soo-won, Chun-gu wasted no time in devouring it. What brings you here so early? Boss, look. Soo-won settled on the steps beside him, pulling out her phone to scroll through a series of articles regarding the tragic massacre at the Peace Apartment, along with downloaded news videos. They're all about you. It feels like you're on the verge of trending. Let me take a look. Chun-gu examined the reports, astonished that what he thought was merely a routine interview had garnered such attention. What a pity. What do you mean, a pity? I think it's great. Soo-won, her cheeks flushed from her recent exertion, responded. I was so preoccupied with the bounty issue at the time that I overlooked this as an excellent opportunity for publicity. He glided through the screen with a pained expression, lamenting, had I known so many would be watching, I would have interrupted Captain Yan's speech to promote our haunted house. These reports are utterly untruthful. They haven't even disclosed the precise location of our haunted house. Xiaowon, I have a task for you today. Let's go to the comment sections of all the reports and reveal our identities, providing the address of the haunted house. Anyone who comes after reading the reports will receive a 20% discount. That seems rather inappropriate. Soo-won felt a bit embarrassed, but ultimately, she followed Chun-ji's suggestion and left a comment. As the amusement park opened at 9 o'clock, the two of them put away their phones and prepared for work. Upon opening the protective barrier, Soo-won finally noticed the ticket booth standing in the center. Did you do this last night? Indeed, though it's somewhat unsightly, it's quite functional. Yes, I believe we needed a ticket booth. Seeing Soo-won nodding earnestly, Chun-gu couldn't help but admire her in his heart. She was truly an excellent employee, never contradicting him. Upon entering the haunted house, Soo-won headed to the makeup room for touch-ups, while Chun-gu dragged out several wooden planks from the props room to cover the entrance to the underground passage. The new trial scene had not yet been activated, rendering this area temporarily unnecessary. Once they were ready, they began their business for the day. Although it was not yet peak season, a line had already formed at the entrance of the haunted house. Though it was not long, it represented a significant improvement compared to before. Soo-won portrayed a ghost in the ghost marriage scene, while Chun-gu, holding a makeup box, sold tickets and collected money, simultaneously embodying a maniac in the midnight escape scene. Maintaining the sprawling haunted house with just two individuals is a daunting endeavor. Notably, during the midnight escape scene, the petite figure occasionally engages in delightful interactions with visitors. This exceedingly fierce puppet seems particularly fond of trailing behind the living, causing Chun-gu to feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing that one day she might be whisked away by an unsuspecting guest. After a flurry of activity that lasted until noon, the two finally found a moment of respite. Chun-gu unlocked his black smartphone, discovering that both the approval ratings and visitor numbers had surged significantly, indicating that the second phase of expansion was on the horizon. With 2 scenes assigned to each of them, they had reached their limit. Any further unlocking of terrifying scenarios would necessitate the recruitment of new staff. Gazing at his black smartphone, Chun-gu noted that although the nightmarish tasks it presented were often rather implausible, the simpler and moderately difficult tasks incisively highlighted the shortcomings of the haunted house. Completing these tasks was tantamount to enhancing the establishment. The phone even issued a task to recruit new employees, suggesting that it was indeed time to gather additional assistance. Ever since the departure of a longtime employee who had worked alongside his parents for several years, Chun-gu had developed a reluctance toward hiring. If only Xiao Xiao and Zhanya could behave and not cause trouble, they would be his best options. Of course, this notion remained merely a thought in his mind. Entrusting Xiao Xiao and Zhanya with the task of scaring visitors could lead to chaos. Xiao Xiao might manage, but with Zhanya, it would likely result in a scene reminiscent of a crime scene. My team of spectral companions remains at a standstill, and the path ahead is still fraught with challenges. Sitting on the steps at the entrance of the haunted house, Chun-gu prepared to continue working in the afternoon, seizing every moment to rest. As the sun reached its zenith and the number of visitors dwindled at noon, Chun-ji's black phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon unlocking the message, he was taken aback by its contents. The midnight ticket booth special effect had been triggered, and the first special visitor had appeared. Seize this opportunity. For depending on your choices, the outcomes will vary greatly. The special effect has been activated. What a rare occurrence, a 1 in 1,000 chance. Based on my past experiences, this visitor is surely not a benign presence. Chun-gu stood on high alert, his posture rigid, surveying the haunted house surroundings. The sun blazed overhead, rendering it improbable for any malevolent spirits to manifest. At this peak of daylight, when the yang energy was at its strongest and the heat most intense, the flow of visitors had significantly decreased. Could it be that quarreling couple? The woman is quite striking, while the man is rather unappealing. They may indeed pose a problem. Who was that conversing with Uncle Sue? A new employee, perhaps? I don't recall seeing them before. As Chun-gu pondered, a slender, dark-skinned woman in her 30s approached. Her footsteps light. Could she be the one? Chun-gu discreetly observed her features. Her skin was somewhat dark, she was not very tall, and when she smiled, she exuded a quiet grace, dressed in a somewhat faded jacket. Hello, may I ask how much a ticket to the haunted house is? The woman's voice was slightly high-pitched, yet not unpleasant. We currently offer 2 scenarios. Each ticket is 20 yuan, allowing you to choose either for your experience. Chun-gu replied with a professional smile. All right, I will take 2 tickets then. The woman produced the money and handed it to Chun-gu. Do you wish for one person to experience 2 scenarios? We are but 2 individuals. The woman chuckled shyly, waving to the distance, where a child, appearing no older than 8 or 9, emerged from the shadows. This child bore a somewhat androgynous appearance and seemed rather timid. He halted beside the woman, refraining from grasping her hand, standing there with an expressionless demeanor. I must apologize, but our haunted house enforces an age restriction. Entry is prohibited for those under 14. Chun-gu cast a glance at the young boy, sensing an oddity about him that distinguished him from ordinary children, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Might there be some leniency? This child possesses a genuine fondness for haunted houses, and given the sparse attendance, our presence would go unnoticed, causing you no inconvenience whatsoever. Such a young child has an affinity for haunted houses? Chun-gu discreetly tucked his black phone into his pocket and shook his head. I am truly sorry. But this is the regulation. Chapter 71. Heaven in the Well. The midday sun was rather blinding as a woman and a boy stood before the haunted house. Despite having been explicitly rebuffed by Chun-gu, they remained steadfastly in place. The boy had longed to explore the haunted house, a plan he had made with her, and she implored for assistance. The woman produced a crisp 100 yuan bill from her backpack, assuring, nothing will go wrong. Chun-gu, however, did not accept the woman's money. His brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired, why is it that you are so determined to enter the haunted house? The child appears to be only 8 or 9 years old, and the environment within could pose psychological challenges for someone so young. With a bittersweet smile, the woman refrained from answering his question and instead turned to gently tousle the boy's soft hair. Fenyu, why don't we try another attraction? Before she could finish her sentence, the boy swatted her hand away, clearly averse to any form of touch, even when it was entirely well-meaning. Regardless of the woman's attempts to persuade him, he stood resolutely at the entrance of the haunted house, occasionally glancing up with a gaze that revealed both insecurity and timidity, tinged with a hint of indifference. Fenyu? Chun-ji's attention shifted entirely to this peculiar child, having never encountered such an unusual boy before. Lowering himself to the boy's level, he asked, could you tell Uncle why you wish to visit the haunted house? It is dark inside, and there are frightening things. The boy's eyes flitted about, avoiding direct contact, and he said nothing, casting furtive glances at Chun-ji's shadow. The woman, perhaps sensing the awkwardness, swiftly interjected, standing between them to ease the tension. Xiao Yu is different from other children. He rarely engages with others, so I hope you do not take offense. Not at all. Chun-gu observed that the 2 individuals remained steadfastly planted at the entrance of the haunted house, unfazed by the scorching sun. Softening his demeanor, he proposed, very well. I shall waive the admission fee. I will accompany you inside, but you may only observe from the periphery of the venue. Thank you, kind sir, they replied. First, we must sign a liability waiver. Both adults and children are required to do so. Once inside, please refrain from touching the props, do not run, and stay behind me. With a gentle tug, He lifted the opaque curtain, placing 2 copies of the waiver before the woman and the child. Ordinarily, only the guardian's signature would suffice. Yet to glean as much information as possible about the boy, Chun-gu insisted that the child also affix his name. Upon their completion of the waiver, Chun-gu led them into the realm of the ghostly wedding scene. In life, they were not a couple. In death, they share the same grave, he explained, encapsulating the essence of a ghost marriage. The trio stood at the entrance of a courtyard illuminated by white lanterns. The woman appeared somewhat anxious, gripping the strap of her backpack tightly, while the boy hung his head low, his expression obscured by a veil of trepidation or perhaps something else entirely. Barren trees swayed gently, and the ground was littered with paper money, crackling beneath their feet. Chun-gu took the lead, pushing open the courtyard gate. This is the internal setting, you may observe from outside. We have stringent regulations. Children under 14 are prohibited from entering. Barely had the words escaped his lips when the previously quiet boy suddenly dashed into the courtyard, leaving the 2 adults momentarily stunned. "Fanyu!" the woman exclaimed. And together with Chun-gu, they rushed into the courtyard, finding the boy standing beside a barren well at the center of the yard, his upper body leaning precariously over the edge as if searching for something within. "Apologies, I must sincerely express my regret." The woman busied herself in offering her apologies to Chun-gu while she attempted to grasp the boy's arm. However, the previously quiet and shy boy suddenly transformed, forcefully breaking free from her grasp and, in a startling display, clawing at her skin as if he were a startled wildcat. Such emotional volatility in this child is indeed striking. The dry well situated in the center of the courtyard serves merely as a prop. Its depth is not a cause for concern for Chun-gu, who finds himself curious as to why the boy exhibits such an obsession with it. After lingering by the well for 2 or 3 minutes, perhaps failing to find what he sought within, the boy reluctantly released his grip. He is distinctly different from typical children, or rather, he diverges from the norm. The more eerie and uncanny the environment, the more exhilarated he becomes. Since we have ventured here, let us explore at our leisure. Chun-ji's complete focus was directed towards the boy, who, among his peers, was rather diminutive in stature, possessing an exceedingly delicate appearance, with large eyes that resembled pure black gemstones. The scene of the ghost marriage was modeled after an ancient courtyard, where the east and west wing rooms were traditionally designated for the residence of descendants. He casually pushed open the door of the east wing, and without warning, a female ghost clad in bridal attire emerged. The thin, dark woman was startled, letting out a scream as she retreated in haste. "Do not be alarmed. She is merely an actress," Chun-gu assured, gently placing a hand on the ghost's head and softly instructing, "Suwon, you may step outside now. Your reaction is rather cold." Suwon stepped out of the threshold of the room, holding the hem of her wedding dress. Unbeknownst to anyone, a boy standing behind Chun-gu suddenly approached Suwon, gazing up at her intently. "Oh, boss, why did you let such a small child in?" Suwon felt a twinge of surprise, while only Chun-gu sensed something amiss among those present. The wedding dress was as vivid as blood, and with the special effects makeup, Suwon resembled a spectral figure. In this eerie ambience, the boy not only exhibited no fear but also drew closer to Suwon, fixated on her face. "Does this child seem to take a liking to me?" Suwon smiled at Chun-gu, feeling no discomfort. It was only when Suwon departed from the ghostly wedding scene that the boy averted his gaze. "I won't take you through each of the other rooms. They are all similarly arranged. Can we leave now?" Chun-gu and the emaciated woman moved towards the exit, yet the little boy lingered in the courtyard, scanning his surroundings as if searching for something. "Fanyu, let's go." The boy's call to the woman went unheard as he stood beside the dried well, seemingly engrossed in something unseen. Is this child completely devoid of fear? Chun-gu refrained from urging him, instead engaging the woman in conversation. "Are you the child's mother?" "I am his aunt," the woman replied with a note of apology. "I apologize for the trouble. Little Yu is not like children his age. Ever since his parents had an accident a few years ago, he has changed, and despite consulting numerous doctors, nothing has improved." "A psychological disorder? May I inquire about the child's parents?" Chun-gu cautiously engaged in conversation. Xiaoyu's parents, both teachers at Muyang Middle School, had gone missing one after the other, and to this day, they have not been found. At that time, Xiaoyu was merely 5 years old. I was at a loss for how to explain the situation to the child and could only deceive him, saying that his parents had gone to a faraway place called Heaven. Muyang Middle School. The mere mention of those 4 characters instantly heightened Chun-ji's alertness. "You've heard about it too? There are countless rumors surrounding that school," I had long advised Xiao Yu's parents, yet they refused to listen. Upon the mention of sorrowful matters, the dark-skinned woman's eyes became somewhat red and swollen. She ceased her conversation with Chungu and approached Xiao Yu. Let us return home. The boy stubbornly remained by the well, which only deepened Chunji's confusion about the already strange situation. He quietly approached the boy and tentatively inquired, "Why do you keep looking into the well? Is there some monster residing within?" Fan Yu shook his head, and in the dim light, where sunshine barely penetrated, he seemed to lower his guard. "Can you tell Uncle why you are standing by the well?" The boy glanced over Chunji's shoulder and pondered for a while before responding, "I am looking for something." "What are you searching for?" Chungu inquired with curiosity. The little boy gazed into the pitch-black dry well, staring for a long time, and finally uttered 2 words, "Heaven." Chapter 72, Scream Index, 2 stars. Searching for heaven in the well. Chungu gazed at the silhouette of the young boy and suddenly recalled something, his expression nearly spiraling out of control. He turned away, inhaling deeply to regain his composure, relieved that his earlier agitation went unnoticed by the slender, dark-clad woman. Yet, just as he felt a flicker of fortune, he glanced down to find the boy staring intently at him, his gaze eerily reminiscent of Su Wan's when she had witnessed the mortuary scene. "Fan Yu, it is time to return home," the dark-clad woman called repeatedly, prompting the boy to step away from the well, his head bowed, seemingly in a much improved mood. Emerging from the haunted house, sunlight streamed down upon him, and the boy reverted to his previous demeanor, taciturn, with an unmistakable terror concealed within his eyes, leaving one to wonder whether he feared the light or was simply apprehensive of the living. The dark-clad woman expressed her gratitude to Chungu before leading the boy away. It was not until they exited the gates of the amusement park that Chungu exhaled a long-held breath of relief, just as his black mobile phone vibrated in his pocket. Sitting on the steps at the entrance of the haunted house, his mind was engulfed in recollections of the recent events. The notion of searching for heaven in the well may not have been a sentence fraught with cognitive dissonance for the young boy. During their conversation, the woman had revealed to Chungu that the boy's parents had vanished when he was around 5 or 6 years old. To spare him from excessive sorrow, the woman had woven a benevolent falsehood, claiming that his parents had not perished but had instead journeyed to a place known as heaven. She hoped that as the boy gradually matured, he would come to understand everything on his own. However, contrary to her expectations, the boy exhibited profound issues with his thoughts and psyche, to the extent that he could no longer be considered a normal child. What astonished Chungu the most was when he inquired why the boy remained by the well. The boy replied that he was searching for heaven. His parents had ascended to heaven, yet the child was seeking it at the bottom of the well. Could this not indirectly imply that the child had witnessed a horrific murder, and ultimately, his parents had been disposed of within that well? The bodies concealed within. Chungu instinctively retrieved a cigarette, refraining from hastily contacting the authorities, instead delving deeper into contemplation. The boy's parents were teachers at Muyang Middle School, and I had previously activated a supernatural side quest related to a haunted school, which coincidentally involved this very institution and its well. If both references pertain to the same well, then the crime scene must lie within Muyang Middle School. Chungu produced his black phone, where an unread message lingered on the screen, and he opened it casually. Different choices yield entirely distinct outcomes. The first special visitor has departed. During this interval, you have made the most correct decision. Congratulations on receiving a reward. Unlock the hidden trial task at Muyang Middle School. This scene constitutes a 4-star horror scenario within the Supernatural School branch. Upon completion, it will unlock the 2-star horror scenario at Muyang Middle School and reduce the difficulty of the 4-star horror trial task. The Muyang Middle School trial task, Scream Index, 2 stars. This scene contains 4 branching tasks. Surviving through all experiences will successfully unlock the scene. Location of the task, Muyang Secondary School. Task requirement: arrive at the designated location by 11 o'clock tonight and survive until dawn. Task hint: each individual harbors a fathomless well within their heart, wherein lie unspeakable, haunting memories. Will you accept the task? Note: the trial task exists for only 24 hours. Failure to accept within this time frame will be deemed as forfeiture, and this scenario shall remain forever locked. The new message on the black phone left Chungu feeling utterly unprepared. He had not anticipated that the reward for hosting special guests would manifest as a trial task set in a 2-star horror scenario. Having previously experienced the terror of a trial task in the Ping An apartment, he knew it was far more perilous than the nightmare-level daily tasks. and that was merely a one-star trial. As he perused the message on his phone, Chun-gu committed the details of the task to memory, scrutinizing each word multiple times. The last task required him to track down a murderer, while this one merely demanded that he survive until dawn, seemingly a less daunting challenge. However, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange dictated by the black phone, the danger associated with this task likely far exceeded that of a midnight escape. Surviving was such a simple request, yet it left Chun-gu feeling utterly uncertain. The trial task could only exist for 24 hours. Should he choose not to accept, it would remain forever inaccessible. This was the most perplexing aspect for Chun-gu, as he pondered whether abandoning this task would have repercussions on the 4-star horror scenario. The spirit communication at the ghost school. Although under his current circumstances, unlocking a 4-star scene seemed nearly impossible, he still felt a pang of regret. Abandoning this task was tantamount to relinquishing the Spirit Medium Academy, resulting in the loss of 2 scenes, which was indeed quite a pity. Chun-gu weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Not pursuing would mean losing 2 scenes, yet if he ventured forth and managed to survive against the odds, he could not only unlock a 2-star horror scene, but also conveniently complete a side quest within the Spirit Medium Academy. The haunted house required constant renovation to maintain its clientele, and this 2-star horror scene arrived at a most opportune moment. He ought to give it a try. With the new Century Park nearing its closure, he needed to achieve results within 3 months, which was utterly unattainable with just the 2 current scenes. After much contemplation, Chun-gu finally made his decision and clicked on the option to accept. As the information vanished, he resolved not to delay any longer. He called Su-won, instructing her to return promptly after dinner to watch the door, and then immediately dashed out of the park. The young boy was the initiator of the trial task at Muyang Middle School. He must possess more clues to uncover. Upon reaching the park's entrance, Chun-gu spotted the boy and the gaunt woman boarding a bus, Route 14. He hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to the next stop of Route 14. Soon, he arrived ahead of the bus at the station, waiting nearly a minute before the bus slowly pulled in. The vehicle was packed with passengers, and the gaunt woman shielded the young boy at the rear, oblivious to Chun-ji's presence. Following them home might yield unexpected discoveries. Chun-gu did not rush to find them, standing alone in front of the car. After proceeding for 6 or 7 stops, the number of passengers dwindled, and the destinations gradually became desolate. As they approached the final stop, the gaunt woman and the boy alighted from the vehicle, opting not for the main road, but rather disappearing into a narrow alley. Living in such a remote area? It makes sense. The woman had previously mentioned seeking numerous doctors for the boy's treatment, which must have cost a considerable sum. Chun-gu followed closely, entering the alley. But he had not ventured far when the slender woman and the young boy suddenly quickened their pace. Have I been detected? Or are they evading something else? Chapter 73. Red and black. The dilapidated alleyways intertwined like a labyrinth, and Chun-gu, fearing he might lose the trail, quickened his pace. After navigating several turns, he found himself before a row of low, 2-story buildings, where the gaunt woman and the boy had vanished. The sewage channel exuded a foul odor, and the walls bore the bold crimson characters proclaiming demolition, while various types of refuse were heaped in the corners. As Chun-gu approached the base of the small buildings, a cascade of questions arose in his mind. The gaunt woman and the young boy resided in such poor conditions. Their living situation surely was far from favorable. Yet, at the entrance of the haunted house, the woman had decisively produced 100 yuan to allow the boy to enter and explore, revealing her evident indulgence towards him. Strangely, the boy's demeanor towards her was markedly indifferent. Upon entering the haunted house, he uttered only 2 sentences, both directed at Chun-gu, suggesting a distinct aversion to the gaunt woman. Was it a manifestation of a personality disorder that rendered him incapable of accepting affection, or was there a deeper, undisclosed reason? Ascending to the 2nd floor, he noticed that only one household resided there. Clothes and trousers hung from the railing, and the corridor was impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the squalor below. Is anyone home? The door was ajar, and Chun-gu hesitated to intrude, opting instead to knock gently. Just a moment. Footsteps echoed from within, and soon the gaunt woman emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing Chun-gu at the threshold, she noticeably paused. What brings you here? Did our visit to the haunted house cause you any trouble? She inquired cautiously. No, not at all. I am merely intrigued by the young lad's circumstances and wish to ask him a few questions. Chun-gu paused at the entrance, realizing that the woman showed no inclination to invite him inside. Undeterred, He mustered the courage to speak again. Please don't misunderstand. I have many acquaintances at Jiuzhou Medical College. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Thank you. But no, the woman replied without hesitation, prompting Chenggu to feel slightly embarrassed by his forwardness. I assure you, I am not a bad person and harbor no ill intentions. You may check your phone for today's Jiuzhou Morning News. Seeing her remain unresponsive, he retrieved his own phone and casually searched for a news article regarding his contribution to the police in solving the Ping and apartment case. Look, I provided crucial insights to the police and was even awarded a medal for it, he stated, handing his phone to the slender woman. She glanced at the screen, reading the headlines. Spirit streamer rescued by police in the mountains? Haunted house owner in midnight misadventure nearly causes disaster? These titles are inconsequential. It should contain my photograph, he insisted. After several explanations, the woman finally set aside her skepticism and returned the phone to him. Please, have a seat in the living room. But leave the door ajar. Of course. The woman led Chenggu into the living room, which in reality was a rather spacious 30-square-meter room cluttered with a dining table and a bed. I didn't expect visitors, so I haven't tidied up. I apologize for the mess. Would you like something to drink? She asked, a touch of embarrassment coloring her demeanor, reminiscent of a youthful boy. No, thank you. I merely wish to inquire about the child's parents, and the more details you can provide, the better, Chenggu replied, taking out his phone, ready to document any pertinent information. So much time has passed. Why do you ask such questions? The slender, dark-skinned woman sat opposite Chenggu, recounting once more the events that transpired 3 years ago at Muyang Middle School. During that summer, when the school had yet to be shut down, a torrential rainstorm struck. Upon returning home, the boy's parents discovered their son was missing and ventured out into the downpour in search of him. Little did they know, this would be their final farewell. The woman reiterated to Chenggu what she had previously communicated to the police 3 years prior. It appeared that the root cause of the boy's parents' disappearance lay within the boy himself. Chenggu diligently recorded the woman's critical points on his phone, striving to reconstruct the sequence of events. As the rain poured relentlessly, Fan Yu's parents returned home from work only to find their child missing. They bravely set out into the rain to search for him. The precise location where they first encountered danger remains unclear. Yet it is highly plausible that the site of the concealed bodies was within the well at Muyang Middle School. Throughout this ordeal, it is exceedingly likely that the young boy was a witness, the sole observer to the unfolding tragedy. It is presumed that having witnessed such harrowing scenes contributed to the boy's subsequent abnormal behavior. Gazing intently at the table, Chenggu suddenly sensed something amiss. He retrieved his black phone and navigated to the various side quests associated with the ghostly school, noting that among them, the description for side quest 6, the deep well, mentioned that a sister and brother had not returned home after school. Where could they have gone? The task system on the black phone could not be mistaken. What then? Did this brother and sister signify? Based on the information currently at hand, it should be the boy's parents who were entombed within the well. Where had the narrative gone awry? Chenggu put away his phone and glanced at the gaunt, dark-skinned woman with reddened eyes, hesitantly inquiring, is Fan Yu an only child? Does he have any brothers or sisters? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the woman's expression shifted dramatically. Her fingers dug fiercely into her flesh, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. If my 2 children had not met with misfortune, little you would now have a brother and a sister. Your children? Upon entering the room, Chenggu had noted the clothes drying on the balcony, only those belonging to a boy and a woman, with no sign of an adult male's garments, leading him to believe that the woman was unmarried. They passed away when they were very young. The woman's emotions began to spiral out of control. After uttering an apology, she retreated into the kitchen. Fan Yu indeed had siblings, yet based on the woman's account, they should have long since departed from this world. But why did the black phone insist that the brother and sister had not returned home after school? How could those who are no longer present attend school? Was the black phone mistaken, or was the woman deceiving him? Or perhaps Fan Yu was experiencing some form of delusion. The woman rummaged for something in the kitchen, yet did not emerge. Chenggu rose and made his way to the solitary room within the house. Fan Yu should be there, as this little one was at the heart of the entire affair. Pushing open the door, he found the bedroom impeccably tidy, with Fan Yu standing before a desk, seemingly engrossed in writing. Chenggu approached the child from behind and glanced over his shoulder, discovering that the boy was drawing, with a particular fondness for red and black hues. Little Yu, what are you drawing? Chenggu spoke softly, fearful of startling the child. The boy turned his head to glance at Chenggu, offering no reply, and resumed his drawing. As he continued to apply strokes, the patterns on the paper gradually became distinct. Within the pitch-black houses, several crimson figures stood. Upon completing the artwork, the boy crumpled the white paper into a ball and discarded it on the ground, subsequently embarking on another drawing. Chingu observed for a considerable time and discerned that the central theme of the child's drawings revolved around two black houses and the red figures. What could this signify? Chingu picked up the discarded artwork from the ground, smoothed it out, and, after a moment of contemplation, discreetly tucked it into the pocket of his trousers. Chapter 74. The photograph read, "The color with the longest wavelength in the visible spectrum possesses a vibrant quality, while black stands in stark contrast. Together, these hues create a uniquely striking visual effect. The black house resembles the night, while the red figure evokes the essence of blood. Their fusion instills a profound sense of oppression. The child often finds solace in daydreaming and drawing, eschewing outdoor play to confine himself within his room." At an indeterminate moment, a slender, dark-skinned woman entered, carrying 2 cups of water. "At this moment, I seek nothing but for him to grow up joyfully, like a normal child," she expressed. She handed 1 cup of water to Chingu and placed the other beside the boy. "Let us converse outside. He harbors a fear of strangers." "Very well." Chingu cradled the cup and returned to the living room, where the dark-skinned woman seated herself opposite him. "Do you have any further inquiries?" she inquired, her demeanor tinged with a hint of apprehension. "Indeed, the child, Fanyu, appears quite pitiable. I suspect he has endured some trauma. To remedy his affliction, we must delve into the root cause before applying the appropriate treatment." Chingu articulated his thoughts. "You are his sole remaining kin, and it is evident that you hold a deep affection for him. May I pose a few more questions?" The woman nodded, perhaps due to the oppressive heat, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. "You mentioned earlier that Fanyu's parents went missing while searching for him. Where was Fanyu ultimately found?" "At Muyang Middle School. He was hiding in my brother's office," she replied. Once again, it is the Muriang Middle School, a place seemingly perpetually beset by troubles. Who could argue otherwise? The slender, dark-skinned woman let out a soft sigh. "Muriang is the worst school in Zhejiang. I truly question the very purpose of its existence. It has a history of frequent incidents, including fights that have even drawn the attention of the police." "Is it that severe?" Chingu listened intently. The woman's first-hand account was far more convenient than any online search he might conduct. "There are even graver matters." She straightened up, her demeanor becoming quite serious. "That school is tainted. I have heard from the elderly in the vicinity that the original site was once a crematorium, which was demolished long ago due to city planning. But just think, a school built upon such grounds may very well attract all sorts of bizarre entities. I advised my brother against it, but he wouldn't listen." "Why did your brother insist on teaching at Muriang Middle School?" "The salary is decent, and considering he has made mistakes in the past, finding work is not easy. He thought he could earn some money, but little did he know it would ultimately lead to his wife's misfortune." "Made mistakes? Did he have any enemies?" Chingu immediately caught the nuances in her words. "Not quite. My brother has a fondness for drinking, and his poor conduct while intoxicated has led to repeated mishaps. Eventually, he was dismissed from his school, leaving a blemish on his record. There are only so many schools in Zhejiang, and everyone knows each other's past transgressions, making it exceedingly difficult for him to secure employment. It seems it wasn't a vendetta." "Certainly not." The woman's words caused Chen Ji's eyes to narrow in suspicion. "How can you be so certain?" He decided to be candid with her. The woman retrieved a photograph from the depths of her drawer and placed it upon the table. "Since the establishment of Muyang Middle School, there has been a classroom with its front and back doors locked, prohibiting student entry. Aside from the former principal, no one knows the reason behind this. After the old principal's passing, it transformed into an unsolved mystery. Numerous legends circulate within the school regarding that classroom, tales of vengeful spirits from a crematorium attending classes within, and workers who met tragic fates in the unfinished classroom during its construction. In short, it is a place steeped in ominous aura." "But how does this relate to your brother's disappearance?" Chingu still felt perplexed. "Look at this photograph." Chingu took the picture from the woman's hand. The image depicted an eerie group photo. An obviously inebriated man sat dazed in the center, surrounded by several rows of students of varying heights. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary graduation photo. However, the peculiar detail lay in the fact that all the students stood with their backs to the camera. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that each student's posture was odd, as if they were all standing on tiptoe. Where did this photograph come from? Have the police seen it? Chen-gu placed the photo on the table, wiping the perspiration from his palms. The night before his disappearance, he had spent the evening drinking with friends while watching a football match and, in a daze, went directly to school to avoid being late for class. At that time, the sky was not yet fully bright, and he thought to take a nap in the infirmary. As he passed one classroom, he noticed a multitude of people standing inside. He pondered which class was so industrious, pausing momentarily at the door. It appeared that the students inside were preparing for a group photograph, and upon noticing him, they graciously invited him to sit in the center. After the photo was taken, the students departed, leaving him uncertain of who had slipped the picture into his possession. The voice of the gaunt woman was calm, yet the tale she recounted sent shivers down his spine. After examining the photograph, my brother realized that everyone faced away from the camera, jolting him awake. It was then he recognized he was seated at the entrance of the sealed classroom. The slender woman slid the photograph closer to Chen-gu. He only confided this to me and my sister-in-law, believing time would heal it. Little did we know that misfortune would strike that very night. Xiao Yu went missing, and they both set out to search, only to vanish entirely. Thus, I suspect his disappearance is not a result of enmity, but rather linked to that sealed classroom. What did the police say? Chen-gu inquired, pushing the photograph back toward her. They took the photograph to Muyang Middle School for investigation. Although the students in the picture donned the school's uniform, none could be found within the institution. Subsequently, they opened the sealed classroom and thoroughly searched both inside and out, discovering only my brother's shoe prints, confirming that he had indeed entered the classroom that day. The gaunt woman's words grew increasingly eerie. All right, I understand. Chen-gu posed a few more questions to the woman, yet some details remained elusive, yielding only vague responses. Once he determined that no new information could be gleaned, Chen-gu rose to depart. Are you leaving? It's so hot outside. Why not have a drink before you go? No, thank you. Chen-gu declined the woman's kind offer and departed from the two-story building with his phone in hand. Through his conversation with her, he gained a more comprehensive understanding of Muyang Middle School. There are a total of 4 side quests, 2 of which are related to the family of a young boy. He took out Fan Yu's drawing from his pocket and glanced at it again. The stark contrast of black and red seemed to convey a profound message, a black house and a red figure. Could there be some connection between this and Muyang Middle School? Might the patterns depicted in the drawing represent a particular building within the school? Chapter 75. Sunset Middle School. The thoughts of children are often simple and direct. They are unlikely to create anything imbued with abstract nuance. Could it be possible that the scene depicted in the drawing is reminiscent of the grisly crime scene that Fan Yu once witnessed? The house is rendered in black, suggesting that the incident occurred during the night, while the diminutive figures within are painted in red, perhaps indicating that the parents have met with a tragic fate. This is the most straightforward interpretation. Chen-gu examined the artwork from various angles. The boy's strokes were hasty, and the figures bore no distinguishing features, rendering it impossible to discern gender. No, the red figures should not symbolize the victims. There are simply too many of them in the blackened house. Chen-gu attempted to count the red figures within the darkened room, but each count yielded a different result, leaving him with an unsettling impression that the numbers were increasing. The painting was too vague. What was this child truly attempting to convey? While in the room, Fan Yu repeatedly sketched several versions, all depicting the house and the figures. Yet, after each attempt, he would crumple the paper and discard it, as if he had failed to capture his intended vision. Regardless of the outcome, this drawing represents a significant clue. After pondering for quite some time, without any revelations, Chen-gu carefully stored the drawing away and turned to glance at the 2-story building behind him, only to find that the previously ajar door had now closed. Both the aunt and the boy seemed to harbor issues. It remains uncertain whose predicament is more severe. Exiting the labyrinthine alley, Chen-gu boarded a bus to return, troubled by the tasks that awaited him that night. If everything the gaunt woman had said were indeed true, he would be confronting a formidable challenge ahead. Cautiously, Chen-gu took out his phone to search for information regarding Muyang Middle School. He discovered a considerable number of posts, predominantly found in various school forums. By analyzing the timestamps, it became evident that these posts were likely authored by former students of Muyang Middle School. As the school had been shut down, they were compelled to transfer, and with their departure, they carried the legends of Muyang to other institutions. Upon skimming through the posts, a few particularly caught Chun-ji's attention. A year prior, 5 students had ventured to Muyang Middle School to test their courage. Armed with their phones, They live blogged their experiences in the forum, posting updates every few minutes. The original post had long been deleted. However, Chungu came across reprints of the content, which alleged that they entered the now-closed classroom and engaged in a game of Pen Fairy. The 5 of them gathered at a desk to summon the spirit. And by the end of the game, 7 figures were reported to be standing in the classroom. The origin of the additional 2 individuals remained a mystery, causing the 5 children to flee in terror. Fortunately, none of them suffered any serious consequences. However, 2 were profoundly affected. One became irritable and displayed a drastic change in personality, while the other developed a fear of sunlight, eventually transferring and relocating from Zhejiang to another province. Truly, they were the epitome of youthful audacity. Chungu perused the comments beneath the post, where some spectators speculated that as the 5 played the game, the unexpected appearance of 2 additional figures coincided with the subsequent troubles faced by 2 of the students after their escape. He harbored suspicions regarding the 2 students who had escaped, contemplating the possibility that they had been replaced by others, while he and his peers were likely to remain forever confined within that classroom. This comment garnered numerous likes, yet contrasting opinions surfaced, suggesting that perhaps all 5 individuals had been substituted, with only those 2 displaying an unwavering spirit, making them resistant to conformity, hence their peculiar behavior. The second piece of information emerged from a teacher who issued a strict prohibition against any discussions pertaining to Muyang High School. Among the subsequent replies, one comment was notably folded, presenting an odd narrative. It claimed that the company where the commenter's father worked intended to acquire the land on which Muyang High School was situated at a bargain price, a project overseen by the father himself. Initially, this seemed innocuous, but as the contract neared finalization, the father began experiencing the same dream each night. Countless students clad in Muyang High School uniforms had invaded their home for lessons. Strangely, upon waking, there were indeed signs that someone had visited their room. The father, frightened to illness, chose to resign, and thereafter, the matter faded into obscurity. Upon perusing all the posts, Chungu found himself unconsciously juxtaposing Muyang High School with Shicheng Private Academy, leading to a peculiar revelation. There existed a plethora of supernatural legends surrounding Muyang High School. However, these tales conspicuously omitted any mention of casualties. Conversely, Shicheng Private Academy was shrouded in mystery, with scant information available online. Yet the records at the Shicheng police station explicitly documented fatalities at this institution, and not merely one. With such reflections, it seemed that Shicheng Private Academy exuded an even greater aura of horror. Chungu held his phone, finding solace in this solitary act. As he gazed vacantly out the window, the screen of his phone, which had succumbed to darkness, suddenly vibrated. He glanced down to discover it was a call from Ishan. Could it be that this fellow had an inkling of a new opportunity and was calling to secure his spot? Chungu answered the call and brought the device to his ear. Is there something you need? Boss, you ought to check the official short video page immediately. Someone is attempting to usurp your position. Usurp my position? Is he planning to open a haunted house as well? Chungu mused. He opened the short video app, and before logging in, he noticed a promotional banner displaying the renowned host Qin Guang inviting viewers to explore a genuine haunted house. Upon clicking, he found a detailed introduction. Qin Guang was a celebrated figure on this platform, boasting 600,000 followers. His usual short videos leaned towards the quirky, with occasional outdoor live streams. The note indicated that he belonged to a studio, the very same one that had previously sought to recruit Chungu at the Ping'an apartment. As he continued to peruse, the advertisement revealed that this individual planned to venture into a haunted house tonight for a live mystery-solving session. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, but upon discerning the location Qin Guang intended to broadcast from, Chungu found himself at a loss for words. The venue was indeed the Ping'an apartment in the western suburbs. Boss, did you see that? This guy is capitalizing on your status as a newcomer. His first live stream could attract nearly 10,000 viewers, and he aims to steal your thunder. Hishan lamented on Chunji's behalf. There is no need for concern. Some things cannot be replicated. Chungu initially believed that Hishan had something significant to discuss, only to discover that it was merely this trivial matter. He had never regarded Qin Guang as a serious competitor, and it seemed that Qin Guang had never considered him as such either. On the other end of the microphone, Hishan hastened his speech. He possesses such a vast number of fans. Once this trend takes off, he may very well turn the tables and accuse you of following the trend. Never mind that. By the way, Do you have an understanding of adolescent psychological disorders? I have a few inquiries I would like to make. Brother, what time is it? How can you still be in the mood to ask such questions? Besides, I am a forensic expert. For psychological matters, you ought to consult a psychiatrist or a qualified psychologist. Chapter 76. A rainy night at school today. A child visited my haunted house, appearing to be merely 8 or 9 years old. He was reticent, yet paradoxically, the more eerie and terrifying the environment, the more exhilarated he seemed. What condition do you think this aligns with? Chen-gu articulated his concern directly. The only individuals he could consult were Hishan and Hifeng. Our forensic studies primarily focus on applied medicine, biology, and certain chemistry courses, whereas psychology delves into mental phenomena, cognitive functions, and neuroscience, entirely distinct branches of study. Asking me would yield no fruitful answers. Hishan, wearing a resigned expression, remarked, "Boss, are you truly not considering taking any action? I've noticed your short videos haven't been updated for several days, and you haven't conducted any live streams. If this continues, the audience you've painstakingly built will gradually dwindle." He gestured towards Chen-gu's homepage, where some had begun to comment that his creative well had run dry, while others even started disparaging his haunted house. Disparaging the haunted house. Is that so? Chen-gu could no longer maintain his composure. He accessed his personal homepage and, indeed, discovered a plethora of negative comments. "Boss, there are currently an overwhelming number of short videos, and they are heavily homogenized. Once the popularity of your videos wanes, viewers will swiftly redirect their attention to other streamers." While the reasoning held merit, Chen-gu believed the situation was not as dire as perceived. He concurred with a nod, though his thoughts remained fixated on Fan Yu and the emaciated woman. To him, live streaming and short videos were merely supplementary means. The true priority lay in the tasks associated with the black phone. "Very well, I merely wanted to bring this to your attention." In the dialect of Hashan, there is a lingering sense of regret. Qin Guang, a prominent streamer with abundant resources, is undoubtedly favored by the platform. However, I believe his broadcasts do not surpass yours. His content consists of what I have left behind. Chen-gu, with a smile upon his face, noted the most significant distinction between his short videos and those of other streamers. His videos are entirely authentic, impossible to replicate. While Qin Guang may indeed have superior resources, channels, and a larger following, his mastery and application of horror and thrill fall considerably short. This is understandable, as you are the professional in this realm. After a brief pause, Hashan continued, "Boss, something just came to mind." "What is it? Do you remember that senior who was scared to tears by you last time?" "I've frightened many seniors to tears. Just mention her name. Gao Rushua. Her father is a psychologist and also a senior lecturer in criminal psychology. I will see if I can obtain her phone number tonight." "Excellent. Once you have it, dinner is on me. And I shall also treat you to a complimentary tour of the new scene at the haunted house." Chen-gu expressed his gratitude to the straightforward medical student, making a promise. "No, the last time I left your haunted house, I was so frightened that I endured several nights of nightmares, feeling as if my mind had unraveled." Hashan lamented, "Once, during class, I fell asleep without noticing when the teacher arrived. I was dreaming that I was being chased by a doctor wielding a hammer, sprinting through a building. Just as I was about to reach the rooftop, I suddenly felt someone grasp my shoulder. I was truly startled. A sudden elbow strike sent shockwaves through me, and as I opened my eyes, I realized I had knocked my teacher's glasses askew." Chen-gu, after enduring a lengthy struggle, finally succumbed to laughter. "All right, I shall not compel you to visit any longer." After a brief conversation, Chen-gu ended the call, gazing out at the scenery beyond the car window. The sunlight was obscured, and thick clouds amassed in the sky, hinting at an impending change in weather. Upon returning to the New Century amusement park, Chen-gu spotted a considerable crowd gathered at the entrance of the haunted house, where Su-won was engaging with them. "Xiaowon, what is happening? You have finally returned." These individuals specifically came to visit the haunted house. "I couldn't locate you, so I had no choice but to reassure everyone and advise them not to fret." Su-won had removed her makeup, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. "You did well. Please stay outside to sell tickets, while I take care of the rest." Chen-gu pushed aside the protective barrier, donned the shattered skull doctor's coat, and stepped into the midnight escape scene. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a light rain began to fall, and the clouds thickened ominously. Many outdoor attractions in the park ceased operations, prompting some reluctant visitors to congregate around indoor activities. Unintentionally, Chun-ji's haunted house became the most sought-after destination. with the number of outside guests steadily increasing until around 5:30 when the park began to close its doors. After a long afternoon of dragging a hammer through the haunted house, Chun-gu felt weariness envelop him. He removed the doctor's uniform and ventured outside. The sky was overcast. Dark clouds loomed ominously, and a torrential downpour was imminent. It was a night much like the one several years ago when Fan Yu's parents disappeared, a night of relentless rain. Chun-gu gazed at the sky, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He instructed Su-won to leave work early while he returned to the repair shop, where he retrieved his backpack. He hastily stuffed it with a lighter, flashlight, tool hammer, and a stuffed toy, then donned his raincoat before exiting the haunted house. The influx of visitors that day had caused him to leave the amusement park around 6 o'clock. At the entrance, he hailed a taxi, but upon mentioning the destination of Muyang Middle School, the driver flatly refused to take him. Reluctantly, he found another taxi, only to be informed that the area surrounding Muyang Middle School had devolved into desolate land, devoid of proper roads, making it impossible to reach directly. The driver could only drop him off nearby. The mission on his black phone was time-sensitive. Arriving earlier would afford him greater opportunities for exploration and mitigate risks. Unwilling to squander time, he settled on a fare with the driver and set off promptly. Throughout the journey, he attempted to glean information about Muyang Middle School from the driver, but the man's demeanor remained grave, his focus fixed ahead as he drove in silence. In a fleeting moment, Chun-gu found himself reminiscing about the loquacious uncle who had previously driven him to West City Private Academy. By 7 o'clock, the taxi finally arrived at the destination, navigating through deteriorating roads that marked a departure from the suburbs into a more remote area. The road ahead is impassable for my vehicle. I can only drop you off here. The taxi driver gestured towards the outside. There should be residents nearby. If you find yourself lost, you can ask someone for directions. Please scan the QR code for the fare. I do not accept cash. Not accepting cash? The driver spoke with unwavering decisiveness. Although Chun-gu found it peculiar, he chose not to probe further. After completing the payment via WeChat, he exited the vehicle. The rain intensified, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chun-gu glanced around and noticed a few rows of houses in the distance. However, they appeared to be long abandoned, with not a single light illuminating the interiors. How was he to locate Muyang Middle School? As he contemplated asking the driver for directions, he turned and was taken aback to see the driver tossing out the seat cushion he had used through the window. Without a moment's hesitation, the driver started the engine and sped away. Not only did he refuse my cash, but he also discarded the cushion I had sat on. What could this mean? Was he perhaps concerned that his vehicle might be tainted by something undesirable? Chapter 77. The paper and pen on the desk. The actions of the taxi driver instilled a profound sense of unease in Chun-gu. They could be considered the most familiar with this city, fully aware of all the places one ought to avoid. Did the driver harbor some misunderstanding towards me? The cooling mat lay discarded on the muddy ground, swiftly drenched by the rain. As Chun-gu perused the eerie legends surrounding Muyang High School on the campus forum, he initially felt no fear, but the driver's peculiar behavior sent chills down his spine, causing him to waver. The sole requirement of this trial task was survival, indicating that, in the eyes of the enigmatic black phone, merely existing had become a challenge in itself. In the blink of an eye, the taxi vanished at the road's end, leaving Chun-gu alone in the desolate expanse, clad in a raincoat, feeling as though he was the only soul remaining in the world. The rain intensified, and he pulled the hood of his raincoat lower, retrieving a flashlight as he ventured along the earthen path. The oppressive clouds loomed overhead, blocking any semblance of light from the sky. Upon reaching the few dilapidated structures nearby, he discovered that they had long been abandoned. Rusted chains hung from the doors, and the windows lay shattered. Peering through the gaps revealed a scene of discarded furniture and refuse, with the occasional unidentified insects scuttling about. Not a single living soul could be found. Was this place truly so sinister? Prior to his arrival, he had inquired with Fan Yu's aunt, gaining a general understanding of the environment surrounding Muyang High School. Unable to find anyone to ask for directions, he could only rely on his memory, navigating towards the more desolate and remote areas. The rain poured down, rendering the roads muddy, flanked by trees of peculiar shapes, perhaps due to years of neglect, with some encroaching upon the dirt path. The ruins of Muyang Middle School, now a crematorium, lay in an unsightly state, yet there must be a passage for vehicles. The path grew increasingly narrow, making it difficult for vehicles to navigate. Had I taken a wrong turn? The relentless rain slowed Chun-ji's pace. It would be troublesome to lose my way. If I reached the end of this road without sighting Muyang Middle School, I would retrace my steps and abandon this mission. After walking for 30 minutes, he encountered several toppled signs and a wooden fence at the road's end. One side was covered in moss, suggesting it had been there for years. Chun Gu righted the sign, its inscription now barely legible. He illuminated it with his flashlight. Why was only one side adorned with moss while the other remained untouched by the earth? Was it due to sunlight exposure? Or had someone recently visited this place, moving the signs and barriers? He paused to check the time on his phone. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and he still had not located the mission site. The sole consolation was that his phone still had signal, ensuring he would not lose contact with the outside world. On a rainy night, the sky appeared especially dark, the only source of light being Chun Ji's flashlight. The signs and the fence remained here, yet it was peculiar that someone had recently disturbed these items, raising suspicion. Chun Gu lifted the wooden sign and pushed aside the underbrush, advancing another 10 meters, where the scene finally began to change before him. A dilapidated wooden fence stands amidst the forest, enclosing a few scattered low-rise structures. Is this the Muraniang Academy? Compared to the prestigious West City private school, this institution appears rather meager, occupying no more than a third of the latter's expanse. Discarding the wooden sign in his hand, Chun Gu remains undeterred by the school's diminutive size. Often, a smaller locale is not necessarily advantageous. Although the area to explore is limited, so too are the places to conceal oneself. Crossing the fence, Chun officially enters Muraniang Academy. A sweeping glance reveals the entirety of the school's architecture. Near the entrance lies the teaching building, which bears the scars of a severe fire. The facade is charred, and parts of the walls are cracked, threatening to collapse at any moment. To the left stands the dormitory, which, perhaps due to the scarcity of boarders, comprises merely 2 stories with a handful of rooms. To the right is the office building, also 2 stories tall, yet it appears to be the most well-preserved structure on the premises. Behind the teaching building is a playground with an uneven surface, flanked by 2 basketball hoops and several table tennis tables. The layout of Muraniang Academy is thus characterized by its dilapidation and simplicity. While it is steeped in numerous supernatural legends, the school itself lacks any remarkable features. Chun even harbors doubts that the true reason for the academy's eventual closure was not the alleged paranormal events, but rather an inability to sustain its operations. Upon arriving at the destination, Chun Gu found himself surprisingly composed. He believed in the philosophy of embracing the present moment. He had an innate ability to swiftly recalibrate his mindset. The Muyang High School was home to 4 side missions: the Pen Spirit, the 5th stall in the restroom, the deep well, and the sealed classroom. To unlock the scenes to their fullest potential, he could not afford to overlook any of these tasks. During his previous trial mission, his task completion rate exceeded 90%, which rewarded him with the hidden item, the missing person notice for Wang Qi. This very item had facilitated the initial establishment of rapport with the Xiao family, earning their acceptance. He was acutely aware of the significance of task completion rates. However, it was easier said than done. Each of these 4 side missions could stand shoulder to shoulder with a nightmare task, let alone the challenge of undertaking them consecutively within a single night. With still some time before midnight, when malevolent entities were most active, he decided to first inspect these 4 locations, reassuring himself that if completion proved impossible, he could always retreat. Chun Gu tucked the plush toy into his embrace and retrieved his hammer as he entered the academic building. The walls bore a deep black hue, remnants of a fire that had scarred the structure for years. The entire building had been consumed by flames. Was this linked to its construction on the site of a crematorium? He moved stealthily, keeping in mind the task prompts displayed on his black mobile device. At the end of the corridor lay a classroom sealed with tape, untouched by any soul. Yet, as night fell, the classroom became a hive of activity. Fan Yu's father had met with misfortune after entering that very classroom, which likely served as the epicenter for all supernatural events occurring at Muyang High School. In Chun Ji's mind, the eerie group photo resurfaced, and tonight, he might very well find himself spending the night with those shadowy figures, their backs turned to the camera, their faces shrouded in mystery. All the classrooms were locked tight, windows secured. Chun Gu could only lean against the window with his flashlight, peering inside. The initial classrooms revealed no anomalies, but upon reaching the last classroom at the end of the corridor, he was suddenly confronted with something peculiar. This classroom's desks and chairs appeared almost unscathed. The fire seemed not to have reached this place. What unsettled Chun-gu the most was the sight of a desk at the center of the room, adorned with books and writing materials, as if someone had recently attended class there. Chapter 78. I can no longer control my right hand. Should I step inside to investigate? Chun-gu gripped the tool hammer, feeling a tumult of anxiety akin to a cat scratching at his heart, a compelling urge to break open the door and discover the secrets inscribed upon the paper within. A post on the campus forum recounted a chilling tale of 5 students who had dared to enter Muyang High School, where they engaged in a game of pin fairy in the last classroom. Was it possible that the papers and pins left on the desk were remnants of their eerie encounter? After a moment's contemplation, Chun-gu deemed the likelihood improbable. According to the account, the 5 students had ultimately been confronted by 2 additional figures, which had sent them into a near panic, hastily fleeing the classroom. In their frenzied exit, they would undoubtedly have disturbed the chairs and desks within. Yet the classroom now stood in immaculate order, as if no one had ever entered or exited. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that, after their departure, someone had meticulously rearranged the furniture, or perhaps the original 5 had been entirely replaced, with specters emerging from the classroom instead. With this unsettling thought, Chun-gu set down the tool hammer, resolving to leave this classroom for last as a precaution. Exiting the academic building, he arrived at the entrance of the dormitory. The dilapidated 2-story structure contained but a handful of rooms, and after some searching, he finally stumbled upon a weathered iron sign in the hallway, its inscription barely legible, indicating that the 2nd floor housed female students, while males were to refrain from entering. This institution was indeed quite rudimentary. Removing his raincoat hood, Chun-gu wiped the moisture that had seeped into his collar, and just as he was about to step inside, his phone vibrated, an incoming call. Glancing at the caller ID, he casually answered, "Hishan? My dear friend, I have given your phone number to the senior, who mentioned she would reach out to you once her father returns home. Is there anything else? It's nothing of great importance. However, Qin Guang has already started his broadcast. Are you certain you do not wish to take a look? The actors he has invited are next door, pretending to be the culprits, and the entire opening sequence is mimicking your style. Even the reasoning resembles yours. I find it rather tiresome to critique. Let him continue with his broadcast. I, too, will be going live shortly, so do remember to lend your support." "Oh my, you are going live." Hashan's tone elevated, brimming with excitement. Chun-gu felt a sense of joy knowing that there were viewers so eagerly anticipating the broadcast. It had been quite a while since he last went live, and this time he intended to engage in something thrilling. The line fell silent for a moment before footsteps could be heard. It seemed Hashan was running around the dormitory in slippers, urging everyone to wake up and watch the live stream. Get up to watch the broadcast. Today we have another perilous life and death game. Hashan's enthusiasm was palpable. Yet Chun-gu found his words to be somewhat peculiar. After ending the call, Chun-gu opened a short video app, where Qin Guang's live stream featuring a haunted house was prominently displayed on the homepage. He watched for a while and observed that it was a well-coordinated team at work, with dedicated cameramen. Qin Guang was solely responsible for the reasoning and clue finding. Leaving other matters aside, the quality of their live stream alone far surpassed his own, as they had indeed made thorough preparations. With a view count of 680,000, if this were to promote my haunted house, wouldn't the park be flooded with visitors the very next day? Live streaming and short videos are currently the sole promotional avenues available to Chun-gu. The header image of Qin Guang's live stream has illuminated a pathway for Chun-gu. If he can manage to expand his reach, perhaps one day the platform will expend all its resources and channels to promote him vigorously. There is no need to rush. He will take his time and first set a modest objective to survive the night. Exiting Qin Guang's live stream, Chun-gu commenced his own broadcast. He found himself in a desolate area with a poor signal, leading to a blurry live stream, and at times, the comments would freeze, leaving him in silence for extended periods. Although the quality of my stream is lacking, it is rich in content. Compared to Qin Guang, each has its merits. With the comments invisible, Chun-gu had no means to interact with his audience. He merely held up his phone and briefly introduced Muyang Middle School before diverting his attention away from the live stream. After wandering around the first floor of the dormitory without any success, Chun-gu ascended to the second floor, wielding a tool hammer. The girls' dormitory appeared no different from the boys' quarters. The rooms were cluttered with textbooks and debris. When the school was shut down, many items within the dormitory remained untouched. Chun-gu, armed with a flashlight, patiently inspected the surroundings. Upon passing the fourth dormitory room on the second floor, he suddenly noticed 4 chairs lined up in the center of the room, upon which rested several sheets of white paper and a ballpoint pen. The paper and pen were remarkably new, starkly contrasting with the disarray of the other items in the dormitory, indicating they had been placed there recently. This was the second time Chun-gu had encountered pristine paper and a pen, and he harbored a lingering suspicion regarding these items. The rusted padlock seemed merely decorative. With a few forceful strikes, Chun-gu managed to pry open the dormitory door. A musty odor assailed his senses as he covered his mouth and nose. Approaching the chair and gazing down at the spread of white paper before him, there were 4 sheets in total. The first sheet posed the question, "When will I die?" The second inquired, "In what manner shall I meet my end?" The third sheet asked, "Who will be the next to perish?" The fourth, however, remained blank, devoid of any inscription. Was this a game of spirit writing? Chun-gu rummaged through the room, hoping to uncover some remnants of information, but alas. The passage of time had rendered many items incomplete and fragmented. With no fruitful discoveries, his gaze returned to the sheets of paper in the center of the room. The precise origins of the spirit writing game remained shrouded in mystery. Although he had encountered some reports on the subject, these suggested that due to respiration, heartbeat, and blood circulation, the human body is in a state of gentle motion at all times. An untrained individual, when holding their arm aloft in a fixed position for an extended duration, would inevitably shift unconsciously. This is a natural response of the body, unrelated to the spirit writing phenomenon. Chun-gu secured his live-streaming phone atop the bed, ensuring that the camera captured both himself and the 4 chairs arranged in a row. Only upon completing all 4 side quests at Muyang High School could he claim to have fully accomplished the trial tasks. Thus, he resolved to commence with this one. He turned to close the dormitory door, standing alone in the room, and after a moment of indecision lasting 3 to 4 minutes, he settled onto the floor and grasped the ballpoint pen. Reminding himself to remain calm, Chun-gu positioned the stuffed toy against his chest, gripped the pen in his right hand, and held the tool hammer firmly in his left, preparing to embark on the spirit writing game. He reminisced about the gaming experiences of those students in the forum, gently lifting his arm, holding the pen vertically, allowing its tip to lightly touch the white paper. With his eyes closed, he began to chant, Pen spirit, you are my past life. I am your present, if you wish to come. Draw a circle upon the paper." Once he finished reciting, Chun-gu endeavored to calm himself, his hand hovering above the paper, his body utterly still. The rain outside intensified, and within the shrouded night of the campus, a subtle transformation began to manifest. The mustiness in the dormitory diminished, and a chilling breeze, unbeknownst to its origin, caressed the white paper resting on the chair. Before long, Chun-gu abruptly opened his eyes, having felt an unseen force grasping his hand. Without resistance, he fixated on his right hand, while his left hand gripped a hammer, poised and ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 79. A chance to reorganize your words. A peculiar odor wafted through the confined space of the girls' dormitory. In the shadows untouched by the flashlight, the bed sheets fluttered gently, as though something had emerged from beneath. Raindrops pelted against the window frame, while outside, a tempest raged, yet within the dormitory, an unsettling silence prevailed. With his arm poised above a blank sheet of paper, Chun-gu gripped his pen, striving to relax. After reciting the incantation to summon the spirit of the pen, he felt an unmistakable surge of energy coursing through his hand, as if another hand were gently clasping his own, transmitting a chilling sensation from its fingertips. "Spirit of the pen, you are my past life. I am your present. If you wish to come, draw a circle upon the paper." Chun-gu recited the spell once more, the coldness on the back of his hand becoming increasingly pronounced. Yet, to his bewilderment, the pen remained upright on the paper, failing to draw a circle or perform any other action. Was the spirit unwilling to respond? The atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive, the icy sensation now creeping up his arm. It felt as though several unseen presences had manifested within the confines of the room. He concentrated, his pupils slowly constricting in the darkness. Perhaps the effects of his dark pupils were taking hold, for he could vaguely discern 3 faint shadows standing in different corners, each extending a hand to grasp the pen resting in his palm. 3. A sudden jolt raced through his heart, and as Chun-gu blinked, the vision he had just witnessed vanished in an instant. The eyes may not perceive, yet it does not signify their absence. Chun-ji's palm felt as though it had plunged into icy waters. He was acutely aware that at least 3 other hands were grasping the pen that stood in the center. Simultaneously, 3 figures responded. Was it perhaps the influence of the title granted by the vengeful spirits? As Chun-Gu pondered, the pen, motionless upon the paper, trembled unexpectedly. The movement was slight, yet he could perceive it. Is it about to begin? The light from the flashlight beside him seemed to dim considerably, and under Chun-Ji's gaze, the pen in his hand began to rotate slowly. The tip pressed against the white paper, the ballpoint at the top of the ink cartridge rubbed against the surface, swiftly sketching a blood-red circle. His hand remained still, yet the pen inscribed an image on the paper. Chun-Gu fixated on the pattern, recalling the name of this side quest, the unyielding pen spirit. In the pen spirit game, 3 taboos are established. 1 must not inquire about the cause of death. 1 must not question the duration of life, and 1 must ensure to bid farewell. Breaching any of these rules invites uncontrollable consequences, particularly the third, which bears the gravest significance. Once summoned, if the pen spirit cannot be dismissed, it will linger until it possesses the body of a participant or brings about their demise. May there be no unforeseen occurrences. Chun-Gu silently uttered this wish in his heart, redirecting his gaze to the white paper. The blood-red circle, seamless and complete, lay at the very center of the paper. It seems it has heard my voice. Now it is time for me to pose my question. Chun-Gu had merely come to fulfill the task involving the black phone. He had no desire to engage in any peculiar experiments. After all, should he provoke the entity, it would ultimately be he who suffers the consequences. Successfully summoning the pen fairy was a rare opportunity in itself. After a brief contemplation, he voiced the most pressing question that lingered in his heart. Pen fairy, do you know where my parents have gone? During the nightmarish ordeal of the bathtub game, the person he yearned to see the most was his parents. Although he did not achieve this wish, it at least indicated that they were not deceased, merely missing. Chun-Gu was genuinely eager to uncover the answer to this query. But what he did not anticipate was the peculiar reaction that followed. Upon posing his question, the pen in his palm began to tremble gently, and fine cracks appeared along its shaft. This was quite different from the scenario he had imagined. Was his question truly so difficult? A few minutes later, Chun-Gu sensed a slight illumination in the room. The pen resumed its motion, drawing another circle on the blank sheet of paper. What could this mean? Had it skipped over his question? Observing the 2 circles on the paper, he began to grasp the pen fairy's implication, awkwardly. It too was unaware of the answer to his question. The pen fairy's earlier response was indeed peculiar. It seemed that the matter of his parents' disappearance was far from simple. After a moment of silence, Chun-Gu found himself at a loss for any other inquiries to make. Never mind, I shall just ask something arbitrary. Let us conclude this side quest swiftly. The chill on his arm had spread to his shoulder, and as the game progressed, Chun-Gu felt his entire half of the body becoming numb, subtly slipping out of his control. Let me pose another question. Pen spirit, can you reveal to me who my future wife shall be? The pen quivered, the flashlight flickered momentarily, as if something had passed by, intensifying the already tense atmosphere within the room. The window creaked ominously, fine raindrops dripped into the room, and lightning cleaved the night sky, casting 4 shadows upon the wall for an instant. With a tentative grip, Chun-Ji's pen resumed its motion. Blood-red characters began to appear on the white paper, stroke by stroke, until the first character was completed. Su. Is it Su-Wan? Chun-Gu felt a genuine curiosity this time, his pen continuing its dance without pause, as it transitioned to inscribe the next character. However, midway through, the ballpoint pen suddenly froze. What was happening? Chun-Gu observed passively, exerting no effort. Yet the pen in his palm quivered violently, fissures multiplying upon its surface. Bang! Within the eerie dormitory, it seemed as though different forces were clashing. The ballpoint pen unable to withstand the pressure, its tip completely splitting. One side appeared to relent, and then Chun-Gu witnessed a truly astonishing scene. The pen he held crossed out the previously inscribed character Su, and proceeded to inscribe another name in the adjacent blank space. Zhong. Yeah? The blood-red name was meticulously inscribed on the white paper, leaving Chun-Gu at a loss for words. Pen fairy. Are you certain this was your intended inscription from the beginning? There was no response, and the chilling sensation on his arm dissipated. Pen fairy, are you still present? If you can hear me, please draw a circle. The cold aura vanished entirely, and the room returned to its normal state. It seemed that the pen fairy had departed without a word. Nevertheless, for the sake of precaution, Chun-Gu recited a line as per the game's requirements. Pen fairy, You are my past life, and I am your present. If you wish to leave, please do so. With the conclusion of the game, Chungu rose from his chair. The moment he released his grip, the ballpoint pen in his palm shattered into several dismal fragments. It appeared that my experience with the Pen Fairy game was rather distinct from others. Chungu picked up his phone and was astonished to discover that the popularity of his live stream had inexplicably surged past 20,000, marking an unprecedented record for him.